If you were given a chance to obtain power, would you choose to dedicate your life to the gods? And this man chose to give up everything he had. But in the end, a duplicate that wanted to attack him appeared. My name is Su Hong, an ambitious young man about to take the college entrance examination. And the field I applied for is the martial studies program, the most popular track of this era. Because when I was little, my parents unfortunately died in a beast tide. I have therefore been living with my uncle and his family ever since. After I showed talent as a martial artist, they did everything they could to support my martial training. Only because this is an era overrun by ferocious beasts, and only martial artists have a chance to rise above. However, applying for the martial studies program requires a registration fee of 50,000 yuan. And the registration deadline is next Monday. For this money, my uncle even planned to save it by cutting back on his own medicine expenses. You should know that our rent has already been overdue for several months. How can I possibly trouble my uncle's family any further now? Su Hong took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply, as if trying to spit out all the troubles in his heart cleanly. Suddenly, he recalled what Chen Lin had said to him that afternoon. Underground boxing matches, Su Hong muttered to himself and took out his cracked phone to search, his gaze fixed on the lines of prize money. With my refined Vajra fist, it's not completely impossible. Su Hong muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. When a man is poor, he must change, otherwise, whether it was the martial arts exam registration fee or his family's predicament, he would be unable to solve either. Originally, he had still been somewhat hesitant, but even his younger brother and sister, who had just started middle school, could make up their minds to give up martial arts and help the family. He, Su Hong, an 18-year-old man, hesitating and worrying about every step. What kind of behavior was that? Just as Su Hong made up his mind, a notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding, detected the host's indomitable martial heart, system binding successful. Ding, the beginner gift pack has been automatically opened. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the talent, unmatched through the ages. Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Su Hong was obviously stunned for a moment. A system. When he came back to his senses, after confirming that he had heard correctly, a sharp gleam burst from Su Hong's eyes. He had transmigrated for a full 18 years. He had originally long since given up any expectations. Unexpectedly now, he had actually awakened a system. Looking at the few lines of text in the system prompt, Su Hong's gaze fixed on several keywords: an indomitable martial heart. So that's how it is. Su Hong pulled at the corner of his mouth with a complicated expression. Perhaps he had always possessed the system. He simply had never had the opportunity to awaken it. But to press forward without hesitation. It sounded easy. How could it possibly be so easy to achieve, if not for hearing his uncle and aunt's words today, and for learning that his younger brother and sister would rather give up the path of martial arts and leave school to help ease the family's burden? He might never have developed this kind of do-or-die resolve. Su Hong took a deep breath, calmed the surging emotions in his heart, and began to study the system. Time slowly passed. Su Hong's eyes indeed grew brighter and brighter. The system's functions were extremely powerful. Simply put, as long as he defeated or killed any enemy, including ferocious beasts, he could obtain martial Dao points. And martial Dao points could be used to improve blood qi, martial skills, and so on. Open system panel, Su Hong commanded silently in his heart. The next moment, a simple, clean panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus, constitution, mortal body 3%, plus, martial skills, Vajra fist subtle mastery 7%, plus, floating light palm proficient 35%, plus, air stepping footwork beginner 56%, plus, martial points, 0. There was a plus behind every attribute, which meant he could spend martial points to boost them. 85 vitality, huh? Up 3 points from a month ago. Not far from a quasi-martialist now. At 90 vitality, one was considered a quasi-martialist. At 100 vitality, one became a first-grade martialist. This mental power, could it be? Su Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief. In this world, besides martial artists, there was another path of cultivation: spirit adepts. They could use invisible spiritual power to control all things, unimaginably strong. Out of a million people, it was hard to find even one. And now, his system could actually increase his mental power too. Su Hong forced himself to calm down and continued looking through the other stats. Nothing unexpected under martial techniques, and this mortal body, Su Hong remembered reading about it in books. Every person's physique was different. Just like talent, there were strong ones and weak ones. Physiques were the same way. Some people were born with a powerful, special physique. Their progress in martial cultivation was unbelievably fast, and their combat strength far exceeded other martial artists of the same level. There's a plus sign after mortal body too. Could it be that one day in the future, I can shed this physique and evolve into some kind of powerful body? Su Hong's heart was pounding wildly. It took him quite a while to calm down. Right, what does this talent, peerless through the ages from the newbie gift pack, actually mean? When Su Hong saw those 4 characters, he already had some guesses in his mind. He quickly tapped it open. Talent, peerless through the ages. Description: the notion of talent has existed since ancient times. The one who possesses this talent is ranked first in talent from antiquity to the present, with no equal above or below, thus called peerless through the ages. Su Hong was completely stunned by that line, first in talent from ancient times to now. I don't really feel anything diff. He tried to recall all the difficulties he'd run into while cultivating the Vajra fist. All of a sudden, he was stunned to discover that all those problems that had troubled him in the past seemed to melt away. They instantly became simple and straightforward, like something anyone could understand and pick up. Su Hong felt his mouth go a little dry. This feeling was too strange, too wonderful. He tried turning his thoughts to floating light palm and sky-stepping footwork. Almost immediately, a thought burst out of him, impossible to hold back. Why is this so easy? Just how stupid was I before? It was like handing a grown adult a math problem that asked, what's 1 plus 1? There was no need to think, no need for his brain to even start turning. The correct answer just popped into his mind on its own: find a place to try it out. Su Hong remembered there was an open space in the apartment complex. With that thought, he swung his leg over the railing and jumped. Almost without thinking, he activated sky-stepping footwork. Before this, with his just barely entry-level sky-stepping footwork, he could only manage to step on the air once. He lived on the 5th floor, and by his calculations, 1 step on the air would be enough to slow his fall so he could land on the ground uninjured. But then the unexpected happened. As Su Hong swung himself over the railing, his foot came down on empty air, and it felt as solid as the ground. In the stillness of the night sky, a sharp bang rang out. Su Hong shot straight upward, his whole body rocketing into the air. In a single bound, he soared up to the very top of the building. Both feet landed against the exterior wall of the roof. He turned his head to look back, then glanced down at his own feet, completely at a loss. What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Su Hong was dumbfounded. The complex wasn't that tall, only 8 floors in total. But his very first try at sky-stepping, he just bounced straight up 3 floors? Su Hong felt like this couldn't possibly be real. Right then, a series of chimes sounded in his head: sky-stepping beginner, sky-stepping proficient, sky-stepping proficient, sky-stepping subtle mastery. Wait, what? I just moved once and I'm already at subtle mastery. Su Hong was completely dumbfounded. He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Now he finally understood what a talent unmatched throughout the ages actually meant. Sure, sky-stepping was only an E-rank martial skill. But going from beginner to subtle mastery in a single step? That was insane. 1 step, in the span of a single breath. If that's the case, then wouldn't floating light palm, which is also E-rank, work the same way? And what about the D-rank Vajra fist? How long would that take? 2 breaths. Su Hong was starting to lose his composure. Just then, a wave of loud cursing rose up from inside the apartment complex. Who the hell is setting off firecrackers in the middle of the damn night? Are you crazy? You gonna let people sleep or not? That bastard lighting fireworks. If I catch you, I'll blow your ass to pieces. Su Hong scratched his head awkwardly. Obviously, the commotion from his sky-stepping just now had woken up all the neighbors. Time to bail, time to bail. Su Hong walked to the other side of the rooftop and jumped down. This time, he chose to drop 1 floor at a time. If he used sky-stepping again, the neighbors would probably start swearing even worse. First floor, arrived. Light as a swallow, Su Hong landed on the ground without making a sound, then headed for the complex gate. When he reached the entrance, the security guard on duty was already nodding off. Su Hong turned back and took one last look at the rundown apartment complex. The same road. On the way back, his brows were knotted with worry. On the way out, he was all fire and confidence. Give me a little more time, and I can fix everything. Uncle, you won't have to work yourself to the bone anymore. Auntie's illness will finally have hope of a cure, and my little brother and sister's tuition won't be a problem. And there's my martial arts exam registration fee. A surge of bold, soaring pride rose in Su Hong's chest. Before this, just by relying on his near mastery of the diamond fist, he'd already had the guts to choose underground fighting matches. Now that he had the system, there was no reason not to charge straight ahead. A few minutes later, Su Hong arrived at a nearby open-air training ground. It was already past 2 in the morning. The place was desolate and quiet, with only Su Hong there. He'd been practicing punches all day, but right now he was so keyed up he didn't feel the slightest trace of fatigue. When did they add 2 first-tier combat power testers here? Su Hong looked over at a set of machines, a little surprised. A combat power tester, as the name implied, was a device used to measure a martial artist's power. All you had to do was strike it with full force, and the machine would display your combat power as a number. A first-tier combat power tester meant that this particular machine could measure, at most, the combat strength of a first-tier martial artist. Martial trainee, quasi-martial artist from Tier 1 to 9, Tier 7 is Grandmaster, King ceiling level. Starting from Tier 1 martial artist, each realm is further divided into 3 ranks, lower, middle, and upper. The realms of martial cultivation are judged purely by blood and vital energy. But a martial artist's actual combat strength can never be exactly the same. That depends on the grade of the martial arts techniques they've mastered, as well as their proficiency with them. Martial arts techniques are graded as follows: SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, 9 ranks in total. Let's see what my combat power is now. Su Hong walked up to the first-tier combat power tester. He adjusted his state, unleashed the Vajra fist, and drove his fist forward in a fierce punch. There was a dull bang. The numbers on the combat power tester shot upward, finally freezing at 1027. I broke 1,000. Su Hong arched an eyebrow. For an ordinary martial artist, having combat power equal to 10 times their blood chi is considered passing. The key factor that affects combat power is the grade of one's martial art and how proficient they are with it. Su Hong had 85 points of blood chi, yet he could put out 1,027 points of combat power. That already made him outstanding among people with the same blood chi, on par with a first-order, early-stage martial artist not using any martial arts at all. That's mainly thanks to my microscopic level diamond fist. Right, my A-rank step-on-air footwork jumped straight to microscopic with one move. How much did my D-rank diamond fist improve? Curious, Su Hong opened his panel and looked at the diamond fist section. Diamond fist microscopic 58%, plus, holy crap. Su Hong was stunned. He clearly remembered it had only been at 7% before point 1 punch, and his proficiency had jumped by 51%. Damn, doesn't that mean if I move a few more times, I can push it straight to the perfect realm? Unable to hold back, Su Hong hurriedly began to practice the diamond fist. Bang! 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 Explosive cracks of air rang out one after another. When Su Hong threw his third punch, a presence far stronger than before suddenly burst from his whole body. His fist hammered out, as if it were tearing the air apart, shockwaves of air surging on both sides of his knuckles. At the same time, a chime sounded in his mind: diamond fist, microscopic diamond fist mastery. Su Hong didn't stop moving. He threw his entire focus into the diamond fist. His punching patterns grew more and more fierce and domineering until, at a certain moment, Su Hong blasted out a punch. There was no longer anything noticeably special about it. It looked like an utterly ordinary strike, but the air detonated with a violent bang. Diamond fist mastery, diamond fist perfect. So this is the perfect realm. Su Hong pulled out his phone and checked the time. Only a bit over 10 minutes had passed. A D-rank martial art. From microscopic to perfect in just over 10 minutes. What kind of terrifying speed was that? If this got out, who knew how many people's jaws would hit the floor? Let's see what my combat power looks like now. Su Hong once again walked up to the first-order combat power tester. Just like before, he unleashed the diamond fist and slammed it into the machine with a bang. The first-order combat power tester, a machine weighing several tons, was sent flying by that single punch and crashed into the wall. Holy crap! Su Hong froze for a second, then rushed forward to set the toppled tester upright again. If he broke this thing, there was no way he could afford to pay for it. Who's there? What are you sneaking around with in the middle of the night? A sudden voice burst out, making Su Hong jolt from head to toe. He whipped his head around. He saw it was a drowsy young man slowly walking over from a distance. The guy's face was full of irritation. The open-air training ground had just been equipped with 2 newly installed first-tier power testing machines. To keep them from being stolen, Xing City had assigned him to guard them in shifts. Because of these machines, all the warriors living nearby had started gathering here. Every morning at 6 sharp he'd be jolted awake by the noise. Midnight was the only time he could actually sleep, and now, great, someone had to come mess around in the middle of the night too. And making such a racket on top of that. How was anyone supposed to sleep? Anyone who comes to this open-air training ground at this hour can't possibly be a Tier 1 warrior. With my early-stage Tier 1 strength, scaring them off shouldn't be a problem, the young man thought to himself. Sometimes he even wondered if putting these first-tier power testing machines out here was necessary at all. They'd been installed for several days now, and the record on them was still the 1208 he'd set himself. That meant no Tier 1 warrior had come by. Using this kind of machine on people who haven't even reached Tier 1 yet, wasn't that complete overkill? Especially now that he saw a single teenage boy standing in the middle of the training ground, his heart immediately settled. At that age, there was no way he was already a Tier 1 warrior. Unless he was some kind of prodigy. But what kind of prodigy would be bored enough to come to the open-air training ground and mess around in the middle of the night? Hey, you punk! He started to shout, then paused. Was the power testing machine in that spot before? Was it always that close to the wall? He had caught sight of a first-tier power testing machine leaning against the wall. A wary look flashed in his eyes. Hey, you brat, don't tell me you're trying to steal the testing machine? You've got some nerve. I wasn't stealing. I was training and tried it out. As Su-hong spoke, he set the fallen combat power tester back upright. Training? Then why'd you move the tester over by the wall? What a joke. The young man let out a cold laugh, unable to stop a flicker of excitement in his chest. He thought this assignment was going to be a grind. In his mind, nobody would be dumb enough to try and steal a first-tier combat power tester. But now it looked like there really was such a weirdo. Catching a thief like this would be no small achievement. As he walked toward Su-hong, the young man started swinging his arms, warming up. That was clearly what he was doing. Kid, you'd better just give up and come quietly. Don't even think about fighting me. I'm not afraid to tell you the record on that combat power tester? I'm the one who set it. I'll say it again, I didn't steal anything. I accidentally knocked the combat power tester over and it flew to the wall. Being slapped with a label the moment the guy walked in rubbed Su-hong the wrong way, and his tone hardened. Knocked it flying? You? The young man almost burst out laughing. Even he couldn't knock that tester flying. And this kid who still looked like he was in high school, he stopped wasting breath. Once he got close enough to Su-hong, he was about to make a move. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught the tester's lit-up screen. When he saw the number on it, his pupils contracted violently. Then his gaze started flicking back and forth between the screen and the boy's still youthful face. You planning to take a swing at me? Watching the young man steadily close in, Su-hong's voice went cold. The young man snapped out of it at those words, and a chill ran straight down his back. His whole body jolted. Huh? No. Bro, I was just kidding. Just pretend I was never here. You go ahead and keep training, okay? Bye. His attitude flipped in an instant. He rattled the words out in a respectful tone, then immediately spun around to leave. Su-hong was completely thrown. What was this guy's deal? When he saw the young man really walking away, Su-hong scratched his head, feeling like he'd just run into a lunatic. Then his eyes dropped to the combat power reading. A Vajra-fisted perfect mastery boosts my combat strength even more than I thought, he murmured, and began cultivating the other two martial arts. Elsewhere, in a small room not far from the open-air training grounds, the young man collapsed weakly into a chair, his legs giving out, his heart thudding like crazy. Holy crap, a combat power of 1850, he's almost at the mid-stage of first tier already. One punch like that would turn my scrawny body into paste. He still looks like he's in high school. I am never taking high school guard gigs again. Wiping the sweat beading on his forehead, he glanced through the window at the open-air grounds, still shaken. At first he really had thought the kid was a thief. But someone that young, putting out that kind of power, a genius like that, how could he possibly be interested in stealing some first-tier combat power tester? Thinking of this, the young man wanted to cry as he grumbled to himself, what kind of genius comes to train at an outdoor arena in the middle of the night? Don't they have anything better to do? 5 in the morning. In the open-air training arena, sharp explosions rang out again and again. A lone figure shot across the sky at astonishing speed. Every time he dropped, his foot would stamp on the very air, and in the next instant he would blast off sideways like an artillery shell. After a short while, the figure landed. It was a teenage boy with strikingly handsome features. Open system panel, Su-hong murmured in his heart. The next moment, a panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Su-hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus, constitution, mortal body 3%, plus, martial skills, Vajra fist perfect, flicker palm. Perfect, step on air. Perfect martial value, 0 in just one night. 1 D-rank martial art and 2 E-rank martial arts all reached the perfect realm. Su-hong clenched his fists, excitement written all over his face. He walked up to a first-tier combat power tester and began striking it, fist, then palm, over and over. After a full minute of non-stop blows, Su-hong finally had a clear sense of his combat strength. His combat power hovered between 1800 and 1900. 100 points of vitality marked an early-stage first-tier martial artist. 200 points meant mid-stage first-tier. 300 points was late-stage first-tier. In other words, his current combat strength was already closing in on that of a normal mid-stage first-tier martial artist, and that was without factoring in the boost from actually using martial techniques. That alone was astonishing. After all, Su-hong's vitality was only 85 points right now. He was still just an ordinary martial apprentice. Even the underground boxing arena divided its matches by level: apprentice versus apprentice, quasi-martial artist versus quasi-martial artist versus martial artist. With his current strength, going up against martial apprentices, or even quasi-martial artists, would be like taking candy from a baby. The underground fights run every day. I'll go take a look tonight. Head home first. Xiaohong, it's true that hard work is important for martial arts, but it's best not to stay up all night. You have to learn how to rest too. While they were eating breakfast, Aunt hesitated for a moment but finally spoke up to offer some advice. Uncle nodded in agreement, adding, don't be so impatient. What matters most is perseverance and steady progress. You need to balance work and rest. The two of them acted just like they always did, showing no trace of the worry that had kept them up the night before. Don't worry, Aunt, Uncle, I'm really doing fine. Su-hong took a bite of his steamed bun and grinned. Su Xiaoming giggled, Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry. My brother's strong as an ox. You could have him plow the fields all day and he wouldn't even break a sweat. Su Xiaohai wanted to chime in with a joke, but remembered the smack he'd gotten last night and wisely kept his mouth shut. As it turned out, this was the right choice. Su Xiaoming's teasing hardly bothered Su Hong, but Aunt immediately tugged Su Xiaoming's ear. Is that any way to talk to your brother? Brother, help, save me, Su Xiaoming squealed, sucking in air through her teeth and calling out to Su Hong for help. Serves you right, Su Hong burst out laughing. Seeing this, Su Xiaohai felt a wave of relief. Good thing he'd kept quiet. Amidst all the laughter and teasing, breakfast came to an end. Mom, Dad, we're off to school. Aunt, Uncle, I'll take these two and head out first. Be careful on your way. Xiaohai, Xiaoming, don't go picking on your classmates at school, but if anyone bullies you, you've got my permission to hit back hard. We never start trouble, but we don't shy away from it either. Got it? Drawing out her reply in a playful whine, Su Xiaoming said, Mom, I know. I'm so sweet and cute. How could I ever pick on anyone? Standing nearby, Su Xiaohai just smirked. You really don't mess with anyone else, but you're always picking on me. He thought, should I rat her out to Mom? Just then Su Xiaoming shot him a cheeky glance and Su Xiaohai wisely kept his thoughts to himself. When Mom turned to look his way, Su Xiaohai stuck his hands behind his back, cocked his head confidently, and said coolly, Mom, I don't pick on anyone. Who could possibly pick on me besides Su Xiaoming anyway? He added the last bit silently in his head. Soon after, Su Hong led his younger brother and sister out of their neighborhood. The moment they stepped outside, he noticed the cheerful smiles fade from the younger siblings' faces, worries creeping into their features. Oh, you two learning how to put on a brave face now? Su Hong reached out and ruffled their hair, one in each hand. Hey bro, messing with my hair's gonna stunt my growth, Su Xiaoming protested. Bro, was what you said yesterday true? Su Xiaohai looked over at Su Hong, a hopeful light in his eyes. Is there really a way to fix things? You're not just saying that to make us feel better. As soon as the topic came up, Su Xiaoming stopped protesting about her hair. She let Su Hong pat her head and asked in a quiet voice, Bro, be honest. If there's really no way we can quit school and help out at home. Su Hong stopped in his tracks. He turned his brother and sister to face him, looked at them both seriously and said one word at a time, Don't worry, I'm not lying to you, I really have a way now. Seeing how serious Su Hong was, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up completely. They knew whenever Su Hong looked like this, he would never deceive them. That meant he really did have a solution. Yay! Su Xiaoming cheered, bouncing with joy. Su Xiaohai broke into a bright, beaming smile as well. Watching his younger siblings regain their old liveliness, the corners of Su Hong's mouth lifted in a faint smile. This was exactly what he worked so hard for, not for anything else, just to see his family's faces light up with genuine heartfelt smiles. After dropping off his brother and sister at school, Su Hong headed to Xingqing No. 1 High School, senior year, class 6. About 10 minutes later, the moment he walked in, Chen Lin's face lit up with excitement. He motioned for Su Hong to come sit down right away. Su Hong, have you thought it over? Wanna go check it out tonight? I'm gonna pass. Su Hong shook his head. For real? Chen Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Man, you're really gonna miss out on a front row seat to the Warriors' death match. You sure you won't regret it? I'm not going to just watch, I'm going to fight, Su Hong thought quietly to himself. But he didn't plan to tell Chen Lin. In fact, if Chen Lin knew, he'd definitely try to stop him, or worse, tell Aunt and Uncle and make everyone worry. Everyone quiet down. Just then their homeroom teacher Li Ming came in. All students gather at the gymnasium. The announcement took the class by surprise. Teacher, aren't we having morning self-study? Li Ming chuckled. We could do morning self-study, but today the principal specially invited a third-rank martial artist to teach you all a C-level martial arts technique. Are you sure you want to miss that? A third-rank martial artist here to teach us in person? And it's a C-level martial art. The students instantly came alive with excitement, racing toward the gym even faster than they usually sprint to the cafeteria at lunchtime. C-level martial art. Su Hong's eyes lit up. He didn't mind the difficulty, his only worry was that the martial arts wouldn't be advanced enough. C-level. Chen Lin was practically bouncing, pumping his fist in excitement. He sidled up to Su Hong and whispered, if I master this, I'll totally destroy it the next monthly exam. Heck, I might even muster up the guts to join the underground fight club. Su Hong looked at him, shocked. Chen Lin winked, then playfully punched Su Hong in the arm. What, you don't believe me? He grumbled. Before Su Hong could reply, Chen Lin deflated, sighing, forget it. Even if I learn it, I'm not going. Those fighters are seriously vicious and a bunch of them are already masters at their techniques. I'd just be a punching bag. I'd better stick to spectating, honestly. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Chen Lin suddenly straightened up and patted Su Hong's shoulder in a mock serious way. Little Hong, I'm rooting for you, man. Once you get your diamond fist technique to the perfect stage, you go fight. I'll place all my bets on you and we'll split the winnings 50-50. Let's make a killing together. As soon as he finished, Chen Lin burst out laughing. Man, I'm hilarious, aren't I? Su Hong gave him a thumbs up, hilarious as always. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Xingqing No. 1 High School, the principal Li Chengshan was standing outside waiting to welcome someone. A few minutes later, a black sedan pulled up. A sturdy middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Chen Tian, it's really a hassle getting you over here, isn't it? Li Chengshan said in a tone dripping with mockery. Seriously, I came all the way here myself by cab and you call that a hassle? Chen Tian glared at him, not bothering to hide his annoyance. Honestly, I ought to be lounging in a hotel right now waiting for you to come begging on your knees to invite me. The two men exchanged jabs, then burst out laughing and bumped fists. Chen Tian was Li Chengshan's old comrade in arms and the guest instructor he'd invited to teach martial arts this time. He was a third-tier martial artist and his strength even surpassed Li Chengshan, who was only at the beginner level for that tier. Come on, let's go, my students are all waiting in the gym, we're just waiting on you now. Li Chengshan grabbed Chen Tian by the arm and started leading him inside. Chen Tian looked exasperated. Are you for real? You're really working me like a... Neil, huh? I've come all this way and you can't even offer me a cup of tea. Is this how you treat your guests? Sure. Li Chengshan pulled out a bottle of iced lemon tea and another of iced green tea. You want green tea or lemon tea? Chen Tian stared. You're something else, Li Chengshan. Calling iced tea, huh? That takes guts. So, are you having it or not? Fine, hand it over. Chen Tian picked the iced lemon tea and glanced at the bottle. Oh, would you look at that? It's a big one, yep, a full liter. Pretty generous, right? Li Chengshan beamed. Chen Tian flashed a middle finger, not wanting to waste any more breath on him. Let's get down to business. How are your students? At that Li Chengshan side. To be honest, most of them are still at the martial apprentice level, only a dozen or so are candidate martial artists, and there are just 2 first-tier martial artists. They only just leveled up recently. Honestly, that's not too bad, Chen Tian said. Do you have anyone with real talent for martial arts? If I did, you think I'd be sighing this hard? Chen Tian was taken aback for a second, then rolled his eyes. So what you're telling me is you don't have any real prospects, but you still want me to teach them martial arts? With this kind of talent pool, only a couple are going to get it. Don't tell me you actually think my Thunderfist is something you can just toss around like groceries. That's a C-level technique. With students like yours, I bet only those 2 first-tier martial artists will actually learn it. The candidate martial artists might barely get their foot in the door, but the apprentices, teaching them a C-level technique is just wishful thinking. Li Chengshan started to look annoyed. What do you think I brought you in to teach the apprentices? You're mainly here for the 2 first-tier martial artists and the group of candidates, then why'd you lug the whole student body into the gym? Equal opportunity. As principal, this is as much as I can do. For all I know, one of those apprentices could surprise us all. Chen Tian shook his head. Alright, now I know you're just dreaming. As they talked, the two entered the gym. Instantly, every student's eyes turned to them. Everyone, let's welcome Chen Tian, a third-tier martial artist who's here to teach you all martial arts, Li Chengshan announced. Thunderous applause filled the gym. Su Hong clapped along with the rest of his class, who stood in the center of the gym led by their homeroom teacher Li Ming. Within the school, the elite genius class was seated right at the front, closest to the principal and to Chen Tian. Even though the gymnasium was enormous, it still felt a bit cramped with the entire student body and staff packed inside. Only the students of the genius class had some space around them, enough room to move their arms and legs freely. This was a special privilege just for them. They could observe Chen Tian demonstrating martial arts up close and imitate him as they watched, which made learning far more effective. The ordinary students weren't so lucky. They stood shoulder to shoulder, barely able to move, struggling just to catch a glimpse of the demonstration. All they could do was watch intently and hope to find a space to practice on their own after it was all over. Many students couldn't help but focus their gaze on the genius class, eyes filled with envy, some with jealousy. The genius class students, on the other hand, all stood tall and proud, their egos on full display. At the very front were the only 2 first-rank martial artists in the entire school, Li Tu and Chen Shan. Both appeared completely calm and collected. Alright everyone, I'll get straight to the point, Chen Tian's voice rang out. Today I'm teaching you all a C-rank martial art, Thunderfist. I'll demonstrate it 10 times from start to finish. How much you can learn depends on your own abilities. With that, Chen Tian assumed a ready stance. The gym was silent, not a single student made a sound. Everyone stared wide-eyed, determined not to miss a single detail. The genius class started copying his movements in real time as he began. Pay close attention, this is your chance, homeroom teacher Li Ming said quietly to his class, then turned to watch as well, eyes wide. He was a first-rank martial artist himself, so this was a valuable opportunity for him too. Chen Tian began to demonstrate Thunderfist, carefully explaining as he moved. Thunderfist is fierce and domineering. When you reach the beginner level, every punch should sound like a crack of thunder. As he spoke, he let loose a punch, boom. The thunderous sound echoed throughout the gymnasium. When you've mastered it, you can punch and hear it 3 times, at expert level 5 times, and in the advanced stage 7 thunderclaps. That's my current level. As he spoke, his fists grew faster and faster. Boom, 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 boom. 7 consecutive thunderclaps roared through the air. Chen Tian drew back his fists calmly. And if you reach perfection, you'll be able to punch and hear 9 claps of thunder. Chen Tian shook his head. But not even I've reached perfection yet, so don't get ahead of yourselves. If you can just grasp the basics today, that's already impressive. He glanced at the genius class, watching them mimic his every move. Li Tu and Shen Shan at the very front were the best by far, but even they merely had the form down, nothing more. Chen Tian wasn't surprised at all. I'll give you 10 seconds to review, then I'll demonstrate it again. Over at class 6, geez, how are we supposed to learn this? Chen Lin whispered. This is C-rank martial arts. It looks impossible, and it's so damn crowded I can barely move a leg. By the time we get a chance to practice, I'll probably have forgotten everything. Wouldn't you say so, Su Hong? Shen Lin turned his head, ready to commiserate with Su Hong, but Su Hong, who'd been right beside him a moment ago, was gone. Where'd he go? Shen Lin stared in disbelief. He glanced around nervously but couldn't find Su Hong anywhere. Anxious, he hurried over to Li Ming and nudged him. Li Ming looked puzzled. What is it? Teacher, I don't know where Su Hong went, he whispered. Li Ming was taken aback. He was just here a moment ago, Chen Lin murmured quietly. Li Ming's brows knitted together as his eyes quickly scanned the area. Soon he caught a glimpse of Su Hong's back slipping through the rear exit of the gymnasium. Leaving now, there was no mistaking it, he was giving up. Li Ming shook his head in disappointment. He would never have expected Su Hong, who'd always been known for his diligence, to just throw in the towel like this. Li Ming recalled how Su Hong had recently asked if he could pay the registration fee a few days late. With a soft sigh he said, just let him go. You focus on your training. Oh, Chen Lin replied absent-mindedly. Outside, behind the gym, Su Hong stepped out, rubbing his chin as he muttered to himself, C-rank martial arts. Maybe it's not that hard after all. He made his way to an empty spot, replaying the image of Chen Tian demonstrating the thunderclap fist in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he tried to emulate the moves. He thrust out a punch. Boom. The air split with a crack of thunder. Thunderclap fist novice level. A notification chimed in his mind, but Su Hong seemed not to hear it, fully absorbed in practicing the thunderclap fist. Moments later, bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous crashes rang out one after another. Thunderclap fist novice, thunderclap fist proficient. Inside the gymnasium up at the front in the elite class, Chen Shan and Li Tu exchanged subtle glances, the silent challenge sizzling between them. As the only 2 students who had advanced to the first rank of martial artist in the school, to them only each other counted as real competition. The other students, whether from the regular classes or even the elite class, were simply beneath their notice. Today they'd come to watch Chen Tian perform the thunderclap fist. Both were eager to master it first, to get a leg up over the other. Just then, after his 7th demonstration of the thunderclap fist, Chen Tian stepped over to stand beside Li Chengshan. So, what do you think? Li Chengshan quickly asked. Not bad. Chen Shan and Li Tu in the front row, their talents exceptional. They should be able to pick it up, Chen Tian replied. A wave of relief washed over Li Chengshan. C-rank martial arts really were difficult. The higher the grade, the harder it was to master. Not just more powerful, but much more complex. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that none of his students might manage at this time. Fortunately, the school's 2 top students, Chen Shan and Li Tu, hadn't let him down. What about the rest of the elite class? Do you think any of them have a shot? He asked. Chen Tian shook his head. Doubtful. Li Chengshan nodded slightly. If the other elite students, all nearly martial artists, couldn't get it, then the ordinary class, made up mostly of martial apprentices, had no chance whatsoever. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to give them a little taste of frustration. Still, among this batch there really weren't many who stood out. Li Chengshan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment Chen Tian faced the students. Last 3 times, he announced, then resumed his demonstration of the thunderclap fist. A set quickly finished. Li Tu's eyes shone with understanding, and he threw a punch. Boom, a thunderclap echoed through the air. Holy crap, Li Tu just mastered it. Someone gasped. Is this what genius looks like? Li Tu's heart filled with joy. He'd mastered it. He couldn't wait and opened his eyes, glancing over to Chen Shan beside him. At the same moment he heard another deafening clap of thunder. Chen Shan had succeeded too. I learned first. I won. Li Tu allowed himself a faint, self-assured smile. Don't get cocky. It was only a difference of a few seconds. Let's see who comes out on top in the monthly exams. Chen Shan's eyes were intense, burning with determination. Looking at the 2 of them, both wearing that unmistakable "my only real rival is you" expression, the other students in the gifted class felt a deep sense of helplessness. They were all members of the talented class, yet beside these 2, they might as well have been ordinary students. The gap was that wide. Meanwhile, outside the gym, boom, 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 5 thunderous claps in quick succession. Thunderclap fist. Proficient thunderclap fist. Insightful. It actually took over 10 minutes to reach insightful. Su Hong checked his phone for the time, marveling to himself, no wonder this is a C-level martial art. D-level and E-level techniques can't hold a candle to this. With that thought, Su Hong dove back into his relentless practice of thunderclap fist, focusing all his attention. back inside the gym after Chen Tian finished demonstrating thunderclap fist 10 times. Li Qingshan's eager anticipation slowly gave way to disappointment. Apart from Chen Shan and Li Tu, no one else could master it. Still, 2 out of so many isn't bad, he comforted himself, but in reality it wasn't just the students who failed to pick it up. Even the regular teachers were feeling awkward. They hadn't managed to learn it either. Being outperformed by 2 students from the gifted class, it was more than a little humiliating. How do Chen Shan and Li Tu's brains even work? Standing beside him, Chen Lin grumbled under his breath. He'd pretty much given up and kept glancing distractedly toward the back door. If I'd known, I would have left with Su Hong and saved myself the frustration, Chen Lin muttered softly. The veins on Li Ming's forehead twitched. He opened his mouth, wanting to offer some words of encouragement, but harsh reality stopped him in his tracks. He simply didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh in resignation and fall silent. Sweeping his gaze around the gym, Li Ming let out a heavy sigh. In the end, everyone else was just here for show. The only true prodigies in the school were Chen Shan and Li Tu. Even the rest of the so-called gifted class faded into obscurity in their presence. The difference in talent had never been clearer. Maybe Su Hong was right. If he'd left early, he wouldn't have had to sit here and watch all this. Li Ming shook his head. At that moment, Chen Tian, utterly focused after demonstrating the thunderclap fist 10 times, was starting to sweat. He walked over to stand next to Li Qingshan. Not bad at all, Chen Shan and Li Tu got it. Looks like it was worth coming here today. Li Qingshan grinned. How about saying a few words to the students? Once we're done, I'll treat you to a meal. Forget the speech, but I'll take you up on lunch. I need some fresh air first. Waving him off, Chen Tian headed for the gym's back door. Class, even though only Chen Shan and Li Tu have mastered it today, I don't want the rest of you to be discouraged. Remember, behind them, Li Qingshan's voice rang out through the school, almost as if he were giving everyone a booster shot. Chen Tian shook his head with a wry smile and slipped out the back door. He quickly found himself outside the gymnasium and looked up at the sky, his voice drifting out in a soft sigh. The path of martial arts is brutally tough. The difference in talent between people only grows over time. If you want to catch up, just working hard isn't enough, you need some good fortune too. As he spoke, Chen Tian caught something out of the corner of his eye and let out aloha. Off in the distance, on a clearing, a young student in a school uniform was practicing martial arts, the very thunderbolt fist technique Chen Tian had just finished teaching. He was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that as soon as his lesson ended, a regular class student would run out here to practice so diligently. Pretty hard-working, Chen Tian thought, but for students from the regular classes, learning this technique is anything but easy. Even Chen Shan and Li Tu, who were watching me up close and learning while they imitated, needed 7 tries before they got it. And these students, having only watched briefly and now relying entirely on memory to practice afterward, getting the basics down is nearly impossible. Shaking his head, Chen Tian was about to turn and leave, when suddenly, boom, 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 a series of thunderous booms rolled out from the clearing. 7 in a row, what? Chen Tian's eyes went wide in an instant. He spun abruptly, staring hard at the young student in the distance, unblinking. Then boom, 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 another 7 thunderous strikes, thunderbolt fist fully mastered, by a student. Chen Tian's voice trembled, his lips twitching as he spoke. No way. I just finished teaching that, and already someone has mastered it. Am I seeing things? He stared, unable to look away from the student's back. He didn't even dare to blink. Gradually, a strange mix of understanding and confusion flickered in his eyes. In the end, Chen Tian was utterly mesmerized, completely absorbed in watching. He didn't know how much time had passed when boom, 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 9 thunderclaps exploded across the clearing. A flash of insight lit up Chen Tian's mind. Overjoyed, he slapped his thigh. I get it now. So that's how it is. Afraid the moment of inspiration might slip away, Chen Tian immediately began practicing the thunderbolt fist right where he stood. 7 thunderous strikes echoed out, and suddenly Chen Tian's eyes sparkled as he threw another punch with all his strength. Boom. 8 strikes, just 1 step away from the perfect 9. Stepping back, Chen Tian slowly lowered his fists, letting out a long, satisfied breath. I can't believe it. After years of getting stuck at 7 strikes, I finally broke through today. Holy crap, old Chen, you've improved again. Li Qingshan had just come out and caught the scene, letting out a strangled yelp, but then something seemed to dawn on him and his expression changed, his tone suddenly accusatory. Wait a minute, you old rascal, don't tell me you were holding out on us back there. What did you say? Chen Tian didn't quite catch on. You could manage 8 strikes, but you told us you could only do 7. And you drank my iced tea for free while you were at it. Didn't you? Now Chen Tian understood. He burst out swearing, you've got a lot of nerve bringing that up. I came all the way here, and not only did you drag me out just to teach martial arts, but you fobbed me off with a bottle of iced tea, and now you still have the nerve to say that. Li Qingshan looked embarrassed at the accusation and forced out a weak laugh. Didn't I say I'd treat you to a meal? After that he mumbled under his breath, barely audible, but you can't hide your skills from me either. Hide your ass, Chen Tian snapped. That's a skill I just broke through on. Wait. Halfway through his outburst, Chen Tian's face changed abruptly. He quickly looked over at the open clearing ahead. It was empty. The teenage boy he'd seen earlier had vanished. Huh, you just broke through. Li Qingshan hadn't noticed the change in Chen Tian and gave a couple of awkward laughs. Anyway, enough talking. Let me take you out to eat. Before he could finish, Chen Tian let out a guttural, miserable yell. Shit, what the hell's going on? Li Qingshan was dazed. It's all your fault for showing up out of nowhere, you bastard. Chen Tian was so angry his teeth clenched. He punched Li Qingshan right in the eye. Instantly, a bruise blossomed around Li Qingshan's eye. Damn, Chen Tian, was that really necessary? The iced tea was just a joke. Li Qingshan grimaced in pain, clutching his face. Didn't you say there were no promising students at the school? Chen Tian suddenly changed the subject. Li Qingshan was thrown off but instinctively nodded. Yeah, you saw the students yourself. The most talented here are Qin Shan and Li Tu. A smile crept onto Chen Tian's lips. 9 consecutive strikes with Thunderfist. Does that qualify as promising? Li Qingshan shot back irritably. Chen Tian, are you out of your mind? You call a freak like that merely promising? Wait a second. Something clicked in Li Qingshan's mind. His breathing quickened and his eyes went wide as saucers. What do you mean by that? You really don't know? Chen Tian was puzzled. He quickly recounted what had just happened. When he finished, Li Qingshan's knees nearly buckled. He almost collapsed on the spot. He stared up at the sky, mumbling like a fool. How could there be such a monster at Qingqing number 1 high? And I had no idea. Snapping out of his trance, he leapt up. You mean that student? He was right here just now in the clearing. Yep, Chen Tian affirmed. With a swish, Li Qingshan shot forward at full speed, leaving a string of afterimages behind as he raced to the edge of the clearing. He craned his neck this way and that. Suddenly he spotted a boy in a school uniform heading toward the cafeteria. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up instantly. Hey there, wait up, he called, rushing over. The student turned his head in confusion. What's your name? I'm Chen Lin, the boy answered, looking completely bewildered. Quick, show me a set of Thunderfist. Hut, Chen Lin just stared, baffled. Come on, Li Qingshan urged. Okay. Still stuck in bewilderment, Chen Lin struck a stance and, piecing it together from memory, performed a lopsided and awkward set of Thunderfist. Well, principal, how did I do? Chen Lin said, growing excited after he finished. The principal found him out of all the students. There had to be a reason. Could it be that I'm actually some legendary martial arts prodigy? I just never realized it myself, and the principal with his keen eye has spotted my hidden talent. Li Qingshan fell into a deep, perplexed silence. He looked at Chen Lin, who was staring at him, eyes full of hope and expectation. Li Qingshan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, then closed it again. The word stuck in his throat. In the end, he gave a perfunctory, half-hearted reply. Not bad, keep working at it. With that, he turned away and walked off. As he strode out, Li Qingshan lifted his head and let out a long, resonant shout. All teachers, report to my office immediately. Holy crap! Seeing this play out, Chen Lin's heart pounded wildly in his chest. The principal saw my thunderclap fist, and the very next second he's summoning every teacher in the whole school. What does this mean? Isn't it obvious? I really am some unrecognized genius. Chen Lin's eyes shone with excitement. Beside him, Chen Tian, who was just walking by, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something, the hesitation clear on his face, but in the end he just decided to keep quiet. Forget it, it would be just too cruel to shatter a young man's dream. 5 minutes later, in the principal's office, every teacher had assembled, including Li Ming. Today I want the name of every student who left the gym early. Report them all to me, Li Qingshan said in a grave, commanding tone. Seeing how intense the principal looked, the teachers exchanged uneasy glances. Principal, are you going to punish those students? Li Ming hesitated, but finally voiced the question. He understood why Su Hong had given up hope. If the principal intended to punish anyone, he wasn't about to turn in Su Hong's name. Punish them? I don't have time for that. I'm ecstatic. We might have a real monster of a talent in this school. Someone managed to land 9 consecutive thunderclap fists. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, every teacher's heart skipped a beat. 9 thunderclap fists in a row? We actually have a monster like that here? Even Li Tu and Chen Shan only barely grasped the basics after watching it 10 times. My god, Li Ming's face was totally stunned. But a moment later he breathed a sigh of relief. So if there's no punishment, then this doesn't concern his students at all. Let's start with your class. Anyone leave early? Li Qingshan now pointed at Li Ming. Yes, one, named Su Hong, Li Ming replied simply. Just like that. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. He quickly asked, has he shown any unusual behavior recently? Perhaps he's the quiet, low-key type of student who prefers not to stand out? Well, as far as personality goes, he's definitely a calm and steady kid, Li Ming answered, choosing his words carefully. As for anything unusual, actually Su Hong's just been worried about paying the humanities registration fee. He even came to me not long ago to ask for an extension. Lately he's probably been feeling pretty down. At first, when Li Qingshan heard there was something unusual, his excitement grew, his breathing even quickened. But when he heard the rest, the corner of his mouth twitched. No way. Someone with the monstrous talent to land 9 thunderclap fists in such a short time wouldn't be struggling to scrape together 30,000 yuan. With that kind of skill, he could make that much in a few matches at any underground fight club. Ruled out. Next, Li Chengshan pointed to another teacher, then turned back to Li Ming. By the way, if a student is having financial trouble, just give them a few more days to pay the registration fee. I've already approved it. Alright, on behalf of Su Hong, thank you, principal. Li Ming hurriedly expressed his gratitude. It's fine. Next, meanwhile, Su Hong was eating in the cafeteria, pulling up his system panel as he ate. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus, constitution, mortal body 3%, plus, martial arts, thunderbolt fist perfect, Vajra fist perfect, floating light palm perfect, air step perfect, martial path points, 0. Thunderbolt fist has reached perfection 2. Next, I need to find a way to earn martial path points, Su Hong thought to himself. The way to earn martial path points is simple. Defeat opponents and you get them. In that case, does beating the other fighters in the underground tournament count? Su Hong asked the system and received a definite yes. Putting his mind at ease, he started wolfing down his food to recharge his energy, getting ready for the matches that night. Chen Lin was in his classroom watching as yet another student from the neighboring class was called to the principal's office. Weird, why haven't they called me yet? Chen Lin wondered. The principal even gathered all the teachers together for this, but it's been hours. Why haven't they sent for him? All right, Su Hong, you're really not going to watch the underground fights tonight? I heard a bunch of our classmates are going. Even the genius classes Chen Shan and Li Tu said they're planning to go watch. Chen Lin suddenly remembered and glanced over at Su Hong. Not going, Su Hong replied flatly. Just then the bell rang to mark the end of class. I'm heading out, Su Hong said, grabbing his backpack and darting out of the classroom. 2 hours later, night had fallen. Su Hong stood before a towering black building. The basement level 1, B1, was where the underground fight tournament took place. Right now a sea of people surged at the entrance. Su Hong had changed his clothes and wore a mask over his face. Walking into the lobby, he told the security guard he was there to compete. He was waved through and took the elevator down to B1. As soon as the doors opened, a wave of heat hit him, blasting heavy metal music, flashing neon lights of every color, fighters laughing rowdily, skimpily dressed women weaving through the crowd serving drinks. Su Hong felt out of place in such an environment. He covered his ears and scanned the room, quickly spotting the sign-up desk. There was a sign listing the match schedule and the prize money for winning. His gaze moved up the list. Martial Disciple Stage, win one match, earn 1,000 blue star coins. Quasi-Martial Artist, win one match, 5,000 blue star coins. First rank Martial Artist, win one match, 10,000 blue star coins, and if you win the championship at the Martial Disciple level you get an extra 30,000 blue star coins. Currently a little over 40 people had signed up for the Martial Disciple tournament. If there were only 40-something people, that would mean about 6 or 7 matches total. Su Hong's eyes locked onto the 30,000 blue star coin prize. He licked his lips, still not quite enough. The Martial Arts Academy registration fee is 30,000. There was still more than 8,000 yuan left to pay on the rent at home. The school fees for his younger brother and sister, when you added up all the bits and pieces, would have to come to at least 50 or 60,000. And that wasn't even counting his aunt's medical bills. Is that all? The registration clerk let out a laugh just then. You sound pretty young, must not be that old, but that sure is some confidence you've got there. The speaker was an attractive woman, her features warm but with a sly edge. If you think you can take first place, she added, you can go for the challengers mode, keep fighting until the very end, all by yourself. Oh, Su Hong's interest was piqued. And if I choose the challenger mode, does the prize money change? The woman blinked, surprised by his genuine curiosity. She'd only meant to mock his overconfidence, but this young man actually seemed eager. That's right, in challenger mode if you manage to defeat everyone the final prize is doubled, but the 1,000 yuan for each win, that's gone. Simply put, if you pick challenger mode it's all or nothing, you hold out till the end and take it all, but if you lose along the way you walk away empty-handed, understand? So you win. Su Hong nodded. Seeing this, the woman handed him a badge, one all contestants received. You can go get your blood and stamina tested, she said, pointing to the left. Wait, Su Hong gestured toward the blood and stamina testing machine. What's the deal with those? He'd just seen a first-tier martial artist finish the test, badge in hand, identical to his own. Oh, the badge is the same for every contestant, no difference, the woman replied. Su Hong frowned. But if it's like that, wouldn't he didn't finish his sentence before the woman burst out laughing. I know what you're thinking. Anyone with high stamina and blood can't drop down to fight on the entry-level ring. But if a rookie wants to challenge the intermediate or expert leagues, even risk their life against martial artists, that's on them. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded thoughtfully, then moved to wait in line for testing. The woman's gaze lingered on his back, her eyes flickering. She called someone over. Go place a bet for me. Put it all on that guy to lose. Huh, Sister Wang, is this guy that weak? The clerk asked. She rolled her eyes. Duh, you could hear it in his voice, just a green kid. Doesn't even know the rules. Clearly a student, first time competing. It's free money, why not take it? Damn, so this kid's doomed. I'll place a bet too. A month's salary, no make it 3, someone exclaimed, 85 points in blood and stamina. Su-hong finished his test and someone from the staff came over. "Hi, please follow me to the locker room," the staffer said. Seeing Su-hong's puzzled look, he explained, "Some contestants don't want their real identity public, so we provide masks or headgear." Pretty thoughtful, Su-hong mused. Soon he entered the locker room and scanned the wall, searching for something. His eyes finally came to rest on a bull-headed mask. "Now, that's interesting." He picked it up and put it on, making sure it didn't affect his line of sight. Shaking the two horns on his head, he walked into the waiting room beside the arena for martial artists. The moment he stepped inside, there was a loud bang. He turned to look. A crowd of fighters had gathered around a combat power tester, shouting excitedly. They took turns testing their strength. Su-hong stood aside and observed for a while. Including himself, there were 50 people there, most of their combat power registered between 1,000 and 1,200. No wonder these guys dared to show up for an underground fight. After all, none of them had reached 90 points of blood energy yet. For martial trainees at that level, the typical combat power would hover around 800. Here, though, not a single person scored under 1,000. "If I'd come with just my previous microscopic Vajra fist, I'd be at the bottom of the barrel here," Su-hong thought, marveling at their strength. But today was different, he observed quietly, feeling more and more at ease. Then the ring opened up and a crowd of fighters made their way toward it. Suddenly, a minotaur, Su-hong himself, strode past them and leapt up onto the stage. "I want to take on the King of the Hill challenge," Su-hong declared, his voice clear and loud. For a split second the room fell dead silent, then it exploded into a frenzy. "Holy crap, starting off with a defender challenge? That's insane. Who is this minotaur guy? Never seen him before, but he looks like a beast." Fans in the stands chatted excitedly. Students like Chen-Lin, Chen-Shan and Li Tu were left completely confused. "What's a King of the Hill challenge?" one of them asked wide-eyed. Someone nearby explained. When they finished, Li Tu and the others stared in shock. "No way, he's going to take on everyone until the end? That's crazy." Chen-Lin pumped his fist in excitement. Then he remembered something and muttered under his breath, "Su-hong, oh Su-hong, too bad you didn't come tonight. When you hear about this tomorrow, you'll probably be up all night kicking yourself." The audience buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, the fighters waiting by the stage glared at the minotaur standing on the ring, their faces brimming with indignation. Choosing the King of the Hill mode was no different than saying you could defeat everyone else and be the last one standing. That was the ultimate slap in the face for the rest of the competitors. "Let's see what you've got." A burly middle-aged man jumped onto the stage. "Hey pal, this must be your first time." So smug, the man didn't even get through his sentence. With a loud bang, Su-hong kicked him clean off the stage. Next, what the hell just happened? The middle-aged man sat on the ground, bewildered. 1 second someone flashed before his eyes and the next he was sent flying off the stage. Patting himself down and realizing that he'd come away unscathed, the man quickly scrambled to his feet and shouted a grateful thanks to Su-hong. On this stage, life and death hung in the balance. Even with a referee present, it wasn't rare for fighters to get killed. Broken bones were practically the rule, not the exception. For someone to be sent flying with a single kick and not even be hurt, clearly Su-hong had held back. Su-hong simply waved him off. He was here for the money, not to make enemies, so there was no need for needless brutality. Meanwhile, in the stands, people stared in shock, mouths agape at the spectacle of the middle-aged man getting knocked out with just one kick. Normally, any fighter bold enough to step into the arena isn't weak. It's pretty rare to see a match where someone gets knocked out before they even finish their introduction. Looks like this minotaur guy really knows what he's doing. No wonder he's confident enough to take on the challenger mode. The audience started chatting and laughing, their interest in the minotaur peaked. At this moment, most eyes were glued to the apprentice martial artist arena. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a real fight? How did he get kicked off the stage with a single move? Chen-Lin and his classmates stared at each other in disbelief. He's just way too strong. That's what happens when someone's battle power is flat out overwhelmingly too offered by way of explanation. Even if he's strong, he's still just at the apprentice level. I bet he couldn't even take a single hit from my thunder fist. What's there to get excited about? Chen-Shan scoffed. Odd, if things are heating up in the apprentice arena, we can't let ourselves fall behind here. Just then, a hearty laugh came from the waiting room for the semi-martial artists. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a white fox mask leapt onto the semi-martial artist arena. "I'm going for challenger mode too." The place instantly erupted. "No way, isn't that White Fox, the one who's been the arena champ 7 nights in a row? He's really stepping up to challenger mode tonight. Damn, we are in for a show tonight. Glad I came." As the White Fox appeared on stage, the excitement among the crowd went through the roof. Meanwhile, at the apprentice arena, a notification flashed in Su-hong's mind. Defeat an apprentice martial artist, gain 3 martial points. 3 points, Su-hong pondered for a second. I wonder how many martial points it takes to raise my vitality by 1 level. At that moment, the referee announced loudly from the stage, his voice booming through a megaphone and working the crowd into a frenzy. 1 win for the Minotaur, 48 challengers remain. Let's see tonight, will the Minotaur defend his title, or is there another dark horse waiting in the wings? The spectators roared in excitement, some of them literally jumping out of their seats as they shouted themselves hoarse. back on stage Su Hong decided to focus, he'd worry about the system later. He swept his gaze across the platform, then waved a hand. Next, soon a burly man jumped up onto the stage. He grinned at Su Hong. "Thanks for showing mercy to my friend just now. In return I'll try not to hurt you too badly." With that, the burly man released his aura, his vitality practically radiating off him. The energy rolling off him was only slightly weaker than those in the semi-martial artist arena. Clearly he was just a step away from crossing that threshold. "Please," Su Hong said with a smile, gesturing for him to begin. "Here I come," the man replied in a low growl. He closed the distance in 2 strides, then threw a ferocious punch, the sound tearing through the air like a whip crack. Su Hong didn't dodge or retreat. He simply raised his fist to meet the blow head-on. The burly man frowned. He hadn't expected that, with his aura already on display, this minotaur would actually dare to take his full-strength punch. Thinking of how Su Hong had spared his friend earlier, the big man considered holding back a little. But before he could react, Su Hong's fist suddenly sped up. The 2 punches collided in an instant. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force surge through him. Any thought he'd had of holding back vanished immediately. The veins on his neck bulged as he prepared to roar and go all out, but Su Hong's lightning-fast kick landed before he could react, sending him flying off the stage. Just like his brother before him, the middle-aged man landed on the exact spot where his brother had just been sitting. The ground was still a little warm. Lost, just like that. He sat there in a daze, completely stunned, staring at the minotaur on the stage with disbelief in his eyes. His vitality score was 89, that was among the best of today's martial apprentices. That was the confidence behind his initial decision to hold back. But the result, not only had the other guy traded punches with him head-on, he'd even had enough spare energy to land a kick right after. His strength was clearly far superior. Just where did this freak come from? The middle-aged man was caught between frustration and relief. Luckily, this minotaur had shown him mercy. If he'd really wanted to hurt him, that kick could have easily broken several ribs. 2 wins in a row, on the apprentice arena. The referee shouted. Next, more than a dozen martial apprentices took to the stage one after another, and each was effortlessly defeated by Su Hong. He didn't even break a sweat. With my perfect level Vajra fist, there's simply no opponent for me in the apprentice arena. The string of battles made this clear to Su Hong. On the adjacent stage, someone shouted 5 wins straight on the pre-warrior arena. Su Hong turned his head. The person in the white fox mask stood calmly on the stage. No wonder they call him the White Fox, he's seriously strong. Of course, he's been champion for 7 days in a row. How could he not be strong? I heard he's mastered a D-rank martial art to the perfect level. Ordinary pre-warriors are no match for him. Su Hong's eyes flickered as he heard the murmurs from the crowd. Perfect mastery of a D-rank martial art, isn't that on par with my Vajra fist? With strength like that, getting 5 straight wins is no surprise, and he still looks totally at ease. Just then, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from the side. Su Hong frowned and instinctively dodged to the side. Just as he moved, an explosive bang sounded where he'd just been standing. Looking up, he saw a young man grinning at him. Fast, pretty fast. Despite his failed sneak attack, the guy showed no sign of embarrassment. Su Hong's face turned cold. That punch just now had been aimed straight at the back of his head. If he hadn't dodged, it could have been fatal. Damn, it's that shameless Lin Ping again. Yesterday he stole the championship with a sneak attack. And after he succeeded, he deliberately crippled his opponent, a brutally ruthless move. Sneak attacks are allowed, doesn't the referee care? This is an underground fight club, dude. As soon as you step on stage the fight starts, the rules aren't that strict. TCH, I can't stand this guy. He's one of the top fighters among the apprentices, but he'd rather ambush opponents than fight fair. And the worst is he's not even ashamed about it, completely shameless. Amidst the jeers and curses from the audience, Lin Ping stood on the ring without a trace of anger. In fact, he grinned and waved cheerfully at the crowd, as if they weren't insulting him at all, but showering him with praise. Suddenly, there was an explosive bang. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Ping saw a figure charging at him at lightning speed. A massive fist zoomed in, filling his vision and heading straight for his face. Lin Ping's expression changed in an instant. He jerked his head to dodge, striking out with a punch of his own. The moment their fists collided, Lin Ping's tightly clenched hand was crushed out of shape, his knuckles shattering under the impact. The terrifying force didn't stop there. It dislocated his entire arm, and the bone in his forearm ripped right through the flesh, leaving a white shard grotesquely exposed to the air. A wave of excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Lin Ping collapsed to his knees, howling in agony, his face twisted in torment. Thud thud thud, a set of footsteps approached. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Ping looked up just in time to see that the Minotaur-like man hadn't finished with him and was advancing slowly. No wait, I admit, terror flickered in Lin Ping's eyes, his lips trembling as he tried to surrender. If that man hit him again, he was dead for sure. But before he could get the words out, a huge hand reached out and violently dislocated his jaw, turning his desperate plea into muffled, indistinguishable sobs. Please. Spare me. Eyes wide with fear, Lin Ping's legs buckled and he fell backwards, scrambling frantically toward the edge of the ring. Anything to get away from this monster. Keep waving. Didn't you enjoy sneak attacks? Su Hong's voice was icy cold, his gaze full of disdain. Without a moment's hesitation he raised his foot and kicked. Lin Ping's chest caved in with a sickening crunch, his body seized up in mid-struggle, then went limp, utterly motionless. Expressionless, Su Hong withdrew his leg and strode back to the center of the ring. If people treat me with respect, I repay it tenfold. The two middle-aged men before had been polite, so Su Hong had shown them mercy, but Lin Ping had tried to take him out by attacking from behind. If Su Hong hadn't reacted in time, he would have been dead, so for Lin Ping he showed no hesitation, no mercy. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The audience's faces were still flushed with indignation when, in the next instant, Lin Ping's chest collapsed and he slumped lifelessly. For a moment the crowd was stunned into silence, but just as quickly their senses returned. Cheeks flushed with excitement, they erupted in thunderous shouts. What a kill! Holy crap, that's insane! That Minotaur is insanely strong. Lin Ping might have been a bastard, but he wasn't weak. He just got utterly destroyed, straight up killed in the ring. That's it, I think I'm in love with the Minotaur. Sorry honey. I really think this guy's got a shot at defending the ring. On one side of the arena, Chen Lin and his fellow students sat together, staring at Lin Ping's body. Blood and brain matter leaking out, their faces went pale. The weaker ones couldn't take it, they gagged and retched on the spot. So this is what it means for martial artists to fight life and death hanging by a thread. Chen Lin sat in silence, his heart full of complicated feelings. He glanced to the side. Li Tu stood there, arms crossed, saying nothing, lost in his own thoughts. The words Thunderfist were always on his lips, and he had always looked down on the martial apprentice arena contenders, just like Chen Shan, now struck silent. There was a sick, queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach, but he could handle it. This was Su Hong's first kill. Standing in the center of the ring, he let himself become acutely aware of the changes in his body. Nausea twisted inside him, a deep discomfort settling into his chest. He wasn't sure if his trembling came from excitement or fear. Su Hong drew in a slow breath, inhale, exhale, and looked down into the crowd, his voice cutting through the murmur with a chilling edge. Next. The referee fixed Su Hong with a long measuring look before shouting, 3 straight wins on the martial apprentice arena. A few seconds passed. No one stepped forward. In the martial apprentice's waiting room, the fighters had all fallen silent. Every eye was glued to the ring where Su Hong stood, composed and deadly. Shock and wariness flickered across their faces. The savagery, the blood, a kind of brutality that chilled them to the bone. They'd seen Su Hong spare his first 2 opponents, and although his skill had surprised them, most would have marched onto the stage without hesitation. But now they'd watched as Lin Ping was hauled off by the cleanup crew limp as a dead dog. Suddenly, there was more hesitation than bravado. Do we still want to fight? Someone whispered. That guy is way too strong, and he doesn't hold back. What if I get carried off like that too? A few apprentices whispered among themselves, nerves fraying. It won't be that bad. Lin Ping only died because he tried to ambush him, one offered, trying to sound reassuring. If you follow the rules up there you'll be fine, right? Those feeling on edge turned to look at him. Then why don't you go? The guy fell silent at a loss for words. Is there anyone else? The referee called out. The apprentices exchanged uneasy glances. After a moment someone shook his head. Forget it, I'm out. He's just too much for me, no way I'd win. He turned and headed for the door. The others watched him go, lingering only a moment before following his lead. Screw it, let's just come back tomorrow. In no time, the waiting room was empty. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the referee received word and his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you kidding me? He's only had 3 matches as ring defender and you're all quitting already? We sell tickets to the audience, you want the whole event to be over in a couple minutes. What are the organizers supposed to do now? Just then, from the adjacent Pro Apprentice arena, a shout rang out. White Fox 8 straight wins. The judge at that ring couldn't hide his excitement. The Martial Apprentice arena referee let out a sigh of relief. At least there were still 2 other arenas to keep the crowd entertained. He raised his voice to make the announcement. Defender prevails at the Martial Apprentice arena. Let's give it up for Minotaur. Thunderous applause rolled over the stage as Su Hong stepped down, leaving the arena under the eyes of everyone present. Damn, I guess even I get it wrong sometimes, he thought as he entered the waiting room. A flirtatious voice called out, impressive. He turned and saw the well-dressed woman from the sign-up desk. Here, you've earned your prize, 60,000 Blue Star credits. She produced a thick wad of cash. Is handing out the prize money always your job? Su Hong asked with a faint teasing smile. Su Hong suddenly asked a question. The young woman was caught off guard, then smiled and shook the hand that was holding her prize money. Is it not obvious? Then I'll just leave it with you for now and we can pick it up together in a bit, HM? The woman was momentarily confused, feeling that something about the situation didn't add up. What do you mean by that? She didn't have time to finish her sentence before she saw Su Hong walking out of the waiting room, heading off in another direction. The woman hesitated for a second and then, as a shocking idea flashed through her mind, she hurriedly ran after him. She arrived just in time to see Su Hong walking into a room. As her gaze followed him, she read the large characters on the door. Quasi-martial artist waiting room. Oh my god, is he serious? The woman's face was filled with disbelief. She thought back to what she'd said to this man at the registration desk earlier. She'd even joked that if a martial disciple wasn't afraid of dying, he could try his luck on the quasi-martial artist stage. She never thought that what she'd said in jest Su-hong would actually take seriously. Anyone who'd participated before knew that most of the martial disciples competing only had around 80 or so points in internal energy. Compared to a quasi-martial artist with 90 points, it didn't seem like a big difference, but if that really was the case, why make such a clear distinction between the two categories? When a martial artist reached 90 points of energy, their physical bodies would undergo a dramatic transformation. The difference didn't show up just in raw numbers, it translated directly into combat power. On paper, there was only a 1-point gap between a martial disciple with 89 points and a quasi-martial artist with 90, but in reality the latter could beat the former with ease. For a martial disciple to step into the quasi-martial artist ring was, in the woman's view, nothing short of suicidal. He must be crazy. The woman shook her head speechless. Meanwhile, Su-hong entered the quasi-martial artist waiting room. Several quasi-martial artists cast curious glances his way. When they recognized the newcomer as the champion of the martial disciple tournament, they were surprised, but soon dismissed it. They figured he was just here to watch the quasi-martial artists fight up close, nothing out of the ordinary. Su-hong turned his gaze to the ring. At that moment, White Fox sent another opponent flying off the stage, drawing cheers from the entire crowd. White Fox, 13 wins in a row, the referee announced excitedly. Witnessing this scene, the quasi-martial artists in the waiting room couldn't help but be impressed. That White Fox is the real deal, someone remarked. Even 13 straight wins look easy for him. No wonder he's a 7-time champion, I'm convinced, another agreed. Guy's a beast. The quasi-martial artists all shook their heads, most of them having already decided not to challenge him. But at that moment a cold laugh broke the silence. What a bunch of losers. I thought fighters in Star City's underground matches would be much tougher. Who knew someone with that level of skill could rack up 13 wins? Hearing this, the quasi-martial artist's eyes flashed with anger. Su-hong looked over in the direction of the voice and saw an arrogant young man, arms crossed, scorn written all over his face. Sensing everyone's glare, the young man sneered, "What are you looking at? Am I wrong?" His attitude was so dismissive that a few hot-tempered quasi-martial artists immediately bristled and shot back sarcastically. So what, you're from the next city over, who can't talk big? If you think White Fox is so weak, then get up there and beat him. Just then, anyone else want a challenge on the apprentice stage? The referee's voice rang out. Li Ming let out a sneer and strode toward the stage. Before leaving, he tossed back a casual remark, "Watch closely, you frog at the bottom of the well." Watching his back, the other apprentice martial artists' faces darkened. Meanwhile, at the center of the stage, White Fox stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for the referee to announce his victory. But just as the announcement was about to come, a young man leapt onto the platform. Another challenger. White Fox raised an eyebrow. The audience, who had thought the match was over, instantly perked up in excitement. "Please." White Fox cupped his fist politely toward the newcomer. Li Ming just gave a scornful laugh and threw a punch straight at him. White Fox's brows knitted, his gaze turning cold. He raised his fist to block. A loud bang resounded across the stage. White Fox's face changed abruptly. The sheer force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. "Oh," Li Ming was a little surprised. "You managed to take my punch. I underestimated you." No sooner had he finished speaking than he closed the distance in a flash. "Let's see if you can handle the next one." Boom. 3 thunderous cracks echoed one after another. In the next instant, White Fox was sent flying off the stage like a ragdoll, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. The whole arena fell silent. The audience stared wide-eyed. Thunderclap Fist, Chen Lin, and the other students looked shocked. They never expected to see Thunderclap Fist, which they just learned that morning, performed in a live match that very night. 3 thunderclaps, he's already mastered it. Li Tu and Chen Shan locked eyes, their expressions complicated. As the two top talents at first high, even they had barely reached the beginner level of Thunderclap Fist. Yet here was a mere apprentice already at the mastery stage. At that moment, applause erupted in the crowd. "This guy's strong. He beat White Fox so easily, amazing. That's probably the C-rank martial art Thunderclap Fist, right? To reach mastery as just an apprentice, this guy's a real genius." But before the audience could praise him any further, the young man who had defeated White Fox swept his gaze around, face full of disdain. "So this is the level of fighters in Star City's underground ring? Compared to Yang City, you don't even come close." The crowd fell instantly silent. In that moment, everyone understood. This guy was here to cause trouble. Even the referee's eyes burned with anger, but he couldn't say anything given his role. But the crowd had no such restraint. Most were Star City locals. How could they put up with an outsider talking down to them? Instantly, jeers and curses erupted from all sides. "Screw you, punk. Who do you think you are? Are Yang City fighters here in Star City to beg for scraps or something?" Li Ming stood on stage, hands clasped behind his back, sneering in contempt. "Keep yapping, what's the point? If anyone here's got the guts, let an apprentice come up and try to take me down." Just then, over at the first-tier warrior stage, a middle-aged man standing on the platform called out coldly, "Kid, there's no need to act so cocky. "What's your problem?" Li Ming glanced at him, then suddenly burst out laughing. "A first-rank martial artist wants to fight, sure, why not?" The moment those words left his mouth, the whole crowd erupted in outrage. A mere quasi-martial artist from Yangcheng coming to cause trouble. If a first-rank martial artist really had to step in, it would be bullying the weak, a shameful act in itself, and if even a first rank ended up losing, then the embarrassment would be total. Inside the quasi-martial artist waiting room, a group of fighters sat with faces dark as thunder. None of them had expected this arrogant young man to be so powerful. They couldn't even beat Bai Hu, so going up against this guy was out of the question. "Step aside." At that moment a voice came from behind them. The group of quasi-martial artists turned around in confusion, only to see a guy wearing a bull-headed mask motioning for them to make way. "Wait, wasn't this the champion from the martial apprentice arena? Come on man, what are you trying to mix in for?" someone grumbled. "Brother, I get that you're pissed off, but if you a martial apprentice go up there, you're just asking to get crushed," another advised. But before he could finish, the bull-headed man suddenly leapt over the group, striding directly toward the exit. The quasi-martial artist stared dumbfounded. Is this guy for real? Where does he get this kind of nerve? Meanwhile, on the quasi-martial artist arena, Li Ming was just about to step onto the martial artist stage when something caught his eye. His brow twitched. Someone had just leaped onto the stage. Seeing that a quasi-martial artist had finally stepped up, the audience instantly erupted into cheers. "Beat him down. Come on, wait a minute. Isn't that the bull-headed guy, a martial apprentice? What's he doing up there?" Suddenly, the booming cheers sputtered into stunned silence as everyone squinted at the stage, realizing that it really was the bull-headed champion from the martial apprentice arena. The crowd was utterly dumbstruck. "What are you doing, buddy? Are you crazy? What's this supposed to mean?" Everyone was left utterly confused. The next moment, what unfolded on the stage made their eyes widen in shock. The challenger who'd just stepped up, Su Hong, faced Li Ming, who was giving him a playful, amused look. Su Hong crooked his finger as if to say, "Come on." The audience was instantly floored, their faces full of disbelief. He's actually going for it. A martial apprentice is challenging a quasi-martial artist. Is he out of his mind? The bull-headed guy must be overconfident from his last fight. This is practically suicide. That young man beat White Fox without breaking a sweat, not just all talk but real skill. Still, you've got to admire the guts. Everyone from the spectators to the fighters in the waiting room thought Su Hong didn't stand a chance. The gap between martial apprentice and quasi-martial artist was simply too great. By any measure, he was destined to lose. "This bull-headed guy has lost his mind," someone muttered on the spectator stands. "That youth is at least at the level of Triple Thunderfist. Forget using martial techniques, just a full-powered punch from that guy and a martial apprentice wouldn't even be able to block it," Li Tu added, shaking his head. "Honestly, even a newly advanced first-rank martial artist like us would be in trouble. If anyone were to go up against this young man, there's a good chance they wouldn't be able to take him down. Damn, tonight is really something else." Chen Lin's face was full of excitement, but then he shook his head in regret. "Su Hong, oh Su Hong, it's such a shame you couldn't make it tonight, on the stage." The referee looked at Su Hong, anxiety welling up inside. He felt Su Hong was overestimating himself a bit, but at least he had the courage to step up and accept the challenge. Those would-be martial artists didn't even dare get in the ring yet. This mere martial apprentice was standing tall. The referee made up his mind, if things went wrong he'd step in right away to keep Su Hong from getting hurt. At that moment Su Hong crooked his finger, beckoning. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. A puny apprentice dared to challenge him. How clueless could you get? He must have gone too easy on his last opponent. That's the only reason this guy had the guts to get in the ring. He was just asking for trouble. Li Ming spat out two words, icy and contemptuous, courting death. As soon as he finished, he lunged forward, throwing a punch. He couldn't even be bothered to use any real technique. A martial apprentice was nothing to him. He could dispatch him with a casual move. But to everyone's surprise, instead of retreating, Su Hong advanced. He raised his fist and met the attack head-on. The next instant, their fists collided. Li Ming's pupils contracted, his body wavered, and he took a step back. On the other side, Su Hong retreated 3 steps. The entire crowd was stunned. What the audience couldn't believe their eyes. Li Ming, who had easily knocked out the White Fox, only managed to force Su Hong to take 2 steps back with that punch. This bull-headed guy is insanely strong. Where did this monster come from? Chen Shan and Li Tu stood there dumbfounded. Su Hong blocked it so easily. Wow, this apprentice is really something. He's incredible. Chen Lin scratched his head. If it were him up there, he'd have been sent flying by now. Impressive, Su Hong remarked sincerely as he steadied himself. But what Su Hong meant as an honest compliment sounded completely different to Li Ming's ears. A lowly apprentice had just gone toe-to-toe with him, only took 2 steps more than him, and then actually had the nerve to say impressive. It sounded like sheer mockery. Li Ming's face darkened and his killing intent surged. A moment later, 3 thunderous explosions erupted from his body. Seeing this, the referee at the edge of the arena tensed up, ready to step in and save Su Hong at a moment's notice. But suddenly his eyes went wide with disbelief. Because on the other side of the ring the same thunderous sound rang out 9 times in a row, 9 explosions of power, 9 shocks of thunder. Li Ming's whole body trembled as if he'd seen a ghost. Before he could react he was sent flying, blood spraying from his lips, and collapsed on the stage unconscious. Total silence blanketed the arena. The referee, who had been poised to jump in, was frozen where he stood, as if struck by lightning. The audience stared at the stage in absolute disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Audible gasps echoed around the room. Holy shit, a martial apprentice beat a prospective martial artist, this is unreal. As soon as the crowd snapped out of it the arena erupted. Chen Lin was left completely speechless. Li Tu and Shen Shan's lips were trembling. N9 strikes, Li Tu swallowed hard. That was the thunderbolt fist executed at the perfect level. Holy crap, but he's just a martial novice, Chen Shan screamed in disbelief. The next moment the two exchanged glances and couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. The two of them were already considered geniuses for having mastered the Thunderbolt Fist after studying it just 10 times, but compared to this guy, even though people called them geniuses, what did that even mean now? Up on the ring, I won. I think the prize money should be mine, right? Su Hong looked at the referee and asked, huh? The referee stared blankly for a moment, then snapped back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, yes, as long as none of the quasi-martial artists step up the prize money is yours. Hearing this, Su Hong turned his gaze toward the waiting room where the quasi-martial artists were gathered. At his glance all of them frantically shook their heads, backing several steps away. Are you kidding me? A C-rank martial technique executed at the perfect level. With power like that, who'd dare to get in the ring with him? I declare the quasi-martial artist arena defended successfully, the referee announced loudly. The audience erupted with excitement, cheering wildly. Amidst the uproar Su Hong leapt off the stage and disappeared from the crowd's view. In the waiting room, seeing Su Hong walking over, the quasi-martial artists instinctively parted to clear a path for him. Su Hong strode through calmly. As they watched him walk away, a wave of incredulous muttering swept through them. Damn, where did this freak come from? He's just a martial novice, but beating quasi-martial artists was like a father disciplining his kids. Out at the entrance, Su Hong saw a young woman staring dazedly at him. He stretched out his hand, the prize money. Oh, still in a daze, she handed over the cash to Su Hong. He counted it quickly to make sure nothing was missing, then turned to leave. Just at that moment the woman suddenly grabbed his arm. Su Hong turned around in confusion and met a pair of sparkling, curious eyes. It's so late already. We offer a place to rest here if you need, she said. Su Hong frowned, pulled his arm back and walked away. Women would only slow down my progress in martial arts. Later, from a tall black building, Su Hong emerged in a fresh set of clothes, bundled tight, then melted into the night crowd. It was already past 9, the streets were quiet and empty. As he walked, Su Hong began tallying up his earnings from the night. Defending the martial novice arena, 60,000 blue star coins. Defending the quasi-martial artist arena, 100,000 blue star coins, total 160,000. Sure enough, training in martial arts burns through money fast, but earning it can be just as quick. In just a few hours tonight he'd made 160000. That was almost a year's wages for his uncle and aunt. Su Hong let out a sigh, feeling his spirits lighten. Now he could pay the martial arts exam registration fee. The rented home was covered. His younger brother and sister's tuition for next year was taken care of too. As for his aunt's illness, he didn't know the full cost yet. Even if she couldn't be cured, at least there'd be money for medicine and several rounds of treatment, Su Hong thought to himself, then opened up his system panel. Name, Su Hong. Innate talent, peerless across the ages. Vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus, physique, mortal body 3%, plus, martial arts techniques, thunderbolt fist perfect, diamond fist perfect, floating light palm perfect, air step perfect, martial Dao points, 67 martial Dao points. He had defeated 4 people tonight in total. Su Hong glanced at the notifications and found that most of his points actually came from the last young man. So it turns out, the stronger your opponent, the more martial Dao points you get. It probably also has something to do with their innate talent, Su Hong mused. Now that he'd saved up these points, it was time to put them to use. His gaze swept over his status panel. Su Hong decided to start by raising his vitality. He was curious, how much could he actually increase it? Heart pounding in anticipation, Su Hong began adding points. Staring at his system panel, he focused his mind and mentally tapped the plus sign next to vitality. Instantly, a small prompt window popped up asking how many martial Dao points he wanted to expend. After a moment's thought, he picked 1 point. The next second, he felt a surge of energy ripple through his veins. Something inside him had subtly changed. He quickly checked his status panel again. Vitality, 85.1, plus 1 martial Dao point gave him 0.1 points in vitality. A look of delight spread across Su Hong's face. It didn't seem like much, but normally raising vitality even a fraction would take a week, maybe even half a month of hard training. It was never easy to advance, but now with a single martial Dao point he gained 0.1 in vitality. With 66 points left, couldn't he break through to a quasi-martial artist in one go? At that thought, Su Hong was just about to dump all his martial Dao points into vitality. but suddenly he hesitated. If he increased it too much at once, could his body handle it? After some consideration, Su-hong decided to add them one by one, testing as he went. He tried 2 points, no problem, then 5, 10 and 20 points. After investing 20 at once, his whole body began to swell and even prickle with pain. He paused for a while, waiting for his body to adjust. Once he felt normal, Su-hong continued distributing the points until his vitality hit 89.9. When he reached 90, his entire aura erupted. Starting from where he stood, a formless wave rippled outward, sweeping up fallen leaves from the ground that whirled into the air. After a few moments, the violent waves of vitality quietly settled. Quasi-martial artist, Su-hong clenched his fists, savoring the explosive power now coursing through his body. He couldn't help but close his eyes in satisfaction. The feeling of advancement, it was addicting. After breaking through, his physical strength had obviously increased. Su-hong licked his lips, savoring the sensation. A few seconds later, he used the rest of his martial Dao points, investing all of them into vitality. In the end, his vitality rose to 91.7. Compared to before, that was an increase of 6.7. Just then his phone rang. Su-hong glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, Songfei Angry Thunder Martial Arts School. Back in the day, Su-hong used to take any job to earn money. Every week, Su-hong worked part-time at Thunder Rage Martial Arts Gym, serving as a sparring partner for others. In just 1 hour, he could earn 100 blue star coins. Though it sounded like a lot, it was actually a tough job. Calling it sparring partner was just putting it nicely. If you wanted to be blunt, he was basically a human punching bag. Even though they wore protective gear that could soak up most of the blows, getting bruised was just part of the deal. To keep his own training on track, Su-hong didn't go every day. His usual practice was to schedule sessions with people a few days in advance. He answered a call. Su-hong, it's almost 10. Are you almost here? I'm on my way. Alright, hurry up. The call ended soon after. With his current abilities, Su-hong no longer needed to take on these side gigs. But he'd promised someone in advance, and he was a man of his word. If he said he'd do it, he'd show up. Su-hong glanced around to get his bearings, then headed toward Thunder Rage Martial Arts Gym. 10 minutes later, passing by an outdoor training arena, Su-hong's eyes lit up. He'd been here the day before. If he remembered right, there was a level 1 power tester inside. I wonder how much my strength has improved since my breakthrough? With that thought, Su-hong made his way inside. Not far from the open-air arena, there was a small guardhouse. Phew, these martial artists cleared out early today. Finally, I can get some decent sleep. Awesome. The young man inside yawned. Ever since he'd been assigned to keep watch here, tonight was the earliest he'd gotten to sleep in a while. Surely tonight wouldn't be like yesterday, when he was fast asleep only for some prodigy to show up in the middle of the night wanting to test his stats. Lying on his bed, he suddenly recalled what happened a few days ago and felt a stab of unease. But exhaustion got the better of him and he yawned again. Forget it, he thought, things like that only happen once in a blue moon. There's no way it'll happen every night. Feeling content, he drifted off to sleep, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the little room. But just then, boom, 9 thunderous crashes followed one after another, so loud it was as if the thunder was exploding right by his ear. The young man shot up from the bed in shock. Bang! He smacked his head right into the ceiling. Hiss! Landing on the floor, he crouched down, clutching his head, face twisted in pain as he drew in sharp breaths. No way! Again! Gritting his teeth, anger flared in his eyes. He flung the door open with a loud smack and stormed toward the outdoor training ground. Halfway there, though, he slowed, uncertainty creeping into his steps. Could it possibly be that same genius from yesterday? He hesitated but decided it was unlikely. Someone that talented would usually be training at a proper school or a big martial arts gym. Turning up here even once was rare enough. Still, since he was already out, he figured he might as well check it out. Thinking back on yesterday, though, took the edge off his temper. He forced himself to stay calm and headed forward. Soon enough, he reached the training arena. From a distance, he could see the screen on the power tester glowing. He glanced around, but there was nobody in sight. The young man let out an exasperated sigh. Come on, you punch the machine and take off. Are you out of your mind? He muttered curses under his breath as he made his way toward the combat power detector. Sure, the screen would automatically shut off in a few minutes, but no matter how he looked at it right now, he just couldn't stand the sight of the thing. Who the hell was the jerk who did this? Just wait till I catch you, damn it. The young man grumbled, then suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. The volume of his shriek could rival the crashes of thunder from earlier. Because out of the corner of his eye he had just caught a glimpse of the numbers displayed on the combat power detector. Combat power, 2023, holy crap. His jaw dropped so wide you could have fit a light bulb in his mouth. Then, as if remembering something crucial, he glanced furtively around, making sure no one was nearby. Only after confirming that the coast was clear did he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Thank goodness everyone's already left. No one heard a word I said just now. Relieved, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Suddenly he slapped himself hard across the face. Yesterday he had nearly managed to offend a genius. Today he'd almost managed to piss off another powerhouse. All because he just couldn't keep his mouth shut. With a lingering sense of dread, he made his way toward the small building. Partway there he reflexively smacked himself again. The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the empty night air. combat power over 2000. Meanwhile on the road, Su-hong nodded in satisfaction. Not long after he arrived at the entrance of the Fury Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Song-fei was already there waiting. When he saw Su-hong approaching, he beckoned enthusiastically. "Su-hong, let's go, come train with me for a while. I hired an instructor to teach us some martial skills today, stick around and you can learn too." "A martial skills instructor?" Su-hong asked. Song-fei grinned smugly. "Well, not exactly, it's a sea-level spear technique. That's way better than regular martial skills." Su-hong's eyes lit up at that. It was true, even for an ordinary person, wielding a weapon multiplied your destructive power, and for martial artists it was the same, except they used alloy weapons. Weapons like martial arts were ranked from F all the way up to SSS. A sea-level spear technique that cost way more than standard martial skills, not to mention alloy weapons. They weren't cheap either. Su-hong had never really considered it before simply because he couldn't afford one. "I really do need to pick a weapon soon," he thought. "Otherwise, I'll be at a huge disadvantage if I ever run into an enemy armed with an alloy weapon." With this thought in mind, Su-hong followed Song-fei inside the Fury Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The two of them walked side by side into a spacious, brightly lit training room. Su-hong glanced around. It was easily over 200 square meters with mirrors covering the walls so martial artists could observe themselves as they practiced. There were already a dozen or so martial artists waiting inside. Spotting Song-fei, they greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Song-fei, you're late. What's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me the lesson's already over." Song-fei shot back with wide eyes. "Relax, it hasn't started yet. I mean, you haven't shown up for the past few days. Today's the last day for the sea-level spear technique." Song-fei froze at that. Damn it, if only I hadn't gone out having fun these past few days. If I'd started from day one, I might even have gotten the hang of it by now. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet in regret. Just as he finished speaking, the group of martial artists fell silent for a moment. "What's going on?" Song-fei asked, puzzled. "Don't even bring it up," one of them replied with a bitter smile. "The guy teaching us gun techniques is named Jiang Ming. He's a third-rank martial artist. Apparently he owed the master of this place a favor from years back, so he's only teaching us as a reluctant payback. He doesn't take it seriously at all, shows us a few moves, runs through the drills a couple of times, then leaves. Doesn't even bother to offer any real pointers." The others joined in with wry smiles. "We've been at this for 6 days, and not one of us has even gotten the basics down. Oh, by the way, this is..." The group turned their eyes towards Su-hong, a hint of curiosity in their gaze. "He's a friend of mine," Song-fei explained quickly. "I pulled him over to learn with us. One more person shouldn't be a problem, right?" Song-fei gave a casual smile. "No problem at all," someone said. "The place is big enough, what's one more?" "Yeah, don't worry about it, brother," another chimed in, grinning. "Just jump in and train with everyone." The atmosphere in the martial arts hall was surprisingly friendly. Su-hong returned their smiles. "Thanks, I appreciate it." No need to thank us," someone said. "We may not have picked up much, but we have been practicing for days. If you run into any questions, feel free to ask." "Yeah, the instructor's not much help, but this is a sea-level gun technique. Even if we learn a little, it's still worth it." He didn't get to finish his sentence. With a bang, the main entrance was thrown open. A disheveled young man, his clothes stained with blood, staggered in, steadying himself against the wall. Despite his sorry state, a look of arrogance was plastered across his face. "My teacher's not doing a good job teaching you?" The young man scoffed. "If you can't grasp it, that's because your talent isn't up to par. Don't go making excuses." His words instantly drew frowns from the martial artists around him. Only Su-hong's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. "Who's that guy? What's with the attitude?" Song-fei whispered to the martial artist nearest him. "That's Li Ming. He's the gun technique instructor's student." The man whispered back, grimacing. "Always acts like he's better than the rest of us here in Star City, looks down on everyone. What are you whispering about over there?" Li Ming suddenly snapped. "None of your damn business." One of the martial artists shot back coldly. Li Ming sneered. "Figures, you guys can't amount to anything." That smugness made the whole group bristle with anger. Somebody fired back with a cold laugh. "Yeah, you're real impressive, huh? So why'd you come back looking like a beaten dog? Who thrashed you so bad?" That line struck a nerve. Li Ming's face darkened instantly, turning a nasty shade. For a second his glare looked like he wanted nothing more than to start a fight, but remembering his injuries, all he could do was grunt coldly and storm off toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, upstairs in one of the rooms, Jiang Ming stood by the window, hands behind his back, gazing down at Star City. "Teacher, looks like Li Ming slipped out again," a brawny young man said respectfully, walking over. "That kid." Jiang Ming frowned, clearly annoyed. "We came here from Yang City to have you two challenge Star City's top martial artist students, not to waste time on those underground fight pits. That sort of thing is beneath you and a complete waste of time." Deep down, Jiang Ming was growing more and more displeased with the way things were going. Although Li Ming was only a quasi-martial artist, not only had he mastered his teacher's spear techniques, but he had also brought his thunderclap fist, a C-rank technique, to the adept level. With that kind of strength, joining any underground boxing match would be like bulldozing through amateurs. "Li Yin, go out and bring that kid back here. I want to teach him a lesson myself." "Yes sir," Li Yin responded, heading toward the door. At that moment, the front door suddenly opened. Li Ming stumbled in, looking battered and disheveled. Teacher's senior brother, both Jiang Ming and Li Yan stared at him, eyes wide in shock. What happened? Jiang Ming frowned. You went to challenge a first-rank martial artist again, didn't you? And no. Li Ming was embarrassed and seemed reluctant to elaborate, but seeing the stern look from his teacher, he could only muster his courage and explain everything that had happened. By the time he finished, Li Yan was staring at him like he'd just seen a ghost, a martial apprentice. And the thunderclap fist at the ninth echo? Li Yan couldn't believe what he was hearing. Jiang Ming's frown deepened. A prodigy like that? No way would someone like that bother with an underground boxing match. Are you sure you're not lying? Teacher, I swear I'm telling the truth. Jiang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. He had arranged a veteran thunderclap fist practitioner to teach both his students. It took Li Ming 3 months to reach the adept level. Li Yan, as a first-rank martial artist, learned even faster and reached the subtle mastery level. Even then the instructor had marveled at how talented they both were, and now a mere martial apprentice had fully mastered the thunderclap fist. It was almost too much to accept. Seeing how Li Ming's confidence was crumbling, Jiang Ming forced down his own shock and consoled him. Don't compare yourself to freakish geniuses like that. Focus on healing up, and when you're better, you and Li Yan will go challenge the martial artists of Star City High. It's not about whether someone else is a genius, you have to focus on growing stronger yourself. Let defeating the students of Star City High be your stepping stone along the path of martial arts. After this pep talk, Li Ming's confidence reignited. Yes, teacher, he answered, nodding vigorously. Deep inside, he swore to himself that one day he would become stronger and find that mysterious martial apprentice to reclaim his dignity. It all starts with defeating the martial artists from Star City High. So when are we going to challenge the students at Star City High? Li Yan asked, glancing at the still injured Li Ming. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. Li Ming needs at least a few days to recover. Let's do it at the end of the month. The end of the month? Li Yan hesitated. Don't they have their monthly exams then? Before he could finish, Li Ming, now burning with confidence, cut in. Isn't that perfect, senior brother? He clenched his fist, ambition blazing in his eyes. If it's the monthly exam, all the top martial artists from Star City High will be there. That's the day we should show up. Li Yan nodded. So where do we start? Li Ming flashed a confident grin. If we're going to do this, let's challenge the strongest. Let's start with Star City number 1 High. Alright. Li Yan was infected by Li Ming's confidence and nodded vigorously. Seeing his two disciples regain their spirits, Jiang Ming gave a satisfied nod. For the next few days, prepare yourselves well. None of you are allowed to go out. Yes, sir. Alright, I'm going to finish teaching the last lesson on marksmanship. With that, Jiang Ming walked out of the room. Once the teacher had left, I really don't know what's worth teaching those useless people. It's been 6 days and not a single one of them has grasped the basics. Li Ming shook his head. Why do you think they come to the martial arts school? They're all a bunch of losers. Even if you teach them, it's a waste of time, Li Yan sneered. Most of those guys are already in their 30s or 40s, and the strongest among them is just a rank 1 warrior. They have no talent at all. If any of them manages to learn anything, that would be a miracle. Both of them looked down on the warriors who came to train at the martial arts school. Their words also reached Jiang Ming's ears as he had just stepped out of the room. These two kids. Jiang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. The truth was, he pretty much felt the same way. Those warriors might manage with D or F level martial techniques, but wanting to learn a C level technique, especially a spear technique, was basically impossible given their level of talent. Not that he cared. The only reason he was here at all was to pay back a favor from long ago. Once he finished teaching the last class today, he was out for good. Almost half an hour late and still no sign of the instructor? Inside the training hall, the group of warriors were growing restless from waiting. It's bad enough he doesn't take teaching seriously, now he's late too. Ridiculous. Well, he is a rank 3 warrior after all. If he wants to act high and mighty, there's not much we can do. The group chatted idly. At that moment the doors swung open. Jiang Ming strode in, a standard issue long spear in hand. What are you all sitting around for? Pick up your weapons. Jiang Ming barked when he saw the warriors lounging on the ground. He was obviously late, and now he was chewing them out the moment he walked in. The warriors couldn't help but feel a bit upset, but for the sake of learning a martial art, they forced down their frustration and quickly grabbed their spears, lining up. Su Hong stood at the very back, gripping his spear tightly. Alright, today's my last day teaching you the angry sea spear technique. Pay close attention, Jiang Ming said offhandedly. Same old rules, I'll only demonstrate 3 times. He didn't care whether anyone was ready before starting his performance. The warriors hurriedly widened their eyes, trying their best to copy every move. Song Fei, learning for the first time, awkwardly swung his spear, movements all over the place. Su Hong didn't move, eyes bright with focus. To him, Jiang Ming's demonstration, done in a rush, eager to finish as quickly as possible, seemed to slow down dramatically. Every movement, every detail was crystal clear and easy for Su Hong to absorb. His mind raced rapidly, deepening his understanding of the angry sea spear technique. When Jiang Ming finished his first demonstration, a prompt sounded in Su Hong's mind. Wrathful sea spear technique. Beginner level, a bit more difficult than the Thunderstrike Fist, but not by much. That was Su Hong's silent assessment. At that moment, Jiang Ming, having just finished a full round, gave the group of martial artists no time to process what they'd seen. Without pause, he started the second round, then immediately the third. In just 9 short minutes, Jiang Ming had gone through the routine 3 times. Alright, how much you learn is up to you, Jiang Ming tossed out flatly, then turned and walked out of the training room. He'd barely disappeared when the room erupted into frustrated grumbling. What the hell, how are we supposed to learn anything like this? If you don't want to teach, then just say so. Just 3 times. The guy looked at us once after walking in and then nothing. He never even meant to teach us. Song Fei was speechless. It was his first time trying to learn this technique. At least the others had been watching for the past 6 days. They could mimic the moves with some vague resemblance. But for him, he just stood there dumbfounded, not even knowing where to start. The way he spun that spear, it was like a blur. I couldn't have copied that even if I tried, Song Fei complained, glancing over at Su Hong. Yep, that was pretty half-hearted, Su Hong agreed, nodding. No normal person could pick it up like this. Of course what he meant was that no normal person could learn it. Then he snuck a glance at his own panel. Wrathful Sea Spear Technique, Advanced Understanding. He'd memorized everything. All he needed was a bit of practice and he'd soon reach perfection. Su Hong thought this to himself, quietly satisfied. Meanwhile, in the midst of all the complaints, someone suggested, hey, why don't we practice together and share what we've learned over the past week? Song Fei, you and your friend should join in too, called out a middle-aged man waving at Song Fei and Su Hong with a friendly smile. We may not have mastered it yet, but we've at least got some experience, maybe we can help. You guys out. Song Fei was delighted and quickly agreed. Su Hong was about to decline, but then a thought struck him. If he won a sparring match, would he get martial points? Before he could ponder it further, everyone had already paired off and started their practice bouts. Hey kid, come on, I'll be your opponent, the same middle-aged man called, beckoning Su Hong over. Su Hong had to admit the atmosphere at this martial arts school was pretty welcoming. Everyone was eager to help each other. Sounds good. Su Hong picked up his spear and walked over. I'll keep my strength in check for you, the man assured him, ready to move slowly so Su Hong could see each action. With that he thrust his spear forward, but smack, something unexpected happened. The spear dropped right out of his hands and hit the floor with a loud clatter. The man stared at his empty hands, completely bewildered. All he saw was Su Hong moving so quickly, it was almost a blur, a single thrust that was just as sharp and fast as Jiang Ming's. Sorry about that, Su Hong said sheepishly. Ever since he'd internalized the technique, his body reacted on its own. His parry had come out without even thinking, but suddenly he paused, his head tilting as a familiar notification sounded in his mind. He quickly checked his system. Martial points +5, he actually won the spar and even got rewarded for it. Su Hong was overjoyed. Have you trained with the spear before? The middle-aged uncle picked up his spear, looking at Su Hong curiously. Nope, Su Hong shook his head. Whoa, does that mean you're a natural genius? I mean, I've seen you repeat the moves just 3 times and you managed to knock my spear out of my hands. The uncle marveled, then suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened in shock. Stammering, he asked, why you didn't just master the basics of the Furious Sea Spear technique, did you? The other martial artists, noticing the commotion, gathered around, asking what had happened. The uncle explained. Damn, we've been at it for 7 days and you got better in just 9 minutes. You've already mastered the basics? That fast? No way. The group stared at Su Hong in disbelief, utterly astonished. Suddenly someone spoke up. Hey man, spar with me too. Me too. I want to learn from you. Su Hong suddenly became the center of attention, so popular he was almost swarmed. Song Fei could only look on in utter confusion. Was Su Hong enlightened or something? In his mind, Su Hong had always been nothing special, so how did he suddenly turn into some kind of martial arts prodigy? One at a time, everyone one at a time. Su Hong quickly held back his excitement as the group surged toward him. After all, these were all sources of martial points for him. You defeated, martial points +3, you defeated, martial points +6, you defeated, martial points +5, you defeated, martial points +0.3. The following moments were a blur. Su Hong sparred one after another with more than a dozen martial artists. Notification sounds rang in his mind non-stop. After everyone had gotten a turn, Su Hong went back to the middle-aged uncle to spar again, only to find he no longer earned any martial points. Looks like you can only gain points from each person once in a certain amount of time, Su Hong noted mentally, unable to hide his joy. In such a short while his martial points had already reached 35, the majority of those came from the first-rank martial artists. Su Hong also realized that after reaching the quasi-martial artist level, defeating others of the same rank awarded him far fewer points than when he'd been a novice. Damn, Su Hong, are you sure you're not some martial genius? Song Fei picked up a spear and walked over, face full of disbelief. I don't know, maybe I just had a breakthrough. Su Hong grinned. Dude, that's awesome. Song Fei gave him a thumbs up, then scratched his head bashfully. Could you teach me? Sure thing. Su Hong smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the others rushed over. Bro, teach us too. Looking at all the eager faces, including that uncle who had just given him tips, Su Hong couldn't help but smile. Alright, let me demonstrate for you. I'll go slower this time. Try to copy my movements, Su Hong said. He gripped the spear and began performing the furious sea spear technique. The spear moved like a swimming dragon, each thrust was like a sea dragon diving into the waves full of power and momentum. Holy crap, that's not just beginner level anymore, someone gasped. I remember Jiang Ming's disciple, that guy called Li Yan. His furious sea spear technique was already at the mastery level, but watching Su Hong fight just now it looked like he was only a hair behind. Wait, could it be that he's reached the subtlety stage? A group of martial artists were practicing but couldn't help murmuring amongst themselves in shock. That last comment seemed to startle everyone. As students of the martial arts academy, all of them had seen Li Yan train before and some had even tried to imitate him in secret. But now, watching Su Hong perform the furious sea spear technique up close, it seemed like he was getting better with every move. Within just this short time, he looked no weaker than Li Yan. Someone couldn't hold back and asked Su Hong, "So, have you actually reached the subtlety level?" "Yeah, I have," Su Hong replied, nodding. With that confirmation, a chorus of awe rippled through the crowd. They were thoroughly impressed, looking at Su Hong with newfound respect, but even more than that, they were fired up. He really is a genius. "Everybody, we've got to learn as much as we can from him." For once, their enthusiasm wasn't misplaced. Su Hong ran through the technique 3 more times, and with each repetition, his grasp of the furious sea spear technique seemed to skyrocket like a rocket shooting off. By the 3rd round, he opened his system panel and saw furious sea spear technique, subtlety mastery, mastery. Su Hong tightened his grip on the spear, a surge of excitement lighting up his face. Right then, the rest of the martial artists crowded around, eager for advice, and started asking about problems they'd encountered during their own training. Su Hong answered them all with patient detail. He spent the most time tutoring Song Fei and next the kind middle-aged uncle who'd helped him earlier. But Su Hong didn't just teach them theory. He urged everyone to practice together, weaving among the group, personally correcting their posture angles and all the little mistakes they made while wielding the spear. He looked every bit the part of a dedicated martial arts instructor. The other students soaked up his pointers eagerly and without reservation. Honestly, they felt like Su Hong's teaching was even better than Jiang Ming's. No, it wasn't just a feeling, he really was better. A mere 10 or so minutes later, their understanding of the furious sea spear technique had already surpassed everything they'd managed to pick up in the 7 days of Jiang Ming's classes. Then suddenly the kind-hearted middle-aged man thrust his spear and faintly, there was a sound like crashing waves. He froze in disbelief, then shouted with glee, "I did it! I finally made it! I've gotten the basic hang of the furious sea spear technique." The others saw this and, as if suddenly injected with adrenaline, redoubled their efforts, practicing with new vigor. They were desperate to improve. Soon, under Su Hong's guidance, one after another reached entry level with the furious sea spear technique. Second, third, the fourth was Song Fei. He stabbed his spear forward only to freeze in shock as he realized he'd made it too. When he recovered, he pumped his fist, grinning from ear to ear. "Holy crap, Hong, you're amazing. If you don't become a martial arts teacher, that's a damn shame." Hearing this, everyone nodded emphatically, backing him up. God knows what they'd all been through in the past week. Jiang Ming had taught 7 whole sessions, but not a single person managed to reach entry level. But now, Su Hong had only taught for a little over 20 minutes, and already 4 people had mastered the basics of the technique, including Song Fei, who was picking it up for the first time. That alone spoke volumes about just how phenomenal Su Hong's teaching really was. Until the 7th martial artist managed to grasp the basics of the spear technique, Su Hong finally lowered his weapon and stood upright, wiping away his sweat. The practice session he'd promised Song Fei had come to an end. Song Fei himself had also picked up the basics of the furious sea spear technique. Su Hong couldn't help but think to himself, originally he and Song Fei were strictly partners in a business deal. Song Fei paid, and he provided his time as a sparring partner. Song Fei had no obligation whatsoever to involve Su Hong in learning the furious sea spear technique. But he did. That was why Su Hong chose to return the favor. He put his heart into teaching Song Fei, giving him the most dedicated instruction. Now that he had taught Song Fei the essentials, Su Hong had no intention of sticking around any longer. Was it really over? Today had brought him tremendous gains. The other martial artists put down their spears, still savoring the experience. When they noticed Su Hong ready to leave, the group exchanged quick glances and hurried to block his way. "Hey kid, you're Su Hong, right? Thank you for teaching us so earnestly today. Here, take this. It's not much, just a token of our appreciation. I have something too." Su Hong froze in surprise. He hadn't expected this at all. He tried to politely refuse a few times, but under their insistent urging he eventually accepted the money. It totaled 50,000 blue star credits. "Don't feel like it's too much, Su Hong. With the quality of your teaching, even 50,000 isn't enough." With waves and words of thanks from the martial artists, Su Hong finally left. "That guy is an absolute genius. Sigh, if only we could have him teach us for a few more days." As someone spoke, his eyes drifted to Song Fei. "Song Fei, you came here with Su Hong, right? You must know him well. Maybe we could pay him to teach us again." Song Fei was taken aback, then gave a helpless smile and shook his head. He was the youngest among this group, but thanks to his family background, his perspective was the broadest. Judging by Su Hong's performance today, to be frank, the word genius wasn't even enough to describe him. During the teaching session, Song Fei could clearly tell Su Hong had been especially thorough and attentive with him. After making sure he'd grasped the basics, Su Hong promptly made his exit. It was clear Su Hong was repaying the favor. "Give it up, guys," Song Fei said. "It took him less than an hour to master a C-rank martial art to the entry level. For someone like that, having taught us even once is already an incredible stroke of luck." Seeing the hopeful looks on their faces, Song Fei could only shake his head. Hearing that, the other martial artists nodded in reluctant agreement and stopped pushing the issue. "To think we got to the entry level in such a short time, it feels like a dream." Someone sighed in amazement. "I have to say, this was real teaching, way better than with Jiang Ming." Before the last words could finish echoing, the doorway swung open and Li Yan strode in, his voice cold. "Gossiping behind my back again, huh? My teacher instructed you for 7 days, a full 7 days, and not one of you managed to reach entry level. Your comprehension is pathetic, yet you still have the nerve to blame your teacher?" At Li Yan's words, which bordered on outright humiliation, the group of martial artists instantly bristled. "What, you think bad teaching isn't a real thing? We're not blind, you know." Your teacher's half-hearted attitude was obvious. "That's right, this guy taught us for barely half an hour and we've already progressed way more than in 7 days with your teacher. It's not just a big difference, it's like night and day. Our teacher might as well not have taught us at all." A group of martial artists began to chime in, unable to hide their frustration any longer. Li Yan's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to say something when, "What's going on here?" Jiang Ming walked over. "Teacher, they're saying," Li Yan pointed at the group of martial artists and repeated everything they had just said. "Half an hour and they learned more than I could teach them in a whole week." Jiang Ming frowned. It was true that he hadn't exactly been putting in much effort with these students, but this was just a small martial arts hall. Who here could possibly understand marksmanship better than he did? The owner of this Angry Thunder dojo was a third-rank martial artist, sure, but he used a blade, not a spear. Just thinking about it made Jiang Ming's face darken with annoyance. "Utter nonsense," he snapped. "You say there's someone who teaches better than me. Fine, where is this person? Let me take a look. Or is it that this master of yours doesn't actually exist?" There was a pause, then Song Fei replied with a frown. "He's my friend. He already left after teaching us." At this, Jiang Ming laughed, a cold, dismissive laugh. "Your friend?" He glanced at Song Fei, his voice cool. "I'll admit, maybe I wasn't giving it my all, but some friend of a mere trainee martial artist is hardly going to teach better than me." The martial artists who had just been taught by Su Hong clearly didn't appreciate this, least of all Song Fei. He stepped forward, grabbing the standard-issue spear from the ground. "Watch closely." Addressing Jiang Ming and Li Yan, Song Fei moved into position and performed an entire set of the Angry Sea Spear technique right then and there. When the faint sound of crashing waves pulsed through the air, Li Yan's pupils shrank in disbelief. He really learned it. Jiang Ming froze for a moment as well, but quickly collected himself, his brows knitting together as he looked at Song Fei. "I haven't seen you these past 7 days, which means this is your first time here. If you were able to grasp it after watching me demonstrate 3 times, you clearly have some talent." The shamelessness of this comment made the other martial artists seethe. 3 demonstrations? Who teaches a martial technique in just 3 rounds? And it was only 9 minutes in total. "If you say it's our first time, fine. But you can't say all of us are here for the first time, can you?" As the martial artists protested, Jiang Ming sneered. Your comprehension is just too poor. You couldn't possibly master such a high-level technique." His words only incited more anger. "Then why don't you open your eyes and see for yourself just how bad our comprehension really is?" someone snapped. With that, several martial artists picked up their spears and began performing the Angry Sea Spear technique on the spot. The rumble of phantom waves echoed through the hall again and again. 6 martial artists in total had mastered the basics of the Angry Sea Spear. Jiang Ming and Li Yan were left speechless as they watched, counting the earlier Song Fei that made 7 people who had gotten farther in less than half an hour than in a whole week of Jiang Ming's teaching. "We spent a whole week learning from you and made no progress. Someone else teaches us for less than 30 minutes and we've already picked it up. What do you have to say for yourself now?" Jiang Ming's face twitched, his mouth opened, but he couldn't find a retort. At that moment, Song Fei let out a cold laugh. "And you seem to look down on my friend too, don't you? Let me tell you, he's a prospective martial artist, a high school student, no less, and before this he'd never even touched a spear. But after watching your lackluster demonstration just 3 times, not only did he pick it up, he quickly mastered it to a near-perfect level. And that's not all. In just half an hour he managed to teach 7 people and all 7 reached proficiency in spear techniques." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression changed dramatically. He barked, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Song Fei didn't say another word, he simply performed the raging sea spear technique again. As the faint roar of crashing waves seemed to fill the training hall, Jiang Ming's lips twitched involuntarily. For a long moment he was speechless, lost in silence. The undeniable reality was right before his eyes, there was simply no room left for denial. Seeing Jiang Ming at a loss for words, Song Fei and the others gave a snort of disdain and strode out of the training room. Jiang Ming stood where he was, frowning deeply. It was a long time before he muttered to himself, "A prospective martial artist, never trained with a spear and in a single night masters it to such an exquisite level?" Does Star City really have such a freakish genius? Li Yan was just as stunned, rendered speechless. After a while, he finally said, "Teacher, what they said might not be the whole truth." He remembered when he'd learned the Raging Sea Spear technique, he'd spent 2 days getting the basics and Jiang Ming praised him again and again, calling him a genius. But now, someone was telling him that a high schooler, a total newbie, mastered the Raging Sea technique to near perfection in less than an hour. Li Yan simply couldn't believe it. Then, as if struck by a thought, Li Yan spoke again. "Teacher, just now that Song Fei mentioned the genius is a student." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's brows furrowed even tighter as he racked his brain for any familiar names. He quickly realized that none of the renowned prodigies at Star City High matched Song Fei's description. Never mind, if he really is a student, once Li Ming recovers and you challenge Star City's top martial arts students, you'll run into him sooner or later. As he spoke, Jiang Ming patted Li Yan's shoulder. "Don't stress out about this, Song Fei is probably exaggerating. Mastery in less than half an hour? Even in the capital or imperial city, their best talents aren't that ridiculous. Reaching proficiency, maybe. He's probably been practicing for a while already. Just focus on honing your techniques. With your advanced mastery of the Raging Sea Spear and your level as a mid-tier first-level martial artist, there aren't many in Star City who could stand against you." On the dimly lit street, under the amber glow of streetlights, Su Hong walked home. He'd made another 50,000 today, added to the previous 160,000. He now had a total of 210,000 blue star credits. As he stuffed the cash into his backpack, he was filled with awe. A night's earnings like this, he hadn't dared dream of it before. In just one night, rent and registration fees were no longer problems. In this world of martial might, as long as you had power, you could have anything you wanted. Looking at his backpack stuffed to bursting with thick wads of bills, Su Hong thought silently to himself. Then he remembered the front lines and the many alien races lurking beyond, always scheming against Blue Star. If they ever broke through, there would be nowhere left to run. At this moment, Su Hong's resolve to become stronger grew firmer than ever. That sense of helplessness he used to feel, the idea that he could never change his situation, he never wanted to experience it again. With that thought, Su Hong opened his system panel. Name: Su Hong. Talent: Peerless through the ages. Vitality: 91.7, plus Spirit: 23, plus Constitution, Mortal Body 3%, plus Martial Skills, Raging Sea Spear Technique Mastery, Thunderclap Fist perfected, Vidra Fist perfected, Floating Light Palm perfected, Sky Step perfected. Martial Dao points: 35. Su Hong glanced over the panel. Back when he was at the Martial Arts Academy, he'd shifted his focus to teaching others, so his Raging Sea Spear technique was still stuck at mastery and hadn't advanced further. He couldn't even use that move without a spear, which meant he needed to earn some money to buy an alloy weapon. The spear had always felt right in his hands, so he decided he might as well stick with it from now on. With that in mind, Su Hong started to allocate his points. The most pressing thing right now was raising his vitality. Without access to an energy guiding technique, relying on physical training alone, the increase in vitality was just too slow. Su Hong stared at the panel, frustrated by how his vitality stat hadn't budged at all. During the stages of martial apprentice and prospective martial artist, the only way to boost vitality was through pure training, and that kind of progress was painfully slow. It could take half a month just to gain a single point of vitality, but after breaking through to first-rank martial artist, things would be different. By practicing an energy guiding technique, he'd be able to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, greatly strengthening himself. It wasn't that Su Hong didn't want to practice an energy guiding technique now, it was that he couldn't. Spirit chi was extremely volatile. If your body wasn't strong enough, trying to absorb it would only lead to one outcome: explosion. After countless years of bitter experience, it was learned that only after reaching 100 points in vitality and becoming a first-rank martial artist could the human body withstand the spirit chi of heaven and earth. This bitter lesson was paid for with the blood of countless ancestors over the centuries. I have to break through to first-rank martial artist, and fast. Thinking of this, Su Hong dumped all 35 martial Dao points into vitality. Immediately, he felt warmth spread throughout his limbs and bones, while his vitality surged inside him, pulsing through his veins like a rushing river. The sensation lingered for several minutes before gradually fading. Su Hong's gaze landed on the vitality stat on his panel. Vitality: 95.2, plus, only 4.8 points away from first-rank martial artist. Not much left to go. His martial Dao points were emptied out once again. Su Hong began thinking about how he could earn more points next. He quickly remembered something. Every few months his school organized a monthly exam. All students were required to participate in battles to determine the strongest fighters on campus. The top 10 would even receive prizes from the school. He'd have to take the monthly exam, but it wouldn't be for another 6 days. He should use these next few days to earn some money and get himself an alloy spear. Su Hong mulled over what he could do next. Just then, as he passed by a convenience store, he heard the sound of a television coming from inside. Outside Star City, the beasts had been growing increasingly fierce lately. The city lord had called for all martial artists to hunt them down, offering generous rewards. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Hunting beasts not only earned him martial arts points but also brought in money that could be used for new guns. More than that, the memory of the underground fights, the moment when he killed Lin Ping, still lingered in his mind. It had been the first time he ever killed someone, and he couldn't deny the discomfort that gripped him, both mentally and physically. I need to get used to bloodshed, he thought. That settles it, I'll head out and hunt beasts myself. Having made up his mind, Su Hong decided to set out for the wilderness tomorrow. Meanwhile, with the college entrance exams approaching, the school had loosened its rules. Students could now choose whether or not to attend classes, except for the day of the monthly exam. On that day, attendance was mandatory. Anyone skipping would be punished. In an old rundown apartment complex, the streetlights flickered weakly on and off. Dragging his tired body, Su Guoming made his way home, one hand pressed against his lower back, his face twisted in pain. He had hurt his waist yesterday by accident, but had forced himself to work all day moving goods anyway. By now, the pain in his back was almost unbearable. When he got to his building, he gazed up at the stairs and let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy with worry. Damn boss, he cursed under his breath. I've worked for you most of my life and you won't even let me get my salary in advance for just 1 month. He felt powerless and frustrated. After venting for a moment, Su Guoming sighed again and began the difficult climb up the stairs, one hand gripping the railing while the other supported his aching back. It took him over 10 minutes to reach the 5th floor. Standing outside his own apartment door, Su Guoming rubbed his face and forced a smile before opening the door and stepping inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming in the cramped living room. Both kids were practicing their horse stances diligently, sweat already streaming down their foreheads. Dad, you're home. Xiaohai and Xiaoming greeted him with cheerful smiles. Su Guoming squeezed out a smile in return, nodding at them. Underneath it all, his feelings were a jumble of pride and self-loathing, proud of his children yet angry at his own helplessness. You're back, a voice called. Hearing the door, his wife came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Spotting Su Guoming hunched over, she froze for a second, a look of worry crossing her face before she rushed over to help him sit down. It's no good, Su Guoming murmured quietly as soon as he sat, lowering his voice to just above a whisper. The idea to ask for an advance on his pay was something he and his wife had come up with together the night before. She froze, disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she forced a smile. We'll just have to think of another way, she said, getting up to fetch some ointment. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the front door rang out. I'm home, Su Hong's voice came from outside. Hearing his son's return, Su Guoming quickly reached out to stop his wife from fetching the medicine, shaking his head at her. When she looked at him in confusion, he whispered, no need to worry the kids. She nodded in understanding. At that moment, the front door opened and Su Hong walked in, a smile on his face. Hey big bro. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming giggled and called out cheerfully. Su Guoming and Auntie tried to hide the worry in their hearts, forcing a smile as they asked Xiaohong, why are you so happy today? Su Guoming teased, laughing, been a long time since I've seen you like this. Don't tell me you've broken through and become a quasi-martial artist? He was only joking. All 3 kids in the family practiced martial arts, and he knew just how difficult it was to increase one's vital energy and blood. Su Hong's eyes sparkled as he feigned a look of shock and replied, Uncle, how did you know I broke through to the quasi-martial layer? Huh. The moment those words left his mouth, both his uncle and aunt stared in disbelief. Even Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, who were practicing their horse stance, froze. They lost their balance and landed on their butts with a thud. Ow. The 2 kids cried out, rubbing their sore behinds as they scrambled back to their feet. Big brother, you're joking, right? Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they just heard. Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Hong grinned and nodded seriously. It's true. I really am a quasi-martial artist now. When the words landed, wow, big brother, you're amazing. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai rushed over to hug Su Hong, their faces brimming with admiration. Uncle and Auntie's broad smiles came straight from the heart. They were genuinely happy for Su Hong. But even as he laughed with them, Su Guoming's heart grew heavier. Just today at work, he chatted with a few co-workers, other parents, and learned for the first time that the martial arts school's registration fee was a whopping 30,000 yuan. To make matters worse, payment was due within a week or Su Hong would miss out entirely. It was such a big deal, yet Su Hong had never mentioned it at home. The longer Su Guoming thought about it, the more ashamed he felt, blaming himself for holding Su Hong back. No matter what, I have to scrape the money together. I'll go talk to the boss again tomorrow, he resolved, silently forcing a smile for the sake of his family. Suddenly Su Hong smiled mysteriously. Xiaohai, Xiaoming, Uncle, Auntie, come over here for a second. What's up? Su Guoming joked, don't tell me you've got another surprise for us. It really is a surprise, Su Hong said with a hearty laugh. He unzipped his backpack like he was presenting a treasure and began dumping its contents onto the dining table. Stacks of cash bundled neat and thick thudded onto the tabletop, one pile after another, until the entire bag was empty. Su Guoming, Aunt Qianlan and the kids stared speechless. A total of 210,000 Blue Star bills sprawled across the small dining table, almost burying its surface in cash. No one in the family could react at first. They were completely stunned, their minds blank. For every single person around that table, this was more money in cash than they had ever seen in their entire lives. Xiaohong, where did all this money come from? Su Guoming was the first to find his voice. It trembled, full of worry. He was afraid Su Hong had gone down the wrong path and done something he shouldn't have. Aunt Chenlan, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming all turned to Su Hong, anxiously awaiting his answer. Don't worry, Uncle, Su Hong said with a reassuring smile. This money is a special scholarship the principal awarded me after I advanced to a quasi-martial artist. He sees real potential in me. He had told a harmless lie. Deep down, Su Hong knew that if he admitted he'd won the money in underground boxing matches, his family would only worry themselves sick. Sure enough, as soon as his uncle and aunt heard this, they both heaved a huge sigh of relief. Smiles broke across their faces, genuine and warm. Uncle, auntie, everything you've done over the years, all your sacrifices. From now on, let me shoulder the responsibility for this family, Su Hong said with pride. To him, no underground championship, no adoring students at the martial arts dojo was ever as satisfying as this moment. Good, you're making us so proud, you've already surpassed me, his uncle Su Guoming said, his voice trembling with emotion. He clearly struggled to keep his feelings in check, but he couldn't help himself. Auntie, just focus on getting better. I'll take care of anything we need money for, Su Hong promised. Upon hearing this, his aunt clapped her hand over her mouth. Tears welled up and streamed silently down her cheeks. As for Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, the two little ones gazed up at Su Hong with wide, starry eyes. Their admiration for their big brother soared to new heights. That night, no one in the household could sleep. Su Guoming and Chen Lan stayed up, talking quietly the whole night, raw emotion in every word, their faces aglow with relief and pride. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming clung to Su Hong, peppering him with excited questions. Su Hong demonstrated a couple of his skills, just a quick show, and the two kids cheered and clapped in awe. The next morning, over breakfast, his uncle and aunt produced the money again. They insisted that this was a crucial time for Su Hong and he shouldn't let anything hold him back. He should take all of it and focus on his training. Try as he might, Su Hong couldn't resist their persistence. In the end, he accepted 50,000 but utterly refused to take a cent more. Of course, his uncle and aunt wouldn't let it go. They kept nagging, urging him to take all of it. Finally, seeing no other option, Su Hong simply dashed out of the house. Just before leaving, he told them he needed to stay at school for training and wouldn't be coming home for a while. Phew. Walking down the busy street, Su Hong let out a long breath. Still not enough money, he thought with a hint of frustration. If he could have produced 2 million yesterday, his uncle and aunt wouldn't have argued with him like this. Time to hunt some wild beasts and make some real money. After walking a short distance, Su Hong hailed a taxi and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. About 10 kilometers outside of Star City, there was a martial artist base. Built soon after Star City was founded, the base existed solely to provide services for those who ventured into the wild to hunt dangerous beasts. Because of the news from Star City yesterday, the place was packed today. Countless martial artists had gathered, all eager to bag a beast and cash in their prize. In front of the base, cars pulled up in an endless line. Some martial artists came alone, others formed teams of 2 or 3. There are so many people, Su Hong thought, glancing at the throngs of competitors as he got out of his cab. The crowd was so thick, there was a line to get into the base. Half an hour later, Su Hong finally made it inside. He glanced around, taking in the bustling scene. Su Hong quickly noticed that all the windows in the base were made of clear glass, making it easy to see out into the wilderness. Watching for a while, he realized that every martial artist who entered would gather in front of a huge display screen. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance leading outside, warriors, splattered with blood, would return to the base every so often. Each one carried in their hands a bag dripping with fresh blood. Peering closer, Su Hong discovered that these bags were full of the severed left ears of fierce beasts. Before long, under his gaze, these warriors who had returned from hunting marched up to what looked like a settlement point. Workers there continuously took the bags, inspecting and identifying the beast ears as they counted them up. Every so often, one of the staff would call out something like, "So many first-rank preliminary stage beasts." After watching for a few minutes, Su Hong looked away and turned his gaze to the massive display screen. Listed there in large clear characters were the bounty rewards for hunting fierce beasts. Non-ranked beasts, 300 blue star coins each. First-rank preliminary stage beasts, 1,000 blue star coins each. First-rank middle stage beasts, 3,000 blue star coins each. First-rank high stage beasts, 5,000 blue star coins each. Second rank, asterisk note. After killing a fierce beast, be sure to cut off its left ear as proof. Otherwise, no bounty will be paid. Asterisk simple and straightforward. Su Hong quickly understood the rules. With his current strength, he figured he should have no trouble killing a first-rank preliminary stage beast. 1,000 per beast, 10 makes 10,000, not a bad reward at all. And that didn't even count the skins, fur or other body parts, which could also be sold for money. The problem was, hauling back beast carcasses took up too much space, so most martial artists just brought back the left ears. Su Hong stroked his chin, thinking things over for a moment, then headed for the entrance to the wilderness. There was a line as usual, and he sighed to himself. These generous bounties sure attracted a crowd. He couldn't help but wonder if the beasts nearby had already been hunted to extinction. At that moment, a rough booming voice cut through the line. "Make way!" Su Hong turned his head to see what was going on. A group of 5 martial artists, all first rank, swaggered straight to the front of the line under the lead of a particularly arrogant young man. Without any attempt at subtlety, they blatantly cut in front of everyone. Many of those in line were martial arts teams themselves, some even stronger than this group, with a few members who were already second rank. Yet, much to Su Hong's surprise, no one protested or picked a fight. Instead, they all quietly stepped aside for the arrogant youth and his squad. The young man sneered and chuckled as he led his 4 companions through the entrance to the wilderness. It wasn't until they disappeared outside that someone muttered under their breath, "Damn it, acting all high and mighty, like having a powerful uncle makes you special." If it weren't for his uncle, I'd have beaten him up long ago. But one complaint seemed to break the silence. Other warriors began grumbling and cursing in frustration. Su Hong soon worked out what was going on. The arrogant youth was called Yifeng, a first-rank middle-stage warrior. His uncle Yichi was a third-rank martial artist and the very person in charge of the space. Apparently Yichi doted on his nephew endlessly. There's always someone like that, no matter where you go, Su Hong silently thought to himself, but this had nothing to do with him. After Yifeng led his group away, the line continued moving. Before long, it was Su Hong's turn. "Huh, so young and alone out here?" The staff member gave Su Hong a slightly surprised glance, but didn't say anything more and let him through. Soon Su Hong stepped through the entrance to the wilderness. After walking down a corridor of just over 10 meters, his feet touched the wild earth. The fragrant sweet air rushed into his nose. He let out a slow breath, took a few deep inhales, and picking a direction at random strode forward in wide steps. The forest was thick and lush, ancient trees with massive trunks everywhere he looked. Su Hong kept his expression wary as he moved through the woods. Not long after, a patch of grass in front of him rustled. Su Hong looked up, body instinctively tensing. The next moment, a martial artist crawled out from the underbrush. Su Hong was momentarily speechless. On his way here, he hadn't run into a single wild beast. Instead, he'd come across quite a few martial artists. "Looks like all the beasts on the outskirts have already been wiped out. I'll have to go deeper," he thought, shaking his head. He bent his knees and leapt on the spot, his body nearly parallel to the ground. With a fierce kick against the air, there was a burst like a thunderclap. In that instant, Su Hong shot forward like Superman, darting dozens of meters in a flash. His feet struck out again and his speed accelerated as he vanished from the edge of the forest. 10 minutes later, as he went deeper, Su Hong finally came across his first wild beast. It was a wolf, 2 meters long, tusks curved like crescent moons, an entry-level rank 1 beast, the Shadow Moon Wolf. Their school's general education class had taught students how to identify such creatures. Su Hong recognized it instantly. At that moment, drool was dripping from the wolf's mouth and its slick emerald eyes were locked onto Su Hong as if sizing up his blood and vitality. In the next second, a trace of delight flashed in the Shadow Moon Wolf's eyes. Among all the martial artists it had encountered today, this human was definitely the weakest. "Oh!" The wolf let out a howl, lunged at Su Hong in a blur, and sprang with jaws wide open straight for his throat. Su Hong's breathing quickened, his whole body tensing automatically. The feeling of being one heartbeat away from life or death sent a surge of excitement through him. His hands even trembled a little. Facing the wolf that was mid-pounce, fangs aiming for his throat, Su Hong's mind was never clearer. Without hesitation, he ducked low, slipping beneath the attack and arriving at the wolf's belly. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He swung a fist. Boom! A sound like 9 claps of thunder exploded through the forest. Su Hong's punch blew a hole straight through the wolf's abdomen, clear through from front to back. With a pitiful yelp, the Shadow Moon Wolf crashed heavily to the ground, dead within a few heartbeats. Exhaling sharply, Su Hong's eyes gleamed with exhilaration, but then his expression suddenly changed. He'd caught the scent of wolf drool. "Holy crap, that stinks." Suppressing his breath, Su Hong stepped forward, grabbed the wolf's left ear, and tore it off, tossing it into the oversized backpack he'd prepared earlier before turning and striding away. As he walked, Su Hong replayed the battle in his mind, analyzing every move. That dive just now, he hadn't even hesitated. It was almost instinctive, like his body reacted on its own. In the past, his reflexes were never that sharp, dodging, then throwing that punch, all without a conscious thought. It seemed this peerless talent of his didn't just boost his perception but maxed out his fight instincts as well. Su Hong marveled at the realization. His clash with the Shadow Moon Wolf had made the difference crystal clear. In those underground cage matches before, he'd always had overwhelming advantages. He'd never noticed this edge. Time to find another beast just to test this out. With that in mind, Su Hong strode off purposefully. The forest depths lived up to their reputation, predators everywhere. It didn't take long before a hulking black bear lumbered into view, a mid-tier first-rank beast, the furious black bear, perfect. Su Hong curled his finger, beckoning. True to its name, the furious black bear exploded with rage at the taunt. It let out a deafening roar and charged, its massive bulk shaking the ground with each stride. Roar! A gigantic paw swung at him. Su Hong slipped away with ease. The bear attacked again and again, but didn't so much as graze the hem of Su Hong's clothes. 10 minutes passed like this. The furious black bear was left gasping for breath while Su Hong stood nearby, perfectly calm, his breathing steady, his clothes neat and unmarred. As he'd suspected, his combat instincts had also hit their peak, a mid-tier first-rank beast, and it hadn't touched him once. Su Hong shook his head in amazement. This peerless through-the-ages talent was downright terrifying. Now that the test was over, Su Hong strode forward without hesitation. With a furious howl, the black bear tried to lash out, raising its paw. Bang! A surge of agonizing pain shot through its forepaw. The bear let out a blood-curdling scream. It looked down baffled. Where did my paw go? It barely had a second to react before it lifted its head, only to see a fist rapidly filling its field of vision. Damn! The bear's skull exploded in an instant. Su Hong darted back, just in time to avoid being splattered by brain matter. The bear's corpse crashed to the forest floor, making the ground tremble. He stepped forward, sliced off its left ear, and was about to leave when a sudden whistle split the air behind him. Su Hong instinctively dodged to the side. A spear crashed down where he'd just been standing. Oh, not a bad reaction time. The ambusher sounded a little surprised. Su Hong's gaze turned icy. Before him stood a scrawny man, slowly hefting his long spear. Kid, hand over the left ears you've collected from the beasts, and maybe I'll let you walk away, the man said, pointing the spear at him with a crooked grin. So instead of hunting beasts, you'd rather rob me? Su Hong replied, face expressionless. Tisk these young folks. Not too bright, the man sneered. Hunting beasts can't compare to a quick and easy robbery. The scrawny man let out a mocking snort, the tip of his spear aimed straight at Su Hong as he threatened coldly, his tone impatient. You want the beast's left ear or your life? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Su Hong was about to say something when his gaze suddenly fixed on the alloy spear pointed at him. The next second a smile spread across his face. He grinned and asked, is that an alloy spear? The scrawny man was caught off guard. Obviously, he said reflexively. What grade is the alloy? Su Hong pressed. D-grade. Wait, why am I even answering you? As realization dawned, the scrawny man felt he'd been played. Rage flared in his eyes. You had your chance, but you wasted it. Now die. With a sudden thrust, the spear lunged at Su Hong. Su Hong acted as if he hadn't seen it at all. Wearing a look of mild regret, he sighed. Only D-grade. Well, it'll do for now, I guess. The scrawny man sneered, convinced he could finish Su Hong with one strike. But just as the spear tip was about to pierce Su Hong's throat, the man's vision blurred, then a jolt of numbness shot through his hand, and he instinctively let go of the weapon. In the next instant, he felt a savage kick land squarely on his chest. He flew backward, smashing into an ancient tree nearby. Thud. He slid to the ground, choking up a mouthful of thick blood. Confusion clouded his face. He had no idea what had just happened. Tisk, as expected of an alloy weapon, came a voice of appreciation just then. The balance, the feel, and the hardness put any standard issue spear to shame. The scrawny man looked up and saw, in the distance, the young man clutching his alloy spear, examining it like a critic admiring fine art. Gulp. The scrawny man swallowed hard. In that moment, it was painfully clear he'd messed with the wrong person. Listen, kid, you're the better man. That alloy spear, consider it a gift. Oh, that's pretty generous of you, Su Hong replied with a friendly smile. Guess you can go, ha. The scrawny man forced a smile, lips twitching awkwardly as he turned to leave, but inside he simmered with rage. Just a kid. When I get back, I'll bring the others and make sure he pays. Stealing my spear, not on my watch. But just then a roar like a tidal wave came crashing from behind. Startled, the scrawny man turned his head reflexively, and before he could even see what was happening, the butt of the spear whipped out, smashing into his chest with brutal force. His ribcage caved in, and he flew backwards, landing in a crumpled heap not far away. You said you'd let me go, he gasped, looking up in disbelief as the boy strode toward him, spear in hand. Su Hong flashed a brilliant smile. Oh, I lied. Hate twisted in the dying man's wide eyes. He opened his mouth to say something more, but the spear came down, piercing straight through his heart. His eyes faded instantly. The head he'd struggled to lift dropped heavily to the ground. After killing the scrawny man, Su Hong realized something had changed within him. The trembling, the sickness he'd felt after his first kill, there was nothing this time. Not even the faintest revulsion. That's when Su Hong noticed the backpack slung over the dead man's shoulders. He opened it up. Whoa, at least 20-odd left ears from fierce beasts. That man wasn't wrong about one thing. Murder and arson put gold on your belt. Su Hong put away his spoils, unable to suppress a sigh of emotion. Still, no matter how great the rewards, he'd never kill an innocent stranger just to achieve his goals. It simply wasn't in his nature, nor would he stoop so low. Oh right, almost forgot to search the body. After a few steps, Su Hong smacked his forehead and hurried back to rifle through the corpse. Unfortunately, he came up empty-handed. I can't forget this in the future, Su Hong chided himself. It's my first time doing this sort of thing. Guess the skill just isn't there yet. With that self-reflection, he turned and walked away. As he moved, he brought up his system panel, eager to see how many martial points he had gained. Martial points, 38. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hong invested all 38 points into vitality. As a familiar rush surged through his body, a tidal wave of energy pounding in his veins, his vitality increased from 95.2 to 99. Just one more point and I'll be a first-rank warrior. Excitement welled up in Su Hong. Not only would reaching the next stage raise his standing, it would finally let him practice the guiding technique. Funny, in a way he owed this to the guy who'd tried to ambush him. Su Hong glanced down at the D-rank alloy spear in his hand, admiring it from every angle. With this weapon he could take his raging sea spear technique already at the mastery level and push it to perfection. Now to find a fierce beast to test this out, with that thought Su Hong began tracking his next quarry. That night Su Hong found a cave, rolled a massive boulder to block the entrance, and settled himself beside the crackling campfire. He checked his system panel, martial points, 32 points, enough to break through to first-rank warrior. Su Hong licked his lips and channeled all the points into vitality, as his stat jumped from 99 to 102.2. Inch of violence surged tore through his body, his blood boiled like a raging sea rampaging through his veins. Heat seared his limbs, his entire body felt like a furnace. With a sharp rip his muscles swelled so suddenly that his sleeves burst at the seams, veins bulging menacingly along his arms. After a moment the furious surge subsided, his frame shrank back down from hulking brute to his naturally lean build. First-rank warrior, at last. Su Hong clenched his fists, marveling at the raw, overwhelming power now coursing through him. No matter how many times he experienced this feeling of growing stronger, it always left him intoxicated. He took a moment to savor it, then, with a hint of embarrassment, realized something awkward. The next 4 days passed in a blur as Su Hong hunted and fought his way through the wilds. His raging sea spear technique soon reached perfection. With every thrust the echo of a tsunami seemed to fill the air, overwhelming in force and presence. The technique's power was simply staggering. Against mid-tier first-rank beasts, just a few strikes shattered their spines. Somewhere deep in the forest, 4 days on, even Su Hong's entire demeanor had changed. His eyes were icy, razor-sharp with intensity. Gone was any trace of the naive student he'd once been. Instead, his entire presence radiated the lethal calm of a veteran hunter, someone with years of experience slaying ferocious beasts. Right now, Su Hong's gaze was focused, his expression grave. Looming before him was an enormous black serpent, its jet-black body stretching dozens of meters long, tongue flicking in and out as it stared him down. A black jade python. Even among the upper ranks of Tier 1 beasts this creature sat firmly at the top of the food chain. In the past 4 days, this was the most formidable monster Su Hong had encountered, bar none. Hiss! The python lashed its tongue, then lashed out, its massive tail thick as a boulder whipped towards Su Hong with blinding speed. As it swept past a gigantic rock and its path was instantly shattered, Su Hong didn't dare take any chances. Only a fool would try to take that strike head-on. Boom! With an explosive bang, Su Hong sprang upward, spear in hand, landing right in front of the python's head. His weapon shot forward like a dragon, striking with pinpoint accuracy into one of the serpent's eyes. The entire spear sank into the hilt and blood gushed out in torrents. Enraged by the searing pain, the black jade python thrashed in a wild fury, tail whipping towards Su Hong again. At that instant Su Hong flashed a sly grin, yanked his spear free, and dodged aside. Bang! The python's tail came down with a thunderous thud, slamming directly into its own head. Instantly unbalanced, the creature lurched sideways, momentarily disoriented. Su Hong seized the opening. In midair, he darted forward using his aerial step technique, closed in on the python and drove his spear into its other eye. As soon as the stab landed, he retreated in a flash, landing at a safe distance. There he stood, silent and watchful, as the blinded black jade python thrashed madly at empty air. Whenever the beast paused, Su Hong would dart in and strike once more. Each time the python flew into a fresh frenzy, he'd slip away again. Bit by bit, he wore down its stamina. After 10 or so minutes, the black jade python was so exhausted it couldn't even lift its tail. Only then did Su Hong step forward and end its life. What a rush! Su Hong's heart pounded furiously in his chest as he looked at the python's mountainous, lifeless body. On the outside, it might have looked like he'd taken down the beast with ease. But the truth was far from it. Just one hit from that tail would have left him severely injured, if not worse. Thankfully, after these 4 grueling days, combined with his unmatched natural talent, Su Hong's combat instincts had grown unbelievably sharp. Soon, however, frustration crept in. He'd killed the black jade python, sure, but the thing didn't have ears. Su Hong circled the corpse, thinking. Suddenly his eyes lit up. On the python's forehead he spotted a scale that looked subtly different, much shinier than the others. He moved in and pried it out, poking it with his alloy spear, and found it wouldn't even leave a scratch. This would make excellent armor, he thought. It had to be extremely valuable. As a backup, he also pried loose a regular scale to serve as proof he'd slain the black jade python. Shouldering his oversized backpack already stretched taut with the left ears of other beasts he'd killed, Su Hong turned and left without looking back. Over the past 4 days, Su Hong had lost track of how many vicious beasts he'd killed. At least several dozen. The number was so high his backpack was nearly bursting. Time to head back and cash in, he thought, and started making his way toward the forest's edge. On his way out, he ran into quite a few fellow martial artists. Most of them couldn't help but let a glimmer of greed flash in their eyes when they saw the bulging backpack on his shoulders. But the moment they noticed the beast blood splattered all over him and the cold, steely glint in his gaze, they all hesitated. After weighing their options, not one made a move. A guy who could stuff his bag full with just the left ears of ferocious beasts clearly wasn't someone to be messed with. But just then, a squad of martial artists blocked Su Hong's path. 5 people in total, each toting a backpack of their own. When Su Hong caught sight of the young man leading them, he frowned and immediately decided to avoid trouble. He turned to take another path. Yifeng, however, had already spotted Su Hong. His eyes lit up the moment he recognized him. Seeing Su Hong about to leave, he barked out, "Stop!" Su Hong didn't even slow down. Seeing this, a cold flash crossed Yifeng's gaze. He gestured impatiently to the four companions at his side, signaling them to act. "Yishav, he's just a kid, let me handle him." One burly middle-aged man jumped ahead of the others and stepped forward eagerly, hoping to get on Yifeng's good side. These past few days tagging along with Yifeng had been a breeze. They blocked and robbed whoever they came across. Even teams much stronger than theirs hesitated to strike, wary of Yifeng's reputation, and ultimately handed over some of their beast ears just to avoid trouble. Thanks to that, the middle-aged man hadn't even had to kill a single beast himself. His whole backpack was filled with beast ears already. This was simply unthinkable under normal circumstances, so naturally he was all too eager to curry favor with Yifeng. Now seeing this young man act defiant and annoy Yifeng, he seized the chance to show off, hoping that if things went well he might be included on future heists. Yifeng nodded. "Fine, you go. Don't kill him, just take him out of commission." "Understood." The big man charged at Su Hong, closing the distance in seconds, and swung a heavy fist straight at Su Hong's back. But Su Hong, who'd already sensed the attack coming, spun around with lightning speed. In a single fluid motion he drove his spear right through the man's heart. The man stared down in stunned disbelief, eyes going wide as he saw the spearhead protruding from his chest. He tried to say something, his throat convulsing, but blood bubbled up and filled his mouth, choking down whatever words he had left. The next moment Su Hong wrenched the spear free and the man collapsed to the ground in a heap, lifeless. Su Hong was about to leave when he suddenly paused. He'd spotted the bulging backpack filled with beast ears on the man's corpse. Without hesitation he slung it onto his own back, then in a flash disappeared into the depths of the forest. The whole scene had played out too quickly, too abruptly. Yifeng and his three remaining companions were left standing there, unable to process what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, that burly middle-aged man lay dead. Just like that, he was a mid-ranked Tier 1 martial artist and he died so easily. As the shock set in, the three other fighters stared in disbelief, eyes wide with alarm. When they looked at Su Hong, their expressions were tinged with deep wariness. "Damn it, you dare kill my man!" Yifeng froze for a split second, but quickly snapped out of it, his rage boiling over. "And he took the backpack too, he's courting death." Gritting his teeth, Yifeng barked coldly at the three fighters, "Come with me. We're going after him. Kill him." The three martial artists' faces went pale. Their skills were roughly equal to the dead man's. The fact that the young man had killed him in a single strike, sure, maybe he'd let his guard down, but no one could do that without real strength. Most importantly, someone that young with that much power could only be a prodigy from Xingcheng High. Robbing regular martial artists was one thing, but killing such a genius, if the school found out, could they really handle the consequences? One of them couldn't help but speak up, "Young Master Yi, that kid must be a genius from Xingcheng High. If we kill him, wouldn't..." Before he could finish, Yifeng whipped around, glaring daggers at him. The man immediately shut his mouth. "So what if he's a genius? We're in the wild," Yifeng sneered. "Kill him, toss him to the monsters, who's going to know?" At that, the three exchanged a glance, then nodded. "After me." With that low growl from Yifeng, they set off in pursuit, but after a short chase, they realized even at full speed they couldn't catch up to the young man. He was just getting farther and farther away. Watching the teenager disappear into the distance, Yifeng was seething, grinding his teeth, and shouted after him, "Kid, I've got your face burned into my memory. Be smart, drop the backpack now, or else." Murder filled Yifeng's eyes. "Or else I'll wipe out your whole family." At those words, Su Hong suddenly halted mid-escape. He jerked his head around, a cold and savage light burning in his eyes. This Yifeng had sent people to rob him, got them killed in turn, and still dared threaten his family. He's asking for it. Su Hong's gaze grew icy, his killing intent rising. Without another look back, he picked up speed, quickly leaving Yifeng and his men in the dust until he disappeared from sight. "Damn it," Yifeng exploded when he saw he'd lost the chase, cursing furiously. The three martial artists kept utterly silent, not daring to make a sound. After venting for a while, Yifeng spun on his heel and stalked toward the edge of the forest. "Come with me. Since he took the backpack, he's bound to head back to settle up. We'll go wait for him at the entrance to the martial artist's base and catch him there." One of the martial artists glanced nervously at the darkening sky and said cautiously, "Young Master Yi, it's already night. The beasts'll be out in force. We should probably come back tomorrow, shouldn't we?" Yifeng frowned and shook his head. "No, if he tries to slip back overnight, he could get away. We have to go now." The three didn't argue further. Taking advantage of the cover of night, the group made their way for the edge of the forest. "You bastard! How dare you kill my men? How dare you steal from me?" Along the way, Yifeng cursed under his breath. The three martial artists with him were in a foul mood as well. Things had been going so smoothly, robbing and looting under Yifeng's lead, living easy lives, until that damn kid showed up and ruined everything. Now they were stuck rushing through the night, all because of him. The more they thought about it, the more pissed off they got, and they couldn't help but mutter curses of their own. "If I see him again, I'll make sure I'm the one to kill him first. Humph, don't even think about challenging me. It's all because of that useless loser. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, none of this would have happened." The four of them trudged forward, cursing non-stop. Just then a shadow suddenly darted out from the trees. In a flash a spear shot forward, swift as lightning, piercing straight through one of the martial artist's hearts. Before anyone could react, the attacker vanished back into the undergrowth. The attack had come too fast and completely by surprise. Yi Feng and the other three didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until the body thudded heavily to the ground that they snapped out of it, realizing with horror what had just happened. Damn it, it's that kid again. Yi Feng was both shocked and enraged, unleashing a torrent of curses. He never would have guessed the boy hadn't left, but had instead been stalking them in the shadows this entire time, staring at their fallen comrade who had been talking just moments before and was now a corpse. Yi Feng and the two surviving martial artists felt a chill crawl down their spines, all the hairs on their bodies standing on end. Move. Pick up the pace, we need to get out of this cursed place now. Yi Feng swallowed hard and urged them, barely able to keep the fear out of his voice. The two martial artists didn't dare complain anymore, they shut their mouths and hurried to catch up. All three walked forward, their eyes darting warily to every patch of darkness around them as if the next attack could come at any moment. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. Boom, an explosive sound rang out. Yi Feng and his companions instantly tensed, turning toward the noise. They stared at the spot for a good 10 seconds but no one came out. It was as if someone was toying with them on purpose. If I get my hands on that bastard. Yi Feng gritted his teeth. All he knows how to do is sneak around and ambush us. If he's got any guts he should come out and face us head on. What do you think? One of the martial artists muttered, trying to sound brave, but there was no missing the tremor of fear in his voice. But silence greeted him. There was no reply. Yi Feng and that martial artist both froze, a sense of dread washing over them. Thud. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. They whipped their heads around, and all the hairs on their bodies stood on end again. Another one of their group had been killed. Damn it. Yi Feng's eyes were wild with terror as he cursed, trying to vent his fear. The last surviving martial artist tugged at his arm. Why, young master Yi, enough with the cursing, let's just get out of here. At those words Yi Feng immediately clamped his mouth shut. Neither of them dared linger another second, they hurried to escape. But after only a few steps, both of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. Standing right in the middle of the path ahead was a teenage boy, spear in hand, waiting quietly. It was Su Hong. Seeing Su Hong, Yi Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. The tension he'd been carrying vanished and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Bastard, not trying to ambush me this time, Yi Feng sneered, his voice laced with murderous intent. The other martial artist stared at Su Hong as well, afraid he might suddenly disappear again. In the darkness, Su Hong's icy gaze fell on the two of them as if he were looking at corpses. He spoke softly, there are just the two of you left. I don't need to ambush anyone anymore. For Yi Feng, who had once threatened to wipe out his entire family, Su Hong had no intention of letting him die too quickly. No need for an ambush. Ha ha. Yi Feng was so enraged he actually started laughing. Who do you think you are? His words were cut short as he shot forward like a bullet. The last remaining martial artist quickly followed him, not daring to lag behind. Seeing both men charging at him together, Su Hong's face remained expressionless. Gripping his spear, he stepped up. The weapon moved like a dragon as he thrust it outward, colliding head-on with Yi Feng. The force, Yi Feng's face changed slightly. He gave a muted grunt and staggered back several steps, his gaze on Su Hong growing more and more serious. He hadn't expected it. With his late-stage first-rank strength, a boy like this had actually managed to force him back with a single spear thrust. Right at that moment, while Yi Feng was still reeling from the blow, Su Hong seized the opportunity. He lunged at the other martial artist, spear sweeping in bold, overwhelming arcs. In just an instant, that man fell beneath Su Hong's spear. There was a sickening squelch as Su Hong withdrew his weapon, flicking it so that blood spattered across the ground. Seeing this, Yi Feng's face turned as black as thunder. In just a few hours, his 5-person squad had been slaughtered until only he was left. Your turn now. Su Hong's eyes were frosty as he advanced step by step, spear in hand, closing in on Yi Feng. You think you've got me? When only around 10 feet separated them, Yi Feng suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. Then he jabbed a finger at Su Hong, a burst of energy shot from his fingertip, flying straight for Su Hong's chest at blistering speed. Su Hong's face changed, but his reaction was lightning quick. He twisted to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Boom. The energy shot past him, slamming into a tree behind and snapping it clean in half. That power. Su Hong's pupils shrank. He grew more cautious. Yi Feng sneered. B-rank martial art, void-piercing finger. Before this mission, his uncle, the base commander, had specially taught it to him. Although he'd only mastered it at a beginner's level, its strength far surpassed ordinary martial techniques at this rank. This was his ace in the hole, the reason he dared to lead a team out to rob and pillage. Most of the martial artists hunting beasts out here came from average families. The skills they'd learned were low tier. Even if he ran into someone at the second rank, Yi Feng wasn't without a fighting chance. If you kept hiding like a rat, maybe I'd have trouble with you. But now you come out yourself, looking to die, Yi Feng barked, his fingers unleashing void-piercing finger again and again. Beams of energy like white ribbons roared towards Su Hong with terrifying power. Frowning, Su Hong could only keep dodging the barrage, making it difficult for him to get anywhere near Yi Feng. A peasant is always a peasant. Seeing this, Yifeng instantly felt a surge of confidence and couldn't help but taunt. So what if you're a genius, you're still getting beaten down by me? But he failed to notice something crucial. Every time he unleashed his Pasu fingers, Su-hong's eyes were locked onto him, a thoughtful, knowing look occasionally flickering across his face. A few minutes passed. Yifeng launched another Pasu finger, sending a burst of energy shooting forward. But this time, Su-hong seemed exhausted, his reaction a split second too slow. The attack was about to hit him. Die! The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up in a sneer, but in the very next moment he froze. Su-hong stood his ground, suddenly lowering his gun and pointing a finger, exactly the same technique. An identical burst of energy exploded from his fingertip. The two blasts collided, erupting with a thunderous sound before both dissipated into nothingness. Hot Yifeng was instantly stupefied, his face contorted with shock and disbelief. What was going on? How did this kid know the Pasu finger too? That's impossible. Desperate, Yifeng used the Pasu finger again. To his horror, Su-hong mirrored his every move, performing the technique with the same calm focus, and as he did so, a look of contemplation would occasionally appear on Su-hong's face. Yifeng was completely stunned. He screamed, nearly incoherent. What the hell? Did you just learn that right now? If he'd been shocked before now, Yifeng was terrified. In just a handful of minutes, this teenager had copied his Pasu finger. And this wasn't some basic trick, this was a grade B martial art. It had taken Yifeng's uncle an entire month to teach him the basics, and even then, his uncle Yi Chi said he was exceptionally talented. Most second-rank martial artists couldn't master it in a month. But this kid right in front of him, how long had it taken him? And he'd learned it while fighting. Yifeng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The sight of Su-hong's indifferent expression sent a chill down his spine. What kind of monstrous genius have I just provoked? I can't stay here any longer. If I do, I'm dead. Eyes wide with fear, shoulders trembling, Yifeng tried to keep Su-hong at bay as he started moving toward the edge of the forest. But just then, buzz, Su-hong pointed his finger, unleashing a surge of energy far more powerful than before. It crushed Yifeng's own blast in an instant and, without losing momentum, shot straight toward him. Yifeng had no time to react. The energy pierced his thigh, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. Mastery level, Yifeng couldn't even scream in pain. Instead, he looked up, horror etched into every word. Watching Su-hong stride toward him, Yifeng felt as if he were staring at a ghost. It was one thing for Su-hong to learn the Pasu finger mid-fight, but in the space of a few moments he'd actually mastered it. Yifeng himself barely scratched the basics. Is this kid even human? Yifeng's face was twisted with fear. He saw the murderous intent in Su-hong's eyes and tried desperately to say something. Su-hong pointed a finger and a surge of energy shot out, piercing through Yifeng's other thigh. If you dare kill me, my uncle will never let you off. Yifeng gritted his teeth in agony, sweat streaming down his forehead, his whole body trembled, lips quivering with terror. Let me go. I can give you a martial technique. It's that B-rank technique from before. I have it right on me. Someone as talented as you, I wouldn't dare cross you ever again. Before he could finish, Su-hong interrupted him, speaking softly. If I kill you, it'll be mine anyway. Yifeng tried to say something else. Squelch, several streaks of energy blasted forth in quick succession, punching straight through his forehead and heart. He was dead beyond all doubt. Su-hong's expression was icy cold, not the slightest hesitation in his movements. The very moment this man threatened to wipe out his entire family, Su-hong had already handed down his death sentence. Fortunately, he'd learned the technique during the fight, otherwise killing Yifeng would have been far more troublesome. Shaking his head, Su-hong immediately began searching the corpse. His movements, unlike his first time, were now practiced and skilled. In mere seconds, a martial technique manual was in his hand. Void-shattering finger, a B-rank martial art. This time he'd really struck gold. Su-hong's voice carried a hint of delight. Although he possessed unmatched innate talent, Yifeng himself was only at the beginner level. The fact that Su-hong had managed to forcibly deduce and master the technique during combat was already extraordinary. If given a bit more time, he could have figured it out on his own, but that could never compare to learning directly from the manual while practicing. He flipped through the void-shattering finger manual for a moment, then walked over to the backpack lying next to Yifeng, stuffed full with the left ears of fierce beasts. There were 5 whole bags, and any one of them held as many beast ears as Su-hong's own pack. Dawn began to break on the horizon. At the forest's edge, a young man moved through the woods, carrying no less than 6 enormous packs on his back. Suddenly, a furious black bear burst out ahead of him, roaring and swinging its massive claws. Void-shattering finger. Raising his hand, Su-hong pointed. A thick streak of white energy, as thick as a man's arm, instantly pierced the raging bear's heart. Void-shattering finger. Mastery, perfection. Finally, perfection. Its power truly lived up to its reputation as a B-rank martial technique. Su-hong felt a surge of excitement. He now had a genuine mid-range attack skill. His attack range had increased significantly. Plus, the void-shattering finger was executed with incredible speed, nearly impossible to defend against in battle. Unleashing it out of nowhere left opponents little time to react. Before long, Su-hong looked up. He could already see the outline of the martial arts base in the distance. At that moment something crossed his mind. He fell silent in thought, then finally pulled out the void-shattering finger manual. Stealing his heart, he set it alight and burned it on the spot. The man he'd killed Yifeng had an uncle who was the base director, a third-rank martial artist he couldn't afford to offend right now. If anyone discovered what he'd done, it would spell big trouble. Better safe than sorry, and besides I've already reached perfection. This manual is useful, but not essential, Su Hong thought to himself as he slung 6 stuffed backpacks over his shoulders and strode towards the warrior's base. The warrior's base, dawn had barely broken, but the place was already packed with people. After several days, the warriors who had gone out to hunt fierce beasts were gradually making their return and the settlement area was bustling with activity. At this moment staff members were receiving 4 backpacks from a returning team, checking their contents. This team was called the Thunder Squad, well known among the warriors. Quite a crowd had gathered around to watch. 67 low-grade Tier 1 beasts. The Tier 1 mid-grade beasts come to a total value of 230,000, the staff announced as they finished their count. The onlookers burst into envious murmurs. Thunder Squad, you guys are seriously impressive. To kill so many in just a few days, unreal. You filled 4 whole standard issue backpacks. That's nuts. This haul is worth months of my hard work easily. Man, you guys make the rest of us look bad. I have to give you props. Even the staff broke into a smile and looked up. You Thunder guys are honestly the most productive team I've seen in a while. Hearing all this, the 5 members of Thunder Squad couldn't help but break out into smug grins. Just then, holy crap, an exclamation thundered across the square coming from the direction of the Wild's entrance. What's going on? Everyone turned to look, curiosity written on their faces, and then all at once they froze. At the gate from the Wilds, a young man, his clothes soaked in beast blood and looking utterly battered, walked in with a gun at his side. On his back he carried 6 bulging backpacks. A steady drip of blood leaked from the bottoms of the bags. It wasn't hard to guess what was inside. No way could those be all beast left ears in those bags, someone blurted out. He's filled 6 bags all by himself. Just how many beasts did he kill? And he's alone and still looks kind of young, almost like a high schooler. Which school does this genius come from? The entire square of warriors was left gawking in shock. Even the Thunder Squad was taken aback, staring in awe. Someone muttered skeptically, they must all be low-grade beasts, right? But someone else immediately objected, come on, 6 full bags, even if they are all the lowest grade, that's still insane. And he's just a kid on his own. At that, any further doubts died instantly. To most warriors, it didn't matter what tier those beast parts were. Killing that many alone was extraordinary. Still, in their hearts, most people figured the bags had to be filled with the lowest tier beast's ears. After all, the kid was solo. The Thunder Squad had 5 people and had only filled 4 bags. At the settlement counter, Su Hong approached, weighed down by the heavy backpacks. The crowd was already pressing in, their eyes burning with unabashed curiosity. The Thunder Squad felt a pang of annoyance at being overshadowed and moved to the side, watching the scene unfold. Hello, just hand your backpack to me, a staff member said, greeting Su Hong with an air of utmost respect, eagerly approaching and taking the backpack from Su Hong's hands. The deference in his manner left the surrounding martial artists astounded. He hadn't shown them even a fraction of this courtesy earlier. Up until now, only the Thunder Squad ever received such treatment. Without hesitation, the staff member hoisted the backpack and began emptying its contents. Clatter, a pile of beast left ears of all kinds tumbled to the ground, stacking up like a small mountain. The group of martial artists hurried over to get a closer look. Rampaging black bear, moonlit wolf. Damn, these are all first-tier beasts, someone blurted out in disbelief. I couldn't find so much as a single low-grade beast. This is insane. How could one person hunt at that kind of speed and volume? Staring at the pile of beast ears on the ground, the martial artists were utterly stunned. Then, noticing the other 5 backpacks, their hearts began to pound hard and fast. Don't tell me, those 5 bags are filled with first-tier beast ears, too. That's impossible. One of the martial artists muttered, swallowing hard. Before he could finish, the staff member grabbed the remaining 5 backpacks and continued dumping them onto the ground. Within moments, the entire area around the settlement counter was carpeted with beast left ears. The martial artists bowed their heads, inspecting what was there, and shivers ran down their spines. Unbelievable, I don't even see a single low-tier beast in all this. It's all first-tier, and quite a few are mid-tier, and some even high-tier. This guy is a total prodigy. They stared at Su Hong as if they were seeing a ghost. Wait. Isn't this a scale from the Black Jade Python? A martial artist caught sight of something in the pile and cried out in shock. Black Jade Python, that's a top-tier first-level beast. The others immediately turned to look. The staff member picked up the snake scale, examined it for a moment, then nodded in amazement. Yes, this is from a Black Jade Python. Once that was confirmed, the martial artists erupted into an excited commotion. This was a Black Jade Python, an existence even they would rather avoid at all costs. The Thunder Squad, who had previously been grumbling about losing the spotlight, were now stunned into silence. Their whole team had nearly been wiped out a while back by a single Black Jade Python, yet this boy so young had taken one down all by himself. Now the Thunder Squad stared at Su Hong as if he were some kind of monster. At that moment, the staff member seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly asked Su-hong. The black jade python has a special crystal clear scale on its forehead. Did you bring it back? Su-hong paused, then fished out the unique snake scale from his belongings. Yes, that's the one, the staff member said excitedly. Our warrior base buys those back at a high price. Are you interested in selling? Su-hong's eyes lit up. How much? The staff held up a single finger. 10,000 blue star coins. Su-hong stared at him momentarily speechless. You should know the left ear of a high-level ferocious beast can only fetch 5,000 blue star coins at most, yet this single serpent scale is worth 10,000. On second thought, considering the status of the black jade python among first-tier beasts, that didn't seem so strange anymore. It's a deal, Su-hong nodded. Alright, give me a moment to tally it all up and we'll settle the rest next, the staff member replied, beginning to count up the beast ears. When he finally finished, he glanced at Su-hong in shock before reporting the results. 72 beginner tier first-level beast ears. 83 mid-tier, 17 high-tier, and with that black jade python scale, 10,000, the staff member was visibly shaken as he announced the final total. That's 416,000 blue star coins. The room instantly erupted. Holy crap, 416,000? I couldn't rack that up in half a year. I'm only a beginner tier first level myself. If it were me, that would take at least 2.5 years. So this is what it means to be a prodigy, huh? You can't help but be impressed, and the craziest thing is, he did all this by himself, my god. A group of martial artists stood there stunned, their eyes fixed on Su-hong in awe. Even the 5 members of Thunder Squad couldn't help but shake their heads in amazement. If they'd had any sense of competition before, it was gone now. They were genuinely convinced the beasts killed by their whole squad had only totaled up to 230,000 blue star coins, and Su-hong, alone, he'd racked up more than double that. Once the staff finished counting, Su-hong's payment was quickly transferred to his card. He pulled out his phone, checked to make sure the 416000 was in his account, and prepared to leave. Everyone else made way for him, stepping aside to clear a path. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. On the second floor, a figure smashed straight through the window, landing with a roar. Nobody leaves. Staff seal off the base. Not even a fly leaves this building. The room fell instantly silent. The one who'd shouted was none other than the base director, Yi Chi. All the martial artists exchanged bewildered looks as staff hurried to block every exit. Someone finally dared to timidly ask Director Yi. What's going on? Yi Chi landed on the ground, icy eyes sweeping across the crowd as he spoke coldly. My nephew Yifeng has been killed. Every pair of eyes widened in shock. Yifeng is dead. No wonder Yi Chi's furious. But beneath that, nearly everyone was struggling to hide the satisfied smirks tugging at their lips, secretly cheering inside. Out in the wild these past days, just about all of them had been robbed by Yifeng at some point. If it hadn't been for his family's status, someone would have taken care of him long ago. Now that the menace was gone, everyone was glad to see him dead. Good riddance. From now on, every single martial artist will be searched. Only after you're cleared can you leave. Yi Chi's gaze swept over the room, cold as ice. For a moment everyone went quiet, their expressions turning sullen. A body search? Why should we put up with that? Your nephew is dead, and now you want to search us? What kind of logic is that? Someone finally mustered the courage to protest. Manager Yi, this body search. He didn't even finish before he was cut off by Yi Chi's cold snort. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Chi's eyes as he sneered. Yifeng was carrying a set of B-rank martial arts techniques. Whoever killed him would definitely have taken it. Nobody leaves until your innocence is proven by a search. B-rank martial arts? Yi Chi really does throw his weight around. A wave of uneasy murmurs rippled through the gathered fighters. The idea of being searched just because of this left a sour taste in their mouths, but at the sight of Yi Chi's barely restrained fury, no one dared object any further. Refusing now would only spell trouble for them. Before long the staff began methodically searching each fighter. Yi Chi stood off to the side, his gaze like that of a hawk watching each one intently. Then out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a massive pile of beast left ears stacked up at the exchange counter. His voice cut through the room coldly. Who killed this many beasts in one go? Whose haul is this? Instantly all eyes, fighters and staff alike, turned to look at Su-hong. Feeling the shift in attention, Yi Chi's oppressive stare locked onto Su-hong as well. When his eyes landed on Su-hong's youthful face, he showed a flicker of surprise. After scrutinizing the boy for a moment, Yi Chi's brow furrowed. You, a first-tier martial artist, barely at the beginner level, managed to kill all these beasts? After a pause, his tone grew icy. Looks to me like you killed my nephew and stole their packs. And you've got the nerve to show up to exchange the loot right in front of me? You've got guts. At those words, the other martial artists couldn't help but cast Su-hong a few sympathetic glances. Yi Chi waved his hand sharply. Go search him now. A staff member stepped toward Su-hong, but as soon as he drew near, Su-hong leveled a long spear straight at him. The man froze, not daring to move an inch. The whole room was stunned. No one had expected Su-hong would dare refuse the search. Refusing? Are you? Yi Chi's eyes hardened and he strode forward with a threatening air. But before he could say a word, Su-hong spoke up, face expressionless. I'm a student at Star City First High. That simple sentence made Ji Chi stop in his tracks. He glanced at Su Hong's young face, then back at the pile of beast ears. For a moment hesitation flickered in Yi Chi's eyes, a student from Star City First High who could kill this many beasts, an undisputed prodigy. He didn't care about making enemies of the other martial artists, but searching a prodigy like this, if the kid grew up and came looking for trouble one day. Yi Chi hesitated for a moment, but in the end his desire to find the Real killer won out. He looked over at Su Hong, his tone no longer so cold, softening a little. My nephew is dead, I have to do this search, but I won't make you do it for nothing. Cooperate, give me this courtesy and I'll compensate you with 10,000 blue star coins. How about it? Hearing this, Su Hong deliberately frowned, as if considering, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Chi's brow furrowed slightly. He raised 3 fingers. 30,000. Alright, fine. Su Hong hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. The body search ended quickly. The staff member glanced back at Yi Chi and shook his head. Alright, you can go. Yi Chi waved his hand, signaling for someone to transfer 30,000 blue star coins to Su Hong. After receiving the money, Su Hong didn't rush to leave. Instead, he calmly took a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and only then headed toward the exit of the martial artist base. The fact that Su Hong was so composed, even taking the time for a shower, caused Yi Chi, who had been silently observing, to finally banish any lingering suspicions about him. Keep searching, until every suspect is cleared. No one is allowed to leave. Yi Chi's cold command echoed behind Su Hong as he stepped out of the base. Su Hong's face remained impassive, but his heart was pounding in his chest. Luckily he'd been cautious enough to destroy the rupturing finger martial art before returning. Otherwise his life would have been at serious risk. Yi Chi acted so decisively that if it had been anyone else they'd likely have been caught. B-rank martial arts were far too precious. Who would willingly destroy such a technique before mastering it fully? But Yi Chi would never have guessed that, in just a few hours' journey from the depths of the forest back to base, someone could actually master the rupturing finger to perfection. Walking to the roadside, Su Hong flagged down a taxi and headed toward the city center. I'm a first-rank martial artist now. First things first, I need to visit the Martial Artists Association, take the assessment, and get my hands on the guiding technique. Expectation welled up in Su Hong's eyes. It wasn't just the guiding technique he was looking forward to. As long as he passed the association's assessment and officially registered as a first-rank martial artist, he'd receive a generous monthly allowance. Brimming with anticipation, Su Hong pulled up his stats panel. Name: Su Hong. Talent: Peerless through the ages. Vitality: 103, plus. Spirit: 23, plus. Physique: Ordinary body 6%, plus. Martial arts: Furious Sea Spear Technique Mastery: Thunderbolt Fist perfected, Vajra Fist perfected, Flickering Light Palm perfected, Airwalking Step perfected. Martial Path value: 534. My vitality increased by 0.8 points over these last 4 days? Su Hong was a bit surprised, but then it made sense. Over the past 4 days he'd been locked in life and death battles with fierce beasts, rarely stopping except to sleep. The rate at which his body was strengthening was far beyond what ordinary training could offer. My ordinary body progress went from 3% to 6%. This time, Su Hong was truly surprised. When he broke through to become a first-rank martial artist, he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he checked, it turned out to be a 3% increase, most likely due to his breakthrough. Thinking this, Su Hong couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Breaking into first rank was a major achievement, a leap in cultivation, and yet his ordinary body progress only climbed a mere 3%. Without the system's ability to add points directly, reaching 100% progress seemed absolutely impossible. No wonder those with powerful special constitutions are so incredibly rare. As a martial artist, who wouldn't want to possess a unique bloodline? Su Hong was no exception. He figured he should test out how much progress a single point of martial value would get him, just so he'd have a rough estimate in mind. As for his mental strength, that sadly hadn't changed at all. Su Hong let out a quiet sigh. It seemed he truly had no talent for becoming a spiritual attunement master. All he could do was focus on leveling up the other aspects. With this thought, Su Hong's gaze fell on his martial value. After 4 days, it had risen to an unprecedented level, 534 points. For reference, a Stage 1 novice martial artist had 100 points of vitality, while a Stage 1 intermediate martial artist had 200. If he used all his martial value to boost his vitality, he could increase it by 53.4 points. Having just broken through to the earliest level of Stage 1, he was only a little over 40 points away from reaching the intermediate tier. But when Su Hong glanced at the mental strength and mortal body fields on his stat sheet, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. His martial value looked like a lot, but it was nowhere near enough for everything he wanted to accomplish. Determined to test his theory, Su Hong allocated a single point of martial value to upgrade his mortal body. Almost instantly he saw the progress bar change from 6% to 6.1%. At the same time, he could keenly feel a slight increase in his physical strength, not by much, but it was real tangible progress. Being able to directly boost his combat ability, this was worth prioritizing. In that moment, Su Hong began to truly value the mortal body attribute. Vitality might determine one's cultivation stage, but in the end, martial artists live and die by their fighting prowess. Unfortunately, it took 10 martial value points to increase the mortal body by just 1%. Next, he tried adding 1 martial value point to his mental strength. It rose from 23 to 23.1, another 10-to-1 ratio. Su Hong did some quick calculations in his head. To raise his mortal body progress all the way to 100%, he'd need 939 martial value points. As for mental strength, he still had no idea how much he'd need before he could awaken as a spiritual attunement master. He'd have to do some research later to get a clearer picture. After figuring things out, Su Hong thought for a while before beginning to distribute his martial value. Boosting the mortal body meant directly enhancing his strength. In Su Hong's mind, that was now the top priority, even more important than raising his vitality. After a moment's consideration, he dumped 300 martial value points into the mortal body field. Its progress instantly shot up from 6.1% to 36.1%. At that very instant, as Su Hong sat in the front passenger seat of a taxi, his whole body suddenly convulsed, just like when he'd broken through to stage 1 before. His muscles swelled in an instant, veins bulging and writhing under his skin. The fabric of his clothes groaned as if it might rip apart at any moment. Utterly unable to contain his rapidly expanding frame, he'd gone from a slender, handsome youth to a hulking mass of muscle almost in an instant. The juxtaposition of all that brawn with his still boyish good-looking face was downright jarring. The sudden transformation nearly scared the taxi driver out of his wits. He was convinced he'd done something to offend this young passenger, and panic was written all over his face. The driver's lips were trembling, his words stuttering. "B-boss W, what did I do? If I messed up, just tell me, I swear I'll fix it, alright?" But a veteran driver was still a veteran driver, no matter how shaken he was. His hands stayed steady on the wheel. At that moment, though, Su Hong had no time to answer. All he could focus on was the surge of energy raging inside him. Compared to before, his power felt like it had multiplied many times over, practically limitless. The only thing he knew for sure was that he could easily defeat plenty of his former self, as if there was no comparison at all. A moment later, as Su Hong got used to his new physique, the bulging muscles swelling beneath his skin slowly receded into calm. Like a wave retreating from shore, he transformed from a hulking mass of muscle back to a striking, elegant young man. Note to self, he thought, start buying clothes that can stretch or risk exposing everything next time. He looked down at his clothes, which were now stretched several sizes bigger. Thank goodness the quality held up, otherwise people would definitely think he was some kind of pervert. "Are you alright?" Su Hong flashed the driver an apologetic smile. "If you're okay, I'm okay," the driver said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. That situation just now had really spooked him. Su Hong turned his attention back to strengthening himself. He added 200 martial points to his vital energy. His health stat jumped from 103 to 123. Maybe because he was still in a mortal's body, even such a big leap didn't make him feel any discomfort. He had 534 martial points at first, now just 34 left. Su Hong decided to put the remaining points into his mental power. His spirit stat rose from 23.1 to 26.5. The instant he finished distributing the points, his mind felt suddenly clear, crisp. The exhaustion from days of battling fierce beasts seemed to wash away, replaced by a new vitality. The rest of the drive went smoothly without incident. Finally, they reached the Warrior Association, a high-rise in the heart of the city. Su Hong got out of the car and headed inside. He found the front desk and asked where the Warrior assessment would be held, then made his way in that direction. Just then voices echoed behind him. "Teacher, I did okay, right? Not only did my injuries heal, I even broke through to the first rank of Warrior." A young voice said excitedly. "Not bad. For today's assessment, do your best, don't embarrass me." The teacher's voice was stern but approving. The voices sounded familiar. Su Hong turned his head and saw Li Ming and his student Jiang Ming, master and disciple, walking his way. He took just one glance before turning back, continuing toward the assessment center. Whether Li Ming broke through or not had nothing to do with him. Why does that guy's back look so familiar? Li Ming frowned, watching Su Hong walk away, racking his brain to remember where he'd seen that figure before. After a while he gave up, shaking his head. He and Jiang Ming stepped forward and asked the receptionist where the assessment took place, then made their way to the right. Li Ming paused as he overheard something, glancing at the young man heading the same direction. "At his age he's already a first-rank warrior?" Li Ming muttered in surprise. Jiang Ming was just as taken aback, but seeing his teacher's surprise, he immediately tried to use the chance to lecture him. "See that, don't get cocky, just breaking through to a first-rank martial artist doesn't mean you're anything special. There are people a few years younger than you. Look at that kid, he's practically still in high school, and he's already reached first rank as well." Li Ming was unimpressed. "Teacher, I only started training late, that's all. If I'd taken up martial arts earlier, I'd be much stronger than him at his age." He paused, then flashed a confident smile. "Besides, in the end, martial artists are judged by combat prowess. With my mastery of the Thunderfist, someone like him wouldn't stand a chance. I could flatten him with a single punch." Jiang Ming silently shook his head. Sometimes having a disciple who's too talented isn't such a good thing. he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Ever since Li Ming was defeated in that underground cage match, he'd become more restrained. But as soon as he broke through to first rank, his true nature came back in full force. Originally, Jiang Ming wanted to use this young newcomer to show Li Ming that there's always someone better out there. Trouble was, Li Ming wasn't completely wrong. Reaching first rank and mastering the Thunder Fist does make his combat abilities a cut above the usual martial artist. If Jiang Ming tried to use that boy as an example now, Li Ming would probably march right up to him for a fight. Alright, enough talk, go take the assessment. They arrived at the martial artist assessment site where a staff member met them and asked Su Hong to wait a moment. With some time to kill, Su Hong sized up the other martial artists waiting to be tested. They were all middle-aged. These men in turn were surprised to see Su Hong show up, so young and already here to take the first rank test? This kid's a prodigy, no doubt about it. In their eyes was a trace of envy. This wasn't the first time any of them had come to take the assessment. It had ended in failure every time so far. Just then Su Hong saw Li Ming and Jiang Ming walk in. When Li Ming noticed Su Hong looking his way, he gave a soft, dismissive grunt. His teacher had tried to use this boy as a lesson for him before. Now he was curious to see whether or not this kid would even pass the assessment. After a brief wait, the staff member returned to announce the start of the exam. Let me explain the rules, he began. The assessment consists of 2 parts, a vitality test and a combat power test. Everyone knows first-rank martial artists need a vitality score of 100 points, I won't dwell on that. As for combat power, you'll be tested 3 times and we'll take the average, score above 1,000 and you pass. With those instructions, testing began. The examinees lined up. The middle-aged men were the first to step forward, they'd arrived earliest after all. Fanja Vitality, 102 points, Combat Power, 992, 994 and 1003. Assessment, failed. The very first candidate failed the assessment, making the rest of the middle-aged men even more anxious. Meanwhile, Su Hong leaned quietly against the wall, eyes closed, resting. Li Ming watched the group of middle-aged men with open contempt while Jiang Ming's face remained unreadable. For him, today's assessment was just a formality. As far as he was concerned, Li Ming's passage was already in the bag. Among all the martial artists present, the only one who could compare to Li Ming was that young boy. But it was hard to say whether this boy was truly confident in himself or if he'd just broken through recently and showed up to give it a shot. Before long, Jiang Ming lost interest in speculating. Either way, whoever the boy was, he probably wouldn't surpass Li Ming. Truth be told, Jiang Ming was actually hoping the boy would outperform Li Ming on the test, just to help shave off a bit of that arrogance Li Ming always carried around. But then again, would a disciple trained by Jiang Ming himself really be beaten that easily by some random newcomer? Of course not. By this time, the group of middle-aged martial artists had finished their assessments. Out of a dozen or so, only 3 passed. The rest seemed regretful but not devastated, already making plans to try again next time. Folks who came here for the martial artist test were rarely newcomers. Most of these men had known each other for ages. Instead of leaving, they gathered to the side, debating whether the young man and the boy would pass the test. The consensus seemed to be that the young man had a decent shot. He looked like he'd been brought here by a teacher, so he probably had the skills. The boy, though, had come alone and likely was just hoping to give it a try. But honestly, showing up for a martial artist assessment at that age, even if he failed, it would already mark him as a genius. Hearing these conversations, Su Hong remained indifferent. Li Ming, on the other hand, didn't like it one bit. The fact that these older martial artists were calling Su Hong a genius but didn't say anything about him rubbed him the wrong way. Soon, it was his turn. He stepped forward to begin his assessment and the crowd of martial artists fell silent, eager to watch. First up was the Qi and Blood test. Qi and Blood level, 105 points, passed. Next, Li Ming walked over to the combat power tester. He took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Thunder rumbled 3 times as the numbers on the display shot upward, finally settling. Combat power, 1763. Holy crap, is that for real? Qi and Blood at 105 and he punched a 1763. Isn't that close to the middle ranks of a first-stage martial artist? Damn, his martial arts skills must be at least sea level, otherwise there's no way his combat power could be that high. A genius, he's definitely a genius. The group of middle-aged martial artists were dumbstruck, jaws dropping as they stared at Li Ming's youthful face, wrestling with a pang of self-doubt. Here they were, men in their 40s, struggling just to pass the exam and barely scraping together a combat power of 1,000, while this kid had just punched a 1763 right out of the gate. Overhearing their astonished exclamations, Li Ming couldn't help but curl his lips into a smug smile. Then he unleashed 2 more full power strikes. Combat power, 1721. Combat power, 1690. The test proctor stared for a moment in disbelief before snapping to attention and announcing that Li Ming had passed with flying colors. "You're up," Li Ming said cheerfully as he sauntered back toward Su Hong. One by one inch the middle-aged men turned to watch, curious to see what would happen next. The old martial artists weren't strong in terms of physical prowess anymore, but their years of experience made them sharp. They could already sense a bit of tension in the air. This young man seemed to have some kind of hostility toward the boy. Hearing the commotion, Su Hong opened his eyes. He didn't even glance at Li Ming, instead he walked straight over to the spot where the blood energy test was being held. Seeing himself flat out ignored, Li Ming clicked his tongue in annoyance, folded his arms and watched from the sidelines. Looking at Li Ming's indignant posture, Jiang Ming could only shake his head helplessly. He made up his mind to find a real prodigy after the assessment to teach Li Ming a lesson in humility. He wondered whether any of the top schools in Star City had such talent. Just as these thoughts crossed Jiang Ming's mind, a series of astonished exclamations broke out. What the wait, is the blood energy tester broken? How could his blood energy be that high? A group of middle-aged martial artists stared, eyes wide in disbelief. Li Ming froze, stunned, his mind going completely blank. Catching his disciple's shocked expression, Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked up at the display. The next moment, his pupils contracted violently. On the screen of the blood energy tester, a number glowed. Blood energy, 123. Jiang Ming was so shocked that he instinctively rubbed his eyes, certain he must have seen wrong, but the number remained. He looked over at the calm, strikingly handsome young man, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. At this age, his blood energy was already this high. He was more than 10 points higher than Li Ming. Where on earth had this prodigy come from? Li Ming finally snapped back to reality, his face shifting between pale and flushed. Thinking back on his earlier arrogance, then looking up at those dazzling numbers, he felt like a complete fool. No need to panic, he told himself desperately. Blood energy alone doesn't mean anything, only actual combat power matters. Combat power is everything. But even so, his eyes were glued to Su Hong. The staff member was also dumbfounded, standing frozen for a long moment before finally regaining his senses and announcing, B blood energy test passed. Next up, the combat power test. Under the gaze of everyone present, Su Hong walked to the combat power testing machine. He looked at the punching target, anticipation flickering in his eyes. He wondered what his combat power would be now after enhancing his physical body. Each person was allowed 3 attempts at this test. For the first punch, Su Hong decided not to use any martial arts techniques at all, just to see his raw power. He took a deep breath, his back curved slightly like a tiger about to pounce. A beat later, he unleashed a powerful punch, slamming directly into the target. Bang! A tremendous muffled boom thundered across the hall. Unbelievably, the huge combat power machine flew dozens of meters through the air, wobbling violently before crashing to the ground. Everyone present was utterly stunned. The testing hall fell utterly silent. All eyes locked on the toppled combat tester lying far away. Disbelief was written on every face. He'd punched the combat tester clean off its base. Just how terrifying was that strength? Jiang Ming gaped, still unable to process what he'd just seen. Li Ming's face alternated between deathly pale and livid. He'd put everything into his own punch, and the machine hadn't budged an inch. He hadn't even managed to push it back by a single centimeter, let alone send it flying. Yet the teenager he thought he could outshine with ease had just punched the combat power tester and sent it tumbling dozens of meters away? Oh my god, the staff member finally snapped out of his shock, staring at Su Hong in disbelief. But as the person in charge of the assessment, he couldn't let the apparatus stay knocked over. He hurried forward to set the machine upright. As soon as his hand touched the tester, his gaze was drawn curious to the brightly lit screen. The next second, a jolt ran through his entire body. With a loud clang, the tester, barely stabilized, crashed heavily to the floor once more. But this time the staff member didn't even seem to notice. He stood frozen, his eyes locked on the number displayed on the screen, his shoulders trembling, his voice stammering out, "Oh my god, is this for real?" At those words, the crowd of martial artists could no longer contain their curiosity. They all started clamoring, urging the staffer to step aside. "Oh, sorry." The staff member finally came to his senses and quickly moved aside. A moment later, the screen came into view. Every middle-aged martial artist present, as well as the shocked master and disciple Jiang Ming and Li Ming, turned to look. Combat power, 1862. When the number flashed before everyone's eyes, the expressions on their faces became absolutely priceless. The martial artists all stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Holy shit, 1862, that's way higher than what that young man managed earlier. Damn, that's terrifying. I thought that guy was already a genius, but now there's someone even stronger. Li Ming, having just been outdone, didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. He simply stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He'd never imagined that this teenager's combat power would surpass his own. He'd always thought of himself as a prodigy, but right now all he could feel was a crushing sense of defeat. It's higher than Li Ming's. Jiang Ming watched the boy's back, his face frozen in shock and eyes wide with disbelief. But then another gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. A trembling voice from one of the middle-aged martial artists broke the silence. "Wait. That kid didn't even use any martial techniques just now, did he?" Everyone fell silent again, replaying the scene in their heads. It was true, that teen hadn't used any martial skills at all. Realizing this, the martial artists couldn't hold back their shock any longer. Sharp intakes of breath filled the hall, hissing and gasping over and over. They stared at the young man's back as if they were gazing at a monster. No martial techniques, just his own physical strength, and he'd managed a combat power score of 1862 with a single punch. That was even higher than Li Ming's score, who'd used all of his martial skills. As these murmurs spread through the hall, Jiang Ming, who had only been shocked before, now looked completely dumbfounded. He felt as if icy water was pouring down his spine, making him go rigid all over. Li Ming was in even worse shape. His legs went weak, his vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the floor with a thud. First combat power test complete. Please begin the second test. The staff member swallowed hard and addressed Su Hong with the utmost respect. At his words, the crowd of martial artists all looked up. Just now he unleashed such terrifying power with pure strength alone. What would happen if he finally used martial techniques? What his might become truly unimaginable. Jiang Ming and Li Ming stared in stunned silence. Su Hong exhaled slowly, deeply satisfied with his performance. The surge in power from refining his mortal body had exceeded all his expectations. Other martial artists had no way of controlling or enhancing their own physical potential, but he could. With time, as his mortal body cultivation advanced, maybe one day he could cross realms and defeat higher-level opponents with sheer physical strength alone. Alright, let's see what my absolute limit is. Fixing his gaze on the punching target, Su Hong steadied his breath. In the next instant, he summoned all his power and jabbed the target with a single focused finger, piercing void finger. A terrifying energy surged and resonated instantly. The punching target let out a groan strained to its limits, and then, in the very next moment, it exploded apart under the impact. The crowd of martial artists gasped, mouths agape. Even the reinforced testing target shattered. Just how over the top was this guy's strength? On the power tester screen, the numbers started racing upwards. In the blink of an eye, they broke past the 2000 mark, then stopped at a jaw-dropping result. Power level, 3004. 3004. To put it in perspective, the standard for a peak stage 1 martial artist was only 3000 points. Yet Su Hong, just a novice at stage 1, already matched the strength of a top-tier stage 1 master. My mind is blown. That number is unreal. A monster, an absolute prodigy. Shocked exclamations rippled through the group of seasoned martial artists. Their expressions grew twisted with disbelief, and when they looked at Su Hong, their eyes were full of awe. 3004. Jiang Ming couldn't keep his composure any longer. His voice shot up an octave, face full of pure astonishment. A rookie at stage 1 matching the elite? What kind of monstrous talent was this? Could he have some sort of special constitution? Jiang Ming gulped. In top-tier cities like Modu and the imperial capital, a few geniuses did possess unique bodies. Their power levels were ridiculous. Martial artists of the same level couldn't even endure a single blow from them. Remembering how Su Hong had already outpowered Li Ming earlier even without using martial arts techniques, Jiang Ming concluded Su Hong surely had a special physique. With that, Jiang Ming hurriedly glanced over at Li Ming. He'd only wanted to find a young genius to grind down Li Ming's arrogance, but this was a monster. This wasn't about tempering character anymore. This could shatter the boy's spirit completely. At that moment, Li Ming sat slumped on the floor, face blank, staring lifelessly at the tester's screen. It was as if his very soul had left him. Jiang Ming's eye twitched uncontrollably. He hurried over and slapped Li Ming across the face to snap him out of it. Li Ming, monsters like him are just born with special physiques. It's perfectly normal that you can't compare to him, so just take it easy. The monthly exams at Star City High are coming up. You should focus on competing with the other martial artists, not setting your sights so high all at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, the punching target had just been blown to pieces. The staff watching beside the machine couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. He broke it. We're not supposed to pay for that, right? Su Hong looked a little embarrassed. He'd been so caught up in seeing how far he could push his limits, he completely forgot to consider whether the machine could actually withstand it. Of course not, the staff member responded automatically. But the target's busted. Should I wait around for you to fix it? No, you don't need to test a third time. You've already passed. The staff hurriedly shook his head. What, fix it just so you can break it again? That'd be pointless. At the same time, in the branch office of the Star City Martial Arts Association, the branch president Wu Linxian was sitting in her office. She frowned slightly as she glanced at her phone, which buzzed relentlessly with incoming messages. There was worry written all over her brow. Outsiders only saw her as the powerful head of the local association living the high life. But only Wu Linxian knew, in reality, if Star City failed to produce some dazzling results this year, her term as president would be all but over. The college entrance exams were just around the corner now. In a group chat, association presidents from other cities were constantly showing off, bragging about the talented students in their areas, how outstanding their skills and innate gifts were. Wu Linxian could only watch in mounting frustration. Star City ranked in the lower middle tier within Jiangnan province. The quality of students here wasn't bad and she could count a handful of gifted ones, but everything's relative. Compared to other cities in the province or even just the neighboring Yang City, Star City came up noticeably short. With a heavy sigh, Wu Linxian muttered to herself, looks like my time in this job is about up. Just then, there was a knock at her office door. Come in, Wu Linxian called out lazily. A moment later, a staff member burst in, breathless and flushed. Wu Linxian frowned at the sight. What's the rush? No need to get so worked up. Sit, catch your breath, have some water first. She poured him a glass herself, then poured another for herself and took a sip. but the staff member could barely wait for a drink. After gulping a couple of breaths, he blurted out in a hurry, "President, something unbelievable just happened at the martial artist assessment." Pfft! Wu Linxian sprayed her water everywhere. In the very next instant, excitement flashed in her eyes. She barely remembered to wipe the water from her lips before she leapt to her feet, voice trembling with urgency. "A monster? What happened? Out with it!" The staff member was startled by her reaction and hurried to recount exactly what had happened during the martial artist assessment. An initial stage 1, just relying on physical strength, scored 1800 on the combat power test. Unleashing her martial arts, Wu Linxian found her combat power had soared to 3004. "Ha ha ha, to hell with it, they want me to step down from this position, dream on." Wu Linxian mumbled a few words under her breath before suddenly bursting out in wild laughter. The next instant, her figure flashed. With a tremendous boom, she shot out of her office like a cannonball. Was that really necessary? The staff watched in bewilderment at the human-shaped hole she'd left in the wall, scratching their heads. The president was so happy she couldn't even be bothered to use the door. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Martial Arts Association, under the attentive guidance of a staff member, Su Hong and several other middle-aged martial artists who'd passed the test were making their way toward the stairs to the second floor. As for Li Ming, he still sat dazed at the assessment site, like his soul had left his body, while Jiang Ming's voice had already gone hoarse from talking. "Come with me, I'll take you to the second floor to register your martial artist ID," the staff member said, giving Su Hong a bright, eager smile. The other middle-aged martial artists were all but ignored, but honestly, they weren't surprised. If they were the staff, they'd be even more eager to serve. With talent like that, it was only natural to curry favor. But just then, Su Hong and the others hadn't even reached the second floor when, boom, a figure shot downstairs at an eye-blurring speed. Before they could react, a tall, voluptuous woman in her 30s was standing in front of them. "Pete, President, You came in person," one staff member blurted out, his face full of shock. After learning about Su Hong's incredible performance, he'd immediately sent someone to notify the president. He thought she'd be waiting upstairs. Never did he imagine she'd be so impatient she'd rush down herself. At that moment, Wu Linxian's gaze swept over the crowd of martial artists being tested and instantly locked onto Su Hong. "Hello, I'm Wu Linxian, the president of the Xingqing branch of the Martial Arts Association," she said with a slight smile toward Su Hong. "I'm Su Hong." Su Hong was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this woman in front of him to be the association's president. After a brief exchange, Wu Linxian personally led Su Hong off to register his martial artist credentials. "A genius's life, huh?" One of the middle-aged martial artists sighed. "Nothing to be jealous about. For us to even pass the assessment is good enough. Yeah, a genius will always be a genius. Even just registering as a martial artist." The association president herself comes out to welcome him. "Su Hong, you look young. Are you still in high school?" Wu Linxian asked as they walked. "Yes, I'm a student at Xingqing No. 1 High." "Huh?" Wu Linxian froze for a moment. She hadn't heard a thing about such a prodigy at Xingqing No. 1 High this year. Old Li Changshan, that sly fox, she'd asked him before and he'd played the pity card, saying they only had 2 ordinary first-level martial artists this year. Wu Linxian ground her teeth inwardly, already plotting to find an excuse to give Li Changshan a piece of her mind. So he'd been hiding a genius all along and never told her. Very soon, with Wu Linxian personally leading the way, Su Hong's registration as a Tier 1 martial artist took less than a minute to complete. As a Tier 1 martial artist, he would now receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 blue star coins. In addition, he'd gain free access to cultivation methods and chi guiding techniques. "Next, I'll take you to collect yours," Wu Linxian said, leading the way. Hearing Wu Linxian's explanation, a surge of excitement rose in Su Hong's heart. 10,000 blue star coins, it didn't sound like much, but it was already more than what his uncle and aunt earned in a month combined. When he got home later, he thought he'd ask his uncle to go tell his boss to shove it. Following Wu Linxian toward the hall where he would receive his chi guiding technique, Su Hong's mind buzzed with anticipation. Throughout the walk, Wu Linxian was nothing but gentle and approachable, completely free of any airs. She spoke softly, patiently introducing each part of the process. Chi guiding techniques mainly focus on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, she explained. However, spiritual energy comes in different types. Each chi guiding technique is designed to help you absorb a specific attribute of this energy. For example, the technique I practice is the Heaven Fire Guidance Technique, which specializes in absorbing fire-attributed spiritual energy. While it strengthens me, it also allows my attacks to carry the properties of flame, making them much more destructive. Su Hong listened intently. None of this knowledge could be found in his schoolbooks. Until today, he'd always assumed chi guiding was just about pulling in spiritual energy and cultivating. He never realized there were so many distinctions. "Watch closely," Wu Linxian said. She extended her hand and a searing ball of flame flared up in her palm. The air itself sizzled, sending up black wisps of smoke. Su Hong caught the sharp scent of something burning. In the next instant, the flame wrapped around Wu Linxian's fist. She threw a gentle punch at the empty air. With a boom, a fiery imprint of her fist shot forward. Just as it was about to smash into the wall, Wu Linxian blew out a breath, instantly dispersing the flame. So powerful, Su Hong's eyes widened in amazement. With the added force of the flames, this was far beyond anything an ordinary martial artist could muster. His excitement for the chi guiding technique burned even brighter. Of course, releasing elemental force outside the body isn't that simple, Wu Linxian added. For a tier 1 martial artist, being able to infuse even a trace of elemental energy into your blows is already quite an achievement, let alone enveloping your whole fist in it. Su Hong nodded in understanding. By now, they had arrived in front of a room. Taking a steadying breath, he followed Wu Linxian inside. There are 7 attributes of spiritual energy in the world, Wu Linxian said: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. Each has its own strengths. If we're talking about pure offensive power, the strongest is lightning, followed by metal and then fire. The most powerful for attack is lightning. Su Hong's eyes lit up. He immediately wanted to learn the lightning guidance technique. Wu Linxian seemed to see right through him and chuckled. If everyone could, who wouldn't want to practice the most powerful lightning guidance technique? Su Hong froze, keeping silent and waiting for her to continue. Seeing that he could hold back his curiosity, Wu Linxian found herself appreciating him even more. She began to explain, not all elemental cultivation techniques can be practiced just because you wanted. Their effectiveness depends mainly on how well a martial artist's nature aligns with the technique, so that's how it is, Su Hong thought, nodding his head. For once he felt a rare sense of nervousness. If he could choose, of course he'd prefer to learn the thunder conduit technique, reputed to have the strongest offensive power, but who could guarantee how well he'd actually mesh with it? You don't need to worry, Wu Linxian said with a gentle smile, her voice tinged with a hint of envy. The fact that you, without using any martial arts techniques, managed to unleash a combat power of 1863 with the first tier initial stage vital energy, that suggests you likely have a special constitution. It just hasn't awakened yet. Even if the affinity isn't ideal for the top conduit technique, your future achievements are bound to be impressive. President Wu, just call me Sister Wu, she interrupted warmly. A Sister Wu? Just how strong is this special constitution anyway? Su Hong asked. Wu Linxian paused, then replied seriously, all you need to know is someone with a special constitution is unbeatable among their peers. Fighting against higher-ranked opponents becomes as easy as eating or drinking. Unbeatable at the same level, overcoming stronger opponents with ease. A wave of intense anticipation surged inside Su Hong. Once he brought his ordinary constitution to completion, 100%, he would probably awaken this special body type. I need to earn more martial value and fast, he resolved inwardly. At that moment, Wu Linxian continued her explanation. Back to the conduit techniques. Take me for example. My strongest affinity is with the heavenly flame conduit technique. If I tried to forcefully cultivate the thunder conduit technique instead, my training efficiency and resulting combat power would both be much lower than if I just stuck with flame. Seeing Su Hong nod in understanding, Wu Linxian took out 7 crystal spheres, each glowing with a different color. These 7 crystals each correspond to a different element. Just place your hand on top, whichever color lights up, the more of the sphere it fills, the greater your compatibility with that attribute. She demonstrated by placing her palm on the fire crystal. Immediately, the sphere blazed with bright fiery light. Su Hong saw the fire glow take up about 4/5 of the entire sphere. My affinity for the heavenly flame conduit technique is about 80%, Wu Linxian said with a hint of pride. Most martial artists barely reach 20 to 30%, and 80% affinity was outstanding. No wonder she'd become the branch president of the Martial Arts Association while still in her 30s. Now it's your turn. Wu Linxian looked at Su Hong and her eyes shone with expectation. In her view, someone like Su Hong, who likely had a special constitution, should possess extraordinary talent. She predicted his affinity would be slightly higher than her own, but not by much, about 90% she guessed. She wasn't underestimating him. To her, Su Hong was already a rarity, a true prodigy. Even 1% more affinity would make a world of difference. Alright, Su Hong walked forward a bit nervously, reaching out his hand toward the fire crystal sphere. Wu Linxian watched him closely, anticipation written all over her face. The moment Su Hong's fingers touched the sphere, a surge of blinding firelight suddenly erupted, far brighter than when Wu Linxian had touched it herself. In an instant, the fire crystal sphere was filled to the brim, the glow so intense it lit up the whole room. Wu Linxian's anticipation turned to utter shock. What's going on? The fire crystal sphere is full. It's full. Does that mean 100% affinity? Holy! Wu Linxian let out an involuntary shriek, her gaze burning as she stared at Su Hong. Your fire affinity is actually 100%. She grabbed Su Hong by the shoulders, shaking him in disbelief. Do you have any idea what this means? Su Hong shook his head. Not really. Wu Linxian was beside herself with excitement, her cheeks flushed. It means that when you cultivate the heavenly flame guide technique, you'll be able to absorb all the fire spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Not a single strand will be wasted. Your cultivation efficiency will be at the absolute peak. She was so thrilled her shoulders were trembling. Cultivation efficiency all comes down to affinity with the guiding technique. Just look at me, with 80% fire affinity I only lose 2 parts out of 10 when drawing in fire spiritual energy. My cultivation speed is incredibly fast. That's how, even though I'm only in my 30s, I've already reached level 5 warrior and become a branch president in the Martial Arts Association. But even so, I've never actually seen a warrior with 100% affinity in person. They're not unheard of, but they're impossibly rare. In places like the capital or Shanghai where warriors are most concentrated, there are geniuses like that, but even there not many. And where am I? Xinjiang in Jiangnan province, barely even middle tier. Before today I never even dreamed a 100% affinity genius could show up here in Xinjiang. I can't believe I found a talent here on par with the absolute monsters in the capital. Wu Linxian could barely contain herself. She was tempted to whip out her phone right then and there, jump into the Jiangnan Warrior Association Directors Group chat and shout it from the rooftop. After all, she'd been ridiculed in there for ages. Wait, no, calm down. If word got out and someone tried to poach Su Hong, I'd absolutely lose it. Wu Linxian swallowed hard, forcibly tamping down her overwhelming excitement. Su Hong, there's no need to test anything else. Just focus on the heavenly flame guide technique. Honestly, with such a high affinity, you probably also have a special constitution. Becoming a top-tier expert is almost guaranteed for you. Hearing this, Su Hong scratched his head. Truth be told, he kind of wanted to try the other elemental crystal spheres too. When he said as much, Wu Linxian looked at him as if she'd just seen a ghost. A 100% affinity and he's still hesitating. Wu Linxian nearly screamed internally. If it were her, she would have gone absolutely mad with joy by now. But somehow Su Hong was still hesitating. At that moment, Wu Linxian, always hailed as a genius, felt for the very first time the vast, staggering gap that could exist between people's innate talents. She steadied herself, gathering her emotions before speaking slowly. Alright, you can try the others if you want, but I can guarantee none of your other elemental affinities will come close to the one you just showed. Alright, I'll give it a shot, Su Hong replied, nodding. He reached out and placed his hand on the lightning crystal sphere. In the next instant, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted inside the crystal. They filled it completely, so much so that faint rumblings of thunder seemed to echo from within. Wu Linxian's mind went blank with a deafening roar. She stared at the lightning, dumbfounded. The crystal ball was completely engulfed. There were even hints of thunder rolling out from it. Wu Linxian was stunned, rooted to the spot, speechless. It was full, again. Damn it, another perfect score. Wu Linxian felt like she was losing her mind. What the hell was happening? After Su Hong's fire affinity showed a perfect 100%, now his lightning affinity was also 100%? What kind of monster was he? It took her quite a while to collect herself. She swallowed hard, looking at Su Hong as if she were staring at some otherworldly creature. But Su Hong didn't even seem to notice the way she was looking at him. Staring at the lightning crystal sphere, registering another 100% affinity, Su Hong started to feel something was off. Don't tell me. With my unparalleled timeless talent, every elemental affinity will show as 100%. Letting that idea take root, Su Hong reached out to touch the wind crystal sphere. Seeing what he was about to do, Wu Linxian was at a total loss for words. Not satisfied yet. That's the most powerful destructive element, lightning. Seriously, what more could you even want? 2 elements at 100% affinity. This was already unbelievable, bordering on impossible. There was no way. Buzz. The wind crystal sphere shone brightly. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Linxian was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, herself shocked stupid. Another 100% affinity. 3 elements all at 100%. Surely it can't. She had barely gotten the words out. Buzz. The metal crystal sphere blazed with light. Wu Linxian's gaze went blank. Buzz. The wood crystal sphere burst into radiant brilliance. Wu Linxian gasped, drawing in breath after breath. Buzz. The water crystal sphere lit up. Wu Linxian's expression turned more and more numb. Buzz. The earth crystal sphere followed, shining at full force. Wu Linxian's entire being went numb. Her scalp tingled so hard she almost couldn't feel her head. All maxed out. Of the 7 elemental affinities between heaven and earth, every single 1 inch for you, all at 100%? Am I dreaming? It was all so surreal, so utterly unreal. Wu Linxian started to wonder if she was simply hallucinating. Meanwhile, Su Hong finally figured it out. It must be because of his peerless, unrivaled talent. No matter which of the elemental affinities it was, they would always be maxed out. He could cultivate whichever element he wanted and everyone would be perfect. Actually, that was kind of a headache. Su Hong scratched his head in frustration. Seeing him like this, Wu Linxian was so exasperated she nearly coughed up blood on the spot. Seriously, what are you even upset about? Your compatibility is 100% across the board. You can just pick whichever one you want. Wu Linxian was losing her mind. For a split second, she even had the terrifying urge to smack him. He was just too maddening. When she had tested at 80% compatibility with the fire element back in the day, she'd been over the moon. Everyone around her was jealous. But today, forget it. I can't even think about this anymore. If I keep thinking about it, I won't be able to control myself. You already have 100% compatibility. What do you have to be upset about? Wu Linxian couldn't stop herself from blurting it out. That's exactly why I'm upset, Su Hong said, looking troubled. They're all maxed out. no matter which element I give up it'd feel like a waste. Wu Linxian ground her teeth so hard she thought she might break them. So what do you want everything? Isn't that a little greedy? Just then Su Hong asked tentatively, Sister Wu, could you give me a copy of the cultivation method for all 7 elements? Wu Linxian was stunned and then her eyes went wide. Are you serious? You really want to practice all of them? No way, wait. She was just about to refuse when she suddenly paused, a thoughtful look spreading across her face. Hold on, actually, there's no rule saying you can't practice all 7 elemental methods at once. Then again, who would ever have thought of this? The people who wrote the rules probably never imagined someone would have 100% compatibility with all 7 elements. Wu Linxian hesitated before saying there isn't exactly a rule against it, but no one knows what would happen if you tried to cultivate all 7, no one's ever done it before. She paused, turning serious. Even if it is possible, your progress would definitely slow to a crawl, many times slower than focusing on one. Are you really sure about this? Su Hong smiled. I'm not saying I have to cultivate all 7. I just can't make up my mind right now, so I want to try each one. If it doesn't work out, I'll just focus on the thunder element. Wu Linxian let out a long sigh of relief. She'd really been worried Su Hong was going to be stubborn and try to cultivate all 7 at once. It wouldn't be the first time someone tried. People had wasted decades that way, still stuck at the first stage of cultivation. Truth, their combat power was extraordinary, totally dominating anyone at their own level and even able to beat those a level above. But so what? After several decades, they were still stuck at level 1. No matter how unbeatable you are at your own tier or how many levels you can leap in a fight, what good is it if you can't ever break through? Granted, that person's compatibility with all 7 elements had been way lower than Su Hong's. But still, the lesson was clear. Trying to train all 7 powers at once meant crawling progress, painfully slow. With Su Hong's 100% compatibility, Wu Linxian thought if he focused on just one element, he might not even need 20 or 30 years to become one of humanity's greatest masters. But if you try to practice all 7 at once, there's no telling whether you'd even make it to the 3rd stage in your whole life. Alright, I can give you all 7 cultivation methods, but whatever you do, don't get too fixated on it, Wu Linxian reminded him with a note of caution. Su Hong agreed with a cheerful smile. Seeing this, Wu Linxian could only take out all 7 manuals and hand them over. Just start cultivating here. If you run into any problems, ask me. I want you to get the basics down as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Sister Wu, Su Hong said, his face full of anticipation as he sat down. I suggest you start with the Heavenly Flame technique. That's the one I know best. It'll give you some solid experience, and if you decide to switch to the Thunder technique later, you'll progress even faster. Su Hong nodded, took out the Heavenly Flame manual and began to study it. Wu Linxian stood nearby and silently started the timer on her phone. Back when she first learned the Heavenly Flame technique, she had an 80% compatibility with it and took only 12 hours to break through to the entry level. If Su Hong's compatibility is really 100%, maybe he'd only need 2 or 3 hours to get the hang of it. That kind of speed, if word got out, people wouldn't believe it. Wu Linxian silently marveled. Suddenly Su Hong's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Sister Wu, I think I've reached the entry level. Wu Linxian, she looked up in shock, utterly incredulous. How long has it even been? You've already reached entry level. She glanced at the timer on her phone. The expression in her eyes became increasingly incredulous. 34 seconds. Not even a full minute. You've already got it down. Seriously? Wu Linxian stared, her mind blank with disbelief. I think so, Su Hong said, scratching his head. I can feel the fire-type spiritual energy entering my body and merging with my chi and blood. Sister Wu, does that mean I've made it to entry level? Listening to his description, Wu Linxian realized it was exactly what she had felt when she first got started years ago. Her throat suddenly felt parched and she rasped, try controlling that fire energy. Throw a punch for me. Su Hong did as instructed. He struck out and a small flame danced on his knuckles as he punched. The instant that flame appeared, Wu Linxian's mind went completely blank. It was like something blew up inside her head, leaving her totally stunned. Sister Wu, does that count as entry level? Does it? Su Hong's questioning pulled her back to reality. Wu Linxian looked at Su Hong, the corners of her mouth twitching uncontrollably. She nodded stiffly, almost mechanically. Why, entry level. At the same time she was screaming inside, 34 seconds. Heaven above, earth below, 34 seconds. Not even a full minute. Is he even human? Thinking about her earlier estimate of 2 or 3 hours, Wu Linxian just wanted to slap herself. She was completely absurdly wrong. How could she judge a monster with 100% compatibility in all 7 attributes by normal standards? Looking at Su Hong, Wu Linxian couldn't help but wonder in a daze, just how high can someone's potential get? All of this, and it hadn't even been half an hour since they started. His understanding of martial arts had been upended so many times he'd lost count. Wait, so this is what it takes to get started? That was easier than expected. Su Hong was a bit surprised. He'd thought it would take at least a few minutes. Turns out practicing this guiding technique wasn't that hard after all. When she heard this, Wu Linxian's eyelid twitched and she was seized again by the urge to punch someone. Consequences be damned. And just at that moment, Su Hong cluelessly asked Sister Wu, how many minutes did it take you the first time you practiced the guiding technique? Minutes. What makes you think it's normal to get the basics of the guiding technique down in just a few minutes? Wu Linxian was about to snap back with a sarcastic remark but suddenly closed her mouth. Because painfully she realized, given that Su Hong had just mastered the basics in 34 seconds, if he was asking this question it probably meant he'd already factored in that, with her 80% compatibility score, she'd be slower at it. Saying a few minutes might even be his way of sparing her ego. Considering Su Hong had entered the practice in just 34 seconds, how could asking be anything but natural? Are you kidding me? Wu Linxian was utterly stunned, faced with Su Hong's curious gaze. What was she supposed to do? Tell the truth, that it had taken her 12 whole hours to get even the basics, and yet people had still called her a genius? How was she supposed to live that down? She had her pride. Wu Linxian forced herself to answer, mumbling vaguely, around 3 or 4 minutes I guess. Oh okay. Su Hong nodded obediently. Seeing he didn't probe further, Wu Linxian let out a huge sigh of relief. Right at that moment something occurred to Su Hong. He asked, by the way, Sister Wu, do you know much about mental artificers? Wu Linxian was briefly stunned, then widened her eyes in shock. Don't tell me you're a mental artificer too. She was genuinely afraid he'd say yes. 7 perfect attribute matches, a high possibility of a rare physique, and if he turned out to be a mental artificer on top of all that, how the hell were any of his contemporaries supposed to compete? Might as well have them all go bash their heads against a wall now. Su Hong gave a dry little laugh. I'm just curious. I wanted to know what it takes to awaken as one. You're not? Well, thank goodness. Wu Linxian looked him up and down for a moment, then simply fetched over a helmet-like device. What's this? It's a tool to measure spiritual strength. Put it on and let's take a reading. Alright. Su Hong put on the helmet and Wu Linxian began explaining. As far as mental artificers go, no one knows exactly what the awakening conditions are. Some people have weak spiritual power but can suddenly awaken overnight. Others have really strong spirits, so close to the threshold, just a few points short, but may never awaken their whole lives, and according to the cases we've seen, even a newly awakened mental artificer will never have less than 100 points of spiritual power. That's become kind of an authoritative standard. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded. According to his system panel, his own spiritual strength was only 26.5 points. To reach the awakening threshold, you need at least 735 martial value points. It's still a long road ahead, Su Hong thought to himself as he put on the helmet to begin the test. The assessment was over in no time. 26.5 points in mental strength average, just about normal for a regular person. When Wu Linxian saw that the number wasn't off the charts, she couldn't help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. She had honestly been a little worried Su Hong might somehow end up scoring over 100 points. Not that she didn't want to see him grow stronger, it was just that she'd had more than enough shocks for one day and really couldn't handle much more. Finally, something normal. Thinking this, Wu Linxian glanced sideways at Su Hong only to notice that he looked perfectly calm, not the least bit disappointed by his results. Seeing this, Wu Linxian couldn't help but marvel quietly to herself. To have such a steady temperament at such a young age paired with such extraordinary talent, if someone like him couldn't become strong, who could? Just then a thought struck Wu Linxian and she suddenly remembered something important. Su Hong, if I remember right, your monthly assessments are tomorrow, aren't they? That's right. I'm surprised you keep track of stuff like that, Sister Wu. Su Hong replied, slightly taken aback. Wu Linxian grew serious. Give it your all tomorrow, don't hold anything back, not even a little. Su Hong blinked in surprise. That had been his plan anyway, even if she hadn't said anything. But why was Wu Linxian making such a point of it? Did she know something he didn't? He couldn't help but ask, putting his question into words. Wu Linxian's eyes flickered uncertainly before she finally sighed. These last few years, friction between the myriad races and humanity on the battlefield of the heavens has gotten worse and worse. A major war could erupt at any time. After a series of conferences, the leading human experts on Blue Star decided that, starting with your class, before the college entrance exams each year, every city will select its top young talents and send them to a special boot camp. Every country is pouring incredible resources into this, all to help the next generation grow stronger as fast as possible. Here at Star City High, because we already have the tradition of monthly exams, they're using tomorrow's assessment as the screening process. The very best talents in Star City will be chosen for the boot camp. Hearing this, Su Hong was stunned. All these years he'd known there were threats out there, but he never thought the situation was this tense, bad enough that a war between the myriad races could blow up at any moment. There's a saying, when the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. Maybe that's why Su Hong had always felt there was still plenty of time left. Even after gaining his system, his motivation to get stronger had been about giving his little family a better life. That had always been his one and only goal. As for some grand war between the races of the universe, that was always something he'd considered so remote he'd never really paid it much attention. But now it was looming right in front of him, close enough to break out at any moment. If the human race lost everyone he knew, would be slaughtered by the myriad races. His uncle who'd worked himself to the bone for decades, his aunt, his little brother and sister, they'd all die. At that thought, Su-hong rubbed his face, a powerful sense of urgency welling up inside him. He would never allow something like that to happen. Sister Wu, thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely take part in the training camp. After Wu Linxian finished speaking, she kept her eyes fixed on Su-hong, wanting to see how he would react, but to her surprise, Su-hong only needed a few seconds to go from initial shock to fully accepting the news. Even more astonishing, Wu Linxian's keen senses told her that something subtle had changed about him. It was an odd feeling. Before, when she looked at Su-hong, he'd always seemed like an exceptionally gifted but inexperienced teenager. Now, although the youthful inexperience remained, there was something new, an unmistakable air of maturity and determination. Sometimes a person can change and grow up in an instant. Wu Linxian had never really believed that before, but today she did. Thinking this, Wu Linxian smiled and gave Su-hong a playful fist pump. You can do it. Su-hong left the Martial Artists Association and started walking home. It was dusk, school was letting out, and clusters of parents crowded around the gates, crouching down with open arms and radiant smiles as their children ran into their embrace. Su-hong stood there quietly, taking it all in. Only after a long while did he turn and head toward home. As he walked, he looked up at the sky. Every night before, all he could do was watch as his aunt, full of worry, gently applied medicine to his uncle's injuries. That feeling of helplessness was still vivid in his mind. As long as I'm here, this family won't fall apart. Those were his uncle Su Guoming's words. Now he'd grown up, he had the ability to shoulder responsibilities and carry the burdens his uncle had borne to support his own small family. He would never allow all of these simple joys to just vanish one day. He could hold up his little family, but who was holding up all of humanity? In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Su-hong's mind. He clenched his fists in silent resolve, his eyes growing sharp and unwavering. He had to become stronger, much stronger, strong enough that if one day humanity's greatest warriors fell, he could step forward and, just as he did for his own family, hold up the sky for his people. And if one day he was ever forced to choose between his family and humanity, Su-hong knew his answer. He would take down whoever dared to force that question. Home, training. Su-hong lowered his gaze from the sky and strode purposefully toward home. At home, there was still more than 100,000 yuan left from what Su-hong had earned earlier. His aunt's face now bore a relaxed, genuine smile. Uncle Su Guoming too no longer stayed up late working overtime. Now he returned home on time to rest and recover. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming would fly through the door after school and immediately throw themselves into training. The day their big brother spread 210,000 yuan across the table, the proud smiles on their parents' faces, those images were imprinted on the children's minds. Someday, they hoped to make their parents just as proud, just like their big brother. So during the days Su-hong was away, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming trained harder than ever before. I'm back. Just then Su-hong's laughter came from outside the door. All four members of the family instantly brightened up, eyes lighting with excitement as they stood and hurried towards the entrance. You're finally back. Just look at you, you've lost so much weight. Haven't you been eating properly at school? His aunt fussed, her face full of concern. Su-hong couldn't help but smile wryly. It felt absurd, since he was clearly much sturdier than before, having put on quite a bit of muscle. I'm back, he said simply. A wave of relief washed over Su Guoming's face. Good, you're back. Yeah, I'm back, Su-hong replied with a grin. At that moment, the two youngest, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, pounced at him from either side, latching onto him in a flurry of giggles and hugs. After a round of noisy play with his siblings, Su-hong turned toward his uncle and aunt, his expression growing earnest. Uncle, you don't have to work anymore. I can provide for the family now. The words left Su Guoming briefly stunned, both moved and a little worried. He shook his head as he began to reply, Xiaohong, the college entrance exams are coming up soon. You should save your money for yourself, the expenses for martial arts training are. But before he could finish his usual string of advice, Su-hong cut in, grinning. Uncle, I'm already a first-tier martial artist. I receive a 10,000 Blue Star credit allowance every month now. You honestly don't need to keep working. First-tier martial artist. The words left Su Guoming, Aunt Chenlan and even little Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai frozen in disbelief. Before anyone could react further, Su-hong pulled out a bank card and set it on the table. There's just over 400,000 on this card. Uncle, Aunt, please take it and use it however you need. Don't worry about a thing. Before leaving the Martial Arts Association, Wu Linxian, the branch director, had shared some confidential news with Su-hong. The top-tier training camp he'd be entering operated on a contribution point system. Money was meaningless there, so Su-hong decided to leave all his recent earnings from hunting fierce beasts along with the 50,000 he'd already had for his family, keeping only the 30,000 needed to sign up for the martial arts exam. Whoa, over 400,000? Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with all their admiration for their big brother reaching new heights. Even Su Guoming and Chenlan stared wide-eyed. They didn't quite grasp the full significance of being a first-tier martial artist, but they certainly understood what a 10,000 Blue Star credit monthly stipend meant. It was an enormous sum. All of Su Guoming's hard labor hauling goods plus Chen Lan's sewing work didn't bring in anywhere near that much in a month combined, yet now their 18-year-old nephew could bring home such a stipend every single month. The pride and relief that filled their hearts was overwhelming. Good. Su Guoming could barely hold back his excitement, repeating the word good 3 times in a row, each time stronger. Chen Lan pressed her lips together tightly, her eyes streaming tears of joy. Su Hong laughed, the carefree, happy laugh of an 18-year-old, not the calm, reserved expression he wore outside, but a genuine boyish smile untouched by worries. That night the whole family went out to a restaurant for dinner. They ate until their mouths were shiny with oil and their bellies comfortably round. Strolling back home under the stars, the family felt a lightness they'd never known before. Once back, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming clamored for their big brother to teach them martial arts moves, and Su Hong with his peerless ancient-level talent began to teach. Any technique he'd learned he understood to the finest detail, mastering every move to absolute perfection and now passing that knowledge on to his eager little siblings. His explanation was simple and easy to understand. At first he wanted to teach them the void-piercing finger technique. But no matter how clearly he explained it, his younger brother and sister were still too young and just couldn't grasp it. In the end he had to settle for second best and started teaching them thunderclap fist. With nothing held back in his teaching, it took only half an hour for Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming to get the hang of it. When they punched, there was a sound like thunder exploding in the air. Wow, I've mastered a sea-level martial art. Su Xiaoming's face lit up with delight, her eyes curving into little crescents. Absolutely adorable. Ha, let's see how those 2 punks at school dare mess with me now. I'm going to be king of the school. Su Xiaohai laughed wildly, hands on his hips like a little demon lord. Su Hong gave him a flick on the head, warning him not to bully his classmates for no reason. Su Xiaohai acted perfectly obedient in the face of his older brother's scolding, but it wasn't long before Su Hong saw Su Xiaohai grabbing their aunt's phone, loudly arranging a fight with someone over the phone. Su Hong couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Luckily he knew Su Xiaohai was all talk and wouldn't actually go around picking on people. Besides, Su Xiaoming was there to keep him in check, so Su Hong let it slide. Back in his own room, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the bed and began to think. Earlier today at the Martial Arts Association he had asked Wu Linxian for all 7 types of qi channeling techniques. That wasn't just idle talk, he'd also heard Wu Linxian's warning. People who tried cultivating all of them at once made very slow progress. But what really caught Su Hong's attention was that part about becoming unbeatable at the same level, even beating those a whole stage higher. As for difficulty, he had the system, all he had to do was add martial arts points. At this thought Su Hong opened up his system panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 123, plus, spirit, 26.5, plus, physique, mortal body 36.1%, plus, qi channeling technique, heavenly flame channeling technique LV1 5%, plus, martial arts, void-piercing finger perfect martial arts points, 0. A new column for qi channeling techniques had appeared on the panel. While glancing over the panel, Su Hong's eyes suddenly landed on the LV1 suffix after the heavenly flame channeling technique, level 1. These techniques can actually be leveled up. Su Hong's eyes widened. Wu Linxian definitely hadn't mentioned anything about that. If there really were levels, Wu Linxian surely would have told him. Could it be? Only he could level up these techniques. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. To put this theory to the test, Su Hong immediately pulled out the other 6 techniques and tried cultivating them. With the boost from his peerless through the ages talent, it took just a few minutes. When Su Hong opened his eyes, having finished meditating, he checked his system panel again, his gaze falling on the qi channeling techniques section. Qi channeling techniques, thunder channeling technique LV1, heavenly flame channeling technique LV1, water essence channeling technique LV1, earth channeling technique LV1, spirit wind channeling technique LV1. All 7 qi channeling techniques learned, Su Hong could feel subtle changes within his body. Within his vitality flowed 7 distinct kinds of elemental energy, each constantly merging and blending with his life force. But soon Su Hong realized there was a problem. The 7 different elemental auras in his body were repelling each other. Although they all existed within him, he could only use one type of energy at a time. Su Hong extended his palm and a spark of lightning crackled alive in his hand. As he tried to conjure flames alongside it, the lightning and fire clashed violently, ultimately extinguishing each other in his palm. I have to find a way to fuse them, Su Hong frowned in thought. Now he began to understand what Wu Linxian had meant earlier, how that martial artist who'd trained in all 7 guiding techniques had remained stuck at the first martial stage for decades. The fundamental issue was the mutual repulsion between the 7 elemental forces, lightning and fire, both aggressive elements. I'll start with trying to combine these 2. Now that he'd identified the problem, Su Hong immediately set out to tackle it, trying again and again. Each attempt ended in failure over and over until the sky outside began to pale with the first light of dawn. Then finally Su Hong opened his hand wide. First came the flicker of lightning, followed closely by the roar of fire. The 2 repelled each other, colliding furiously, yet under Su Hong's determined control, lightning and fire slowly melded together, their 2 conflicting forces weaving into a seamless whole. Exhaling deeply, Su Hong wiped sweat from his forehead. Finally, a breakthrough. The difficulty was staggering. Even with his unparalleled natural talent, it had taken him hours of painstaking effort just to barely succeed. Time to test its power. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he gazed down at the crackling blaze of lightning fire in his palm. He stepped outside, heading quickly to a martial arts hall. This time he was smarter. He avoided the open-air training grounds. Last time during his martial artist assessment he'd smashed the basic testing dummy and landed himself in trouble for damaging public property. This time, he deliberately chose a third-grade strength tester. That should be sturdy enough, right? Su Hong took a deep breath, deciding to first try out just the lightning energy. Clenching his fist, faint sparks arced along his knuckles. He swung hard, driving his fist into the testing target. The strength meter shot upward. Combat power, 2,343. Su Hong's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't used any martial arts moves, just pure physical strength, enhanced by the force of lightning. During his previous assessment his punch had scored 1863, a result already astonishing for a beginner. Yet simply by adding the power of lightning his combat strength jumped by nearly 500 points, reaching the level of a first-stage mid-level martial artist with 230 blood vitality. Now let's try the fused power of lightning and fire. Su Hong's spirit soared. If lightning alone was this strong, what about the combination? Barely able to contain his excitement, he focused intently, channeling the fused energy into his fist. Lightning fire swirled and danced over his knuckles and he struck hard. The third-grade testing dummy rumbled with a deep booming sound. The numbers on the display skyrocketed, climbing rapidly before freezing at 3041. Su Hong was genuinely stunned. He hadn't expected it himself. After merging the powers of lightning and fire his combat strength had shot straight up to 3,000. That was already the standard for a high-level first-rank martial artist, someone with a blood energy score of 300, and Su Hong right now, he was only at 123. The sheer power of the attribute fusion was terrifying. As he walked out of the martial arts school, Su Hong couldn't hold back a gasp of amazement. Excitement bubbled up in his chest. It turned out that choosing to cultivate 7 different guidance techniques was definitely the right call. With this insane power boost, who could possibly stand up to him in the same rank? Just like Master Wu Linxian had said, at his level he was unbeatable. And in the future, challenging people even above his rank would be as easy as eating or drinking, and this was just from fusing 2 attributes. Su Hong couldn't help but daydream about what lay ahead, given enough time once he merged all 7 attributes. Just how terrifying would that power be? When he got home, Su Hong couldn't wait to try merging 3 attributes together, but after a full 2 hours he didn't make a speck of progress. The difficulty was on a whole different level. He realized it probably had to do with his low mastery of the guidance techniques and the fact that he wasn't familiar enough with their attributes yet. After thinking it through, Su Hong came to a conclusion. All his guidance techniques were still just at level 1. Being able to merge 2 attributes already was all thanks to his once-in-a-millennium talent. He needed to earn more martial points. Today was the monthly assessment, so he'd have to rack up as many as possible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard his aunt calling him for dinner from the doorway. A little while later, Su Hong left the house with Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai to head for school. The 2 kids had been over the moon ever since learning the Thunder Fist technique from him last night. Now, as they walked down the street, they kept showing off their moves. At school, Su Hong went straight to the teacher's office. "Hey, Su Hong, you're here, right? It's the day of the monthly assessment." Li Ming looked a little surprised to see him, but quickly smiled. "Su Hong, you can delay your martial arts exam registration fee for a few more days." The principal gave special approval. Su Hong blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected this to catch the principal's attention, but he quickly pulled out 30,000 blue star coins. "Teacher, I've got my registration fee now. I'll give it to you right away." Li Ming looked a little shocked. He gave Su Hong a long, meaningful look and spoke earnestly. "Su Hong, your uncle and aunt have been so good to you, you need to work hard for their sake too. There's still some time until the final exams. If you really try, you still have a shot at getting into martial arts university." Su Hong nodded in response. Back in the classroom, Chen Lin, who Su Hong hadn't seen for a few days, immediately threw an arm around his shoulders and lowered his voice. "Dude, so much happened at school while you were gone." "What happened?" Su Hong asked, curious. Chen Lin shrugged dramatically. "Oh, it's just that genius class again. Principal Li personally invited that Chen Tian, the one who teaches Thunderfist, to give them extra lessons. A bunch of those geniuses have now broken through to first-rank martial artists, and several of them have even gotten the hang of Thunderfist." He paused, the envy obvious in his voice. "But none of us can even begin to compare to those 2, Chen Shan and Li Tu. I heard their Thunderfist technique is at the mastery level now. They can unleash 3 consecutive strikes, each more powerful than the last. It's insane." As he spoke, Chen Lin let out a sigh. This month's exam is basically just a showdown between those 2. The rest of us are just extras on stage, nothing but background. And don't even get me started on us regular class students, we can't even hope to compete. Don't you think so, Su Hong? Su Hong was just about to respond when Li Ming walked into the classroom. "Everyone follow me to the field, get ready for the monthly exam." When Su Hong's class arrived at the field, they saw it was packed, a sea of students as far as the eye could see. At that moment, on the stage, after making sure everyone was present, Principal Li Chengshan began to speak. Students, today's monthly exam is different from all the previous ones. Because of the tense situation on the front lines, the nation has decided that from now on every grade will have a special training camp. Geniuses will be selected to attend, where they'll receive intensive training. The camp is overflowing with resources. You'll have access to martial arts techniques and elixirs you could never dream of, and even grandmasters will serve as your instructors. The top 3 students in today's exam will qualify to attend the training camp in Star City. As soon as he finished, the entire student body exploded with excitement. Holy crap, a special training camp! They're practically rolling out the red carpet for the prodigies. Man, I'm so jealous, but only 3 people get to go. I'm out of luck. Come on dude, with your ranking outside the top 1,000, I'd be surprised if you even have a shot at 4th place. But the real kicker is, there will be 7 stage grandmasters as instructors. Our own principal is only at stage 3. That means Li Tu and Shen Shan are locks for those spots, right? As this was said, every eye in the school turned toward Li Tu and Shen Shan, the stars of the elite class, filled with envy and admiration. Feeling the weight of so many gazes, Li Tu and Shen Shan remained cool and collected. For them, getting into the training camp was a sure thing, nothing more than a formality. A few other students in the elite class had broken through to the first stage of martial arts lately, but compared to Chen Shan and Li Tu, they were still far behind. In the minds of those two, each saw the other as his only true rival. The top 2 spots in the whole school were theirs to fight over. Last time, my Thunder Fist was a split second slower than yours. This time, in actual combat, I'm taking that number 1 spot, no question. Chen Shan's eyes burned with determination and confidence. Li Tu answered calmly, when I knock you down, I hope you can still talk that big. Meanwhile, back in the regular class, Chen Lin stared at the two with envy. Damn, with those two around, the rest of the elite class is fighting for 3rd place at best. As for us regular students, we don't even stand a chance. He shook his head and sighed. Su Hong glanced at the much admired Li Tu and Shen Shan but said nothing. Now all students, please draw your lots. Once the drawing is done, the monthly exam will officially begin. Principal Li Chengshan finished his announcement, then moved aside to stand next to Chen Tian. Still haven't found the genius behind the 9 bursts of Thunderfist. Chen Tian looked at Li Chengshan's furrowed brow and spoke with surprise. Hearing this, Li Chengshan let out a deep sigh. I've searched everywhere these past few days. I checked every student who left the gym that day, none of them fit. They were all students who've already given up on the martial path, Li Chengshan said, looking thoroughly frustrated. Honestly, I don't think this genius is even a student at our school. After sighing for a moment, Li Chengshan glanced at Chen Tian and asked, now that you've been teaching here for a while, based on Li Tu and Shen Shan's abilities, where do you think our school stands in the training camp rankings? Chen Tian pondered for a moment, then said seriously, honestly, we're a bit below average. Some students from the other schools are already at stage 1 mid-level, and there are even a few at the high level. Upon hearing this, Li Chengshan gave a bitter laugh. Looks like this school's reputation is all talk this year. We're not living up to our name, he sighed again. For days now he'd been wishing that the student who unleashed the 9 bursts of Thunderfist was actually from his school, but after searching for so long without any leads, Li Chengshan had finally given up on that unrealistic hope. Well, Lolly, what's with that look? Did your wife run away or something? The teasing voice suddenly rang out. Recognizing the voice, Li Chengshan's brows knit together as he looked up to see who it was. Jiang Ming, what are you doing at my school? The newcomer was indeed Jiang Ming, and behind him trailed Li Ming and Li Yan. Li Chengshan didn't look happy. He and Jiang Ming might have been old comrades, but they'd never quite seen eye to eye. Oh come on, we've been friends for years. What, I can't even visit your school? Jiang Ming clicked his tongue, then swept his gaze over the students on the sports field, lingering for a moment on the talent class. He then turned back, smirking playfully at Li Chengshan. Lolly, your students aren't looking too impressive this year. Pretty embarrassing for a school with Xingqing number 1's reputation, don't you think? That got under Li Chengshan's skin. He shot back dryly, what's it to you? Beating your Yangqing students is so easy, I could do it with my eyes closed. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He'd been waiting for exactly this. With a sly smile he said, is that so? Well, I brought 2 of my apprentices today. Once your monthly exams are over, why not have your top students spar against mine? Li Chengshan turned his attention to the 2 students standing behind Jiang Ming. Hello, Principal Li. Li Yan greeted with unflinching confidence. Li Ming also gave a slight casual smile and nodded. After being rattled by the martial arts evaluation, he'd finally come to terms with the reality of things thanks to Jiang Ming's guidance. In this world there will always be those ridiculously talented people he couldn't outdo. He could accept that, but that didn't mean he couldn't outdo everyone else. Looking around at the students from Xingqing number 1 high, Li Ming quickly realized that only a handful of them had reached the first stage of martial cultivation. Confidence surged within him. With his current strength, beating these martial artists would be a piece of cake. The resolve to revive the martial arts spirit, let it begin today. Li Ming clenched his fists, quietly steeling himself. Just then Jiang Ming noticed Li Changshan sizing up his students. The corners of Jiang Ming's mouth lifted slightly as he feigned nonchalance and brought it up boldly. My two disciples aren't all that remarkable, you know. One just managed to reach first-rank warrior, he's only mastered Thunderbolt Fist and his Furious Sea Spear is at an intermediate level. As for the other, he's a bit better, but nothing special, only recently broke through to the upper range of first rank, and for him, Thunderbolt Fist is intermediate, while Furious Sea Spear is at advanced mastery. So, how about it? Sparring with your so-called genius students from Xingqing number 1 high shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Ming said jovially, deliberately stressing the word Xingqing number 1 high and genius students. Li Qingshan's expression darkened ever so slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Ming's disciples to be this strong. Truth be told, neither Li Tu nor Qingshan could match them. He was just about to come up with an excuse to refuse when Jiang Ming added with a smile, of course it seems like the students on your side aren't that great. If you want to back out, I totally understand. That jab made the veins near Li Qingshan's eyes twitch and his fists tightened in anger. If he refused now, wouldn't that be the same as admitting his school students were subpar? Sure, he'd said things like that himself, but never not in front of Jiang Ming. It's just like how students will complain endlessly about their own school, but when someone from another school starts bad-mouthing it, they take offense. Fine, Li Qingshan forced the words out. When the time comes, I'll have our top student from the monthly exams keep your guys company. I just hope your two students can handle it. If they can't take losing, it's going to look pretty bad for you. Jiang Ming beamed when he heard this and with nothing more to say headed off to the lounge with his two disciples in tow. He didn't even bother watching the monthly exam. He'd already looked into Xingqing number 1's so-called prodigies. There was no way they could beat Li Ming or Li Yan, damn it. Li Changshan cursed under his breath watching Jiang Ming leave all smug and self-assured. Glancing out at the group of students from the elite class on the field, Li Changshan sighed inwardly. If only that genius who did the 9 thunderclaps really belonged to his school, then he'd be able to wipe that smug grin right off Jiang Ming's face. Unfortunately, after practically turning the school upside down looking, he knew deep down, the mysterious martial arts prodigy wasn't a student here. While Li Changshan and Jiang Ming were setting up their duel out on the field, the students had just finished drawing lots. Holy crap, Su Hong, your first opponent is an apprentice warrior, Chen Lin exclaimed, drawing the whole class's attention. Sympathy filled their eyes. Su Hong's first draw had landed him against an apprentice-level fighter. What rotten luck. Don't worry, old Su, if you lose, I'll come keep you company. Chen Lin patted Su Hong encouragingly on the shoulder. Teacher Li Ming looked over at Su Hong and offered a reminder. You should give it your best shot, but don't push yourself too hard. If you get hurt now, it'll mess up the rest of your training. It wouldn't be worth it. Just then, a voice rang out calling Su Hong and his opponent to the ring. Contestant 665 Chen Pang and contestant 666 Su Hong, get on stage now. Su Hong strode up to the ring without missing a beat. Chen Pang glanced at him and flashed a confident smile. So you coming down on your own, or do I have to send you flying? Before he could even finish, Chen Pang suddenly felt his vision blur. The next thing he knew, he was sitting on the ground at the foot of the stage. He stared around bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't my opponent supposed to be a rookie? Referee, you seriously call this guy a beginner? Meanwhile, over on Su Hong's side of the bleachers, his whole class watched in stunned silence as he effortlessly knocked Chen Pang out of the ring with a single palm strike. Every student had their eyes wide open, faces full of disbelief. Holy crap, when did old Su get this strong? Chen Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Even homeroom teacher Li Ming stood there frozen for a moment, shock flickering in his eyes as he watched Su Hong step calmly down from the stage. The competition continued on the other rings. The students from the gifted class dominated, cruising through each match. The regular students simply weren't on the same level, no contest at all. Among them, Chen Shan and Li Tu stood out the most, defeating every opponent, gifted or regular class alike, with a single move. No one, whether student, teacher, or even Principal Li Changshan himself, was surprised by their overwhelming performance. On another ring, Su Hong continued dispatching opponent after opponent. It all seemed effortless, almost relaxed. Some rivals were rookie fighters, some were almost at the next level, but none even had time to react. They just found themselves looking dazed, sitting at the edge of the arena moments after the match began. Li Ming couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really my student? Su Hong's classmates watched with a range of animated expressions. Chen Lin's jaw was hanging so wide he could have swallowed a few eggs. As Su Hong kept up his winning streak, more and more students turned to watch his matches. With every opponent he toppled, exclamations echoed through the crowd. Whoa, who is that kid? He doesn't look familiar. Onstage, Principal Li Qingshan's attention was drawn to Su Hong. He was a bit surprised, didn't think the regular class would turn out someone this talented. Even so, after a moment's glance, he turned his focus back to the students from the gifted class. In the stands, Chen Tian frowned as he watched Su Hong's back. There was something strangely familiar about the way this student moved, but he couldn't quite place it. As the event wore on, the monthly assessment neared its end. Most of the regular class students had already been eliminated, not a single gifted class student had lost. That's the difference, huh? If you can get into the gifted class, even if you're not Chen Shan or Li Tu, you're still among the top students in the whole school. Looks like this is the end of the road for the regular class, the students muttered to each other, some sighing with resignation. Just then the announcer shouted, "Contestant 666 Su Hong, contestant 28 Li Kaishan, on stage. Oh man, that Su Hong kid's finally going to lose." Li Kaishan's from the gifted class. Making it this far is already seriously impressive, especially for a student from the regular class. I remember Li Kaishan already has 99 points in vitality, he's just a hair's breadth away from becoming a first-rank martial artist. As for Su Hong, this is probably as far as he'll go. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with regret as they looked at Su Hong. Su Hong's performance had been solid, no doubt about it, but there was no way he could be a match for Li Kaishan from the elite class. After all, if Su Hong were really that strong, he would have joined the elite class ages ago. Why else would he still be in the regular class? Damn, who do these guys think they are looking down on my buddy like that? Su Hong, take Li Kaishan down, show them what's up, Chen Lin muttered under his breath, annoyed. Then he leaned closer to Su Hong and said quietly, don't push yourself too hard, Li Kaishan's from the elite class, even if you lose nobody's going to hold it against you. Li Ming patted Su Hong on the shoulder, with your strength getting into a decent second-tier martial academy should be no problem, just don't get yourself hurt. His tone was full of genuine pride. He didn't know how Su Hong had gotten so strong all of a sudden, but as Su Hong's teacher he couldn't have been happier. Understood, teacher. Su Hong nodded, then stepped onto the platform. Li Kaishan was already waiting up there, arms crossed. When Su Hong joined him, Li Kaishan raised his chin slightly. I saw what you did earlier. Not bad, Li Kaishan said with a smirk, relaxed and brimming with confidence. Too bad you had to run into me. I'll give you 3 free moves, take your best shot. Before Su Hong could say a word, the students below burst out. Chen Lin couldn't hold it in any longer. Wow, look at this guy showing off. Who does he think he is, the school's top dog? He sneered. Somebody else snickered. Yeah, if I remember right, aren't you near the bottom of the elite class? What are you pretending for? Li Kaishan just shrugged, unfazed by the comments. Even if I'm near the bottom of the elite class, you regular class folks still can't compare. That shut Chen Lin and the others up instantly. Seeing this, Li Kaishan just grinned, waved at Su Hong and said, let's do this. Su Hong nodded. In the blink of an eye he was right in front of him. That speed, Li Kaishan's face changed. He was just about to react when a leg came slicing through the air, and with one swift kick Su Hong sent him flying off the platform, sprawling face first on the cold ground. Did I just lose? Li Kaishan lay there, cheek pressed to the floor, completely bewildered. He was from the elite class. How had he just been taken out in a single move by a regular class student who was really supposed to be in the elite class here? The whole match had lasted less than 3 seconds. Li Kaishan hadn't even landed a hit before Su Hong sent him packing. Every student watching was stunned. Whether they'd been cheering for Su Hong or roasting Li Kaishan earlier, they'd all talked trash about Li Kaishan's arrogance, but deep down none of them thought Su Hong would actually win. But he did. And he didn't just win, he wiped the floor with him. Wait. That's it. That's the whole fight. Is Li Kaishan really from the genius class? Honestly, I feel like even I could have knocked him off that stage with one kick. Bro, it's just your imagination. Don't get too wrapped up in it. Holy crap, Su Hong is the first one to beat someone from the genius class. Now that's badass. Over on Su Hong's side of the class, Chen Lin's eyes were wide with disbelief, his face written with shock. The rest of the students looked just as baffled. No one could wrap their heads around how Li Kaishan could have lost to Su Hong so easily. At that moment Li Ming blurted out, utterly stunned, Su Hong is already a tier 1 martial artist. As soon as he said that, the entire class went silent. What? Su Hong's already a tier 1 martial artist? Wasn't he just a martial apprentice not long ago? Holy shit. Chen Lin's mouth was hanging open, staring at Su Hong up on the stage, suddenly feeling like he barely knew the guy anymore. A tier 1 martial artist in the regular class. On stage, Li Qingshan's eyes went wide, his tone full of surprise. This is clearly a hidden talent. To reach tier 1 while still in the ordinary class, just imagine if Su Hong had been in the genius class. Thinking of this, Li Qingshan suddenly felt a sharp pang of regret. If only he had noticed this student Su Hong sooner. He could have had Chen Tian teach him the thunderclap fist, and Su Hong's abilities would be even stronger. He might have even had a shot at the top 3 in the whole school and qualified for the training camp. But now it was too late. If only he had discovered him earlier, then Su Hong could have learned Thunderclap Fist from Chen Tian. Li Qingshan was so regretful that he slapped his thigh over and over. Standing beside him, the corner of Chen Tian's mouth twitched. This old guy, was he really just going to treat him like some workhorse? But as Chen Tian watched Su Hong walking down from the stage, there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Su Hong seemed familiar, like they'd met somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember when. By this time, one round of the arena battles had ended. Only a dozen or so students were left standing at the front. Other than Su Hong, all the remaining students from the regular class had been eliminated. Everyone left was from the genius class. For a moment every eye in the arena focused on Su Hong. Li Tu and Chen Shan glanced his way, surprised at the sudden dark horse, but quickly the two returned their attention to their own concerns. Defeating Li Kaishan wasn't a big deal, they could have done it just as easily. However strong this new guy was, he wasn't going to threaten their fight for the top 2 spots in the entire school, not worth worrying about. Even among the genius class students who had learned Thunderclap Fist, most were only mildly surprised. Li Kaishan was just a prospective martial artist and he hadn't mastered Thunderclap Fist. Losing was no shock. What surprised them was simply that someone from the ordinary class had become a tier 1 martial artist. As for the genius class students who hadn't learned Thunderclap Fist yet, watching Su Hong now, a hint of wariness crept into their eyes. Another competitor had entered the mix. Inwardly, they all started hoping that in the next round Su Hong would be matched against someone who had already learned Thunderclap Fist. Maybe someone really was listening to their prayers. Number 666-inch Su Hong, number 5 Chen Xian, to the stage. Chen Xian. When the students heard that Su Hong's opponent was actually Chen Xian, a look of sympathy appeared on everyone's face. Damn, Su Hong is screwed now. What rotten luck. Chen Xian is ranked 5th in the whole school, and just a few days ago he even broke through to the next warrior level. The biggest thing is, he's already mastered the Thunder Rush Fist. He's a young prodigy, a serious contender for the training camp. Honestly, for a student from a regular class to have made it this far, Su Hong's already amazing. Among the prodigies who hadn't mastered the Thunder Rush Fist, a wave of relief swept over them, traces of glee flickered in their eyes. Now Su Hong's out of the competition. To be honest, they'd rather fight one of the other talented students than go up against Su Hong. At least with the others, they knew who they were dealing with, their strengths, their weaknesses, but this newcomer, Su Hong, was a total wildcard, and that made him dangerous. Now with Su Hong up against Chen Xian, his elimination seemed inevitable. He was no longer a threat. Chen Xian, huh? What a pity, thought Li Changshan, shaking his head ever so slightly as if he already knew how this match would end. He made up his mind. After this month's exams, he'd transfer Su Hong to the prodigy class. Over on Su Hong's side of the arena, Li Ming had a smile on his face. To him, the fact that Su Hong had made it this far was already a huge surprise. Su Hong, you're suddenly this unstoppable. What am I supposed to do, bro? Chen Lin looked conflicted. His best friend was taking off, while he was still just a humble novice. Inside he felt a pang of cold envy. At that moment Su Hong stepped onto the stage. Chen Xian's eyes grew serious. He wasn't going to take his opponent lightly, not for a second. All eyes in the room locked onto the stage. Everyone expected a one-sided fight, thinking it wouldn't last long before the outcome was sealed. Begin. The judge's signal rang out. Chen Xian gave a low shout, muscles flexing, and the next instant he charged straight at Su Hong. With a boom like thunder he unleashed his fist. Holy shit, Chen Xian's opening with the Thunder Rush Fist? He's not messing around. That's Chen Xian for you. No matter how tough his opponent, he never lets down his guard. Well, that's it then. I thought Su Hong might hold on a little, but once the Thunder Rush Fist comes out, forget it, he'll be off the stage in no time. Wait, what the hell? Is Su Hong crazy? He's not dodging, he's raising his own fist to meet the attack head on. What the hell? If you've got a death wish, at least don't be so obvious about it. Somebody stop the match. The student's eyes went wide at the commotion on stage, staring at Su Hong as if he'd lost his mind. He was squaring off directly against Chen Xian's full-force Thunder Rush Fist. Insane is he? On stage, Chen Xian was momentarily surprised by Su Hong's move, but he didn't pull any punches. After all, if things got too dangerous, the judge would intervene. His job was just to give it his best shot. In the next instant their fists collided, the impact echoing dully through the arena. The students below stared ice-fixed on Su Hong, just waiting for him to be sent flying off the platform. But the next moment something incredible happened. Su Hong didn't react at all. Chen Xian was forced to stumble back to the very edge of the arena, letting out a stifled, agonized groan. Only then did the students below notice that Chen Xian's punching fist was already mangled, a mess of blood and flesh. Blood seeped from the wound, dripping onto the arena floor. The sight left the entire crowd in shock. What? Oh my god, what just happened? What did Su Hong do? Did he use some kind of technique? Chen Xian was using Thunderstrike Fist. How could he lose in a direct clash? That's an actual C-rank martial art. And he lost. Every student looked bewildered. The whole thing was a complete mystery to them. Class teacher Li Ming, as well as Chen Lin and other students, were even more astonished. Holy crap, even Tiangan lost in a single punch. Then what chance do the rest of us have? Someone blurted. On the side of the gifted class, students who just started to relax tightened up again when they saw Chen Xian's bleeding fist. Even Chen Xian, who had used Thunderstrike Fist, was defeated in a single blow. Among the school's two best students, Li Tushan and Chen Shan, both froze in disbelief. The next moment, they frowned deeply, a glimmer of gravity flashing in their eyes as they looked at Su Hong. On the stage, Li Changshan abruptly stood up, not even noticing that he'd knocked over his chair. He stared intently at Su Hong on the arena and said in a low voice, "Chen Tian, did you see clearly?" Chen Tian's face was equally grave, as if he'd just witnessed something incredible. He nodded, his tone complicated. This student named Su Hong didn't use any martial arts technique at all just now. After saying this, even Chen Tian himself sounded stunned. He took a deep breath. This student of yours must have some kind of rare constitution. His strength is off the charts. He hesitated for a moment before continuing quietly. Honestly, his power is greater than what you'd expect from a mid-tier stage 1 martial artist. Gulp, Li Chengshan swallowed hard, but the next second a wild grin broke out on his face. Haha, my school has produced someone with a special constitution, someone with such monstrous strength. Haha, Li Chengshan was ecstatic. Before this he'd been a little disheartened. Even his two best students Li Tu and Qinshan could only rank in the middle or lower half at the training camp. But now there was Su Hong, a student with extraordinary strength and a unique constitution. This was a dramatic turnaround. He was thrilled. His mood was like drinking a bottle of ice water on a scorching summer day, completely utterly refreshing. Don't get too excited just yet. Chen Tian's voice broke through Li Qingshan's euphoria. Li Qingshan paused stunned. Chen Tian shook his head. Su Hong was in the regular class before. At best he's only learned D-rank martial skills. No matter how strong he is, if he faces students who have already managed to infuse their techniques with attributes, he'll lose any advantage. He might even be at a disadvantage because the level of his martial arts is just too low, so whether Su Hong can actually break into the top 3 on the monthly exam and earn a spot in the training camp is still up in the air. It was even less likely that anyone could be a match for Li Tu and Qinshan, who had already mastered the thunderclap fist to the level of true expertise. Hearing this, Li Chengshan furrowed his brow tightly, feeling more and more anxious inside. At that moment the referee continued calling up names and groups of students stepped onto the stage to face off. The winners and losers were quickly decided. Soon after, they started drawing lots again to assign the next round of opponents. But now none of the victorious students looked the least bit happy. Each of them silently prayed, hoping that they wouldn't draw Su Hong as their next opponent. Li Qingshan's heart was in his throat too. He desperately hoped Su Hong would be matched with a weaker challenger. After all, it was such a rare opportunity for the school to have a student with such unique talent. If Su Hong missed out on making it to the training camp, what a terrible shame that would be. The results were announced. Su Hong would go up against Qinshan next. The moment the referee called out the pairing, Li Chengshan felt dizzy, as if the world had gone dark in front of his eyes. Of all the people, why did his opponent have to be Qinshan, the school's undisputed second strongest? Not only had Qinshan already mastered the guiding arts and begun to harness some elemental power, but his thunderclap fist was at a master's level and his vitality was rumored to have reached 120 points. How could Su Hong possibly win? This was hopeless. Li Qingshan's face crumpled in regret. On the other side, when the news spread that Su Hong would face Qinshan, the elite students of the honors class, who'd all been nervously watching, suddenly broke into relieved smiles. Qinshan was strong, sure, but he still couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with Qinshan and Li Tu, the two who stood at the top of the entire school, clearly ahead of everyone else. Su Hong might have beaten Qinshan, but was he really going to defeat Qinshan next? At the same time, the referee's voice rang out loud and clear across the field and everyone turned their attention to Qinshan. Taking a deep breath, Qinshan felt the pressure mounting. He looked across the stage at Su Hong, his gaze growing more serious by the second. Getting nervous, Li Tu chuckled from the side. It's just unexpected, that's all. After I beat Su Hong, you'll be next, replied Qinshan coolly. I'm looking forward to it, Li Tu said with a faint smile. Without wasting another word, Qinshan strode towards the stage. Holy crap, Su Hong actually beat Qinshan. Homeroom teacher Li Ming was so shocked he was left speechless. He couldn't have imagined in a million years that his own student would blaze a trail like this. Now standing on the verge of fighting Qinshan, the school's number 2, Qinlin meanwhile looked like he'd just found out the world was flat. Su Hong is actually about to fight Qinshan? Am I dreaming? He slapped himself hard across the face, a sharp sting blossomed on his cheek. No doubt about it, he was definitely awake. In the arena, Qinshan stepped up onto the platform and faced Su Hong, his expression gradually turning serious. Begin, the referee declared briskly, seeing both were ready. No sooner had the word been spoken than Qinshan shot forward at blinding speed, his fist swinging for Su Hong. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous strikes split the air, the power of a true master. Su Hong's eyes lit up. Relying solely on his physical strength, he raised his own fist to counterattack. Thud, thud, thud. The stage echoed with the forceful pounding of their blows. For a moment the two were evenly matched, their fists colliding again and again. 10 seconds passed. Seeing that his relentless attacks were getting him nowhere, Qinshan began to lose his patience. Suddenly he let out a furious roar. Li Tu, watch closely. I was saving this move especially for you. In the next moment, as Qinshan unleashed his thunderclap fist, a fiery blaze erupted along his knuckles. The sight left the students in the stands utterly shaken. Holy crap, he's manifesting his elemental power externally. Qinshan can already release his attribute energy, someone shouted, and it's fire too, second only to lightning in destructive force. Damn, Qinshan's been hiding his strength all this time. Even Li Tu's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Qinshan to have mastered external attribute manifestation too, fire attribute. On the sidelines, Li Chengshan gasped in shock, then gave a helpless, bitter smile. At first, seeing Su Hong holding his own under Qinshan's thunderclap fist, he'd thought Su Hong might actually win. But the moment Qinshan's fire attribute exploded outwardly, Chengshan knew that Su Hong was about to lose. A rare special physique had finally appeared in the school. He didn't want Su Hong to miss the training camp just because of this. Maybe he could swallow his pride and ask the city lord if he could secure a special spot for Su Hong. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Chen Tian suddenly shouted from his side. "Holy crap, oldly, look!" Startled, Li Chengshan snapped his head toward the arena. The instant he looked up, his pupils contracted sharply. Up on the stage, fall! Chen Shan roared, unleashing his fire-wreathed thunderclap fist toward Su Hong with earth-shattering force. Seeing this, a trace of regret flickered in Su Hong's eyes. He had wanted to see just how long his body alone could stand up against a genius like Chen Shan, but this guy was so impatient. After only a few seconds, Chen Shan had already run out of patience and gone all out. What a pity! Muttering under his breath, Su Hong threw a punch of his own. This time, unlike before, arcs of lightning crackled along his fist. There was a thunderous boom as their fists collided. In an instant, the lightning swallowed the fire hole. Lightning attribute. Chen Shan's expression froze as if he'd seen a ghost. He barely had time to process his shock before the terrifying force from Su Hong's punch sent him flying off the stage, where he crashed to the ground and lost consciousness. All of this happened in a flash. The situation on the field reversed in an instant. The entire crowd was dead silent, mouths agape in speechless shock. This. Li Qingshan's expression was a mix of utter disbelief and amazement to the point he could barely speak. Lightning attribute. Su Hong actually has the lightning attribute. Chen Tian stared eyes wide with disbelief. A moment later he shook his head, both awed and exasperated. So he has a special physique, monstrous strength, and his elemental attribute is the most powerful lightning. Su Hong's talent is just on another level. Holy crap, did you see that? Chen Tian, lightning man. Finally recovering from his shock, Li Qingshan's tongue untangled itself and he practically shouted with excitement. Staring at Su Hong atop the stage, he couldn't have been more pleased. Haha, we didn't find that student with the 9 thunderclap fist, but a genius just as talented, maybe even stronger, has emerged at number 1 high. Li Qingshan burst out laughing, his face flushed with excitement. You really are lucky, Chen Tian said sincerely. Then looking slightly puzzled he added, but have you noticed, Su Hong doesn't seem to have used any martial techniques at all. Is it possible he just doesn't know any? Li Qingshan waved it off without a care, his grin blooming like a chrysanthemum stretching ear to ear. Who cares? If he doesn't know them now, he can just learn them. This is nothing. Once this is over, just give him the thunderclap fist. Problem solved. Su Hong's victory over Chen Shan meant he'd already secured a spot in the training camp. That was the most important thing. Whether or not he knew any martial techniques, that was nothing. If he didn't, he could learn. Alright, I'll teach him afterward, Chen Tian agreed, a glint of admiration in his eyes. He'd started to feel a fondness for this rare talent too. At the same time, he was curious. Between Su Hong and Li Tu, who had the sharper mind, the greater potential, beneath the arena, medical staff were tending to Chen Shan and the students around them were buzzing with excitement. My god, I thought Su Hong was just a dark horse, but it turns out he's a thoroughbred. Incredible, even Chen Shan got taken down. Li Tu is about as strong as Chen Shan, so there's no way he can beat Su Hong. The crowd was stunned. In all the previous monthly exams, the top 10 spots were always swept by students from the elite class. Li Tu and Chen Shan were fixtures in the top 2, no one had ever shaken their place. But now, in this month's exam, a student from an ordinary class was about to claim the top spot. It felt like a dream, oh my god. In Su Hong's class, Chen Lin and the other students were utterly shell-shocked. Their homeroom teacher Li Ming was no better off. He stood there in a daze, mind blank. At that moment, with the help of the medical staff, Chen Shan slowly regained consciousness. He stared up in confusion for several seconds, piecing together what had happened. When he saw Su Hong walking off the stage, his feelings were a tangled mess. He'd given it everything he had and still lost. What a monster. Chen Shan sighed inwardly, completely convinced of his defeat. He got to his feet and made his way back to the elite class section. Li Tu, after all our rivalry, I never expected a new dark horse would just come out of nowhere. Li Tu just chuckled. So what if he's a dark horse? Chen Shan stared at Li Tu's calm confidence, unable to hold back. Come on, don't act so sure of yourself. We both mastered Thunderclap Fist at the same level, but I lost. Why do you think you'll do any better? Li Tu smiled, full of assurance. If mastery isn't enough, then I'll just take it one step further. Chen Shan blinked in surprise, then sucked in a sharp breath. Wait. Don't tell me you've achieved insight with Thunderclap Fist. Li Tu smiled without answering, looking every bit like the man with the winning hand. Seeing this, Chen Shan's expression grew complicated. He thought he'd kept an ace up his sleeve, but Li Tu had a bigger one hidden all along. His feelings in that moment could only be described as bitter. I never expected this. Li Tu's thunderous fist technique had already reached the subtle level without anyone realizing it. Now that he'd gotten this far, it was impossible to say for sure who would win between him and Su Hong. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, calling Li Tu to the arena. His opponent, the school's 6th-ranked prodigy. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the two took the stage. Li Tu's definitely going to win, but how long will it take? Someone wondered aloud. When Su Hong fought Chen Shan, the match ended in seconds. Li Tu's about as strong as Chen Shan. If Su Hong demolished Chen Shan, there's no way Li Tu can beat him. But before the student could even finish, a soundless thunderclap exploded through the air. Suddenly, the whole arena fell silent. In the next instant, a body slammed heavy onto the floor. The 6th-ranked student now sprawled out with white eyes, already knocked unconscious. The student's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, 5 strikes. That took what, not even a few seconds. 5 strikes. Li Tu's thunderous fist really reached the subtle stage. Wait, that's not all. I just saw a golden flash around Li Tu's fist. He's mastered the ability to project metal energy too. Damn, metal attribute attacks are just as powerful as fire. Only thunder might be stronger, and that's Su Hong's specialty. The crowd was stunned. They thought the outcome of the tournament was set in stone and that Su Hong was the undisputed champion. But Li Tu had completely flipped their expectations, as if he'd stepped onto the stage just to prove everyone wrong. Right out of the gate he unleashed terrifying skill, thunderous fist at the subtle level and metal energy projection. With those combined, could Su Hong really stand a chance anymore? The final was guaranteed to be a fierce head-to-head. He's already at the subtle stage, Chen Tian muttered in surprise. Li Tu, he's improving faster than I thought. TSK. On one side you have thunderous fist at the subtle stage plus metal energy projection, and on the other Su Hong's overwhelming strength, unique physique and thunder attribute. Who knows how this will end? Li Chengshan grinning stroked his chin. Didn't expect Li Tu to give me such a nice surprise. Next up, Su Hong, Li Tu and the other elite students began another round of drawing lots. But after seeing the two of them in action, every elite class student who drew their names immediately forfeited. It wasn't until the semifinals that the last 2 remaining elite students bravely challenged Su Hong and Li Tu, curious to see how long they could last. But boom boom, 2 muffled crashes later, both were swiftly knocked from the ring, utterly powerless to fight back. At last the monthly exam reached its final showdown, the championship match, Su Hong versus Li Tu. As the referee's voice rang out, the energy in the arena soared to its peak. All eyes were glued to the ring as the two walked up, every student brimming with anticipation. 2 titans collide. Who will prevail? Go Su Hong, show those elite class kids that an ordinary class can win the championship too. Li Tu, go get him. Among the students, 2 camps gradually began to form. On one side were the regular class students, their faces flushed with excitement as they pumped their fists in the air. The ones from Su Hong's class were especially fired up, leading the cheers. Chen Lin had even taken off his jacket and was twirling it wildly over his head, shouting at the top of his lungs. Even their homeroom teacher Li Ming was swept up in the energy. He clenched his fist, a look of eager anticipation flashing in his eyes. On the other side were dozens of students from the gifted class, all cheering for Li Tu. However, in terms of numbers they were completely overwhelmed by the regular students. Their shouts of encouragement were instantly drowned out by the roaring tide from across the way. In the stands, Li Chengshan watched the scene with a big smile on his face. Ought to be young. Chen Tian, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. This really brings back memories, he said wistfully. Just then Li Chengshan turned and asked, who do you think will win? Chen Tian paused in surprise, thinking it over for a moment before answering. Su Hong's strength is jaw-dropping, but Li Tu managed to master my thunderbolt fist to an extraordinary level. If we're talking about the future, with his special physique, Su Hong will definitely be stronger. But right now, I'm rooting for Li Tu. Chen Tian's answer was tinged with a hint of personal bias. After all, he'd been teaching the gifted class for some time, not to mention Li Tu was using the thunderbolt fist he'd taught and had already grasped its intricacies. As someone who had perfected this martial art himself, Chen Tian knew better than anyone the devastating power of the 5 strikes of thunder. You've got a point, but I'm rooting for Su Hong. Noticing Chen Tian's puzzled look, Li Chengshan grinned. Your logic makes sense, but it's all based on the assumption that Su Hong can't use any advanced techniques. But how do you know for sure that he can't? Maybe he just hasn't had a reason to show us yet. He paused for a moment, then continued. Remember when you were teaching the thunderbolt fist at the gym? Su Hong was there, wasn't he? He suddenly seemed to realize something, his words cutting off mid-sentence. The next second his eyes flew wide open and he slapped his thigh. Holy crap, it just hit me. Su Hong was one of the first to leave the gym that day. He barely stayed for a few minutes. Chen Tian froze in surprise. Li Chengshan, as if snapping awake from a dream, pressed on. I even asked his homeroom teacher about it. The teacher said Su Hong left early because he couldn't scrape together the entrance fee for martial arts training, so he might give up on it. But is that really the case? Li Chengshan's voice was getting worked up now. What if Su Hong actually figured out the thunderbolt fist just by watching and left early to go practice it? No way, absolutely impossible. At that, Chen Tian immediately shot him down. Li Chengshan blinked in confusion. Chen Tian explained, just as you said, Su Hong was only there for a few minutes, barely long enough to watch me demonstrate the routine even once. Do you really think my thunderbolt fist is like a cheap vegetable you can just pick up in a single look? But Li Chengshan, now even more hyped up, insisted, but what if Su Hong has a special talent? What if he really did pick it up after seeing it just once? Chen Tian shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, this is a grade C martial technique, we both know how hard it is to master, right? Li Chengshan had no words, he too had studied a grade C technique. Even with a teacher guiding him, it took a whole afternoon just to get a handle on it, watching the demonstration over and over again. But Su-hong, he'd barely watched it once, thinking he could actually learn the thunderclap fist that quickly. It was basically impossible. Guess I got carried away, Li Chengshan sighed. After that, neither of them said anything more. Their eyes turned to the stage. On the arena platform, watched by hundreds, Su-hong and Li Tu stepped up to face each other. They squared off 5 or 6 meters apart, tension crackling in the air. Li Tu shot Su-hong a faint smile. If you can beat Chengshan, your strength must be second place in the whole school. Su-hong smiled back, playing along. Oh, and who's first then? Obviously me. The instant the word left his lips, Li Tu's body tensed and coiled like a spring. He lunged forward, 3 steps collapsed into 2, appearing in front of Su-hong in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist, a trace of metallic spiritual energy flickering around his knuckles. His punch cut through the air so fast it sounded like an explosion. Boom, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, again and again like rolling lightning. Li Tu went all out from the start, not holding back even a bit. He wanted to defeat Su-hong as quickly as possible, to show everyone in the school who the true number one really was. The moment he unleashed his full power, every student's eyes widened. Heads swiveled, stares locking onto Su-hong. They all wanted to see how he'd respond. Even Li Chengshan and Chen Tian held their breath, focusing intently. And then, something unbelievable happened. Everyone was stunned into silence. On stage, facing Li Tu's fierce charge, Su-hong didn't dodge or retreat. He simply raised his fist, thunder gathering around it, and unleashed a savage punch. Boom, 9 successive cracks of thunder rang out, one after another. That punch was terrifyingly fast, so fast Li Tu didn't even have time to react. The blow landed square in his abdomen, sending him flying off the stage like a ragdoll. Complete silence filled the arena. Everyone stared, shaking faces full of utter disbelief. This was supposed to be an epic, hard-fought battle between two titans. No one could have imagined the fight would be decided in just a single breath. Su-hong had crushed Li Tu, utterly overwhelming him. But that wasn't even the most shocking thing. What truly stunned everyone was the 9 consecutive thunderclaps. Holy crap, did you see that? Thunderclap fist, 9 strikes, is that even real? Perfect mastery. He's reached the perfect level with the thunderclap fist. In the time it took me to blink, Li Tu lost. That's insane. He's beyond even the teacher who taught us the thunderclap fist. How strong is Su-hong's talent really? The stands erupted like oil hitting a blazing pan, instantly thrown into chaos. Up in the stands, Li Chengshan and Chen Tian just stood there dumbstruck, minds completely blank. In their minds, those 9 thunderous blasts echoed endlessly. 9, 9, 9 strikes. Chen Tian let out a strangled yelp, his expression a whirlwind of shock and disbelief. Asterisk 9 strikes of the thunder fist. Asterisk, that was the mark of perfection. He himself had only just reached mastery. Damn it, old Chen, say that again. Repeat what you just said. Li Chengshan was so excited he could barely speak straight. His face flushed red and he nearly shoved his face right into Chen Tian's. Repeat it for me. Wasn't it you who said Su-hong couldn't possibly learn it just by watching once? Chen Tian opened his mouth, but nothing came out. In the end, all he could do was force a bitter smile. Asterisk, how the hell was I supposed to know your student's talent was this monstrous? Asterisk, he was clearly rattled, his tone defeated. Asterisk, this is a C-rank martial art. You're telling me he really learned it with just a glance? And not just learned it, hell, the realm he's reached already surpassed mine and I barely achieved mastery. Asterisk, Chen Tian's face was full of grief and disbelief. Asterisk, what is even going on anymore? And to think just now I was feeling sorry our school had no one to match his talent. I was even considering teaching Su-hong the thunder fist after things wrapped up. But now it looks like it should be Su-hong teaching me, asterisk, the world's completely upside down. Seeing Chen Tian so shocked and defeated, Li Chengshan burst out laughing. He looked up at Su-hong, still standing on the stage, and clenched his fist with excitement. A superhuman physique, the strongest thunder attribute, freakish talent, and now he's just picked up a C-rank martial art after seeing it once, thunder fist, no less. Ha ha ha. The more Li Chengshan talked, the more worked up he got, practically spitting with excitement. This isn't just a genius, this is the dragon of Xingqing First High. Meanwhile, below the stage, the medical staff helped Li Tu regain consciousness. He looked up at Su-hong on the platform and could only smile wryly. Who would have thought he'd end up like Chengshan, flat on his back? Well, if it isn't Mr. Full of Confidence himself. Chengshan poked his head over and grinned at Li Tu. What happened, brother? Get lost, Li Tu muttered, rolling his eyes before sighing in defeat. Asterisk, Su-hong is just a monster. He pulled off all 9 strikes of thunder fist. Honestly, it felt like getting hit by a truck. Asterisk, you got that right, he really is a freak. Chengshan nodded sympathetically, deeply understanding. At that moment, Su-hong stepped down from the stage. Both of them abruptly shut up, not daring to say another word. And with that, the monthly exam was over. Once Li Chengshan had taken the stage for his usual passionate closing remarks, the top 3 students eligible to attend the training camp, Su-hong, Li Tu and Chen Tian, gathered by the stands. Asterisk, come on, come have a seat. Asterisk, Li Chengshan greeted the 3 with a broad smile, motioning them to sit. After a few words of praise, his face turned serious. Asterisk, you 3 are the strongest students at Xingqing First High. but don't get cocky. From what I've heard, everyone at this training camp is a first-rank martial artist. There are quite a few at first-rank mid-level and even several at first-rank high-level, asterisk. As soon as those words left his mouth, Qinshan and Li Tu were stunned. The training camp was really attracting high-level stage 1 martial artists from the school? Was this for real? That was a difference of 2 whole sub-levels. No matter how gifted they thought themselves, there was no way they could compete with freaks like that. With those thoughts swirling in their heads, Qinshan and Li Tu instinctively glanced at Su Hong. In their minds, maybe Su Hong could hold his own against a mid-stage level 1 fighter, but if they had to go up against someone at the high stage, even all 3 of them together, they'd probably be hopelessly outmatched. There really are several high-stage level 1 martial artists, Li Qingshan confirmed with a serious tone. In fact, you can't really call them students, they're mostly the offspring of Star City's most powerful families. Even the grandchildren of our city lord are joining this training camp. These people have had resources poured into them since childhood, martial techniques, pill supplies, everything you can imagine. It's only natural that their cultivation level is higher than yours. Qinshan and Li Tu could only grimace their excitement at qualifying for the camp, instantly doused like a bucket of cold water. Their emotions were a tangled mess, but Su Hong's eyes lit up with delight. He was actually hoping that the training camp would draw as many prodigies as possible. The more people there were, the more martial points he could earn for himself. As for the scions of those powerful families, the more the merrier as far as he was concerned. With their privileged backgrounds, the martial techniques they possessed were sure to be top tier. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated Su Hong became. After all, he'd learned his current best technique, the void-piercing finger, by secretly copying Lin Ping. And Lin Ping's background, all he had was an uncle who ran a base in the wilderness. That was nothing compared to these true elites. If Lin Ping could have a B-rank martial technique like void-piercing finger, then these geniuses surely couldn't be any worse off. The thought made Su Hong's heart race with anticipation. At present, the only solid offensive technique he had was the void-piercing finger. Movement techniques, on the other hand, were always rare and cost far more than attack skills. For now, Su Hong was still using the basic E-rank movement technique air step. As his strength increased, it was becoming obvious that air step was lagging further and further behind. Alright, that's about everything I know, Li Qingshan said with a reminder. The shuttle for the training camp arrives at the school gate at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow, don't miss it. Understood. Su Hong and the other 2 nodded in unison. Just as they were about to get up and leave, a teasing voice echoed from a distance. Old Li, has the top scorer for the monthly exam been announced yet? My 2 disciples are getting impatient. It was Jiang Ming, accompanied by Li Ming and Li Yan. A faint, amused smile played at Jiang Ming's lips. As soon as he heard the monthly exam was over, he hadn't wasted a second, rushing over with his 2 students in tow. Approaching the bleachers, Jiang Ming could see even from afar the 3 uniformed students standing with Li Qingshan. In an instant, the smile on his face grew even broader. Caught them red-handed. Now Li Qingshan would have no excuse to refuse this challenge. As Jiang Ming strode over with his 2 disciples, a sly, almost malicious smile played on his lips. Li Qingshan's brows immediately knitted together, but as his gaze landed on Su Hong, his frown quickly relaxed. With Su Hong here, what do I have to worry about? The thought brought a matching smile to Li Qingshan's face, mirroring Jiang Ming's own. He chuckled warmly. The top scorer of the monthly exam is here. If you hadn't shown up, I was about to send someone to get you. Jiang Ming was momentarily surprised, eyeing Li Qingshan with suspicion. What's going on with this guy? Why the sudden change in attitude? Does he really believe a student from his school could possibly beat my 2 disciples? Jiang Ming shook his head with a wry grin. He had come fully prepared today. He knew exactly who the prodigies at Qingqing No. 1 High were. At best, Qinshan and Li Tu, the strongest among them, had only just broken into the first-rank early stage. Recently, they'd been learning Lightning Fist from Chen Tian, but how much could they have mastered in just a few days? Old Li, the tougher you talk now, the more embarrassed you'll be in a bit. Jiang Ming chuckled softly. Behind him, Li Ming glanced at the backs of the 3 students, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. They couldn't match the genius he'd faced at the warrior assessment grounds, but how could he, Li Ming, possibly lose to these students? On the other hand, Li Yan's thoughts were completely different from Li Ming's fierce determination. To Li Yan, this trip to No. 1 High was nothing but a formality. He was already a mid-stage first-rank warrior, whereas these local students at best were only just entering the first rank. It was an adult bullying children. There was no satisfaction to be gained from such a win. Soon Jiang Ming and his group arrived at the stands. Let's skip the chatter. Get your monthly exam champion out here, Jiang Ming said, clapping Li Ming on the shoulder. My disciple Li Ming will represent us. Li Ming stepped forward, a confident grin on his face. Seeing Jiang Ming so self-assured, Li Qingshan couldn't hide his own grin at the corners of his mouth, no matter how hard he tried. Stifling a laugh, he nodded and said, fine, no more talk. Turning slightly, he added, Su Hong, there are 2 people here challenging our school. As the top scorer, why don't you have a little fun with them? After a short pause, Li Qingshan reassured, don't worry, he's just a first-rank early-stage warrior. Alright. Su Hong nodded at the words, not expecting someone to deliver martial points right to his doorstep. Su Hong, both Jiang Ming and Li Ming were clearly surprised when they heard the name. It was completely unfamiliar, their earlier investigation hadn't turned up anyone by that name. At that moment, the student named Su Hong turned to face them. Both of them instinctively looked over, and as soon as Jiang Ming saw the student's face, his whole body froze as if struck by lightning. Isn't that the monster from the previous warrior assessment test? What is he doing here today? He's actually a student at number 1 high, so it's you. The confidence on Li Ming's face vanished in an instant, replaced by pure terror as he stared at Su Hong. Memories of being utterly overpowered came rushing back to him all at once. How could it possibly be you? Li Ming's lips quivered, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He already had a huge shadow in his heart when it came to Su Hong. He thought he'd never have to see him again, yet here they were face to face. He'd even come on his own to challenge him. Me, to fight this monster? Are you kidding me? Everyone else present was stunned by the reactions from the two of them. What was going on? Why did they both look as if they'd just seen a ghost when they saw Su Hong? Su Hong, do you know these guys? Li Changshan asked, his face full of curiosity. Chen Tian, Chen Shan and Li Tu all looked over immediately as well. Su Hong nodded calmly. We crossed paths during the first level martial artist assessment. He said it as if it was no big deal, but everyone could tell that something significant must have happened back then. Otherwise, how could that encounter leave such a deep mark on Jiang Ming and Li Ming, master and student, that they were now completely spooked? Just then Li Yan, who had been standing by with a casual attitude, suddenly narrowed his eyes after hearing Su Hong's words. He turned to Jiang Ming and asked urgently, "Teacher, is this the monster you were talking about?" "Yes, that's him." Jiang Ming's expression was complicated. No matter what he had imagined, he never would have thought that this genius monster would turn out to be a student at Xingqing number 1 high school. With his mentor's confirmation, a spark of excitement flashed in Li Yan's eyes. The way he looked at Su Hong grew more and more intense, almost fiery. Meanwhile, as everyone kept talking, Li Changshan began to lose his patience. "Jiang Ming, enough with the nonsense. Are you going to fight or not?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming and Li Yan both looked at Li Ming, wanting to see what he wanted to do. Caught in their gaze, Li Ming hesitated for a second, then shook his head so hard it looked like he was about to rattle it off his shoulders. And no, not fighting. He was practically stammering now. Fight this guy? What a joke. He wasn't desperate to die. The last time even the strength testing machine got smashed to pieces by this guy's punch. His own head definitely wasn't tougher than that machine. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's lips twitched. He was just about to refuse the match when Li Yan suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, if junior brother won't fight, I will," Li Yan said eagerly. Jiang Ming was caught off guard. Li Yan's face was full of excitement. "I want to see for myself just how monstrous this guy really is." Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. But Li Changshan was not having it. "Hey, what kind of joke is this? Your disciple's already at the mid-stage of the first level, and you're going to have him fight Su Hong?" Chen Shan and Li Tu immediately chimed in too. "Yeah, isn't this just bullying with a higher level? Even someone who just entered mid-stage would have at least 200 vitality points. It's shameless to challenge him." They were all students from the same school, and when it came to facing outsiders, they had no hesitation about who to side with. Jiang Ming was at a loss for words. They were right, this really did look like bullying. Right then, however, Su Hong started to feel a little anxious. "Can't let this martial arts value delivered right to my door just slip away now, can I?" He quickly spoke up. "Principal, mid-stage first rank is mid-stage first rank. I'll fight him." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Li Changshan looked a bit taken aback. He hurriedly asked Su Hong, "Are you serious? That's mid-stage first rank?" Su Hong nodded, letting him know he understood. Seeing this, Li Changshan looked utterly helpless and tried persuading him again. "Su Hong, Li Yan isn't just a simple mid-stage first rank. His Raging Sea Spear technique has reached mastery. You're barehanded while he has a spear. You're already at a disadvantage, not to mention your rank is lower than his." Su Hong replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Principal, I'll be fine." At that, Li Changshan could only sigh in resignation and let Su Hong face the challenge. Meanwhile, seeing both sides agree, Li Yan's face lit up with excitement. He gripped his alloy spear tightly, eager to step forward. Su Hong thought for a moment and turned toward Li Changshan. "Principal, does the school have any spare alloy spears?" "Yes," Li Changshan replied instinctively, but quickly realized what Su Hong was asking. He stared at Su Hong in shock, barely able to hide his surprise. "You know how to use a spear too?" Everyone else was just as stunned. With all eyes on him, Su Hong nodded lightly. "I know a bit." That answer made Li Changshan's mouth twitch. "You know a bit." Li Yan has mastered spear technique. Compared to him, knowing a bit is like showing off in front of a master craftsman. "You'd be better off using your Thunder Fist. With your Thunder Fist at the perfect level, you'd still be at a disadvantage against a weapon, but you could at least put up a fight. But now you're going to fight spear with spear when you only know a bit? Aren't you just throwing away your advantage for nothing?" Since there was no persuading him, Li Changshan simply had someone fetch an alloy spear. Chen Shan and Li Tu exchanged odd glances at Su Hong. They hadn't realized before, but Su Hong was actually pretty bold. Chen Shan muttered quietly and Li Tu nodded in agreement. Su Hong was already at a disadvantage in terms of rank and now he wasn't even using his best skill, choosing instead to fight Li Yan at his own game with a technique he'd barely practiced. No matter how you looked at it, this was asking for trouble. Except for Jiang Ming, who looked a bit more serious. Remembering Su Hong's monstrous performance during the martial arts assessment, he couldn't help but quietly warn Li Yan, be careful, if this freak knows your spear technique is at mastery and still insists on using a spear, his skills must be far from ordinary. Li Yan just frowned, saying nothing. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Ming could only shake his head helplessly, knowing Li Yan didn't believe him at all. Just then Su Hong accepted the alloy spear handed over by a staff member. You're really going to fight me with a spear? Li Yan's voice was thick with annoyance, turning cold. Don't waste my time, just use your best technique. Su Hong just chuckled. I'm not weak with a spear either, enough talk, come on. With that he strode into the arena, spear in hand. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Li Yan's eyes. Not giving up until I've reached the Yellow River, huh? Fine. As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Yan's spear shot out like a dragon, darting with deadly precision. A deafening roar, as if a tsunami had exploded right at their ears, erupted. At that moment Chen Shan and Li Tu both turned pale. With just a glance, they realized this was a strike they absolutely could not withstand. This really was the perfected Furious Sea Spear technique. For someone this young, genius hardly seemed adequate. A flash of amazement flickered in Chen Tian's eyes. Li Chengshan furrowed his brow, deeply silent, his entire body taut, ready to leap in and rescue Su Hong at any moment. Just then, a tidal wave of force, wild and unrestrained, suddenly exploded forth. In an instant it drowned out even the stormy crescendo of Li Yan's spear. For a second everyone was struck dumb by the sound. Before they could process what was happening, bam, a heavy muffled thud echoed across the field. Li Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground nearby. Ignoring the stabbing pain all over his body, he jerked his head up, pure disbelief and terror in his eyes. You know the Furious Sea Spear technique too? At the perfect level, Li Yan shrieked in disbelief. It was utterly beyond comprehension. He trained under Jiang Ming for 5 full years just to reach mastery, but this Su Hong, only 18 years old, had already perfected the technique. At that moment Li Yan recalled how his teacher and fellow apprentice had always called Su Hong a monster, a freak of nature. A monster indeed. Li Yan's face twisted with complex emotions. Holy crap, one hit and he's down. From what Li Yan just said, Su Hong hadn't just learned the same spear technique but had even surpassed him, reaching perfect mastery, and Li Yan was a mid-level first-rank martial artist, yet he just got obliterated in a single instant? Another technique at perfect mastery. Su Hong wasn't just perfect in the Thunder Fist, his spear skills were flawless too. Seriously, how are we even supposed to compete at the marketplace anymore? Are they kidding me? Chen Shan and Li Tu both stood frozen in shock, their dazed eyes darting back and forth between Su Hong and Li Yan. This. Li Chengshan stayed stunned for a long while before he managed to wrap his head around what had happened, unable to even speak clearly at first. He'd taken Su Hong's claim that he knew a bit of spearwork as typical modesty. Never would he have imagined a bit meant absolute perfection. Good grief, just straight up the Furious Sea Spear technique at the perfect stage, calling that a bit as modesty taken to a whole new level. Standing off to the side, Chen Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, clearly just as startled by what he'd witnessed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Jiang Ming stood frozen like he'd turned to stone, completely speechless. Li Ming gulped nervously, shock and relief warring in his heart, stunned by Su Hong's monstrous talent, but grateful for his own quick thinking. If he'd tried to take on Su Hong, he'd be the one laid out on the ground now. Wait, suddenly Jiang Ming seemed to realize something and locked his gaze dead set on Su Hong. How do you know my Furious Sea Spear technique? That's my original creation, I never taught you. The moment those words were spoken, everyone froze in shock. There was a lot to unpack in that one sentence. Jiang Ming's unique spear technique, Su Hong had managed to learn it. That was outright stealing someone's secrets. Su Hong just replied calmly, New Lei Martial Arts School. I'm asking you about the spear technique. Why are you bringing up some martial arts school? What the hell? Jiang Ming started to protest, frowning, but then it was as if something occurred to him. His expression suddenly stiffened. It wasn't just him. Li Ming and Li Yan, who had just gotten back to his feet, were both stunned as well. The three of them simultaneously remembered a certain incident. It happened during Jiang Ming's last day teaching his new high spear at New Lei Martial Arts School. After Jiang Ming finished his lesson that day, he'd overheard students whispering that someone had taught in half an hour what he himself spent 10 days trying to explain, and did it even better. Back then they'd all dismissed it as nonsense, but in the end several students had shown rapid improvement, proving them wrong. One student in particular, Song Fei, had claimed that their instructor that day was a would-be martial artist who had never even practiced with a spear before. But after watching Jiang Ming demonstrate the spear forms just 3 times, he'd mastered the technique within half an hour. Jiang Ming had been genuinely shaken that there could be such a prodigy in Xingqing, and now, staring at Su Hong, he realized, that was you. Goosebumps broke out all over Jiang Ming's skin. The high school kid Song Fei had mentioned was standing right in front of him, and now he had topped the Xingqing No. 1 high school's monthly exams, advanced to first-rank martial artist, and had even perfected the new high spear technique. How much time had even passed? The disbelief was written all over Jiang Ming's face as he muttered to himself, casting increasingly complicated glances at Su Hong. He couldn't fathom just how terrifying this young man's talent really was. Oh my god. Li Ming seemed completely dumbfounded by the revelation. His legs gave out and he sat down hard on the ground. Li Yin looked just as stunned, his face going pale. Up till now he'd thought Su Hong had beaten him with the spear because he was more talented, sure, but he figured at least Su Hong had trained for a long time. But now he realized just how wrong he'd been. Su Hong had only picked up a spear a few days ago, so this is what they call a monster of talent. Li Yin gave a bitter self-deprecating smile. Gone was any of his earlier confidence. At that moment, after defeating Li Yan and hearing the prompt in his mind that his martial da value had increased, Su Hong felt a surge of joy. He returned the alloy spear, then turned to Principal Li Chengshan. Principal, since this is over, I'm going to head home and get ready for tomorrow's training camp. Li Chengshan still seemed dazed by the bombshell that had just dropped. He nodded blankly. All right, go ahead. With that, Su Hong turned and left. Everyone watched his tall, straight figure as he walked away, and for a long moment, no one said a word, their expressions a tangled mess of emotions. After a while, Chen Tian finally let out a long sigh. Don't bother staring. Geniuses like that. People like us just can't understand them. He paused, then suddenly stroked his chin and chuckled. Curiously, Chengshan asked, what are you laughing about? Chen Tian chuckled and said, I was just thinking, if a monster like him joins the training camp, those geniuses with talent and powerful backgrounds are going to take a serious hit to their confidence. As the saying goes, a golden-scaled fish is never meant for a mere pond. When the storm comes, it transforms into a dragon. For someone like Su Hong, our star city is nothing more than a puddle. The training camp, the great cities of Modu and Dijin, even the battlefield of the myriad races, those are the stages where true monsters shine. Watching Su Hong's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Tian shook his head inside. It's like I'm seeing a coiled dragon lurking in the depths of the abyss, its eyes lifting towards the surface. This time with the training camp, Su Hong is bound to break free like a dragon emerging from the depths, or a rock spreading its wings to soar into the sky. Li Chengshan nodded in wholehearted agreement. He let out a heartfelt sigh. Su Hong's talent really is unbelievably monstrous, but as soon as he finished, Li Chengshan suddenly froze and a second later slapped his thigh with realization. Wait a minute, Su Hong is a student at my school. Why am I standing here feeling shocked and impressed? I should be celebrating, damn it, I'm the principal. That night, after returning home, Su Hong sat at the dinner table and told his family about earning first place in the school's monthly exam and that he would be off to join the training camp the next day. The moment he said this, his aunt and uncle were left speechless, stunned by the astonishing news. It took a good while before they recovered, exchanging a glance and seeing the joyful smiles on each other's faces, but soon enough his uncle's brow creased with concern. He hesitantly asked if the training camp might be dangerous. Both adults were ordinary people with no real concept of the harshness of the martial world. However, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, his younger cousins who were only in middle school, had practiced martial arts themselves. They understood just how fierce the competition among martial artists could be. They knew the training camp wouldn't be nearly as relaxed as their brother was making it sound. Both of them looked worried and were just about to voice their concerns when Su Hong shot them a look, instantly silencing them. Su Hong had no intention of telling his aunt and uncle about the brutal competition he'd face. His little cousins also looked genuinely worried, so in the moments that followed, Su Hong purposely acted confident. One might even say he was bordering on arrogance. In his telling, the so-called training camp full of geniuses was no different from a school field trip. As for the other students joining, he made them out to be nothing but small fry, each one easy prey for him. He knew this was the only way to keep his aunt, uncle and younger cousins from worrying. If he told them the truth, their hearts would be tied in knots the whole time he was gone. Sure enough, after enough bragging on his part, the anxiety in their eyes eased considerably. After dinner, Su Hong checked in on his uncle and aunt's health. With a few days' rest, his uncle's back was already getting better. Meanwhile, his aunt's illness had also begun treatment. Everything was slowly getting back on track. After dinner, Su Hong returned to his room and opened up his attribute panel. Name * Su Hong, talent * peerless across the ages, vitality * 123, plus, spirit * 26.5, plus, body constitution * mortal body 36.1%, plus, chi guidance technique * thunder guidance technique, martial skills * void piercing finger perfect, furious sea spear technique perfect, thunderbolt fist perfect, diamond fist perfect, glimmering palm perfect, air stepping technique perfect, martial value * 285 points of martial value. Still not enough. Su Hong frowned deeply. He hadn't forgotten what the principal said today. This training camp wasn't just for students. There would also be young heirs from prestigious families, even the city lord's children. Growing up in those households, they'd never lacked for cultivation resources, whether it was pills or martial techniques. Most of them were already at the mid-tier first stage, and a few were even at the high-tier first stage. Makes sense, Su Hong muttered to himself, a sense of urgency rising within him. Given his current combat strength, if he used the power of thunder and fire, he could match a high-tier first-stage martial artist. but even then his total score was just over 3,000, barely meeting that standard, and that wasn't even accounting for the extra power those martial artists could muster when they unleashed their martial techniques. Besides, Su Hong himself was only at the initial first stage and had only been cultivating the Qi guidance technique for a few days. The spiritual energy in his vitality wasn't very high yet, and the Thunderfire power consumed a huge amount of that energy, so he could only use it as a trump card. Without it, the combat strength he could sustain for long periods was weaker than a high-tier first-stage opponent. Strength is everything. With that thought, Su Hong glanced across his attribute panel. In the next moment he invested all 285 martial value points into the mortal body section. His mortal body percentage rose from 36.1% to 64.6%, a significant leap. Now he was just 35.4% away from 100%. What kind of special physique will I awaken? Su Hong felt a surge of anticipation. Right after adding those points, his body rapidly strengthened. His muscles tore and knit themselves back together, transforming in wondrous ways. Half an hour later, his clothes soaked with sweat, Su Hong finally opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them. He flexed his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Every time he leveled up and felt this explosive increase in strength, his excitement and expectations for awakening his special physique only grew. If his power could jump so dramatically even in the mortal body stage, what kind of leap would it be once he truly awakened that special constitution? He couldn't even imagine it. The anticipation kept building. Quickly he calmed his mind and fully focused on practicing his Qi guidance technique. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Su Hong finally stopped circulating the technique after a whole night of training. He hadn't slept a wink all night, yet he felt more energized than ever. There wasn't the slightest trace of fatigue. He'd spent the entire night cultivating the channeling techniques for lightning, fire and metal. The three offensive elements had all advanced to level 3. With each breakthrough, his ability to circulate energy had clearly improved, and he could now absorb spiritual energy of those attributes noticeably faster. As for the other 4 elemental channeling techniques, Su Hong hadn't practiced them. There was a simple reason for that. With 7 techniques in total, he simply couldn't manage them all at once, so he focused his training on the 3 methods that most directly boosted his offensive power. Just one night of training and his vitality had increased by a full 3 points. Su Hong glanced at his stats panel, his eyes glinting with delight. His vitality had gone from 123 to 126 points, and that was just after a single night. Before he'd started practicing the channeling techniques, this kind of progress would have been unimaginable. Time to go. After breakfast, Su Hong grabbed his alloy spear and headed for the door. Just before leaving, he turned and waved to his uncle, aunt, and his younger siblings, who insisted on walking him all the way to the gate of their housing complex. In the next moment, Su Hong turned and set off toward the school. Watching his retreating back, his uncle and aunt were filled with 1,000 emotions. Their child had grown up. Not only was he able to stand on his own, he was now strong enough to shield the family from life's storms. The burdens on their own shoulders suddenly felt much lighter. As they watched Su Hong disappear down the street, pride blossomed on the faces of Su Guoming and Chen Lan. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaolai clenched their fists in secret, thinking to themselves that one day they too would be like their big brother, someone who could make their parents proud. Just then a surprised voice called out, "Hey Guoming, Chen Lan, how come your whole family's out here today?" Su Guoming and Chen Lan turned their heads. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with black and gray hair, narrow sharp eyes and a suffocating cloud of cheap perfume. It was Sister Hong. Chen Lan's eyes flickered, but she forced a polite smile and returned the greeting. This woman was Lin Hong, their next-door neighbor. "Where's Su Hong off to? What's the occasion for the whole send-off?" Lin Hong glanced at Su Hong's back in curiosity. Before Su Guoming or Chen Lan could respond, Lin Hong continued with a self-satisfied smile, "You know, my son Lin Yan hasn't played with Su Hong for ages." She paused, then added with an air of nonchalance, "Oh, that's right, Su Hong is still a martial practitioner, right? My Lin Yan just recently broke through to become a quasi-martial artist. Maybe if there's time he could teach Su Hong a thing or two about how to make progress." Su Guoming's brows furrowed at this and he started to speak, but before he could get a word out, Chen Lan pinched him sharply around the waist. He shot her a puzzled look only to see her wink at him, signaling him to keep quiet. Guoming hesitated, words hanging on the tip of his tongue, then noticed that Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaolai were giving him frantic little winks as well. These kids, too clever for their own good. With a helpless shake of his head, Su Guoming simply shut his mouth. The 4 of them stood there in silence, watching as Lin Hong continued her performance, completely oblivious to their true feelings. Oh right, suddenly Lin Hong seemed to remember something. She slowly ran her fingers through her long hair. "I heard from my Lin Yan," she began, dragging out her words, "that after breaking through to a first-rank martial artist you get a 10,000 yuan stipend every month. I told him to keep it for himself, but he insisted on saving it all for me to take care of me in my old age." She went on and on, never seeming to stop. "Hong Jie," Chen Lan interrupted her with a gentle smile. "What is it?" Lin Hong was visibly annoyed at being cut off so suddenly. "Oh, nothing." Chen Lan smiled casually, then deliberately mimicked Lin Hong's earlier tone as if she'd just remembered something herself. didn't you just ask what my Xiaohong was up to today? Without waiting for Lin Hong to reply, Qianlan continued, well, it's nothing much, it's just that yesterday Xiaohong accidentally got first place in the entire school during the monthly exam. And as luck would have it, there's a special training camp in Xingxing that's only for geniuses. Xiaohong was selected and just left for it. Qianlan made sure to stress the phrases first place in the entire school and only for geniuses. Huh, Lin Hong stared stunned, is that really true? She suddenly began to doubt whether any of this was real. Qianlan, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Of course it's true, Qianlan replied, running her fingers through her hair at a leisurely pace. She let out a soft sigh, sounding almost genuinely troubled. Hongjie, you just don't know. Ever since Su Hong broke through to become a first-rank martial artist, he's gotten a bit rebellious. He insists on giving us his monthly stipend too. And not only that, he keeps telling us to quit our jobs and just enjoy retirement at home. I mean, can you believe that? Qianlan shook her head, feigning helplessness. We're only in our early 50s, healthy, able-bodied. If we just sat around at home every day doing nothing but sipping tea, watching TV and going for strolls when we're bored, life would be so dull, don't you think so, Hongjie? Why yeah right, Lin Hong said, the embarrassment showing clearly on her face. Even her toes curled as she spoke. Inside she was absolutely green with envy. Huh, suddenly Qianlan looked surprised, as if she'd just discovered something. Hongjie, did your mind wander just now? Didn't catch what I said. Want me to repeat it? No, I heard you. Lin Hong quickly interrupted her, terrified Qianlan would actually say it all over again. At that, Qianlan's face lit up with a look of victory. Lin Hong burned with jealousy on the inside. But then a thought struck her. Her eyes lit up and she lowered her voice. Qianlan, did you say Su Hong went to the training camp? That's right. Lin Hong's face shifted to concern. And you're not worried? I mean, those training camps can be dangerous. The moment she said this, both Qianlan and Su Guoming froze in surprise. Seeing their reaction, Lin Hong was secretly delighted, though on the outside she put on a look of panic. Oh my goodness, don't tell me Su Hong didn't mention this to you. Lin Hong paused, putting on a worried expression for Su Hong's sake. I heard from my son Lin Nian that everyone in this training camp is a genius. The whole thing was set up by Huagua to train prodigies for the future battles beyond the heavens. The competition is brutal, people have died there. As soon as they heard this, Qianlan and Su Guoming practically lost the strength to stand, their faces turned ghostly pale. So what? Su Xiaoming glared angrily at Lin Hong. My brother's a genius too, a really amazing genius. That's right, my brother was ranked first in the whole school for the monthly exam. Even if everyone at the training camp is gifted, my brother's definitely the best of the bunch. Su Xiaohai chimed in hurriedly. After hearing this, Su Guoming and Qianlan seemed to regain a bit of color in their faces. But then Lin Hong's next words made their hearts sink all over again. Lin Hong feigned surprise. Didn't you know? This time the training camp will have children from all the big families in Star City, even the city lord's own kids will be there. Kids like that have been raised on high-grade elixirs since they were little. They get their pick of powerful martial arts techniques and resources. Compared to them, being the top student in a regular school is nothing special. After this, Su Guoming and Qianlan's faces drained of color again, their shoulders trembling. Even Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai started to look anxious and unsettled. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lin Hong felt secretly triumphant but outwardly just shook her head. Sigh, my Lin Nian is better. Even if he's just a quasi-martial artist now, at least he's always been by my side. I don't have to worry about him disappearing on me one day. With that, she strutted away like a rooster who just won a fight, leaving Su Guoming's family standing motionless at the entrance to the neighborhood, stunned. A long moment passed. No, I'm going to bring Su Hong back. Qianlan cried, panic crowding her face. She fumbled to pull out her phone, her hands so shaky from nerves she couldn't even get them into her pocket at first. Finally, she managed to grab her phone and was about to call Su Hong. But Su Guoming stopped her. What are you doing? Qianlan demanded, her voice urgent. Calm down, Su Guoming said in a low, serious voice. He looked at her intently. Su Hong didn't tell us because he knew we'd react like this. Qianlan froze, clutching her phone. Her eyes shimmered with tears. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai bit their lips silently, saying nothing. Seeing his family so shaken, Su Guoming frowned. Joining the training camp was Su Hong's own decision. He's grown up now, we have to trust him. The best thing we can do for him is take care of ourselves so he doesn't have to worry about us. In that crucial moment, Su Guoming showed the composure and resolve of a true head of the family. Gradually, Qianlan, Xiaohai and Xiaoming calmed down. We're going to school, the two kids said quietly, heads lowered. Clearly feeling downcast, they set off toward school. Su Guoming and Qianlan watched their children leave, then turned once more to look in the direction Su Hong had gone. Only after a long while did they finally go home, their hearts heavy with worry. Su Hong, get in the car. Su Hong was walking down the road toward school. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a red sports car parked by the side of the road. Sitting inside was a voluptuous woman waving at him. It was none other than Wu Linxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Sister Wu, what are you doing here? Su Hong asked, a little surprised. I came just for you. Get in and we'll talk, Wu Linxian replied with a smile. Su Hong nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. Wu Linxian pressed the gas pedal and the car sped off in the direction of number 1 high school. Sister Wu, did you need something? Su Hong was curious. This time I came specifically to warn you about something. Wu Linxian's smile faded, replaced with a serious expression. There are many prodigies at this training camp whose cultivation level is higher than yours. I know, the principal already told me a bit about their backgrounds, Su Hong replied, and he relayed the details Li Changshan had shared with him earlier. After listening, Wu Linxian added, as the president of the association, I know even more. Among those students, there are a few real monsters. They're already at the upper end of the first rank, and some are not far from breaking through to the second rank. She paused, a note of awe in her voice. And these monsters, the martial arts techniques they practice, even the worst among them are grade B. Su Hong was briefly stunned, not far from the second rank. That kind of strength really was impressive, but when he heard the latter part of what Wu Linxian said, a flash of happiness appeared in his eyes. All of them are practicing at least B-grade techniques. For him, that could be a huge windfall. Wu Linxian noticed his reaction and was taken aback. You're taking this awfully well, she said, shaking her head in surprise. Maybe I didn't really need to come all this way after all. Seeing his confusion, Wu Linxian explained, I was mainly concerned about your mindset. Suddenly meeting peers who are much stronger than you, most people struggle to handle that. Her tone became very earnest. Su Hong, your talent is the greatest I've ever seen, no exaggeration, but compared to those monsters, your current cultivation level is far behind. That's your biggest weakness, and it's something you really can't change overnight. There's no shame in it, the difference in your backgrounds is like night and day. So I want you to understand, even if you suffer setbacks at the training camp, don't let it get to you. One temporary loss doesn't mean anything. Those prodigies from privileged backgrounds are only stronger right now, that's all. With your talent, surpassing them in the future is inevitable. Truthfully, Wu Linxian wasn't optimistic about Su Hong's performance at this training camp. The gap in cultivation was just too large to make up in such a short time. But when it came to his future, she was absolutely confident in him, or she wouldn't have gone to the trouble of coming here in person. I understand. Thank you, Sister Wu. Su Hong nodded gratefully. It's nothing, Wu Linxian said with a grin, waving it off. As she drove, she glanced at Su Hong out of the corner of her eye, quietly observing him. Even though Su Hong knew perfectly well he was bound to face setbacks at the training camp, he wasn't the least bit panicked. On the contrary, he looked completely calm. Now and then a glimmer of excitement even flashed in his eyes. It was as if her words hadn't affected him at all. Wu Linxian couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He's not just monstrously talented, his mentality's this good too. If someone like him doesn't end up becoming a powerhouse, there's just no justice in the world. We're here. At that moment, the high school entrance appeared in their line of sight. From a distance, Su Hong could already see the principal as well as Chen Shanli too and a few others waiting by the gate. Theorem. Wu Linxian pressed down on the accelerator, spinning the wheel with practiced ease. With a stylish drift, her red sports car glided to a stop right in front of the entrance. A group stood quietly waiting at the gate. Li Changshan, the principal, stood in the center, flanked by Qin Shan and Li Tu. The two students also headed to the training camp. Fanning out from them were the head teacher of the gifted class and Su Hong's own homeroom teacher, Li Ming. At that moment, Li Ming's expression was a little awkward. His spot in the receiving line was farther forward than the vice principal or other administrators, a treatment he'd never received before as an ordinary homeroom teacher. Suddenly, a VRRM, the sound of an engine revving, the red sports car made a graceful turn, coming to a sudden halt in front of everyone. Su Hong, seeing Su Hong step out of the passenger seat, everyone froze for a second, but when they got a good look at the woman behind the wheel, expressions shifted from shock to outright astonishment. Wait, what's going on? Wu Linxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association, had personally driven Su Hong here. President Wu, even Principal Li Changshan was taken aback and quickly hurried forward. Wu Linxian nodded in greeting. After exchanging a few polite words, a bus's horn honked in the background. The vehicle destined for the training camp had arrived. Soon Su Hong and the other two students boarded and the bus began to slowly pull away. The school leaders watched as their three brightest talents set off, then dispersed on Principal Li's signal. In the end, Li Ming was left standing there, dazed and unmoving. Wu Linxian was about to turn and leave as well when Principal Li stopped her. Li Changshan probed cautiously, President Wu, your relationship with Su Hong is... Don't worry, Wu Linxian interrupted, glancing at him calmly. I just see a lot of promise in his future. Relief washed over Li Changshan's face. A warm, eager smile replaced his earlier uncertainty. President Wu, please, let me show you out. But just then Wu Linxian, who had seemed ready to leave, suddenly paused. Looking at the smiling principal, she remembered something. Not so long ago she'd specifically asked him if there were any promising students at number 1 high and he'd chosen not to mention Su Hong at all. That little omission had made her anxious for quite some time. As the memory surfaced, a dangerous smile spread across Wu Linxian's face. Principal Li, it seems you don't trust me all that much. President Wu, what do you mean by that? Li Chengshan looked completely at a loss. I don't think I need to spell it out, do I? With a predatory grin, Wu Linxian cracked her knuckles and started walking toward him. Wait, seeing what was happening, Li Chengshan felt a sinking sense of dread. He forced a nervous laugh and tried to back away, but he'd barely taken a step when Wu Linxian reached out and grabbed him. Hold on, President Wu, at least give me a reason, Li blurted out. Wu Linxian didn't say a word. Instead, she laid into him with a flurry of punches, beating him so badly Li Chengshan couldn't stop himself from howling in pain. Off to the side, Li Ming stared in utter shock. Broad daylight. The president of the Martial Arts Association was pummeling a high school principal right out in the open. If anyone saw this, it would be trending all over Xingqing within the hour. A moment later, that's for keeping secrets from me, you old fox. With that, Wu Linxian, looking thoroughly satisfied, climbed into her car and sped off without another glance back. Li Chengshan didn't pick himself up off the ground until her sports car had vanished from sight. He was a sorry sight, with dirt all over him, both eyes blackened and his face swollen from the beating. Damn it, that woman's lost her mind, he fumed as he took out his phone and checked his battered reflection, shouting angrily at how he looked. He might have looked awful, but in fact he wasn't really hurt. Wu Linxian had held back and never hit anywhere truly dangerous. That only made it more baffling. She'd clearly just wanted to vent all her frustration on him, but what was she angry about in the first place? No matter how hard he tried to figure it out, he just couldn't think of a reason, leaving him sulking and frustrated. Just then something clicked. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Li Ming still standing there with a blank stare. You didn't see anything, understand? Li Chengshan snapped, voice menacing. Huh? Oh right, I didn't see a thing, principal. Li Ming stammered, quickly lowering his eyes and shaking his head furiously like a rattling drum. But after a few seconds of rapid head shaking, Li Ming suddenly realized that wasn't the right move. He ought to be nodding. Hastily, he stopped and started nodding with equal enthusiasm. Watching this, Li Chengshan's mouth twitched, a hint of regret in his eyes. Looks like I can't even take my anger out on Li Ming. Sighed, I guess my self-restraint is too high, unlike that Wu Linxian. He looked over at Li Ming. Wouldn't you agree, Li Ming, huh? Oh yes, absolutely, principal. You're the most disciplined person I know. Li Ming hurried to heap on the praise, though inside he was cursing both of them. None of these people were any good. He'd seen it clearly. Li Chengshan had definitely fought the urge to hit him too just now. If he hadn't reacted so fast and dodged the opportunity, he'd no doubt have been used as a punching bag today too. Meanwhile, the private shuttle was speeding down the road. Su Hong chatted idly with Chen Shan and Li Tu until they suddenly realized, wait, why were they leaving town? The shuttle was heading straight toward a mountain that seemed to reach the sky. Why are we going outside the city? Chen Shan hesitated. Only then did the driver speak up in surprise. You didn't know, the training camp this time is set up in the Tianlin Mountains. Tianlin Mountains. The second he said those words, Chen Shan and Li Tu's faces fell. The Tianlin Mountains. We're holding the camp in that beast-infested place. Even Su Hong's brow furrowed in concern. The Tianlin mountain range stretched across multiple cities including Xingqing and Yangcheng, a vast expanse of untamed wilderness. Countless fierce beasts roamed these mountains, and among them there were even beast kings powerful enough to rival 7th-rank grandmasters. What's more, the concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed other regions, making competition among these beasts brutal in the extreme. Any creature able to carve out a territory in the Tianlin range, even those lowest-ranked first-tier beasts lingering around the outskirts, was far more vicious and deadly than anything Su Hong had encountered before in the wild. Ordinary second-tier martial artists wouldn't dare set foot near the outer edges of the Tianlin Mountains, and yet, this was exactly where the training camp had been set up. Just from this single fact, it was easy to imagine how fierce the competition would be when the camp truly began. Roar! As their dedicated transport drew closer to the mountains, the tense atmosphere thickened. From the dense forests flanking either side of the road came the constant echoing howls of wild beasts. Now and then a pair of ghostly green eyes would flash from within the undergrowth, locking onto their vehicle with predatory intent. Sitting inside the car, all three passengers were tense, their bodies taut and ready for a sudden fight should a beast attack without warning. Su Hong licked his lips, face alert, yet a flicker of excitement kept flashing in his eyes. The intense adrenaline rush, that looming sense of mortal danger as if a deadly battle might break out any second, it exhilarated him in ways he couldn't explain. I really must be a little crazy, he thought, to actually enjoy this kind of feeling. Fortunately, although beasts kept appearing on their journey for reasons unknown, not a single one attacked them directly. Soon enough, their vehicle rolled to a stop at the foot of the Tianlin Mountains, right outside the gates of a temporary camp. Su Hong stepped off the bus, looking up to survey the camp. It had been hastily erected, surrounded on all sides by fences bristling with spikes. Aside from a single black tent in the middle, the place was nothing but open ground. As Su Hong was sizing up the camp, he suddenly sensed a barrage of hostile, almost predatory stares coming from within. He turned to look and saw a group of teenagers, boys and girls alike, standing here and there on the open ground inside the camp. They were all decked out in uniforms from different schools, faces displaying various emotions, some indifferent, some arrogant, a few disdainful. But no matter their expression, each and every one of them radiated a wild, rebellious confidence, as if even the heavens themselves would bow before them. These were the geniuses from every top school in Xinjiang. Witnessing the scene, both Chen Shan and Li Tu unconsciously clenched their fists in nervous anticipation, but Su Hong couldn't help but grin, excitement lighting up his features. "Let's go," he called, waving to Chen Shan and Li Tu. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, he took the lead and strode toward the camp. Seeing him move forward, Chen Shan and Li Tu each let out a breath and quickly trailed after him. The moment they entered the camp, a man in a black uniform strode over to greet them. "Wait here until everyone has arrived," he instructed, "then the entrance assessment will begin." "We have to pass an entrance assessment too." Su Hong was a bit surprised, but he quickly nodded in understanding. Soon after, he and Chen Shan and Li Tu casually picked a spot to stand chatting idly while observing the others around the camp. As Su Hong's gaze swept over each person, he noticed that none of them showed the slightest hint of fear. Instead, they all met his eyes unabashedly. Some looked at him with disdain, others with obvious arrogance, a few even grinned at him mockingly. Without exception, they all radiated self-confidence. After watching for a while, Su Hong averted his gaze. Among martial artists, unless the difference in strength was vast or someone deliberately revealed their power, it was impossible to gauge anyone's level just by looking. After a brief wait, another vehicle pulled up. Everyone turned to look, Su Hong included. When he saw the car, he couldn't help the flicker of surprise in his eyes. This one was a large van big enough to hold at least a dozen people, and clearly a step above the one they'd ridden in earlier, both in size and luxury. Just then, a group of teenagers, about a dozen boys and girls, got out of the vehicle, laughing and chatting with each other, looking completely at ease. "Ha, here come the ones with powerful connections rolling in as a group. Well, it makes sense. These guys have known each other their whole lives, their families are tightly knit. No surprise they showed up together." Listening to the whispers nearby, Su Hong understood. These newcomers were the well-connected heirs from influential families that Li Chengshan had mentioned earlier. After chatting among themselves for a few moments, the group started strolling toward the main camp. Although everyone seemed laid back, Su Hong noticed that, intentionally or not, they clustered around three people in the center. The three at the front were either the most powerful or had the strongest backgrounds. Su Hong's gaze shifted toward the trio at the forefront. In the center was a burly black-haired boy wearing a black tank top, his bulging arms covered in muscle. Every motion radiated a kind of domineering energy. To his left was a handsome boy with long white hair dressed head to toe in flamboyant white. He carried a pink folding fan which he flicked open and closed with a flourish, emblazoned across the fan in big bold characters, "World's number one handsome." Su Hong couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth and looked to the right. On the right was a striking girl with her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a white sports top and black tactical pants. She walked with a light swinging gait, her ponytail bouncing with each step. The three strode confidently at the front with the rest of their group a pace behind. Soon, the whole party entered the camp. At that moment, the martial artist who had received Su Hong's group earlier stepped forward. "Everyone's here. Now I'll explain the rules of the entrance assessment." With those words, all heads turned their way. "The rules are simple," the instructor continued. "The training camp is located inside the Tianlin Mountains, 30 kilometers from here. Your task is to find your way to the camp. However, you cannot enter unless you have a token. As for the tokens, we've hidden them inside some of the more dangerous beasts living here. Defeat the right beast and you may find one. You all have a total of 8 hours. Good luck. Anyone who doesn't make it to the training camp within 8 hours, no matter how many, will be immediately eliminated." As soon as the rule was announced, everyone present frowned. It sounded simple enough, and with an 8-hour limit the time seemed more than enough, but this was the Tianlin mountain range, a place crawling with vicious beasts. They would have to trek 30 kilometers deeper into the wilderness, right into the heart of danger. Running into beasts of any level was a real possibility. "We just have to arrive within 8 hours. When Su Hong heard the rule that they'd earn tokens by slaying beasts, he was immediately intrigued. If he had 8 full hours, he could kill as many beasts as possible and earn extra martial points. He was desperate for martial points and wasn't about to pass up any opportunity. "What if we encounter beasts that are way above our league?" someone asked. The martial artist who had announced the rules gave a cold, indifferent smile. "Then consider yourself unlucky. There will be people on hand to save you, but you'll be eliminated all the same." "That's not fair," someone protested with a frown. "It's too much up to chance. Who knows what kind of beast we'll run into? The strong might get eliminated because of bad luck, while the weak could make it through just by being lucky. How is that fair?" "Fair," the martial artist sneered, his face stone cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Finally, he said in a frosty tone, "Some of you still haven't figured out where you are. When has the world ever promised fairness? Luck is a part of strength. If you don't want to get eliminated by running into stronger beasts, you'd better think through every move. Do everything you can to avoid the risks as you hunt for beasts. Remember this, the point of this training camp is to train talents who can eventually fight on the battlefields of the heavens to face warriors from all races, not to simply distribute you resources and favors. When you are on those battlefields, do you think anyone will care what's fair? The strong prey on the weak, that's the rule. You might spend years training, finally make it to the battlefields of the heavens and get killed in an instant by some passing powerhouse. It happens whether you like it or not. The speech left everyone silent. Those who'd spoken up before fell quiet as well. If you're scared, just get out now. No point wasting precious resources, someone sneered. Yeah, if you think this is child's play, if you're afraid to die, leave now and stop wasting our time. Another echoed. A bunch of cowards, always worrying about this or that, imagining all sorts of hardships before we've even started. If you're so scared, why not just admit you're useless and get lost? Several people jeered, the last speaker a wiry teenager with obvious disdain written on his face. The boy who had asked the original question glared at him in fury, his voice cold as ice. Say that one more time, I dare you. I could say it 10,000 times and it wouldn't change the truth. You're a coward and a good-for-nothing. What are you going to do about it? The wiry youth let out a mocking laugh. If you've got a problem with me, let's settle it right now. I'll cripple you today, save us all the trouble of someone like you wasting my resources in the training camp. As he spoke, he shot the other boy a provocative look and beckoned with his finger in a blatant challenge. Seeing this, the other boy's face twisted with anger and he strode toward the wiry youth. Just then, the instructor who'd been explaining the rules interjected lazily, no fighting in the camp. If you have a score to settle, take it outside and deal with it on your own time. Oh, and one more thing. The instructor seemed to remember something, flashing the group a sly, almost mischievous grin. Worried you might run into high-tier beasts out there? Well, there's always another way. The crowd froze, unsure of what he meant. The instructor continued casually, if you don't feel like hunting beasts and leaving it all to luck, you can always steal someone else's badge. It's not complicated. As soon as those words left his mouth, a spark lit up in the eyes of many present. The boy who'd asked about the beasts turned to the wiry youth with a cold, sarcastic smile. The wiry youth just smirked back, clearly delighted with the rule. So it's that cutthroat, huh? Encouraging everyone to fight and snatch what they can. Su Hong thought to himself. And this is only the entrance test, we're not even in the training camp yet. With this kind of rule, there are 70 or 80 people here, at least half will be eliminated. All right, enough talk, now the entrance test begins. Everyone move out, the 8-hour countdown starts now. The instructor waved the stopwatch in his hand, the numbers beginning to tick away. With that, the group sprang into action, surging toward the forested mountains ahead. You, get over here, I'll send you home crying right now. As soon as they'd left the camp boundary, the boy who'd asked about the beasts pointed straight at the wiry youth. Ha, you ought to be eliminated already, fine by me. Come on, the wiry youth sneered, beckoning with his finger once more. The next second, the two locked in a fierce brawl. The rest of the group barely spared them a glance before hurrying deeper into the mountains, each person eager to begin. Only Su Hong lingered for a moment, watching the fight, a thought flickering across his mind. An instant later, he dashed toward the mountains. Once he was sure he'd slipped out of sight from the two fighting boys, he quietly circled back, climbing into a tree to watch the battle unfolding below. They're fighting so fiercely, one of them is bound to get eliminated and the other will definitely be wounded. If he gets hurt and runs into a beast in the mountains, it'll be real trouble. Someone as helpful and upstanding as me has a duty to lend a hand. Su Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Of course, he definitely wasn't eyeing their badges to boost his martial arts points. He really did just enjoy helping others. He was more than willing to sacrifice a few precious minutes, no matter if it put him a little behind the others. After all, selflessness was practically his guiding light. Am I too kind? Su Hong mused, a little self-critical. I really should work on this personality. Being too eager to help might get me in trouble one day if I run into the wrong crowd. Outside the camp, there was a heavy thud. Wang Dong, the wiry youth, and his opponent clashed fists with a resounding blow. In the next moment, the young man was struck so hard he stumbled back several steps. Is that all you've got? Wang Dong clasped his hands behind his back, a cold sneer on his face. With strength like that, even if you get into the training camp, you're just dead weight. You might as well pack up and go home. You, rage flashed in the other boy's eyes, but he launched himself at Wang Dong again. However, an overwhelming gap in their abilities couldn't be closed by anger alone. In less than 30 seconds, the boy was sent flying back with another punch, blood spilling from his mouth. Dropping to one knee, he clutched his chest, his face pale as paper. That's it. Wang Dong strode forward, slowly shaking his head with utter disdain. Hearing this, the boy Chin Bei looked more sullen than ever. Still, he knew he couldn't argue. Strength was strength. But all of a sudden, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something shocking. His eyes went wide in disbelief. What, trying to pull that old trick? Wang Dong saw Chin Bei staring intensely at something behind him, as if someone was about to ambush him. At once Wang Dong burst out laughing, his voice dripping with scorn. What's next? You think I'll turn around to check and then you'll suddenly unleash a sneak attack and turn the tables on me? He taunted mercilessly. You've read one too many novels, haven't you? You actually think someone fall for a cliché like that? But as these words left his mouth, Chin Bei's expression turned downright peculiar. Thinking his bluff had been called, Wang Dong frowned and decided not to waste any more words. He turned to head for the Tianlin Mountains, but at that exact moment a sharp whooshing sound suddenly sliced through the air behind him. Wang Dong froze for an instant, his expression shifting dramatically. Was someone actually attacking him from behind? His reflexes were quick, he spun around, fist ready to meet the threat head-on. But the attacker was even faster. He had barely turned halfway when a thick wooden club filled his vision, growing larger by the second. Before he could react, the club crashed squarely into his face with a dull thud. Stars exploded behind Wang Dong's eyes, the world spun as dizziness overtook him. He tried to cling to consciousness, forcing his eyes open, desperate to see who his assailant was. But before his gaze could even focus, still awake, a surprised voice murmured, "Then, damn." The club slammed down on his head again, this time hard enough to make his whole body go limp. His eyes rolled back. Son of a... He managed to curse bitterly, face twisted in indignation, before collapsing stiffly to the ground, unconscious. He never did get a look at his attacker. The club was simply too big, blocking everything from view. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago Wang Dong had been so high and mighty. Now he lay sprawled on the ground like a mangy dog. Ha ha ha. For a moment Chen Bei, still kneeling, was stunned, but then he burst out laughing, unable to hold it in any longer. He looked at the handsome young man standing beside Wang Dong, a wooden stick gripped in his hand, feeling a surge of gratitude. Just as he was about to thank the young man for stepping in on his behalf. "What are you laughing at?" the handsome youth asked in surprise. "Huh?" The cheerful grin froze on Chen Bei's face as he blinked in confusion. "What do you mean? You're not here to help me." The next moment, he barely had time to process what was happening before the very same stick that had just knocked Wang Dong unconscious came crashing down on his own head. Chen Bei was already battered from Wang Dong's earlier assault, so when the stick struck he didn't even manage to make a sound. His eyes rolled up and he passed out cold on the spot. In that brief moment before losing consciousness, Chen Bei finally understood, this guy hadn't come to help him at all, he was nothing but a backstabber. Of course, the handsome young man wielding the stick was none other than Su Hong. This kid's pretty tough, Su Hong thought as he glanced at the unconscious Wang Dong. Took 2 hits to knock him out, no wonder he's stronger than the other one. Just then a faint chime sounded in Su Hong's mind. He'd gained martial arts points. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. The next second he tossed the stick aside, sprinted over to the tree where he'd been hiding, grabbed his alloy spear and dashed off deeper into the Tianlin Mountains. As for why he hadn't used the alloy spear and had instead grabbed a random stick from a nearby tree, Su Hong would have explained that he'd stepped in with every intention of being helpful, a friendly mediator, not a killer. Because this had all happened just outside the camp, the martial artist who'd been explaining the rules earlier had seen everything unfold with his own eyes. He looked down at the 2 prodigies sprawled out on the ground, then glanced at the quickly receding figure of Su Hong. The corners of his mouth twitched. This wasn't at all what he'd pictured. He'd been expecting an epic battle between young geniuses, a real test of blood and guts. They had just been fighting in earnest moments before, so how the hell did some lunatic show up out of nowhere and start smashing people over the head with a stick? Does this count as an elimination? The martial artist scratched his head and radioed in to ask for instructions. Nope, as long as they don't actively request protection, this doesn't count as elimination. If any wild beasts catch a whiff of them while they're out cold, well, tough luck, that's elimination, replied a voice over the walkie-talkie tinged with laughter. Hearing this, the martial artist nodded and walked off without another word. Now outside the camp, only the 2 boys lay there sprawled on the ground in nearly identical poses, both with enormous bumps rising on their foreheads. Some time passed. Wang Dong's fingers twitched and the next moment he opened his eyes, a blank look on his face. He slowly rose to his feet, confused and disoriented as he scanned his surroundings. That's when he spotted a wooden stick lying nearby. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Wang Dong's body shuddered instinctively. Little by little the events just prior came flooding back to him. As he recalled, his bewildered expression gradually gave way to anger and finally, to mounting humiliation. That bastard, that sneak attacker, if I ever catch him, he's dead meat. Wang Dong let out a series of furious howls, his face crimson with rage, to be laid out cold by a surprise attack, with a stick no less. In all his life he'd never endured such utter humiliation. Damn, that guy's got no manners at all, he just smacked me with a stick, no questions asked. At that moment Chen Bei came to his senses, cursing up a storm, and to think he'd actually thought that guy was coming to help him. He'd even considered thanking him. Right then Wang Dong and Chen Bei finally noticed each other's presence. The 2 stared blankly at one another for a moment. Wang Dong's face was full of shock. You got knocked out too, so that guy wasn't on your side. Chen Bei was silent for a beat, then pointed to the giant lump swelling on his own head and shot back, what do you think? The next second, both fell into an awkward silence. After a while, the 2 locked eyes again. For some reason a strange sense of shared misery, almost camaraderie, began to rise between them. About earlier, sorry man, don't take what I said to heart. Wang Dong, after a brief hesitation, actually apologized. Chen Bei shook his head. You're definitely stronger than me, no hard feelings. After that, they both lapsed into silence once more. A little later, Chen Bei suddenly blurted out, wanna go get revenge? Hell yeah, Wang Dong nodded, stepped forward and offered a hand to Chen Bei. Seeing this, Chen Bei grinned and reached out to shake his hand. Oh, almost forgot, we need to bring that stick with us. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Dong slapped his thigh, ran back and picked up the very stick that had knocked both of them out. Yeah, we gotta bring it along. Giving that jerk a taste of his own medicine will feel so much better. Chen Bei nodded in total agreement. The next moment, the two exchanged a look and broke into smiles. Naturally, they threw their arms around each other's shoulders and headed deeper into the Tianlin Mountains together. Who could have imagined that just moments ago these two boys were at each other's throats, yet thanks to Su Hong's overzealous helping hand, they'd suddenly become united against a common enemy. Roar! A bestial savage snarl ripped through the air. The next instant, a huge black tiger appeared before Su Hong, late stage tier 1. Judging by its aura, Su Hong quickly gauged the tiger's strength. The black tiger let out a furious roar before charging straight at him. Su Hong pointed a finger, unleashing a surge of white energy from his piercing void finger technique, staggering the beast mid-leap. Roared splat. Stung by pain, the black tiger bellowed even more furiously, but just as its angry roar echoed, Su Hong's figure flashed forward and his long spear shot out like lightning, piercing straight through the tiger's forehead. The massive black tiger collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Su Hong nimbly spun his spear, sliced open the tiger's body and began searching for a token. He'd covered 10 kilometers so far, slaying all sorts of savage beasts along the way, but maybe his luck was off, he still hadn't found a token. Wait, Su Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out, grabbed a token stained with tiger blood and held it in his hand. Finally found one. It took me 2 whole hours. Su Hong wiped the blood off, put the token away and began to ponder. This camp entrance exam lasts a total of 8 hours. He'd spent 2 hours searching for a token, 6 hours remained. Might as well head to the training camp at the last minute. There's no limit on the number of people anyway. Right now, racking up martial value points by hunting fierce beasts was the real priority. With that in mind, Su Hong gripped his alloy spear and started making his way toward the outskirts of the Tianlin Mountains. After covering about 10 kilometers, he'd gained a decent understanding of the beast distribution in these mountains. In the zone 3 to 5 kilometers from the edge, there were the most beasts. The deeper in you went, the fewer beasts you found, but in exchange their rank started to climb. The black tiger in front of him, a high-tier first-rank fierce beast, was the strongest he'd come across so far. Sure, with his skills bringing it down was easy. The problem was, they were hard to find. On the outskirts, he could run into a dozen or so beasts in an hour, but this black tiger had taken him half an hour just to track down. Of course, the martial points this beast gave were far higher than the low or mid-tier first-rank beasts, but Su Hong still felt it wasn't worth it. Chasing after high-quality targets sounded good, but in this case quantity was better than quality. Killing just one high-tier beast every half hour, the efficiency was simply too low. He'd earn more martial points sticking to the outskirts, hunting weaker but more plentiful beasts. He was determined to make the most of these 6 hours, grind as much as possible, and hopefully have enough martial points to max out his mortal body progress in one go. Su Hong silently set his goal. His mortal body progress was now 64.6%. To hit 100%, he'd need another 354 martial points. Racking up that much in 6 hours was a tall order, but the lure of a special physique was irresistible to any martial artist. Su Hong was no exception. Without wasting another second, he dashed back toward the perimeter, alloy spear in hand. Meanwhile, 30 li deep inside the Tianlin Mountains, a vast field spread out beneath the peaks, a training camp covering an enormous area had been set up there. The camp was ringed by mountains on all sides. Scattered among the woods, fierce beasts radiating terrifying auras were now fleeing for their lives, eyes filled with panic. High up in the sky, a towering figure was locked in battle with a golden rock. Every clash between the two sent shockwaves rippling out, the noise echoing for miles. The figure hovered above the ground, eyes blazing with sharp light, airwalking the mark of a 7th-rank grandmaster. This was a human grandmaster. He wielded no weapons. Just his iron fists alone were pummeling the golden rock, whose physical strength was legendary, causing blood to spray with every strike. Golden Rock Beast King, I won't say it again. Get out of here now. I Qing Tianlai am using this land. The shout rang out, overwhelming and absolute. A look of burning rage flashed in the Golden Rock's eyes, but it was no match for its opponent. All it could do was flee toward the horizon. As it left, its voice sounded sharp and cold, the words clearly spoken. Qing Tianlai, if you and your people aren't gone in a month, I'll bring my whole clan and wipe this camp off the face of the earth. Enough with the trash talk, get lost. Qing Tianlai waved his hand as if shooing a fly, his attitude utterly dismissive. It's just borrowing your territory for a month. If you just make some space, wouldn't that settle it? Why do I have to beat the crap out of you just to make you understand? Qing Tianlai curled his lips in a smirk and descended in the direction of the training camp. At that moment, rows of martial artists stood on the outskirts of the camp, their eyes filled with admiration. This is the true strength of a human grandmaster. He'd forged the golden body of a giant rock with sheer physical power, and even a terrifying beast king had been beaten so soundly it had nothing left to say. As Qing Tianlai landed on the ground, a man and a woman approached him. They were his assistant instructors, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, both 5th-rank martial artists. Naturally, Qin Tianlai himself was the head instructor of this training camp, a master known to all. Grandmaster Qin, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu greeted him with respect. "Come on, let's go to the control room and see how this batch of kids is doing." Qin Tianlai was decisive as always. Without another word, he led the way. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "I hope these kids have some surprises for me. I'm not about to let those other guys show me up." This year, each city's training camp had its own grandmaster as head instructor. Qin Tianlai and the others were all locked in a silent rivalry, watching to see whose students would shine the brightest on the upcoming college entrance exams. They'd even placed some serious wagers on the outcome. Soon, the group arrived at the control room. On a massive screen, live feeds flickered between footage of various young talents participating in the camp's entrance trials. Right now, the screen showed a burly teenager in a black tank top simultaneously fending off 7 high-level Tier 1 ferocious beasts. He showed no fear at all. Every move was bold, forceful, and overwhelming. In just a few minutes, he'd brought all 7 beasts to their end with his bare hands. "This kid's got something. What's his name?" Qin Tianlai asked. Bai Mu hurriedly flipped through the records. "His name is Wang Tiantua, Tier 1 high-rank martial artist, 340 vitality points. He's cultivating a fire element guidance art with an astonishing 95% compatibility. He also has the special constitution barbarian godbody, born with immense strength, and he's the son of the city lord of Star City, the city lord of Star City's kid." Qin Tianlai clicked his tongue. Well, after having kids like he's raising livestock, he finally managed one that's worth something. The Star City Lord had quite the reputation across China, not because of his strength, but because of how many kids he'd fathered. Even by a conservative estimate, his children numbered in the hundreds. He once famously declared, "I wasn't born all that talented. I'll probably only ever be a 5th-rank martial artist. But so what? I can have enough kids. As long as I have enough of them, a few are bound to become grandmasters." Because of that, many called him the Gacha King. The more you roll, the higher your chances. He had kids like he was drawing cards in a game, churning out 10 a year like a 10 pool. Of course, this kind of gacha was rough on the body, but Star City's Lord had proven with real results. In games or in life, if you draw enough, you're bound to hit the jackpot eventually. And sure enough, Wang Tiantua, this SSR, was finally pulled. At that moment, the screen shifted. A flamboyant young man appeared, dressed in white and holding a pink folding fan. In front of him were dozens of swift-wing wolves. These were also high-tier first-order ferocious beasts famous for their speed, some of the fastest of their kind, and moved in packs. Most martial artists at the same level wouldn't stand a chance against them. Normally it would be a death sentence. But now, these wolves, renowned for their speed, were left far behind by this flashy youth. With a single nimble movement, he darted dozens of meters away. After just a few swift dodges, the entire pack had already lost track of him. Just as the wolves were about to give up, the flamboyant young man suddenly popped up again, a smile on his face as he unfolded his pink fan and began to fan himself, openly teasing the pack of wolves. The guy, Qin Tianlai, couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the 5 bold characters emblazoned on the fan. "The most handsome under heaven." Bai Mu introduced him. "His name is Lin Xinghe. He's a high-tier first-order martial artist, blood energy 325 points. He practices wind attribute guidance techniques with a compatibility rate as high as 96%. He's a descendant of the Lin family from Star City." Qin Tianlai nodded and instructed the staff to continue cycling through the surveillance feeds. Bai Mu went on. This time, the screen showed a striking young woman with a ponytail quietly making her way through the forest. Suddenly, a beast leapt out to ambush her. The girl didn't even flinch, but just as the creature was about to strike, its body froze midair as if some invisible force had locked it in place. It was completely immobilized. "Her name is Xiao Yan," Bai Mu explained, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. "She came here with Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe, and she's a descendant of the Xiao family in Star City, a mid-tier first-order martial artist, blood energy 290 points, with a 95% compatibility to the wood attribute. And that's not all. Incredibly, she's also a first-order, mid-tier spiritual thought master. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, these 3 really stand out." Qin Tianlai nodded approvingly and told the staff to switch the screen again. Meanwhile, as one of the assistant instructors, Bai Mu clutched a thick stack of files and diligently introduced each of the talented youths attending the training camp. Lin Pan, mid-tier first-order martial artist of the Lin family, Star City. Wang, mid-tier first-order martial artist of the Wang family, Star City. One after another, Bai Mu introduced well over a dozen young martial artists. Once he'd finished, he turned to Qin Tianlai. "Grandmaster Qin, these are the family disciples from Star City. All of them are mid-tier first-order martial artists. Their skills are not bad," Qin Tianlai replied with a nod, but there was a glint of disappointment in his eyes. These students from prestigious families had been showered with resources since childhood and were hand-picked from their clans to join the training camp. Their strength was undeniable, but Qin Tianlai couldn't help feeling let down. Compared to the earlier 3, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, this group simply didn't measure up. They only had the edge in cultivation because of their abundant resources. Beyond that, none of them really stood out. the screen continued to flash by and Baimu started introducing students from Star City's various high schools. As time passed, Qin Tianlia's brow furrowed ever deeper. Compared to the clan disciples just now, these high school students fell far behind in terms of cultivation. Up to this point he had already seen 30 or 40 students. Most of them were only at the early stage of the first martial rank, with just a few progressing to the mid-stage, and even then the information Baimu had in hand was submitted and filled out by the principals of each high school in Star City. There was no guarantee the reports weren't a bit exaggerated. Still, it was obvious that these high school students were far behind when it came to cultivation. If anything, the real gap between them and the children of the established families might be even wider. It was too much of a difference. Qin Tianlai shook his head in disappointment, feeling almost too uninterested to continue. Master Qin, next up is the student roster from Star City No. 1 High School, Baimu announced. No. 1 High, that piqued his curiosity a little. In any city, a No. 1 high school was usually among the very best, if not the top, when it came to student quality. Qin Tianlai perked up slightly and asked, what cultivation stage are their students at? Baimu glanced at the report and replied, all of them are at the early stage of the first rank, just broke through actually. She scanned further down the detailed information as she spoke. Just reached early stage, and only just broke through. Qin Tianlia's lips twitched in mild irritation. At this level they'd honestly be considered the bottom of the barrel in the training camp. Most of the other early stage first rankers had already broken through a month or two ago, only a handful were truly recent breakthroughs. This Star City No. 1 high school had a reputation it clearly didn't deserve. He felt a new wave of disappointment and lost all interest in checking their files. Forget it, I'm done. Sighing, Qin Tianlai turned to leave. He'd barely taken 2 steps when a smack, something hit the floor behind him hard. What's going on? Qin Tianlai turned, puzzled, only to stop in surprise. The usually composed Baimu was now staring eyes wide in shock and disbelief, as if she had just seen something impossible. She looked completely stunned. Qin Tianlai frowned in confusion and glanced at the ground. Lying there was the folder with the students' information. Now he was interested. What could have possibly startled a 5th-rank martial artist like Baimu so badly? She hadn't even batted an eye when she'd read the files on Wang Tiantua and the other 2 earlier. Baimu, what's the matter? He asked curiously. But Baimu seemed oblivious, frozen and transfixed. It was as if she hadn't even heard him, which was almost unheard of for the normally respectful young woman. What on earth could be in those files? Seeing Baimu unresponsive, Lin Zhe, who was standing nearby, quickly stooped to pick up the folder. Master Qin, please wait a moment, let me take a look. Qin Tianlai nodded, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Could it be that No. 1 high school actually had a few hidden talents, maybe even ones who could rival Wang Tiantua and his group? But he quickly dismissed that idea himself. Among Wang Tiantua and the other 2, one had a special constitution, one was a rare wielder of wind affinity, and the last was a spiritual practitioner. They were, without a doubt, true prodigies. As for a student from No. 1 high school who had just recently broken through, a first-stage rookie, there was simply no way he could be compared to those 3. There must be something unique about him. Qin Tianlai mulled over the thought. Suddenly, there was another sharp thud as something fell to the floor. Qin Tianlai looked down in surprise and saw that it was that same file, again. When he looked up, he saw Lin Zhe standing there, his expression as dazed as could be, eyes wide as saucers, completely stunned. It was exactly the same look he'd just seen on Baimu a moment ago. What the heck? Now Qin Tianlia's curiosity was truly piqued. What was so special about this student from No. 1 high school that both of his fellow 5th-rank instructors had been left looking like they'd seen a ghost? No matter how much of a genius he was, wasn't this reaction a bit over the top? Qin Tianlai shook his head. It was just the exuberance of youth after all. Honestly, you 2, you've been adults for years. Still getting worked up like a couple of kids. He admonished, bending down to pick up the file, but before he could finish the sentence his eyes landed on the student information page and he abruptly cursed out loud. What the ye? Staring gobsmacked, Qin Tianlai looked like he'd just seen an apparition. He wiped his eyes in disbelief, then hurriedly looked over the file again. The first thing that caught his eye was, Su Hong, 3rd-year student at No. 1 high school, beginner first-stage martial artist, vitality, 123, C-rank martial art, thunderclap fist, perfect mastery. If it were just this it wouldn't be anything remarkable. The only thing worth noting was having reached perfection in his C-rank martial art, but considering all the talented students in the training camp, even that wasn't so rare. What nearly gave Qin Tianlai a heart attack though was the note that followed. During the level 1 martial artist assessment with only 123 vitality, achieved a combat power score of 3004 on the analyzer, comparable to a late-stage first-rank martial artist. Guide art compatibility, 100% in all 7 attribute systems, time to entry-level mastery for Thunder Guidance Art on first attempt, 34 seconds, currently cultivating all 7 attribute guidance arts simultaneously. Observation suggests a high likelihood of a unique special constitution. *** below this in red was an official seal, President Xingqing Martial Arts Association, and a signature, 3 bold characters, *** Wu Linxian, *** to have both the president's seal and personal signature was a powerful endorsement. He was staking his reputation on this Su Hong. And a branch president of the Martial Arts Association would never be careless. He'd know very well the gravity of stamping and signing a document like this. If there was any falsehood at all, he'd be facing unimaginable consequences. In other words, this student profile couldn't be more genuine if it tried. There was another loud thud, the file slipped from his hands and hit the floor again, but Qin Tianlai didn't seem to notice at all. Staring at the papers in his hand, he looked utterly stunned, muttering in disbelief, "Are you kidding me? Is this kid even human?" Inside the spacious surveillance room, a 7th-rank grandmaster and 2 5th-rank martial artists had all frozen in shock. Qin Tianlai, the grandmaster himself, had completely lost the composure and authority expected of his station. His hands shook as he clutched the documents, goosebumps rising on his skin as he kept drawing in sharp breaths. His eyes were wide with utter disbelief. 7 elemental affinities, all at 100% compatibility. What kind of monster is this? Does a freak like this really exist in the world? Qin Tianlai, as I twitched uncontrollably, his voice climbing to a high-pitched shriek. As a grandmaster, he had always prided himself on his experience. He thought he'd seen it all, but he had never come across anyone with a 100% compatibility in all 7 elemental affinities. Not even the prodigies from the imperial capital or magic city boasted something this outrageous. First time practicing the guiding technique and he'd mastered the basics in just 34 seconds. What? And then this combat score, was that from the martial arts qualification exam? That would mean he just broke through and could already deliver a punch with a force of 3004 units, right after his breakthrough. What the hell? And he's likely got some kind of special physique too. Are you freaking kidding me? These few lines of data felt like set after set of explosives going off in Qin Tianlai's brain, blasting his mind into numbness and filling his head with static. Even when his head had been smacked by the Golden Rock Beast King in their recent battle, he hadn't felt this disoriented. A monster like this, could a backwater place like Star City really produce such a person? It took Qin Tianlai a long moment to snap back to reality, and when he did, excitement washed over him like a tidal wave. 7 elemental affinities all at 100%. How ridiculous was the talent of this kid Su Hong, once in 100 years, once in a millennium. As a grandmaster, he knew exactly what this meant. Take those 3 Wang Tiantuo and the others, their guiding technique compatibility was about 95%. That might seem only a 5% difference from perfection, almost negligible at first glance, but that 5% was as vast as the Grand Canyon. If Wang Tiantuo and his peers absorbed 100 wisps of spiritual energy a day, they could retain 95 wisps. Su Hong, he could keep all 100. A 5% difference each day doesn't look like much right away. But martial arts isn't a sprint, it's a lifelong journey. Stretch the timeline and that gap becomes terrifying. How big is that chasm after 100 days, after 1,000 days, which isn't even 3 years, compounded over time? That 5% becomes a gulf you could never hope to cross. Damn, I really struck gold this time. The more Qin Tianlai thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. At first, when he was assigned to Star City as the head instructor of the training camp, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. After all, Star City ranked only in the middle or even the lower tier within Jiangnan province. But now, after seeing Su Hong's file, all Qin Tianlai could think was, hell yes, I hit the jackpot. To run into a monster like this, talk about luck. The more he thought about it, the wider the grin on Qin Tianlai's face grew. Specifically, when he remembered all those other masters, head instructors in bigger cities, mocking him when he first got sent to Star City, he found himself smirking uncontrollably. He'd been the butt of their jokes and, out of frustration, shot back that he'd lead his own genius student to sweep their so-called elite training camps. As soon as those masters heard, they started egging him on to place a bet. Swept up in the moment, Qin Tianlai barely hesitated before agreeing, staking all kinds of valuable treasures. But no sooner had the bet been sealed than he was hit with instant regret, smacking his thigh in dismay. But now, who's laughing now? You clowns want to make fun of me for being sent to Star City? What's wrong with Star City, huh? The so-called backwater, it's gold, pure gold, and you wanted to bet against me? Hell yes, bring it on. I'm a damn genius, I made the best bet of my life. Qin Tianlai let out a wild laugh. He could already picture the looks of utter disbelief on those masters' faces as he led Su Hong to crush training camps all across the province. This kid wasn't just any talent, he had 100% affinity with 7 attributes, and even at the initial Stage 1 level, his strength rivaled advanced Stage 1 fighters. There was a very real chance he even had a special constitution. No matter how impressive the other camp students were, none could compare to this Su Hong. Qin Tianlai would bet his life on it. If any of those top martial arts universities got a look at Su Hong's file, every school in the country would go crazy fighting over him. And honestly, with talent like this, you'd have to be crazy not to. With his immense potential laid bare, even the brightest prodigies in the college entrance exams would have a hard time outshining Su Hong. If you really wanted to exaggerate, Su Hong wouldn't even have to take the entrance exam. He could just slap his file to his forehead, stand at a martial arts university's gate, and he'd probably get knocked out and dragged inside on the spot. By the time he woke up, he'd already be wearing the school uniform. Hell, the principal might even be waiting at the gate just to make sure he didn't escape. Still, something seemed a bit off. Why was Su Hong only at the initial stage of level 1? Qin Tianlia's excitement faded a bit and he frowned in confusion. The kid's blood energy was only at 123, not just low, but near the bottom among all the camp's young talents. He didn't need the kid to be at the top, but even 200 points would have gotten him to mid-stage level 1 at least. This was a headache. Su Hong's potential was the best of the best in all of China, but his blood energy was just too low. Sure, his combat power was on par with upper level 1 fighters, but that was only if those fighters didn't use any martial skills. Compared to Wang Tiantua and the other two, Inch's current combat abilities didn't even come close. In fact, even if he ran into a first-rank student with higher martial arts mastery, he wouldn't be able to hold his own. Qin Tianlai felt a headache coming on. This was like dealing with a student who had insane potential but terrible grades. No matter how hard they tried to catch up, there was just no way they could match the top students in a short amount of time. Improving one's vitality and stamina was a long process. There were no shortcuts. Qin Tianlai stared at the file in his hand and scratched his head in frustration. But suddenly his gaze landed on a line of text. Currently practicing 7 different elemental cultivation techniques simultaneously. He froze for a second, then immediately exploded in rage, cursing out loud. Hold on a damn minute, this kid is training in 7 different elemental arts at once. Now it makes perfect sense why his vitality is so low. Anyone, god or man, would progress at a snail's pace trying to master 7 at once. How could nobody have told me something this important? What are these idiots even doing? He was so furious that his beard and hair bristled, his eyes practically bloodshot with anger. Practicing multiple elemental arts at the same time was an outright taboo in the martial arts world, no matter where you looked. There'd even been someone in Huawei in the past who tried training in 7 elements at once. As a grandmaster, Qin Tianlai knew more about that case than even Wu Linxian did. Back then, that warrior could outperform anyone at his own level, even take on those one rank above, precisely because he'd figured out how to merge different elemental energies. When combined, the resulting burst of power was terrifying. On paper it sounded impressive, but the catch was it took ages. Not only did it demand freakish talent, it also required absolute mastery and control of elemental energy, something nobody could really teach, that you had to figure out for yourself. The guy spent more than a decade perfecting it. That's what made the whole thing practically useless. With a dozen years' effort, almost anyone with half-decent talent could reach the 3rd or even 4th martial rank by traditional methods. So, what if you've got some flashy move as a first-rank martial artist that can overpower those higher than you? What good does it do you? When everyone else has spent those years advancing by leaps and bounds, the gap in level means they could smack you across the room with hardly a thought. So when Qin Tianlai saw that Su Hong was practicing 7 different elemental cultivation techniques at once, he was beside himself, almost ready to burst a blood vessel. At this age, and only just having broken through to the 1st martial rank, what would he even know about controlling elemental energies? Even if he did, that guy from before had needed over a decade to pull off elemental fusion. Maybe thanks to Su Hong's absurd talent he could cut that down a bit, but it would still take years, at the very least, years. By the time he figures it out, the opportunity's long gone. Wu Linxian, president of the Martial Arts Association's local branch, and you couldn't even explain something as basic as this? One of these days, I swear I'll give him the beating of his life. Qin Tianlai was so furious he was practically grinding his teeth to dust. For a moment he even considered dropping everything, running off to Star City, giving Wu Linxian a good beating, and then coming right back. Ahem, a deliberate cough echoed through the room. Qin Tianlai snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. He saw Bai Mu and Lin Zhe on either side, both tilting their heads away from him, studiously avoiding his gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Mu noticed Qin Tianlai looking up. Immediately, Bai Mu shifted his gaze back to the empty air in front of him, feigning deep interest in absolutely nothing. In a soft, cautious voice, as if talking to himself, he said, "Ahem, I think the first prodigy is almost at the training camp. Shouldn't someone go out to greet them?" Qin Tianlai glared at them. "If you two want to talk, then talk. What's with the head tilting? Did you sprain your necks or something?" Mid-sentence, he caught sight of the file in his hand, now soaked with his own spit from all the yelling. He fell silent for a moment. The next instant, he hastily crumpled the paperwork into a ball and tossed it straight into the trash. Clearing his throat, Qin Tianlai straightened up, instantly regaining the poise of a grandmaster. His voice was calm and collected. "Is that so? Well then, Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, you're coming with me to the entrance to wait." With it, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode slowly toward the main gate, exuding an air of dignity. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe exchanged glances and hurried after him. Just as they reached the doorway, Qin Tianlai suddenly stopped. He turned his head ever so slightly, flashing a smile that was, on the surface, incredibly kind. "You didn't see a thing just now, right?" Despite that gentle smile, Bai Mu and Lindsay felt a chill run down their spines. Instinctively, they shrank back a little, each nodding so quickly and obediently they looked like bobbleheads. Right, Grandmaster Qin, we didn't see anything." "Bai Mu, what are you talking about? Wasn't it just the two of us in the surveillance room just now?" Really? Alright, just the two of us." Haha. A round of awkward, forced laughter filled the air. "Let's go," Qin Tianlai said, satisfied, and walked out the door first. Bai Mu and Lindsay felt like they'd just danced along the edge of the abyss. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, they wasted no time hurrying after him. Serving a grandmaster really is like serving a tiger. Meanwhile, at the fringes of the Tianlin mountain range, roar, a 5-meter-tall black bear let out a furious bellow as it charged at Su Hong, swinging its massive paw with incredible speed. Perfect. Su Hong's eyes lit up. He raised his fist and met the bear's attack head-on. With a deafening bang, the battle was decided in an instant. The ferocious beast, a mid-tier first rank renowned for its brute strength, was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing hard into a tree. The black bear stared blankly, disbelief shining in its eyes. "How could a human, my body's reached the point where I can go toe-to-toe with a mid-tier first-rank beast, just relying on brute strength alone," Su Hong thought, flexing his fist and gaining a clearer grasp of his own abilities. Roar! Enraged, the black bear lumbered to its feet and charged again. But before it could cover more than a few steps, a deafening roar, like a tidal wave, split the air. An alloy spear shot out faster than the eye could see, piercing cleanly through the bear's brow. A moment later, the great beast fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. A notification announcing he'd gained martial points rang out in Su Hong's mind. He casually flicked the blood off his spear, then glanced at his system panel. Martial points, 254, just a little over 100 more, and he'd be able to max out his mortal body progress. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Hong's eyes were full of anticipation. After 5 hours of relentless killing, even his school uniform was now soaked through with the blood of vicious beasts. His face was smudged with dirt, leaving him looking rather disheveled. There were still 3 hours left on the countdown. He had to gather the remaining martial points as quickly as possible. Su Hong rested for a moment, then once again began searching through the forest for signs of wild beasts. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the training camp, 5 hours had passed. Most of the gifted students had already arrived, trickling in one after another. A crowd of young prodigies, usually so proud and unruly, now stared at the 3 people at the front of the pack, their expressions complicated. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, Xiaoyan, these 3 were astonishingly strong. They'd made it here in just an hour. There's always someone better out there. Some of the high school prodigies felt more than a little discouraged. Although they'd also made it to the training camp, most of them looked somewhat bedraggled. Their clothes had been torn in their fights with the beasts, and that was if they were lucky. Those less fortunate were bloodstained from head to toe. In sharp contrast, Wang Tiantua and the other 2 showed no signs of fatigue. Their faces were calm, their breathing steady, their clothes didn't even have a single wrinkle. Clearly, the entry test was nothing more than a warm-up for these 3. The training camp itself hadn't even started, and already the pecking order was obvious. The quicker you arrived, the stronger you were. That much was beyond doubt. Forget it, not going to compare myself to these monsters. We're actually not bad ourselves. Yet coming from the big family clans, there's always been a gap from the start. Once the camp starts, we'll definitely be able to catch up. These ambitious thoughts ran through the minds of the youth. 2 more hours passed quickly. By now, the number of arrivals had dwindled, a handful at most, and those who barely made it looked like they'd been through hell. Their faces were pale and exhausted. The earlier arrivals couldn't help but shake their heads. With this level of strength, even if they scraped by into the training camp, they'd still be among the weakest. At this point, there was only 1 hour left on the 8-hour countdown. After a few hours of observation, those who'd arrived earlier had already gotten a rough sense of how talent mapped onto arrival time. The top 3, Wang Tiantua and his group, took just 1 hour. Most middle-stage first-tier competitors made it in about 3 hours, though some looked a bit worse for wear. As for the early-stage first-tiers, their times varied more. Some were quicker than a few of the mid-stage crowd. But the weaker ones, most of them had to grind it out for 5 or 6 hours. As for the few martial artists who had just arrived, they had taken a full 7 hours to get here, already scraping the bottom of the barrel. As the group of fighters mingled and chatted, another half hour slipped by. Now, with only 30 minutes left on the countdown, no new arrivals had shown up at the training camp. "I'm telling you, maybe that's it, no one else is coming," someone suggested. "Why don't we just call it early and be done with it?" Yeah, if someone can't even make it here in 7.5 hours, how weak must they be? Even if they did show up, they'd just end up as cannon fodder. Might as well save themselves the embarrassment. Everyone's watching after all. Honestly, even if someone does show up at the tail end like this, someone with that level of ability isn't going to get any special resources. Don't worry about it, folks. Just then there was the sound of footsteps coming down the narrow path in the distance. Wait, really? Someone's actually coming, someone scoffed. Here comes the cannon fodder. A group of prodigies turned to look, their faces full of ridicule. Well. Another tough guy, Lin Xinghe waved his pink fan, grinning mischievously. Beside him, Wang Tiantua stood with his arms folded, eyes closed, barely bothering to acknowledge the newcomer. As far as he was concerned, the only people here worth regarding as rivals were Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan. The rest of the training camp students didn't even register to him, let alone this straggler who'd barely made it in time. Xiao Yan sat on the ground, bored out of her mind, resting her face in her hands. Finally, she muttered wearily. Qin Tianlai finally breathed a sigh of relief, the veins that had been bulging in his forehead beginning to recede. He'd been burning with anger again when he saw Su Hong still hadn't arrived, despite having finally managed to calm himself earlier. If someone as monstrously talented as Su Hong didn't make it into the camp, he swore he'd go all the way to Star City and give Principal Su Hong and Wu Linxian a piece of his mind, physically if need be. If it weren't for the two of them insisting on Su Hong practicing 7 different guiding techniques at once, leaving his energy so depleted he nearly failed the entrance assessment, none of this would have happened. Now, as all eyes watched with varying expressions, a handsome young man staggered out of the woods and onto the path, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled. The assembled prodigies gave him a cursory glance before looking away, not the slightest bit interested. After all, it had taken him almost 8 hours to get here, and in that pitiful, bloodied state at that. To them he was just more cannon fodder, hardly worth noticing. But in the crowd, only Wang Dong and Chen Bei locked their eyes on Su Hong, refusing to look elsewhere. Wang Dong still gripped that wooden stick in his hand. Not bad at hiding, I'll give him that. Waited till the last minute to show up, Wang Dong sneered, but shot a wary glance at Qin Tianlai not far away. He didn't dare make a move in front of a grandmaster. No rush, once we're inside the training camp we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him, Chen Bei smirked. Too true, Wang Dong agreed, nodding. The two exchanged a look and broke into sly grins, starting to whisper back and forth about all the ways they could get back at the guy who dared ambush them. Meanwhile, Chen Shan and Li Tu stood quietly somewhere else in the crowd. The two of them were pretty lucky. They moved forward as a team, and with only 3 hours left on the countdown they managed to reach the training camp just in time. To their surprise, arriving right on the dot was Su Hong. Both of them were puzzled. But right then Su Hong wasn't interested in looking at anyone else. Excitedly he opened his attribute panel. Martial power, 360 mortal body progress, 64.6%. To reach 100% requires 354 points. Finally, I've got enough, Su Hong thought to himself, clenching his fist in silent triumph. He couldn't wait to find a place to upgrade his mortal body right away. At that moment the 8-hour mark was up. As the assistant instructor Lin Zhe stepped out in front of everyone, anyone who hasn't arrived by now is eliminated. The rest of you, follow me into the training camp, I'll explain the resources and rules. Everyone followed him into the camp and gathered on an open square. I'll start by giving you all an overview of the camp's main facilities, Lin Zhe began. There are several key places: the power rankings, the gravity chamber, the movement skills room, the savage beast room, and the martial arts pavilion, among others. I won't spend much time on the first 4-inch, but let's focus on the martial arts pavilion. He looked around at the crowd. The martial arts pavilion is just a general term. Inside you can exchange your contribution points for martial arts techniques, movement skills, elixirs, alloy weapons, basically anything you might need. The highest grade you can exchange for is grade A. At these words everyone's eyes lit up, especially the university students. Some of them looked practically starstruck. Su Hong licked his lips, he was sure he'd come to the right place. Noticing everyone's reactions, Lin Zhe smiled and went on, of course, nothing here comes for free, aside from lodging, whether it's meals, training, or accessing the martial arts pavilion to exchange for skills or items. Everything costs contribution points, and earning contribution points is actually pretty simple. Every training category you pass earns you a certain number of contribution points. If you perform exceptionally, you'll get even more. It's the same in places like the gravity chamber. Every time you hit a certain threshold, you're rewarded with contribution points. One thing to note, the gravity room and similar facilities are free to use for only 4 hours a day. Any time beyond that requires contribution points. If you don't have enough, you can't use them. With that, all the young geniuses present instantly understood. The most important resource in this training camp was contribution points. You even needed them to train. Once your 4 free hours each day were up, you wouldn't be able to do anything without more points. Assistant Instructor Lin, since none of us have any contribution points yet, what's the quickest way to earn some? Someone asked. There is a way, Lin Zhe smiled, gesturing toward a nearby storage building. In that warehouse you'll find weighted vests of different loads, starting at 100 kilograms. The longer you wear them, the more contribution points you'll earn, and the heavier the vest, the more you get. He paused for a moment before continuing. Alright, everyone, come up and collect your smart wristbands. These will track your training progress in real time. For example, if you wear a weighted vest for a certain amount of time, you'll automatically earn contribution points. The same goes for the other equipment. Okay, that's the end of the introduction. It's already evening, so there won't be any training scheduled tonight. Get a good night's sleep. Training officially starts tomorrow. You're dismissed. With that, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu followed Qin Tianlai and left. As soon as they were gone, the students burst into excited chatter and headed toward the warehouse. Su-hong, on the other hand, couldn't even be bothered to glance that way. He headed straight for the dorms. Right now, nothing was more important to him than improving his physical body. Hey, that guy who arrived last, he just went right back to the dorms. Among the students walking toward the warehouse, someone noticed Su-hong's retreating figure, surprise on their face. Surprised, the guy's covered in blood, probably on the brink of collapsing from exhaustion. Where would he find the strength to put on a weighted vest? Come on, you could just grab one at random and still earn some contribution points. Yeah, but what about pride? Imagine grabbing a 100 kilograms vest, people would laugh themselves to death. Clearly he just wants to go get some rest. Forget about him. Watching Su-hong walk away, a few students snorted in disdain. He arrived last and he's still slacking off. At this point, the staff opened the warehouse doors. Inside, mountains of weighted vests came into view. They were sorted into different sections by weight: 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1000 kilograms, and even 2000 kilograms. There was even a 10,000 kilograms vest. That's insane. How are first-tier martial artists supposed to lift that? Most first-tier martial artists only manage a few hundred kilograms at most, maybe around 1,000, right? The crowd couldn't help but grumble about the ridiculous weights, but then they all went silent. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xia Yan all made a beeline for the 3,000 kilograms vests. Holy crap, that's heavy. Lin Xinghe tried to lift one, but it didn't budge an inch. Xia Yan gave it a try as well, but immediately gave up. The students who watched all breathed a sigh of relief. Even the kids from the big families looked relieved. These three went straight for the 3,000 kilograms vests that nearly gave everyone a heart attack. But then Wang Tiantua casually picked up the 3,000 kilograms vest, hefted it as though it weighed nothing, an expression of mild dissatisfaction passing across his face. Then, as if it really was too light, he tossed it aside, grabbed the 3,500 kilograms vest, weighed it thoughtfully in his hands, and put it on. The sight left all the students stunned. Is this guy even human? He thought 3,000 kilograms was too light. So this is what the barbarian god body is like. His strength is inhuman, like some kind of monster, Xia Yan muttered under her breath. Even the bull-strong Lin Xinghe twitched at the corner of his eye. He met Xia Yan's gaze, and both of them felt a deep sense of helplessness. In terms of sheer strength, Wang Tiantua, who possessed the barbarian god physique, was leagues ahead of everyone else at the training camp. There was simply no one who could match his power. After a brief moment of consideration, the two of them finally selected weighted vests, clocking in at 1,200 kilograms. Some other students, bent on keeping up appearances, gave the vests a try themselves. Faces flushing red, they put forth every ounce of strength they had, but the 1,200 kilogram vests didn't budge an inch. The gap in ability was painfully obvious and left more than a few people feeling discouraged. In the end, most people settled for vests weighing a few hundred kilograms. Only a handful of intermediate-stage first-tier martial artists barely managed to don the 1,000 kilogram vests. Dorm arrangements at the training camp were all single rooms. Su-hong opened his door and glanced over the clean, tidy space. Satisfied, he nodded, then sat down cross-legged on the floor and pulled up his system panel. Common physique, 64.6% martial value, 354 points of martial value. Let's level up. At a single thought, Su-hong burned through all but 6 of his martial value points in an instant. The progress bar for his common physique shot up like a rocket: 80%, 90%, 100%. At the exact moment the bar maxed out, Su-hong's whole body jolted. Warm currents, like streams bursting from a spring, surged through his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. His muscles swelled suddenly, and as he dumbly clenched his fists, even just a few seconds was enough for him to notice a terrifying increase in his strength, far beyond what he'd gained during previous upgrades. Just then, a fierce itch rushed through his body. Eyes squeezed shut, Su-hong focused on the warmth surging within, feeling it flow steadily into his bones and veins. At the very next instant, his eyes flew open, blazing with energy. He stood up, thrust his fist lightly into the air. Boom! It sounded as if the air itself had exploded. A hurricane-like gust whipped through the room. Papers, pens, even pillows and blankets were flung into the air, swirling madly. For a few brief moments it was as if gravity had ceased to exist and everything was suspended in midair. Several seconds passed before the room finally fell quiet and everything drifted gently back down. That kind of power was terrifying. Su-hong stared in stunned silence, then broke out into an excited grin as he pulled up his status panel, directing his gaze toward the Constitution section. Constitution, Overlord Body Spirit Grade 0%, plus, description, the greatest physical strength among the 3,000 constitutions in the world. The Overlord Body, strongest among the 3,000 constitutions. Su-hong froze in amazement. He hadn't expected his unique physique to be this overpowered. Wait, could this have something to do with my peerless one-of-a-kind talent? Scratching his head, Su-hong figured it made sense. With his unrivaled talent, it was only natural he'd get paired with the number 1 strength-based constitution out of thousands, right? Time to test exactly how strong I am now. As Su-hong thought about this, he picked up his alloy spear and prepared to head out the door. But in the next moment something felt off in his grip. Why did it seem like the shaft of the spear had gone soft in his hand? Su-hong looked down and was instantly stunned. Right where he was holding the C-grade alloy spear, there was now a clear indentation shaped exactly like his palm. This was C-grade alloy, and I nearly crushed it with just a squeeze. Su-hong stared in disbelief, mumbling to himself. So this is the legendary tyrant body, the physique known for absolute strength? Even though it was his own body, Su-hong couldn't help but be amazed. But just as he was marveling at his newfound strength, another thought hit him and a look of obvious pain crossed his face. Crap, C-grade alloy spears are expensive. I spent a fortune on. Halfway through complaining, Su-hong froze, an awkward expression appearing. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't actually bought it. He'd snatched the spear from Lin Ping out in the Star City wilderness. He hadn't spent a dime. Forget it, C-grade alloy can't even handle my grip now. This spear's as good as useless anyway. Realizing he'd gotten it for free, Su-hong felt a whole lot better. I've got to earn a ton of contribution points fast, not just to get a new alloy spear. I also need to exchange for better martial arts and movement techniques. I could even get something as advanced as grade A. Fired up by the thought, Su-hong stood and strode toward the door. Tyrant body, spirit rank, and I can keep advancing further. While he walked, Su-hong glanced at his system panel deep in thought. The plus sign beside tyrant body was still there, which meant it could continue leveling up. Spirit rank must just be one tier. With that, Su-hong stopped worrying. Being able to keep improving was definitely a good thing. First, let's put on a weighted vest. Perfect chance to see just how strong this so-called tyrant body, the system claims it's the peak of strength, really is. He made his way toward the storage room for weighted vests. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, this Wang Tiantua actually chose a 3,500 kilogram weighted vest? Now that's what I call a barbarian god physique. Staring at the screens, both Bai Mu and Lin Zhe had their eyes wide with disbelief. Jin Tianlai stood beside them, nodding in approval. He was clearly very satisfied with the performances of Wang Tiantua and his group. At that moment, Bai Mu asked curiously, Master Qin, isn't Su-hong training in 7 different cultivation methods? How come we didn't pull him aside to explain things to him directly? That wouldn't be wise, Jin Tianlai replied, shaking his head. All geniuses are proud. Tell Su-hong outright and it might backfire. Better to let him figure it out for himself. Hearing this, both Bai Mu and Lin Zhe nodded thoughtfully. By the way, have the night raid warriors we arranged finished gathering yet? Jin Tianlai asked. We still need a bit more time, Lin Zhe replied. It's complicated matching them to students' different blood and combat levels. They're on their way now. Jin Tianlai nodded in understanding. At that moment, Bai Mu suddenly seemed to recall something and stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Seeing this, Jin Tianlai and Lin Zhe both looked at her puzzled. Bai Mu stifled a laugh and said, I bet this bunch of students really think today is a day off for them. Watching the surveillance feed where students were hard at work training in the gravity rooms and other facilities, Bai Mu couldn't help but chuckle. They're definitely going to make full use of those free 4 hours, maybe even spend the contribution points they've earned. By tonight, they'll be utterly exhausted, desperate for a good night's rest. That's when we send in the night raid fighters. They'll be wailing for sure. Hearing this, Jin Tianlai and Lin Zhe both smiled knowingly. That's right, they said. What they'd told the students earlier about letting them have a good rest today was just to mislead them. Resting after signing up for a training camp? Not a chance. They'd arranged for a night raid tonight to give these kids a real wake-up call right off the bat, and this time, they'd put a lot of thought into the night raid. It wasn't just about giving the students a hard time. All the fighters assigned to the raid had been carefully chosen. Each student would be ambushed one-on-one. Depending on the targeted student, their opponent's strength in terms of blood vigor and fighting ability would vary. Each night raider would be closely matched to their target. This is the perfect chance to knock Su-hong down a peg, Jin Tianlai said with a smirk. The fighter I've picked for Su-hong is much stronger than him. When Su-hong loses to his night raider, I'll step in and explain once more why his multi-pronged training is holding him back. He'll have no choice but to listen and give up trying to master all 7 guiding techniques at once. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe both nodded, finally understanding. They exchanged glances, each silently thinking the same thing. The older you get, the trickier your schemes become. This plan was flawless. Grandmaster Qin, can I ask what level of fighter you've chosen for Su-hong? Bai Mu asked, curious. Su-hong's blood vigor is only at first stage entry level, but his fighting strength is already comparable to first stage advanced. Lin Zhe also looked intrigued. Jin Tianlia's lips curled into a slight smile. The raider for Su-hong is about the same as the ones assigned to Wang Tiantua and his 2 friends. All of them are advanced first stage fighters, blood vigor just over 400 and fighting strength right around 5,000 points. At that, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe were stunned. Wang Tiantua and his friends all had blood vigor over 300, even the weakest, Xiao Yan, had nearly 290, and she was a mid-level first-stage spiritual mind user. For those 3 it made sense to assign opponents at that level. But for Su-hong, who had barely topped 3,000 in fighting strength, facing an opponent this powerful, this wasn't just a night raid, it was out to shatter his spirit. How could Su-hong possibly stand a chance? Looking at Jin Tianlia's smug expression, both Bai Mu and Lin Zhe couldn't help the slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. Now, they truly understood. At the very start, Grandmaster Qin never intended to evaluate Su Hong's performance in actual combat. His main goal with this night raid was to make Su Hong abandon his reckless attempt to simultaneously practice 7 different guiding techniques. To him, this lesson was far more important than anything Su Hong could prove on the field, yet, despite knowing this, both Lin Zhe and Bai Mu couldn't help but fall silent, a little unsure of what to say. After a long pause, Lin Zhe finally couldn't keep quiet and whispered, "Grandmaster Qin, isn't this a bit unfair? You're treating him differently from everyone else." "Yeah," Bai Mu added nervously, "it seems like you're picking on Su Hong specifically." "Nonsense," Qin Tianlai shot them a glare. "Su Hong insists on practicing all 7 guiding techniques at once. He needs to understand that's a mistake. It'll massively delay his development. Fixing that is the only thing that really matters right now." Hearing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe opened their mouths to argue, but couldn't find the words. It did make sense after all. Still, it was obvious Su Hong was in for it. He was definitely going to get a beating out of this. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe shook their heads, genuinely feeling sorry for him. Thud thud thud, someone knocked at the door. Bai Mu got up and opened it. A martial artist in military uniform walked in and saluted Qin Tianlai, reporting, "Grandmaster, all the martial artists you requested are present and assembled. Please review them." "Good," Qin Tianlai replied. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, "Come with me." "Yes, sir." The group quickly left. Meanwhile, at the weighted vest storage room, the rest of the camp participants had already been sent off to the gravity chamber in the footwork training halls. The room was now completely empty. Soon enough, Su Hong walked in. "The heaviest one goes up to 10 tons? He thought curiously, eyes lighting up as he walked over to the 10-ton weighted vest. He stretched out both hands and, with a grunt of effort, hoisted it straight over his head. His face reddened with the strain, he could barely lift it. "Not gonna work. I can put it on, but it'll slow me down too much, and most importantly, I won't last long with it." Su Hong shook his head. At most he'd last 10 odd minutes before the 10-ton vest flattened him. Putting it back down, he tried a few more times with different weights. Eventually he settled on a 5-ton, 5,000 kilograms, vest. "This is the best fit for me right now," he decided, bouncing lightly in place to test it. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. After all, he was only a first-rank, beginner-stage martial artist. Even for those at the higher second-rank beginner stage, holding out under 10 tons would be a tall order. I wonder what weight Wang Tiantua and the others picked. They're all at the high end of first rank, plus their geniuses should be around the same level as me, maybe even better, Su Hong speculated. Still, with my overlord physique, I shouldn't lag too far behind them. Unbeknownst to him, he was slightly overestimating himself, and even the fabled overlord physique, said to be the strongest among the 3,000 physique types, had its limits. Just then, his smart wristband chimed. Su Hong glanced at it. 10 seconds after he'd put on the vest, the band had already detected the weight and begun timing his endurance. "Not sure how many contribution points I'll get for this." Without thinking much more about it, Su Hong strode out of the storage room and headed straight for the gravity chamber. At the same time as Su Hong hurried over, at the same time on an open training field on the other side of the camp, a group of martial artists stood waiting for Master Qin to arrive. At the very front of the group were 3 middle-aged men and a young man whose face clearly showed a trace of irritation. The 3 older men were teasing the younger one, grinning as they spoke. "Bu Jingfeng, aren't you supposed to be a genius? How'd you end up getting called in here too? Yeah, aren't you just a few years older than these so-called prodigies in the training camp? If you hadn't enlisted, you'd probably have only been in martial arts college for a year or 2 yourself. Yet here you are, just like the rest of us old geezers, here to wait on these little geniuses." Bu Jingfeng scowled at their jibes, clearly unhappy. He really hadn't expected that he'd get roped into being a training partner for these so-called prodigies from the camp. They put a nice spin on it, calling them night raid martial artists, but in reality, wasn't it just fancy talk for being a moving target for these kids to practice on? "If I were still in high school," Bu Jingfeng muttered, "it'd be them coming to train with me." The 3 middle-aged men burst out laughing. Just then Qin Tianlai approached with Bai Mu and Lin Zhe trailing behind. Seeing this, all the martial artists who'd been chatting instantly fell silent. They straightened up into military posture. The 3 older men hurried to attention. Even Bu Jingfeng shoved down his annoyance and stood tall. "All right, let's cut the chatter," Qin Tianlai said, coming to stand before them. After a brief greeting, he waved a broad hand. "We're starting now. Step up and collect your targets for tonight's night raid. Each folder has the name and room number, don't mix it up." "Yes, sir," the group of uniformed martial artists replied in unison. Before long, under Bai Mu and Lin Zhe's supervision, everyone had received their targets information. Everyone except Bu Jingfeng and the 3 older men, who still waited empty-handed. "You fort," Qin Tianlai said. "Tonight you're up against the strongest of this year's prodigies. I'll hand these out myself." Seeing the 4 of them puzzled, Qin Tianlai strode over with a grin. "Wang Tiantua, 340 vitality points. That high?" exclaimed one of the middle-aged men, shock on his face. The other 2 looked at their folders and let out low exclamations. The strong Bu Jingfeng was surprised too. His earlier complaints faded as he realized what they'd be facing. He'd thought he was just coming to babysit some rookies, but apparently these prodigies could really fight. Now this could be fun. Bu Jingfeng's mood lifted as he accepted the folder from Qin Tianlai, anticipation showing on his face, but as he glanced down at the information he froze. What the? Vitality score, 123. Is seriously, I'm supposed to night raid some weakling like this, a little nobody like that, that's my assignment? Why'd I get stuck with a first-tier rookie? Bu Jingfeng looked up, incredulous. Master Qin, are you sure there isn't some mistake? No mistake, Qin Tianlai replied with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Bu Jingfeng's expression became a glorious kaleidoscope of disbelief and surprise. Even in front of a grandmaster his face turned visibly dark. As a genius he had his own pride. So even standing before the grandmaster he questioned him directly. Grandmaster Qin, you're seriously underestimating me, aren't you? This guy is just a first-rank novice. If it's really as simple as it looks on the surface, would I even bother fighting him? Qin Tianlai rolled his eyes. Su Hong's strength is nothing to scoff at, he can already go toe-to-toe with a first-rank advanced fighter. As soon as he said this, the three middle-aged martial artists standing nearby all showed shocked expressions. With only 123 points of vitality but enough power to match an advanced first-rank fighter? What kind of monster is that? Even Bu Jingfeng was visibly taken aback. Clearly he hadn't expected this student to be such a prodigy. Still he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Genius or not, at the end of the day this Su Hong kid was only comparable to a first-rank advanced fighter. Bu's own vitality was well over 400, nearly reaching the 500 that marked a second rank. If he went to ambush Su Hong at night, wouldn't that just be beating someone into the ground? There was no challenge in a one-sided fight like that. He found it utterly meaningless. He was about to say something when Qin Tianlai cut him off with a laugh. Alright, that's enough, we're done here, go get some rest all of you. Tonight I want you to give it everything you've got. With that he turned and started to leave. Bu Jingfeng panicked and hurried after him. Grandmaster Qin, can you give me a different opponent? Let me fight Wang Tiantuo instead. That guy's got a barbarian god body. I'll actually get a real fight. Qin Tianlai frowned and slapped Bu Jingfeng on the forehead. I told you to fight, so just fight. Why do you have so much to complain about? Bu Jingfeng clutched his head, grumbling unhappily. It's just not fair. I'm obviously the strongest one here and you've got me fighting the guy with the lowest vitality. Qin Tianlai couldn't be bothered with him and just walked away. Seeing this, Bu Jingfeng looked helpless. He knew there was almost no hope of switching opponents now, but he was still a little unwilling to give up. He called after Qin Tianlai's retreating back. Grandmaster Qin, you know what I'm like. If you don't give me someone else, I really will go all out. If I end up breaking this little monster, don't blame me. Upon hearing that, Qin Tianlai almost burst out laughing. I'm worried you won't give it your all. The more you beat Su Hong the better. If you pummel him hard enough, there's less chance he'll try juggling martial arts with internal cultivation. As a grandmaster, Qin Tianlai was well acquainted with Bu Jingfeng. He was famous in the army as a genius obsessed with martial arts. That was exactly why Qin had called him in for this task. If he picked someone else, he'd have to worry they might go soft. Thinking for a moment, Qin Tianlai decided to add more fuel to the fire. He glanced back and sneered, go all out if you want, but I'm not convinced you'll be able to take Su Hong down. If you lose, don't come crying to me. Hey, that really got under Bu Jingfeng's skin. Who are you looking down on, huh? Fine, you said it. I'll really go all out. And if I end up breaking your little prodigy, that's not on me. Qin Tianlai just waved his hand dismissively. Bu Jingfeng looked thoroughly disgruntled. Damn kid, such a martial arts fanatic and so gutsy, showing absolutely no respect when talking to a grandmaster. It's only because Grandmaster Qin spoils him. If it were any other grandmaster, they'd have hung him up and beaten him by now. If he got off that easy, he should count himself lucky. Just then, three middle-aged martial artists walked over, their faces still tinged with fear from earlier. Bu Jingfeng let out a dissatisfied grunt. He'd already made up his mind. Tonight he'd go all out. He'd beat that little monster so bad he'd have welts all over his head. Let Grandmaster Qin regret his choices. Seeing his sulky expression, the three martial artists didn't bother trying to talk sense into him. Instead, they started chatting among themselves. Sigh, these newest weighted vests really are heavy. You're telling me, the one I'm wearing right now, it's not much, just 3 tons, that's all. 3 tons? Not bad, mine's only 100 kilos more than yours. They all tried to play it modest, but the pride on their faces was impossible to miss. Seeing them suddenly start showing off about their weighted vests, Bu Jingfeng's eyes flashed. He coughed deliberately. One of the martial artists looked over curious. Hey kid, what about you? How much weight is in your vest? Bu Jingfeng cleared his throat, then answered in an intentionally casual tone, not much, 4.5 tons, give or take, 4.5 tons. All three martial artists stared at him, thunderstruck. On the surface, Bu Jingfeng kept a poker face, but inside he was thoroughly enjoying their reaction. Damn, 4.5 tons. If Grandmaster Qin knew you were carrying that much weight, he'd never let you fight that prodigy. Seriously, with that kind of weight, you're right where a freshly advanced tier 2 martial artist should be, huh? Hey, take it easy on that kid tonight. Yeah, don't actually break him. His blood and chi is only at 123 points. Bu Jingfeng crossed his arms, a confident smirk tugging at his lips. Too late. If that student isn't laid up in bed by the time I'm done tonight, I'm not stopping. Let's see how much Grandmaster Qin regrets this tomorrow. Seeing just how determined he was, the three martial artists exchanged glances and couldn't help but shudder inwardly. Silently, they started to mourn for the student named Su Hong, Gravity Chamber. When Su Hong arrived, he found a crowd of students gathered outside a few of the gravity chambers, faces flushed with excitement as they talked animatedly. Damn, Wang Tiantu was a freak. He went in there wearing a 3-ton weighted vest, and he set the gravity to double, so that's basically carrying 6 tons, that's insane. He looked like he was barely managing it, but still, 6 tons, compared to that Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan's performances in the gravity chamber can't hold a candle. Well, duh, one's got wind powers, the other's a psychic. How can they compare to Wang Tiantua and his barbarian god physique? Hearing all this, Su Hong was genuinely surprised. Wang Tiantua's vest was only 3 tons? That light? Guess I really misunderstood just how monstrous the tyrant body is. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed, at this moment, all the other gravity chambers were empty, no one was using them. Su Hong felt puzzled. Su Hong, he heard Qin Shan and Li Tu calling from behind. Su Hong greeted the two of them, then voiced the question on his mind. Isn't there free training time? Why is everyone just standing around watching? Li Tu let out a sigh, an expression of helplessness on his face. It's because some people are just too impressive, he explained. When we first got to the gravity chambers, everyone was eager to jump right into training, but then Wang Tiantua and his 2 friends showed up. Since there was plenty of time, everyone figured they'd watch these 3 see what the first arrivals at the boot camp were really capable of. The longer we watched, though, the more obvious the gap became. The difference in strength is just massive. It got kind of awkward, no one wanted to train at the same time as them. With those 3 leading the way, anyone else would instantly be compared to them as soon as they stepped inside. Honestly, everyone just thought they'd wait until Wang Tiantua's group was done, then go in for their own training. There's plenty of time anyway. That's it, Su Hong shook his head, speechless. Without hesitation, he headed for one of the empty gravity chambers. He wasn't about to waste his time waiting around for a reason like that. Seriously, Su Hong, you're really going in, not going to wait? Qin Shan and Li Tu were caught off guard, scrambling to grab at Su Hong. But he was a step ahead, quickly entering the gravity chamber before they could stop him. The two exchanged a hopeless glance. They knew Su Hong was strong, but all things were relative. Compared to them, Su Hong was definitely tough. Compared to Wang Tiantua's group, though, he was nowhere near on their level. The moment he started training at the same time as them, he'd be compared or even laughed at. Wait a minute, isn't that the guy who arrived at camp the latest? He actually dared to go into the gravity chamber now. Suddenly, a surprised voice rose from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. They turned just in time to see Su Hong standing boldly in front of the gravity chamber's control screen, pondering what gravity setting he should use. At once, the onlookers burst into laughter. Is this guy an idiot or something? He probably thinks Wang Tiantua's group isn't wearing weighted vests. Last time they picked out weighted vests, he just went straight to bed. He probably still hasn't put one on. Now he thinks he can outlast them because he won't have the extra weight. What a schemer. Oh man, now that you mention it, I can totally see it. Wang Tiantua's group is wearing heavy vests, so they won't be able to hold out as long as him in there. If he goes in with no weight, of course he'll last longer. He really just wants to show off in front of everyone. Hilarious. Whatever, let him embarrass himself. He really thinks we're that gullible. Among the crowd, Wang Dong and Chen Bei watched the scene with the most mocking smiles. They couldn't believe it. The guy they'd planned to mess with later had jumped out to make a fool of himself before they even got started. Meanwhile, inside the gravity chamber, Su Hong was standing calmly in front of the control panel, lost in thought. Right now he was wearing a weighted vest that weighed 5 tons, double that, and it would be 10 tons. Previously he had tried and could only endure for a little over 10 minutes. At that point it really didn't seem worth it. After a moment's thought, Su Hong set the gravity chamber to 1.5 times normal gravity. The next instant he felt it unmistakably. From all directions an invisible pressure crashed down on him, as if the weight of a mountain had landed on his shoulders. Not only that, but even the flow of blood in his veins and the contraction of his muscles slowed perceptibly under the strain. 7.5 tons of pressure. Su Hong sat cross-legged on the ground and began practicing the guiding technique. As soon as he started, his eyes flashed with excitement. Under the crushing weight of the gravity chamber, practicing the guiding technique was much more difficult, but at the same time his progress sped up. No wonder this gravity chamber had cost so much to build. The results were leagues ahead of a simple weighted vest. Quickly settling into a focused state, Su Hong immersed himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd of students watching through the glass couldn't help but chuckle when they saw Su Hong had only set the gravity to 1.5 times normal. Doesn't even look like he's wearing a weighted vest. Why bother with just 1.5 times gravity? He was the last to arrive after all. Guess he's not that strong. Let's not waste time on it. Anyway, the glass is completely soundproof, it's not like he can hear us. With a round of laughter, the many so-called prodigies quickly lost all interest in Su Hong and turned their attention back to Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions. Every so often, someone would sigh in admiration. 2 hours passed. Seated cross-legged, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing across them. 7.5 tons of pressure, and only 2 hours had gone by. Except for the thunder and fire guiding techniques, all his other guiding techniques had improved by 1 level, even his chi and blood had climbed by 4 points. Su-hong pulled up his stats panel, visibly thrilled. His chi and blood had risen from 126 to 130. If the gravity chamber could deliver this much benefit, then the other training rooms, the agility room, the beast combat room, must be just as effective. At the thought, Su-hong got to his feet, ready to try out some of the other facilities. After all, everybody was entitled to 4 hours of free training a day. He could come back to the gravity chamber anytime. Just as he stood up, Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions also opened their eyes. Sweat soaked their bodies, but their eyes shone with satisfaction. Clearly, they too were reaping the rewards of the gravity chamber. Damn, Wang Tiantua held out for 2 hours under 6 tons of pressure, no kidding. His physical strength is definitely number 1 in the entire camp. A few others snickered. Look at that weakling who showed up late, already getting up to head out, can't even keep up. As they saw Su-hong preparing to leave, a ripple of laughter swept through the students, but that laughter died almost immediately. Because at that moment, Wang Tiantua and his companions emerged from the gravity chamber first, immediately peeling off their weighted vests. Thud, 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 3 vests hit the floor with 3 heavy muffled booms. That's better, Lin Xinghe breathed, catching his breath. If I'd kept that on a minute longer, I would have been flattened. Off to the side, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan both let out a long sigh of relief. Just then Su-hong also walked out. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a little warm. He took off his jacket, revealing a weighted vest underneath his shirt. The group of students immediately widened their eyes. When they realized Su-hong was also wearing a weighted vest, surprise was written all over their faces. Oh wow, he's been moving around with a weighted vest on. Guess the guy has some real strength. How much does that vest weigh? Hard to tell. Those custom vests are built for flexibility, so you can't really see anything from the outside. The only difference is in the material. No matter what the weight is, even if it's the lowest, 100 kilograms, staying in the gravity room for an hour and a half while wearing it is impressive, especially for someone who finished last. Yeah, still he can't really compare to Wang Tiantua and those other 2. No kidding, let's be real, can any of us compare to those 3? The group of students murmured among themselves. Just then Lin Xinghe's lazy voice drifted over. Old Wang, I'll admit I can't match your brute strength in the gravity room, but what do you say we have a go in the agility room? He twirled his pink fan with a big grin as he looked at Wang Tiantua. Not interested, Wang Tiantua flatly refused. Afraid, Lin Xinghe teased. Wang Tiantua shot him a look as if he was staring at an idiot. You've got an A-rank agility technique, and it's wind-based. Why would I be dumb enough to challenge you at agility? Damn, you found out about that too? Lin Xinghe pouted, sounding disappointed. Boring. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding students exploded in shock. A-rank agility? Holy crap. He's not even at tier 2 yet and he already mastered an A-rank agility technique. What kind of monster is he? Man, there are freaks everywhere. Back at my school, I was a genius. Now I just feel like a nobody here. I finally get why everyone at school used to look at me with such complicated expressions. Amidst all the stunned mutterings, Lin Xinghe snapped open his pink fan and 5 bold characters instantly appeared. World's #1 handsome guy. His lips curled into a proud, satisfied smile as he soaked up every bit of attention. Feigning humility, he said, oh, it's just an A-rank technique. Nothing special really, ha? He only managed half the line before giving in and chuckling smugly. With a crisp snap, he closed his fan and strode toward the agility training room. Alright folks, time to watch my performance. What a show-off, Wang Tiantua muttered as he shook his head. Seriously, if this guy goes a single day without showing off, he'd probably explode, Xiaoyan added with a snort. A-rank agility technique. The moment those words hit, Su-hong, who had also been heading toward the agility room, abruptly stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up. So Lin Xinghe could do A-rank agility too. Now he absolutely had to stick around and watch. The other students, drawn in by Lin Xinghe's confidence, hurried after him as well. Su-hong blended into the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xinghe's figure. Before long, Lin Xinghe stepped into the agility training chamber. Su-hong took in the sight. This training room was unique. Its walls were lined on all sides with densely packed arrow turrets. He remembered seeing this room once before. Its difficulty could be adjusted by level, with the lowest being level 1. I couldn't handle it at level 3, the arrows were way too fast, absolutely impossible to dodge, someone said, still shaken from the memory. Everyone turned to look at the speaker and froze in surprise. He was a scion of a prestigious family, already at the mid-stage of the first Chi and Blood realm. People at his level usually dominated level 3, yet he'd been overwhelmed so quickly in the agility chamber. How high would Lin Xinghe set the difficulty? Level 5, level 6. Driven by curiosity, all eyes flicked to the screen displaying the chamber settings. What they saw left them stunned. No way, level 10, is that for real? He maxed out the difficulty right away. He's got an A-rank movement technique, but still, isn't this a little overconfident? That's just showing off. Nobody could dodge that many arrows. shoot it starting. Before the words even faded, a barrage of blunted arrows shot from every turret with frightening speed, making it almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Holy crap, how could anyone dodge that? I can't even track them. This is practically a cheat. Is the whole room trying to kill him? A chorus of exclamations broke out among the students. The arrows moved so quickly they left wispy after images in their wake. Yet inside the training chamber, as countless arrows tore toward him, Lin Xinghe remained unfazed. He even found the time to casually fan himself. Just as the first arrow was about to strike, his figure blurred, moving impossibly fast as he began to evade. Despite a sky full of arrows coming at him from every direction, not a single one touched him. He dodged them all with astonishing ease. The students watching from outside could only stare, stunned by what they saw. With wind affinity, he's got natural speed, Wang Tiantua commented, shaking his head in awe. Give him an A-rank agility technique like flying swan steps, and if his attacks were a bit stronger, I honestly wouldn't know how to deal with him. Then he added, of course he still couldn't beat me. Xiaoyan shook her head. Speed's great, but if I catch him in my spiritual grasp, he's still not getting away. The others continued to chat and analyze the scene, but only Su Hong focused intently on Lin Xinghe's performance inside the chamber. His eyes flickered with conflicting thoughts, sometimes puzzled, sometimes enlightened, sometimes understanding, until finally settling into calm composure. At that moment a change appeared on his attribute panel. A new section had materialized: agility technique, flying swan steps beginner 34%. He'd mastered his first A-rank agility technique. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Hong's lips and excitement lit his eyes. Now that he'd learned it, there was no reason to keep watching. There was no point wasting his free training time in the chamber. Given his talent, his proficiency would improve on its own. Right now boosting his chi and blood was what mattered most. With that in mind, Su Hong headed back to the gravity chamber, set it to 1.5 times gravity, and began practicing the guiding art under the pressure of 7.5 tons. Xiaoyan, let's not waste any more time, he called out. In the movement technique training room, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan entered together. The crowd of students watching from outside wore complicated expressions on their faces. It had only been a few short hours, but they'd already come to realize just how huge the gap was between themselves and true prodigies. Cultivate, gotta train. Even the last one to arrive, the guy always bringing up the rear, has started training again. No way I'm falling behind. That's right, even if I don't become super strong, I can't let someone else catch up and surpass me. Time to work. When they reached the gravity chamber, they saw Su Hong, the one who'd shown up latest, already hard at work. Instantly, a sense of urgency flared up among the students. The feeling intensified when they realized Su Hong was still wearing his weighted vest inside the gravity room. Their faces changed drastically. Finally, with gritted teeth and clenched fists, they steeled themselves. Screw it, if he can wear his, I'll wear mine too. Mine weighs half a ton. That's nothing, mine's 600 kilos. Quit bragging. How long can you even last with that much weight on? We're not all Wang Tiantua, you know, he wore a 3-ton vest and trained for 2 hours straight at double gravity. But then he's got that barbarian divine physique. No one else in the whole training camp can do that. With these grumbles, the whole group marched into the gravity room to start training, competitive spirit burning in their eyes. We missed our chance, he got away again. Watching Su Hong already sitting cross-legged and meditating in the gravity room, both Wang Dong and Chen Bei showed a hint of regret. Forget it, once he's done here he's bound to head for the beast room. Chen Bei thought of something and grinned. That's when we'll get him. Yeah, Wang Dong nodded, his mind apparently conjuring up a happy scene, a wide smile spreading across his face. Staring at the training Su Hong, Chen Bei sneered, I'll make sure this guy learns there's a price to pay for ambushing people without any real strength. Wang Dong grinned as well. When Su Hong's almost done with his practice, let's find some wooden sticks and give him a beating. The two exchanged a glance, eyes full of anticipation. Soon after, Wang Dong and Chen Bei also stepped into the gravity room, deliberately choosing the training spots just to Su Hong's left and right so they could keep an eye on him and see when he finished training. Half an hour later, on the other side, in the movement technique training room, Lin Xinghe and his two companions finished their training and stepped out. That was great, Lin Xinghe said breezily, fanning himself. Looking outside, he noticed only a scattered handful of students watching. Disappointment flickered in his eyes as he snapped his fan closed with a crack. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan didn't look nearly as relaxed. Both were still breathing heavily and catching their breath. So old Wang, Xiaoyan, what did you guys think of my speed? Lin Xinghe grinned cheekily at the pair. Wang Tiantua just shot him a look, too lazy to reply. Xiaoyan, however, wasn't about to let him off so easily and immediately called him out. I think you just need an audience, and since there's no crowd out here you came to show off to us instead. Nothing special. Xiaoyan curled her lip dismissively. Nothing special. Lin Xinghe widened his eyes with exaggerated disbelief. You're not seriously saying that with my wind affinity, even after mastering the A-rank movement technique soaring cloud steps, my speed is nothing extraordinary, are you? Li Xinghe grinned mischievously, clearly asking for a punch. Give it a rest. You can show off your A-rank martial arts to the other students, but don't try to impress us. Wang Tiantua snorted, lips curled in a smirk. Who here doesn't have an A-rank technique? he too had cultivated one. Exactly, Xiaoyan added, wrinkling her nose in disdain. As a spiritual telekinetic, the A-rank martial technique she trained in was unique, one tailored specifically for practitioners of her path. Whatever, Li Xinghe immediately lost interest. He glanced lazily through the observation window at the students training inside the gravity chamber. Besides, this training camp is basically just the three of us competing. The rest of the students are nowhere near our level. Even the other clan heirs here, none of them have managed to learn an A-rank martial art. At those words, pride flickered across the faces of Wang Tiantuo and Xiaoyan. It was true, regular students were limited by scarce resources of all kinds. But as heirs of powerful families, their peers could have had the chance to access A-rank martial techniques, yet with all the elite talents hand-picked from Star City's most prestigious families, only the three of them had truly mastered such arts. Alright, enough talk. Wang Tiantuo's breathing slowed as he flashed a confident smile. We're the only ones in this camp with A-rank martial arts. The top 3 spots are just for us to fight over. You two can figure out who's taking second and third. With that, he strode toward the beast chamber. TCH, listen to him brag, Li Xinghe muttered, rolling his eyes. That musclehead couldn't even touch me in a real fight, and yet he thinks he'll come out on top. Humph. Looks like I'll have to show you both the true power of a spirit telekinetic, Xiaoyan retorted. Save it. In the end, martial artists live and die by sheer strength. You're fast, sure, and you depend on your psychic tricks, but you still can't compare to my barbarian god physique. Wang Tiantuo shot back, their casual banter oozed with confidence, each certain of their own superiority. After the three left, things quieted down around the gravity chamber. Gradually, one by one, as sweaty students emerged from their training, their shirts plastered to their backs with effort. After catching their breath, they lined up for their turn in the beast chamber. TSK, why is Su Hong still not done training? Outside the gravity room, Wang Dong and Chen Bei exchanged impatient glances. We've already come out to rest several times, but this guy hasn't stepped out even once, Chen Bei muttered, confused. Please, did you even look at the gravity setting he picked? Wang Dong replied. Wasn't it just 1.5? Chen Bei frowned, checking Su Hong's gravity chamber display. The next moment he fell silent. Damn, it's dropped all the way down to 1.2. What's the point of that? Hey, even just now when it was at 1.5x gravity, that was already the lowest setting in the whole room, and the two of us, wearing 700 kilogram weighted vests, can train under 3 times gravity for more than 10 minutes. Then look at this guy, he's actually dropped it down to 1.2x. Wang Dong shook his head, a look of utter disdain on his face. With skills like that, he actually had the nerve to ambush us before. Did he realize we found out about him? Chen Bei wondered. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to keep hiding like a turtle. It doesn't make any sense. Wang Dong mulled it over and suggested, here's what we'll do. Let's head out first and see how he reacts. That'll tell us what we need to know. Alright, let's go. The two of them slipped out of the gravity chamber and hid nearby, watching in secret. A few minutes later, both of their expressions grew visibly excited. He opened his eyes. Damn, he really was just stalling for time. He's scared. Just like I thought. Look, he's getting up. Let's go over and give him a lesson right now. Wait. Wang Dong quickly stopped him. When he saw Chen Bei's puzzled look, he whispered, there are too many people around here. If things get loud and a master finds out, we'll be finished. So what's your plan? Wang Dong shot him a sly grin. After training here, everyone's curious about the beast chamber and goes to check it out. Su Hong won't be any different. On the way here, I scoped it out. The beast chamber is divided into separate rooms, so once he heads in, we can trap him inside and give him a good beating. No one will ever know. Great idea. Let's do it. Chen Bei's eyes lit up and he pulled Wang Dong back to hide. Before long, Su Hong's figure emerged from the gravity room and started making his way toward the beast chamber. Just as I thought, he's headed to the beast chamber. Follow him quick, let's go. Still hiding in the shadows, Wang Dong and Chen Bei exchanged excited looks and tailed after Su Hong once he'd gone a few hundred meters ahead. Meanwhile, strolling down the corridor, Su Hong felt fresh and energized. His 2 hours of training in the gravity room had just raised his vitality from 130 to 135, an increase of 5 full points. That was 1 point more than he'd managed last time. This improvement was largely thanks to his guiding technique leveling up again, making his absorption of spiritual energy even faster. With the boost from his unmatched natural talent, Su Hong's progress was truly astonishing. Those 2 hours of training had brought all 7 of his guiding techniques up to level 4, and the concentration of each of the 7 elemental attributes in his vitality had grown noticeably too. I wonder if the camp's beast chamber has enough beasts for me to train on. Su Hong was filled with anticipation. The more beasts he could fight, the more martial arts points he could earn, and the faster he could grow stronger. When Su Hong arrived at the beast chamber, he saw a crowd of students gathered, peering excitedly through the glass into 3 separate enclosures. Every now and again, a gasp or shout of surprise would rise from the watching crowd. Su Hong gave the scene a glance, then went over to read the rules posted on a wooden sign nearby. Defeating a stage 1 primary level beast will earn you 1 contribution point. Defeating a stage 1 intermediate level beast will earn you 3 contribution points. Defeating a stage 1 advanced level beast will earn you 5 contribution points. The rules were simple and clear. Su Hong glanced at them quickly, then looked away. He had already read the regulations for the gravity chamber and the movement chamber earlier. For every 10 contribution points, you could exchange them for an hour of training time. But here, in the Savage Beast Room, there were no such requirements. You could come and challenge the beasts whenever you wanted. Compared to the other training facilities like the Gravity Chamber, the Savage Beast Room was basically a way to earn contribution points. Contribution points were important, but martial value was even more so. Su Hong's gaze fell on the smaller text beneath the wooden board and his eyes lit up in an instant. It stated that the savage beasts were specially captured by the camp's own martial artists for this purpose and that whenever their numbers dwindled they'd be replenished right away. Didn't this mean he could fight as many battles as he wanted? An endless grind. He licked his lips ready to step inside one of the savage beast rooms. Just then an excited cry rang out nearby. Holy crap, over 100 contribution points. Wang Tiantua is an absolute monster. He took out a high-rank first-tier beast with a single punch, can you believe it? And Lin Xinghe isn't any less impressive. He's so damn fast those high-rank first-tier beasts can't even lay a claw on him. That's the A-rank movement technique, soaring crane steps, right? Insane. Yo, check out Xiao Yan. This is the first time in my life I've seen a psychic cultivator in live combat. Her attacks are absolutely impossible to guard against. Psychic cultivator. Hearing those words, Su Hong's curiosity was piqued. He walked to the outside of Xiaoyan's savage beast room and peered in. Inside, Xiaoyan was facing off against 3 high-rank first-tier beasts simultaneously. She stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. Flashes of light streaked through the air, piercing through the savage beasts one after another. Su Hong squinted for a closer look. Those flashes were actually slender throwing knives dancing through the air, controlling objects with her mind, so this was psychic power. Just then, as Su Hong's eyes widened in shock, one of the beasts, badly injured, suddenly leapt high into the air and lunged straight at Xiaoyan. Right as the beast was about to strike, its massive body froze midair, suspended motionless as if caught by some invisible force. Without any rush, Xiaoyan gently rose into the air until she was level with the beast's massive head. Calmly, she lifted her weapon and drove it straight through the beast's skull. Su Hong was certain she hadn't used any movement techniques, she had simply floated up out of thin air. It was a skill reserved for martial masters walking midair. Yet here was Xiaoyan, a first-tier martial artist, doing it. Maybe she couldn't hold it long, but it was still astonishing. So this was a psychic cultivator. Not only could she manipulate objects with her mind, she could overwhelm opponents with psychic attacks, and even float in midair. No wonder every psychic cultivator was a force to be reckoned with. It was like having the best of both worlds, iron body and mysterious mental strength. How could ordinary martial artists stand a chance against that kind of power? Su Hong watched, breathing harder, fists clenched tight. In his eyes burned a fierce longing to become a psychic cultivator himself. He wished he could max out his martial arts points and the very next second boost his spirit and become a spiritualist. Just then, as if witnessing something unbelievable, the crowd of students burst into exclamations. Holy crap, what is that thing? And what's up with that giant sword? Su Hong was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked up. He saw that just as a savage beast lunged at Xiaoyan, her gaze sharpened and a massive silver-white sword materialized out of thin air, slicing the beast clean in two with a single strike. Su Hong stared, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, a clan descendant, hearing the commotion, commented with a sense of awe, "That's a combat skill unique to spiritualists, and it's even rated A grade." As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd was in an uproar. No way, a combat skill only spiritualists can use, I've never even heard of it, and it's A grade too. Lin Xinghe already has an A grade movement skill up front and now Xiaoyan has one as well? Don't tell me Wang Tiantua has mastered one too. Hearing this, the clan descendant's expression grew complicated. He sighed. Wang Tiantua really has, but unlike Lin Xinghe, his A grade skill is offensive. Upon hearing that, the students' faces morphed into a riot of mixed emotions. Damn! How are we supposed to compete with this? These three are total monsters. It's not enough that their physical skills are powerful, their combat abilities are all A grade, ridiculously overpowered, and now all three of them can use A grade techniques. While everyone else was left speechless and complicated, Su Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He'd thought Lin Xinghe having an A grade movement skill was already impressive. Who would have guessed there were even greater talents around? And now Wang Tiantua had an A grade offensive skill too. Su Hong sprinted to watch from outside Wang Tiantua's beast chamber, but after a while he felt a bit disappointed. Wang Tiantua was purposefully training himself and showed no intention of using any of his combat skills. He'd have to find another chance to learn it. Su Hong made his way back to Xiaoyan's beast chamber, watching intently for a while, then let out a helpless sigh. Headache. I'm not even a spiritualist yet. How am I supposed to learn skills that require spiritual power? My spirit attribute is way too low. Even the greatest innate talent is useless without the basics. You can't cook a meal without rice after all. With that in mind, Su Hong stopped watching. Without pausing for breath, he dove straight into a beast chamber farther away. He was desperate. Wang Tiantua's A grade skill, he wanted it. Xiaoyan's spiritualist technique, he wanted that too. Becoming a spiritualist, he wanted that most of all. and to become a spiritualist what he needed was a huge amount of martial arts points. Su-hong pulled up his status panel for a quick glance. Spirit, 26.5 according to what Wu Linxian had told him. Becoming a spiritualist required at least 100 spirit points. He was still 73.5 short. That'd be another 735 martial arts points. Understanding this, as Su-hong walked into the beast chamber there was only one thought on his mind: it was time to go on a rampage. Meanwhile, as soon as Su-hong disappeared into the beast chamber, Wang Dong and Chen Bei, who had been watching from the shadows, suddenly jumped out. See that? He's gone inside. Go go go. Right now everyone's watching Wang Tiantua and the others fight those beasts. Nobody's paying attention to us. Let's move. We'll beat him to a pulp first and figure out the rest later. The two of them, faces flushed with excitement, hurried toward the beast chamber Su-hong had entered. Not only that, but they each gripped a thick wooden club, branches they'd deliberately snapped from trees on their way here. Turnabout is fair play after all. The way Su-hong ambushed them before, they were going to pay him back in kind. Soon, the pair reached the entrance to Su-hong's beast chamber. Chen Bei, unable to hide his excitement, was about to push the door open. What the hell? Suddenly Wang Dong lurched in front of him, eyes bulging as if he'd just witnessed something unbelievable. Dude, don't scream out of nowhere like that, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Chen Bei was so startled he shivered from head to toe, glaring at Wang Dong in annoyance. What's gotten into you? Wang Dong didn't answer. Chen Bei, puzzled, followed Wang Dong's gaze and turned toward the chamber. What he saw made him feel as if lightning had struck him. He stood frozen, lips parted in shock. Inside the beast chamber, right in front of Su-hong, stood 10 savage beasts. Each one radiated a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura, their eyes wild and vicious. Are you kidding me? All 10 of those beasts are high-rank phase 1 and he's trying to take them on all at once? Is he insane? Chen Bei's voice trembled, his expression as pale as if he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. As far as he was concerned, Su-hong had lost his mind and was practically courting death. Those were 10 high-rank phase 1 beasts. Wang Dong was in complete shock, staring at Su-hong as if he were already a dead man. If I remember right, isn't he just beginning phase 1? He's skipping right over 2 sublevels to fight beasts, and straight up challenging 10 at once. At that moment Chen Bei's brow furrowed deeply. Should we go find the teaching assistant or Grandmaster Qin? If we don't, this guy's guaranteed to die in there. Wang Dong shook his head. It's too late, these are high-rank phase 1 beasts, in a few seconds they'll tear him to pieces. While the two of them whispered anxiously inside the beast chamber, come on, Su-hong, face shining with excitement, curled a finger at the 10 savage beasts in clear provocation. Enraged by his taunt, the creatures let out a chorus of furious roars. With a hiss, a massive black scorpion lunged forward, its tail whipping like a shadow as it stabbed toward Su-hong, void-piercing finger. Su-hong jabbed forward, shooting a streak of white energy that in a flash punctured right through the scorpion's tail. The black scorpion howled in agony, thrashing about even more violently. At the same time, the remaining 9 beasts charged forward together, their massive bodies forming a wall that completely surrounded Su-hong. Roar! All 10 beasts attacked at once, their killing intent bearing down on Su-hong from every direction. That's it, it's over. Outside the room, Wang Dong and Chen Bei could only shake their heads in despair, but in the next instant, both of them froze. They watched as Su-hong, under siege from 10 ferocious beasts, darted and weaved with a speed and grace like a startled swan. Despite the savage, relentless assault, he managed to evade every strike. They didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. What the hell? Seeing this, Wang Dong and Chen Bei's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. What exactly were they witnessing? Su-hong, whose blood energy was only at the very first stage, was moving effortlessly among 10 wild beasts, not only dodging their attacks with ease but even counterattacking. How is this even possible for a first-stage fighter? Wang Dong's face was filled with shock and confusion. These weren't just any beasts, they were 10 high-level first-stage monsters. Not to mention someone at the very beginning of the first stage. Even he and Chen Bei, both mid-first stage fighters, would stand almost no chance if beset by 10 such creatures. It would be a near-death situation. Chen Bei, am I dreaming? Wang Dong's voice was trembling, almost stuttering. The next moment he suddenly heard Chen Bei's own shaky voice from beside him. Wait a second, Lao Wang, doesn't that movement technique look kind of familiar to you? Huh? Wang Dong blinked, noticing that Chen Bei's shoulders were trembling. Focusing his gaze on Su-hong, the more he watched, the more a strange sense of familiarity welled up inside him. It was like he'd seen something just like this not too long ago. Where have I seen this before? Wait, what the hell? Wang Dong scratched his head, racking his brain. Suddenly something clicked, his voice turning sharp with alarm. He quickly turned to Chen Bei, who was staring back at him in a daze. That could it be Lin Xing, his A-rank movement technique, the soaring swan overcast steps? Wang Dong swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief. Chen Bei nodded stiffly, his face stunned and resolute. That's it, it's definitely the soaring swan overcast steps. As those words left his mouth, it was as if Wang Dong was struck by lightning. He stood there rooted to the spot. After a long moment, he finally hissed in disbelief. Lin Xing had only managed to learn that A-rank technique after reaching high-tier first stage, but Su-hong just started and he's already mastered it, and he's just a high school student, right? There's no way he should even have access to a technique of that level. Wang Dong was completely puzzled, unless. Is it possible Su Hong comes from some really powerful family too? I mean, is it possible? At this point, Qianbei hesitated, then spoke up. He watched Lin Xinghe use the A-rank movement technique once and just picked it up like that. No way, absolutely impossible. Wang Dong blurted out, shaking his head violently. This is an A-rank technique we're talking about. Who could possibly master it just by watching someone do it once? Qianbei pointed back inside the beast chamber, his voice oddly calm. Then how do you explain what we're seeing? Wang Dong was speechless. He simply couldn't process it. Was there really someone in this world who could learn an A-rank technique just by watching it once? If such a person really existed, how freakishly talented would they have to be? Wouldn't that make them less human and more like a monster? Lao Wan, what do you think? Maybe we should just forget about it, Qianbei said quietly. Wang Dong was confused, but then he heard what Qianbei said next. I'm saying let's just drop the whole idea of getting back at Su Hong. Even if the two of us teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. This blunt statement left Wang Dong speechless, his face clouded with hesitation. He gripped the wooden stick in his hand tightly, clearly unwilling to let it go. Seeing this, Qianbei quietly raised his hand and pointed inside the beast chamber. If you're not convinced, go right ahead. As for me, I'm done. But before you make any trouble for him, you'd better take a look at this first. Wang Dong paused for a moment, then looked inside the room. The next second, he completely froze in shock. A wooden plank dropped from his tightly clenched hand to the floor with a clatter. Inside the beast chamber, in just a short period, all 10 high-tier first-level beasts that had been rampaging moments ago were now sprawled out on the ground like dead dogs. Su Hong meanwhile didn't look the least bit out of breath, and then an even more terrifying scene unfolded. After only a few seconds of rest, Su Hong walked back to the control panel, pressed a few buttons, and released another 10 high-tier first-level beasts into the room, each one bearing its fangs and ready to attack. Wang Dong was utterly dumbfounded. His mind raced. Is this guy even human? He'd been chatting with Qianbei for 5 minutes at most, and in that time, Su Hong had wiped out 10 of those fierce beasts, without so much as breaking a sweat. Now after just a few seconds pause, he was already starting a fresh fight. Come on man, these are supposed to be ferocious beasts, not game mobs for grinding. Forget it, I'm out, I'm done. At this point, Wang Dong was thoroughly convinced. He didn't have a shred of stubbornness left and hurriedly tugged on Qianbei, anxious to leave as quickly as possible. It was as if he was terrified Su Hong would notice their intentions and come out to beat the living daylights out of them. As they passed through a crowd of students gathered to watch Wang Tiantua and his group, they overheard, "Holy crap, Wang Tiantua just killed 9 high-tier first-level beasts, not even 10 minutes and he finished them all." Lin Xing has no slouch either. He took on an onslaught from 8 high-tier beasts and not a single one even touched him. Xiaoyan is unbelievable too. Man, these people are just on a whole other level compared to us. It's like they're cheating, it's not fair. With those 3's abilities, aren't the top 3 spots in this training camp already locked down? What's the point of the rest of us even trying? Hearing these shocked exclamations, Wang Dong and Qianbei both winced. Their thoughts were practically shouting, sure, Wang Tiantua and his group are monsters, but the real problem is, there's still an even bigger freak in this training camp. This Su Hong guy is off the charts. Just then a student spotted Wang Dong and Qianbei. Hey, didn't you two say you were going to get even with the guy who ambushed you earlier? He strolled over with a joking smile. So did you guys beat him up already? Wang Dong and Qianbei could only muster an awkward chuckle, their toes practically curling into the floor from embarrassment. Beat him up? If we hadn't been smart enough to cut our losses, we'd probably be lying there on the ground like a couple of dead dogs ourselves. The student, oblivious to their discomfort, sighed dramatically. This training camp is honestly ridiculous. Not only do we have monsters like Wang Tiantua, those 3, but there are also people who only just broke through to the first tier of martial artists. Take Su Hong for example. The gaps in strength are just insane, and it's not just Su Hong, even us, the first tier mid-level martial artists, don't stand a chance against freaks like Wang Tiantua. Hearing this, Wang Dong and Qianbei's mouths twitched. Yet totally, they said perfunctorily, then hurriedly slipped away. The doors to the 3 dire beast chambers swung open. The watching students immediately stepped back and up, making way. A moment later, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan emerged, all drenched in sweat. How many contribution points did you guys get for taking down so many beasts? Someone from a prominent family who knew all 3 asked curiously. Wang Tiantua replied expressionlessly, 280, 265. Lin Xinghe muttered, curling his lip. Xiaoyan glanced at his smart wristband, 270. They had barely finished speaking when the crowd erupted in shock. No way, seriously, that much? There's no point competing anymore. A single high-tier first-level dire beast is only worth 5 contribution points. These monsters, if those numbers are all from high-tier beasts, then even the lowest among them took down at least 53. Their classmates' faces grew complicated, the gap in ability glaringly obvious. Any hope of catching up vanished. Heck, they couldn't even dream of getting on the same level, let alone surpassing these 3. Let's go spend our points at the martial arts pavilion, Lin Xinghe grumbled, clearly frustrated. He hadn't expected to be the one with the least points among them. It stung his pride. Just then everyone's smart wristbands chimed at once. After wearing weighted vests for 6 hours, it was time to tally their contribution points. I only got 10 points. Ugh, I only got 20. Damn, even with a 1-ton weight vest I only earned 30 points. The students started complaining loudly, and in unison all eyes turned to Wang Tiantua and the others, full of curiosity. Seeing their reaction, Wang Tiantua didn't bother hiding anything and answered casually 100. Lin Xinghe faced dark, said 50. Xia Yan didn't look too happy either. 50. Hearing those numbers, everyone gasped in disbelief. The heaviest vest anyone else wore was a ton, and that only earned 30 points. There was just no comparison. I remember Wang Tiantua wore a 3-ton vest, and Lin Xinghe and Xia Yan's were 1,200 kilos each. It's not fair. I wore a 1,000-kilo vest and only got 30 points. Why do they get 20 more than me? Come on, and the heavier the weight the harder it gets, of course they get more points. If you don't like it, just try adding another 200 kilos to your vest. The minute someone said that, the annoyed protesters instantly fell silent, looking sheepish. Oh, and the weighted vests get tallied every 6 hours. Does that include when we're sleeping? Bro, you'd sleep in a vest. Aren't you afraid you'd stop breathing in your sleep? Are you blind? It says right there in small print on the wristband, sleeping doesn't count anymore. Before long, Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions headed straight for the martial arts pavilion. The onlookers watched the 3 of them leave in silence for a moment, then one after another started filing into the beast chamber to begin their own challenges. Meanwhile, in Su Hong's beast chamber, the floor was already littered with the corpses of all kinds of beasts. Blood dripped continuously from their mangled bodies, pooling on the once sparkling white tiles and staining them a vivid red. Huff. At this moment, Su Hong looked downright battered. He was soaked from head to toe in beast blood, with droplets clinging to the ends of his dark hair. Bent at the waist, hands braced on his knees, he tried to catch his breath as sweat trickled down his cheeks, dripping off his jaw and spattering onto the floor. After battling beasts non-stop for 2 hours, even with his powerful overlord physique, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. He glanced at his smart wristband, which tracked his contribution points for slaying beasts. A line of numbers flashed on the display. 400 points. That's what he'd earned after going all out in the beast chamber for 2 solid hours. Not bad, he thought. But I wonder, with this many points, what can I actually trade for at the martial arts pavilion? Planning to rest for a bit before checking it out, Su Hong was just about to sit when, ding, his wristband chimed again. He lifted his arm and saw his contribution points for wearing the weighted vest had just been tallied, an extra 300 points. Including the points from beast hunting, his total haul for the night came to a whopping 700 contribution points. Phew. After a short rest, Su Hong got back to his feet and let out a long breath. Ever since he gained the overlord physique, he'd noticed his stamina was on a whole other level. Even after a grueling 2-hour battle, half an hour's rest had almost completely recharged him. It was getting late. That's enough for today, he thought. There's training tomorrow morning. With that, Su Hong headed for the exit. Stepping out, he realized that there wasn't a single other student in sight. Guess I stayed too long, he thought, glancing around before turning his steps toward the martial arts pavilion. In truth, the others had stumbled back to their dorms dead tired and panting over an hour ago. After all, how many martial artists could go full tilt in battle for 2 hours straight slaughtering beasts? Anybody would need a break. Most of the students barely lasted an hour before their arms were too heavy to lift and they were utterly spent. Even Wang Tiantua and his crew only hung on for a little over an hour. Under the night sky, Su Hong made his way beneath the stars toward the pavilion. When he arrived, there was a martial artist standing behind the front desk. Seeing Su Hong walk in, the man gestured expertly to a chart hanging at the side. All the things you can trade your contribution points for are listed there, he said. Take a look and tell me what you want. Su Hong nodded and walked over to the list. At the same time, the warrior stroked his chin, calculating in his mind how many contribution points Su Hong might have. He'd had a long day. Pretty much every student who came to the training camp stopped by to exchange their contribution points. The ones with the highest counts were Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions. Aside from those 3, each among the remaining students, only about a dozen had more than 100 points, and all of those were mid-level Tier 1 warriors. This kid is just a low-level Tier 1, so he's probably here for nothing. He won't have enough contribution points to trade for anything. With that thought, the warrior leaned back in his chair and yawned. Meanwhile, Su Hong walked up to the board to take a look. Tier 1 Vitality Pill, 10 points, Tier 1 Healing Pellet, 15 points, Tier 1 Spirit Gathering Elixir, 30 points, Tier 2 Spirit Gathering Elixir, 70 points, Grade A Movement Art Soaring Swan, 3000 points, Grade A Movement Art, Grade A Martial Skill Exploding Palm, 2000 points, Grade A Fire Attribute Martial Skill Bone Netherworld Flame Fist, 2800 points, Grade A Spear Technique. The more Su Hong read, the wider his eyes grew. The training camp had really pulled out all the stops this time. Pills, martial skills, movement techniques, even martial skills for different weapon types and for spiritual cultivators, everything was here. Not only that, but contribution points could be used to custom order ally weapons, including those used by spiritual cultivators. The selection was dazzling. But all the grade A martial skills were crazy expensive. Su-hong felt himself drooling a little. He only had 700 contribution points. Even the cheapest of these grade A techniques cost at least 2,000. What's this attribute martial skill about? Su-hong blinked a bit confused, then turned to ask the warrior behind the counter. You don't know? The warrior looked surprised, then scratched his head as he realized. Alright, you're just barely a tier 1, you probably just broke through recently, it's normal not to know. He paused for a moment and then began to explain to Su-hong. There are two types of martial skills. The first kind is universal, stuff you practice before you break through to the first tier. After that, most warriors start using attribute martial skills. These are similar to the exclusive skills for spiritual cultivators. Whatever attribute your spiritual energy has, you use the corresponding attribute martial skill to unleash even greater power, like this Bone Netherworld Flame Fist. When someone with fire attribute energy uses it, the power is way beyond what someone with a different attribute could pull off. And even within the same attribute skills, the effects can vary. A skill might not have much destructive power but could offer abilities like control or enhanced defense. The warrior paused again, then went on. There are 7 different attributes, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. If you try to practice a martial skill that doesn't match your own attribute, both the effect and the power will suffer a lot. It just isn't worth it. In short, whatever your elemental attribute is, just focus on mastering the martial techniques that match it. Don't touch the other attributes. Got it? Got it. Su-hong nodded, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. So there are actually different martial techniques for each attribute. You train the techniques that match your own attribute. Then as someone who practices all 7 attributes, doesn't that mean he can learn all of them? This advantage. It's on a whole different level compared to those with just a single attribute. He's practically an all-rounder. Since you understand, get some rest early, the instructor said. Tomorrow's your first day of training, make sure you're in the right shape for it. He yawned and was about to head back inside. Wait, I haven't exchanged my contribution points yet. The instructor seemed a bit surprised, then turned back as if suddenly remembering. Walking lazily to a nearby shelf, he drawled, I know you want to trade for a tier 1 vitality pill, right? Most rookie martial artists he saw today were at the entry-level first tier. They all exchanged their meager contribution points for a few tier 1 vitality pills, couldn't afford more anyway. The going rate was 10 points per pill, so that's all they could get. To him, Su-hong looked no different from the other students. But what about this focus pill? Su-hong glanced at the list and asked, Focus pill? That's a pill spirit masters use to restore their mental energy. Besides that, it gives a very slight boost to your spiritual strength, but the effect is tiny and only works the first time you take it. The instructor was a bit caught off guard that Su-hong was interested in the focus pill, but he explained anyway, it can boost spiritual strength? Su-hong's eyes lit up at once and he pressed for more details. I see different tiers for the focus pill. He didn't even finish before the instructor broke into a laugh. I know what you're getting at. You want to become a spirit master, right? Everyone who sees focus pills asks the same thing. But here's the truth, the boost in mental strength from the focus pill only happens the first time you take it. The higher the tier, the more of a boost, but it's still just a bit. So the first time you take a focus pill, the higher the grade, the greater the increase in spiritual strength. Su-hong glanced at the list. The focus pill went all the way up to tier 4, costing a hefty 500 contribution points apiece. I'll take a tier 4 focus pill, Su-hong said without hesitation. Huh? The instructor froze, the jar of vitality pills in his hand slipping and hitting the floor. What did you say? He stared wide-eyed. I want to buy a tier 4 focus pill, Su-hong repeated. Kid, that costs 500 contribution points, not 50, the instructor emphasized, unable to help himself. Here look, Su-hong, a little exasperated, directly flashed his smart wristband. The instructor squinted and did a double take, utterly dumbfounded. He really does have it, a full 700 points. He stared at Su-hong in shock. This kid, an entry-level tier 1 martial artist, on his very first day in the training camp had already racked up 700 contribution points. These contribution points are actually much higher than those of Wang Tiantua and the other two at high first rank. Kid, you're impressive. The martial artist gave him a big thumbs up, then immediately went to fetch a tier 4 spirit gathering pill. Besides this, do you need anything else? How many contribution points does a sea-level alloy spear cost? 200 points, the martial artist replied after thinking for a moment. Then he added, I actually recommend you save your contribution points and use them to trade directly for an alloy weapon with elemental properties in the future. It's the same principle as elemental martial skills. An alloy weapon that matches your own attribute will be even more powerful. Hearing this, Su-hong was taken aback and fell silent for a while. He realized just how little he really knew. In the end, his strength was still too weak and he hadn't had the chance to learn higher level knowledge. In his heart, Su-hong's resolve to get into a top martial arts university grew even stronger. Just then, the martial artist asked curiously, by the way, what's your attribute? Thunder, Su-hong replied. The man raised his brows. Turns out it was thunder, the attribute with the strongest offensive power. That kind of talent, it's enviable, he sighed. In that case, I suggest you go straight for a thunder attribute alloy weapon, but well, just so you know it's going to cost a bit more. he flashed a sly grin. How much? Su-hong asked. 200 contribution points. That would be just enough for a thunder alloy spear. Su-hong rubbed his chin deep in thought. Seeing this, the martial artist assumed Su-hong thought it was too expensive and was about to say something, but Su-hong's next words caught him off guard. Do you have any alloy weapons that combine 2 attributes or even more? We do, but they're quite rare. Still, because they're kind of awkward to use, they're just a little more expensive than regular alloy weapons. I'm talking about dual attribute alloy weapons. The more attributes a weapon can handle, the rarer it is. As for an alloy that can handle 7 attributes, I think only elite martial universities or the military, with massive resources, have those in stock. After finishing his explanation, the martial artist looked at Su-hong quizzically. Are you considering a multi-attribute alloy weapon? I should warn you, the training camp barely has any in stock, just a few dual-attribute alloy weapons. I don't really recommend them. Martial artists usually focus on a single attribute, so their output is the same as a single-attribute alloy weapon. The only advantage is that they can channel more types of elemental energy. Su-hong felt a rush of excitement and quickly asked, do you have any sea-level alloy spears with both thunder and fire attributes? We do have one, but it costs 300 contribution points. Are you even listening to what I'm telling you? The martial artist was a bit speechless. He'd already said the output was the same as a single attribute weapon. Why wasn't this kid listening? I'll take the 300.1. Alright then, the martial artist said, shaking his head and not bothering to argue further. Soon Su-hong walked out of the martial skills pavilion. In his hand was an exquisite box containing the Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. In his other hand he held an alloy spear engraved with thunder and fire patterns. I'll call it the Thunderfire Spear, Su-hong said casually, naming it on a whim. As he walked back to the dorm, Su-hong couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. His understanding of the martial world was still far too shallow. Just look at these elemental martial arts techniques and attribute alloys. If no one had filled him in, he would have been completely clueless. I absolutely have to get into one of the top martial arts universities, Su-hong thought to himself. Even this national training camp, organized and heavily resourced by Huagua, had only a handful of dual-element alloy weapons. Yet for him he'd have to use a 7-element alloy weapon. Those things were bound to be incredibly scarce. The martial artist earlier had said the same. Only at the very top martial arts universities, where resources were overflowing, could you even find such things. I need to level up as fast as possible and get ready for the college entrance exams. Su-hong glanced at the 4th grade soul-gathering pill in his hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He wondered just how much his mental power might increase. The thought spurred him on. He quickened his pace. 10 minutes later he was back at his dorm. Without wasting any time he sat down cross-legged, clutching the 4th grade soul-gathering pill. He pulled up his stats panel and focused on the martial value column. Martial value. For 90, this haul was even better than the 8 hours he'd spent in the entrance assessment. Out in the wilderness he'd had to search for fierce beasts first, but here, in the training camp's beast chamber, all he had to do was focus on slaying them. The difference was night and day. To reach 100 points of mental power he still needed 735 points more. Not enough yet. Su-hong looked down at the pill in his hand, his gaze burning with desire. The soul-gathering pill was mainly for mentalists to restore their mental power. Technically, it only boosted mental power the first time it was taken, and even then the effect was supposed to be minimal. Still, it was a 4th grade pill. He wasn't asking for miracles, just enough of a boost to save him some martial value points. With that, Su-hong swallowed the soul-gathering pill in one gulp. The moment he did, a potent surge of medicinal energy coursed down his throat. The exhaustion in his nerves faded away and his mind became razor-sharp. The sensation lasted for quite some time. Finally, as the very last trace of the pill's power was spent, Su-hong eagerly opened his stats panel to check his mental attribute. Mental power, 49.5, plus, that was a full 23-point increase from his previous 26.5, so this is the strength of a 4th grade pill? Su-hong was stunned. After all, soul-gathering pills were mainly for restoring mental power. According to that martial artist, the effect on boosting mental power should have been extremely weak. He hadn't expected much at all, but the results far exceeded his expectations. I really underestimated how powerful 4th grade pills are. He felt a pang of regret. You could only take a soul-gathering pill once for this effect. Now his mental power was at 49.5% and his martial value was sitting at 490 points. Combine them and he was only 1.5% or 15 martial value points shy of 100%. Damn, if I'd known I would have killed a few more beasts. Su-hong glanced toward the door, fighting a strong urge to head straight back to the beast chamber to grind out those last 15 points, but then he remembered they had morning assembly and training tomorrow. He could only forcefully suppress the urge. Forget it, time to practice the guiding technique. His vital energy and blood hadn't improved in a while. After 2 rounds of training in the gravity chamber, his current chi and blood were at 135 points. In terms of raw vitality, Su-hong was at the bottom among all the young geniuses attending the training camp. But there was nothing he could do. Compared to boosting his chi and blood, becoming a spiritual thought master was clearly a better deal right now. Sigh, just 15 points short. After practicing the guiding technique for a while, Su Hong opened his eyes again, a look of frustration on his face. Half an hour earlier, while Su Hong was taking the mind-focusing pill on the other side of the training camp, a group of conscripted warriors, each dressed in black, stood gathered in an open field, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Is everyone ready? Move out for tonight's surprise attack." "Yes, sir," the warriors in black responded in unison. They moved swiftly toward the dormitory building where the students were resting. "Those kids are going to get the scare of their lives," Qin Tianlai smirked, leading Lin Zhe and Bai Mu as the group fell in behind the black-clad warriors. As they walked, Qin Tianlai spoke to the two beside him. "Tonight, keep a close watch. See how these students handle the assault. Anyone who can fend off a night raid will be rewarded with contribution points at tomorrow's assembly. Let's give the ones who can't a little extra motivation." "Yes, sir," Bai Mu and Lin Zhe both replied. Then Bai Mu nudged Lin Zhe, who coughed softly. "Grandmaster Qin, about Su Hong, since you assigned Bu Jingfeng to keep an eye on him, maybe we should be a little more careful. That kid pulls no punches." Bai Mu chimed in. "Exactly. On my way past the students' rest area today, I overheard Bu Jingfeng ranting that he'd lay Su Hong up in bed for half a month so you'd regret not swapping his opponent, that troublemaker." Qin Tianli's mouth twitched. He thought a moment, then said, "Fine, Lin Zhe, keep an eye out. Once Bu Jingfeng defeats Su Hong, stop him immediately. I just want to use Bu Jingfeng to rid Su Hong of the idea of practicing all 7 guiding techniques at once. Besides, I was hoping to take Su Hong to other camps to spar with their geniuses, show those grandmasters we've got talent too. If Bu Jingfeng really does thrash Su Hong so badly he can't get out of bed for half a month, I'd feel terrible." Lin Zhe nodded, promising to keep a sharp eye and step in to rescue Su Hong if needed. At the same time, on the way to the dormitory building, 3 middle-aged warriors clustered nervously around Bu Jingfeng, quietly urging him to go easy. "Enough, stop nagging me." Bu Jingfeng rolled his eyes, then quickened his pace, leaving the others behind. He couldn't care less. If Grandmaster Qin had given the green light, he would go all out. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame Grandmaster Qin for not swapping opponents. Bad luck to run into me." Before long, the group arrived silently outside the dormitory building. Everyone turned to Qin Tianlai, waiting for his order. "Go." Qin Tianlai gave a sweeping wave of his hand. A group of martial artists dressed in black silently rushed into the dormitory building, each heading toward their assigned targets. "Hehet," Bu Jingfeng let out a sinister chuckle, gripping his alloy longsword as he strode inside. Lin Zhe observed from the shadows, quietly following him in. One after another, the black-clad figures melted into the dormitory, disappearing from sight. 3 minutes later, bang, 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 the once silent dormitory suddenly erupted in a cacophony of doors being kicked open with thunderous force. Almost immediately, shouts of shock and panic from the students rang out. "Who are you? What do you want? Shit, ambush, shameless, humph, the boot camp must have set this up on purpose. Bring it on. Wait bro, can I at least put my underwear on first? Screw it, just don't hit that spot if I'm not dressed. You jealous or something?" In the blink of an eye, the dorm was thrown into chaos. Students hurled curses, muffled thuds echoed as punches landed, and the clang of alloy weapons colliding sent shrill notes through the night air. The commotion even stirred up the wild beasts in the forest surrounding the training camp. Occasional angry howls echoed in the distance. Listening to the clamor and confusion, Qin Tianlai threw his head back and laughed heartily, a nostalgic gleam shining in his eyes. After a few moments, he turned and smiled at Bai Mu. "So, who do you think of Wang Tiantuan and his 2 friends will be the first to take down their opponent?" Bai Mu thought for a second and shook his head with a wry smile. "That's a tough call. Each of them has their own strengths. The only thing I'm sure of is that those 3 will definitely be the first to win their matches. But as for which one of them comes out on top, I really couldn't say." "Fair enough," Qin Tianlai smiled, unconcerned. Meanwhile, inside dorm room 301. The moment the first loud bang echoed through the hall, Su Hong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, snapped, fully alert. In a flash, his thunderfire spear was in hand as his gaze locked onto the door, sharp light flashing in his eyes. A cult attack, that was the first thought that crossed his mind. On Blue Star, some humans had long since been infiltrated by the 10,000 races. They called themselves the Sacred Church, preying on young human talents as a bargaining chip for resources from the other races, and some even went so far as to be genetically altered, shedding their humanity to fully join the alien races. Every year, many talented youths lost their lives to these cults, but after a few chaotic seconds, as Su Hong listened closely to the sounds outside, he realized what was really happening. The boot camp had staged a surprise attack. I wonder what level of martial artists they're sending? Just as the thought crossed his mind, bang, the door was kicked open. Su Hong stared, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. A young man stepped inside, alloy longsword in hand and a confident grin at his lips. "Only low-tier stage 1? Sensing the fate aura emanating from Su Hong, Bu Jingfeng pursed his lips, clearly disappointed. "A high-tier stage 1 martial artist? Ha, right on." Bu Jingfeng looked at Su Hong in surprise as Su Hong suddenly burst out laughing as if he'd lost his mind. "What's wrong, kid? Scared silly?" Bu Jingfeng taunted with a smirk. But before he could finish his sentence, his brow furrowed and he darted to the side, dodging with lightning speed. The next instant, whoosh, a spear thrust viciously into the spot where he'd just been standing, the air exploding with the deadly force of the strike. Looks like Master Qin didn't lie to me after all. This kid really can fight on par with a high-level first rank. Bu Jingfeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this boy to actually be such a prodigy. He thought Master Qin was just talking him up to make him feel better. But still, this level of strength was nothing compared to his own. Bu Jingfeng's face darkened. Kid, you're pretty rude, aren't you? Where's all this nonsense coming from? Before he could finish, Su Hong cut him off, his voice powerful and resolute. Su Hong gripped his spear in one hand, the tip leveled straight at Bu Jingfeng, eyes blazing. Perfect, you're the last one I need. The man standing before him, a high-level first-rank martial artist, was stronger than any of the vicious beasts Su Hong had slain. If he could defeat Bu Jingfeng, it'd be more than enough to earn the 15 points of martial progress he needed. Perfect, you're the last one I need, Su Hong repeated, his tone hungry. Bu Jingfeng paused in surprise. What did that mean? But he didn't bother to puzzle it out for long. A cold smile crept across his lips. Kid, arrogance will get you nowhere. Let me teach you that lesson today. Before the words even faded, Bu Jingfeng's blood surged, muscles tensing as he hurled himself forward. He raised his alloy saber high and brought it down in a ferocious arc. Su Hong's eyes narrowed. He raised his spear to block. That's it. His combat sense is lacking. Bu Jingfeng's gaze flickered with astonishment. That strike had been everything. He had no holding back at all. The force should have been overwhelming. Yet this meager first-rank beginner didn't even flinch. Instead of dodging, he actually dared to take it head-on. Was he just asking to get flattened? A moment later, saber crashed against spear. Clang! The shriek of metal against metal rang through the air. What? Suddenly, Bu Jingfeng felt a terrifying force burst from the spear, his face twisting in shock. This power, was it even possible for a beginner first-ranker? And then an even stronger surge of force pressed down from Su Hong's spear, slowly driving Bu Jingfeng's saber toward the ground. Face red with effort, Bu Jingfeng strained with everything he had, but to his horror he couldn't stop his blade from being forced downward. It was as laughable as a mantis trying to stop a cart. A tidal wave of shock crashed through Bu Jingfeng's heart. In terms of raw strength, he was completely overpowered by Su Hong, absolutely unbelievable, a monster. Bu Jingfeng jerked the saber away, leaping back, eyes wide with alarm and disbelief. In just a single exchange, the mocking smile that played on his lips had completely vanished, replaced by intense wariness. Now, in Bu Jingfeng's mind, Su Hong was worthy of being considered a true opponent, one at his own level. No wonder Master Qin thinks so highly of you. You really are impressive. Bu Jingfeng couldn't help but admit it, but in the next instant his face hardened. Still, fighting between martial artists isn't just about brute force, there's a lot more to winning than that. With that, he raised his saber again, and this time flames began to coil around the blade, crackling and hissing. The dark room was instantly bathed in fiery light. Seeing this, Lin Zhe, who had been observing from the shadows, tensed up. He knew that now Bu Jingfeng was getting serious. Su Hong's strength was terrifying. He was even stronger than Bu Jingfeng. While staying alert and ready to jump in at any moment, Lin Zhe found his heart pounding in shock. Here it comes. Suddenly, Bu Jingfeng let out a furious shout. The flaming blade in his hand came crashing down, unleashing a blazing arc of fire that shot toward Su Hong. Blazing flame slash. The sight of that strike made Lin Zhe's face change instantly. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, Bu Jingfeng, that bastard just goes straight for his best B-rank technique. Does he really think Su Hong is on the same level as he is? Lin Zhe was just about to step in and help when, the next moment, a piercing crackle of lightning rang out. As the blazing flame slash hurtled toward him, lightning flickered around Su Hong's thunderfire spear. He lunged forward, thrusting the spear straight ahead. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Su Hong's whole body shuddered. The sheer force of the impact knocked him back several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. A thin trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Bu Jingfeng, on the other hand, stood perfectly still, not having moved an inch. Surprise flickered in his eyes. So it's thunder, the attribute with the fiercest attack power. Too bad. It looks like you haven't mastered any real thunder spear techniques. If you had, I might not have won so easily, Bu Jingfeng commented with amazement, inwardly marveling at Su Hong's scary talent. In the shadows, Lin Zhe swallowed hard, wide-eyed in disbelief. Su Hong hadn't used any combat skills just now, and facing Bu Jingfeng's blazing flame slash, all he suffered was a few steps retreat and a bit of blood at the mouth. That body of his. That's just absurdly tough. At that moment, seeing Bu Jingfeng finish speaking and turn to leave, Lin Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then a hoarse voice sounded. You haven't won yet. Where are you going? Lin Zhe's heart, which had just begun to settle, instantly leaped up again. Bu Jingfeng stopped in his tracks. He turned, staring into the shadows at the young man whose face was impossible to see. The match is decided, Bu Jingfeng said in a low voice. If you want to keep fighting, don't blame me for what happens next. Heh. Casually wiping the blood from his mouth, Su Hong gave a crooked grin. I told you, you haven't won yet. Suit yourself. Bu Jingfeng shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Seems like you'll never face reality until I knock you out cold. Fine then, let's do this. His gaze sharpened and flames once again danced along his alloy blade. In the next instant he launched another blazing flame slash, slicing out a blazing arc. The moment the strike left his blade, Bu Jingfeng didn't even bother to watch. He simply sheathed his sword and turned to walk toward the exit. In his mind, Su Hong was spent. There was no chance he could withstand this blow. Behind him, as the crackling whine of thunder surged up again, Bu Jingfeng just shook his head, hopeless, such a stubborn mule. But the very next second, amid the buzz of lightning, a sudden surge of heat washed over him. What? Bu Jingfeng whipped around, his face suddenly falling pale. His pupils contracted to pinpoints as he spun to see what was happening. The young man facing the blazing slash gripped his spear tightly. As arcs of lightning crackled along the shaft, fierce flames suddenly erupted, intertwining seamlessly with the thunder's energy. Lightning and fire, two entirely different elemental forces, merged together in perfect harmony, casting flickering shadows across the boy's face. How was this possible? Bu Jingfeng's face contorted in sheer disbelief. Attribute fusion. From his hidden vantage point, Lin Zhe was even more stunned, standing frozen as if lightning had struck him. In an instant both their minds flashed back to that legendary martial artist from years ago, the one who had mastered the technique of multi-attribute fusion. Attribute fusion, the force of thunder and fire. Until now, they'd always thought it was just a myth. After all, it was common knowledge among martial artists that different elemental attributes naturally repelled each other. No one had ever seen true fusion firsthand. But now, right before their eyes, it was happening, and the one who wielded this impossible power was a young man of only 18. Oh my god, Master Qin, didn't you say it took that martial artist more than 10 years to barely master attribute fusion? Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Go. Just then Su Hong let out a mighty roar, lunging forward with his spear. Lightning and fire merged at the spear's tip, pooling their power together in a single dazzling strike. In the blink of an eye the spear clashed with the fiery arc of the blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The blazing slash Bu Jingfeng had unleashed was instantly obliterated. But that wasn't all. The clash unleashed a terrifying surge of fused thunder and fire, its destructive shockwave enough to make anyone's blood run cold, hurtling straight toward Bu Jingfeng. Not good. Bu Jingfeng's face went pale. He tried to raise his blade, desperate to launch another blazing slash. But before he could even lift his arm, the overwhelming force crashed into him. Instantly, Bu Jingfeng's eyes rolled back as he was blasted off his feet, flying backwards through the dormitory corridor's glass window, which shattered into countless pieces before swallowing up his disappearing figure. That power! Lin Zhe's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, his eyes filled with astonishment and awe. After a long silent look at Su Hong, he slipped away without saying a word. And right in that moment, as he defeated Bu Jingfeng, Su Hong heard the familiar chime of a system notification ringing in his mind. He brought up his status panel for a quick glance. Martial points, 17, just 15 more points to reach the final requirement for becoming a spiritual mind master. He'd done it. Outside the dormitory, as chaos erupted inside, Qin Tianlai checked his watch. Just about time. Su Hong should have been taken down by Bu Jingfeng by now. A faint smile curled at his lips as he pondered all the different ways he could talk Su Hong out of pursuing multiple attribute techniques. Tonight he'd set the kid back on the right path for sure. By Mu, let's go, Qin Tianlai called to his companion as they headed towards the dormitory building. Just then, a sudden crash echoed out. Glass shattered on the third floor and a figure dressed all in black was sent flying out of the corridor, landing heavily on the ground below. Huh, that was fast. Did he actually get beaten back so soon? Qin Tianlai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first martial artist to fail a surprise attack tonight had already shown up. It seemed these students had more strength than he'd expected. Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu walked forward with curiosity on their faces. The very next moment, when they got a good look at the black-clad fighter's face, both of them froze in shock. Bu Jingfeng, Bai Mu gasped, her face full of disbelief, her beautiful eyes opened wide in astonishment. Qin Tianlai was just as stunned. His expression became incredibly complex. Bu Jingfeng had actually been defeated. Sure, the kid was wild and arrogant, but no one could deny his strength. Frankly, he was a genius, otherwise Qin Tianlai wouldn't have indulged him all this time. Wait a second. Just then both Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu seemed to realize something, and both of them sucked in a sharp breath. Bu Jingfeng had gone out tonight to ambush Su Hong. Now, seeing him lying here like this, didn't that mean, oh my god? Su Hong had beaten Bu Jingfeng and knocked him out cold. As Bai Mu processed this, she was completely shell-shocked, unable to move. Qin Tianlai's eyes were wide open in absolute disbelief. Bu Jingfeng was a top-tier first-level fighter. In terms of strength, he was hands down the strongest among everyone who went out for tonight's raid, and yet he had been defeated by Su Hong, who was only at the initial stage of first level? What the hell? Qin Tianlai was on the verge of losing his mind. He'd already prepared what he was going to say to try and persuade Su Hong. But now look at this. How did Bu Jingfeng end up flat on his back like that? How could he have lost? Qin Tianlai's mind was spinning, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he just couldn't figure out how Bu Jingfeng had been defeated. This just didn't make any sense. Qin Tianlai was completely numb at this point. Just then, crash, 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 several loud sounds of shattering glass rang out. A group of black-clad fighters came flying out and crashed to the ground right next to Bu Jingfeng. All of them landed in the same awkward pose, flat on their backs, knocked out cold. These were the ones who had gone to attack Wang Tiantua and his group. Bai Mu stepped forward to identify them and then reported back. Qin Tianlai gave a slight nod. Wang Tiantua and his two friends each had their own strengths. If they couldn't defeat three other fighters of the same level, that would just be pathetic. This outcome was within his expectations, but the real problem was he simply couldn't figure out how Su Hong had managed to beat Bu Jingfeng. Just then, from the dormitory corridor where the glass had shattered, three heads poked out. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xia Yan looked down from upstairs. Head Grandmaster Qin, next time, send someone a little stronger. This wasn't even a challenge, Lin Xinghe called out cheerfully. Wang Tiantua stood with his arms crossed, maintaining a cool, silent master demeanor. Xia Yan didn't say anything either, but a confident little smirk played at the corners of her mouth. But their smiles faded quickly when they saw not three but four black-clad fighters lying on the ground below. All three froze in surprise. How, another expert? Someone beat their opponent faster than we did, Lin Xinghe said in disbelief. Wang Tiantua and Xia Yan were surprised too. Probably that black-clad fighter was just too weak, knocked out in no time, Lin Xinghe guessed. Soon enough, the three shrugged it off, not thinking much of it, and turned back into their dorm room, down below. Hearing Lin Xinghe's voice, Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu glanced at Bu Jingfeng, who had fainted, and found themselves speechless. Was Bu Jingfeng weak? Obviously not. If anything, he was exceptionally strong. In Qin Tianlai's mind, if Bu Jingfeng were to face Wang Tiantua and the others, he'd have the upper hand. That was exactly why he couldn't make sense of what had just happened. How did Su Hong manage to defeat him? No matter how extraordinary Su Hong's talent, his cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the first tier. To defeat Bu Jingfeng while being two minor levels below him. Even now, Qin Tianlai could scarcely believe it had truly happened. Master Qin. At that moment, Lin Zhe ran out from the dormitory. Hurry over here, Qin Tianlai urged. As soon as Lin Zhe arrived, Qin immediately asked, how did Bu Jingfeng lose? Hearing this, Lin Zhe thought back to the shocking scene he'd just witnessed. Unable to help himself, he swallowed hard. Master Qin. Lin Zhe hesitated, then tentatively suggested, maybe we shouldn't try to convince Su Hong to give up pursuing both specialties. I actually think he's really suited for it. Before he could finish, Qin Tianlai's brows shot up and he snapped, nonsense. Haven't I told you what happens to those who try dual cultivation techniques? That martial artist back then spent over 10 years and barely managed to fuse two attributes, and that was after more than a decade. Su Hong is a monstrous talent, yes, but even wasting a few years would be a huge loss for our people, let alone 10. Besides, the path of attribute fusion is just too difficult. Even for a genius like Su Hong, it would take at least several years. Qin Tianlai spoke firmly and decisively, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Zhe braced himself and said, but Su Hong already knows attribute fusion. I told you. What kind of nonsense? Qin Tianlai started to rebuke him, but then his expression suddenly froze mid-sentence. What did you say? Say that again. His usually deep voice now rose sharply. I said Su Hong already mastered attribute fusion. Lin Zhe hurried to explain, seeing how Master Qin looked ready to explode. I just witnessed it myself. Su Hong used the fused lightning fire attribute to defeat Bu Jingfeng. Boom. Lin Zhe's words landed in Qin Tianlai's mind like a bomb, leaving him stunned and blank. Even Bai Mu was utterly shocked. Was it true? He echoed, say it again. A moment later, as Qin Tianlai regained his senses, a wave of overwhelming excitement overtook him. His eyes locked onto Lin Zhe, almost glowing with anticipation. Seeing the reaction, Lin Zhe repeated, it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Ha! Qin Tianlai suddenly burst into wild laughter, nearly delirious with excitement. He recalled that Su Hong had only just broken through to the first level of martial mastery. In other words, Su Hong had been practicing dual cultivation with exposure to all 7 elemental attributes for, at most, less than a month. 1 month. He actually learned attribute fusion in just 1 month, and he can already use it in combat and defeat Bu Jingfeng. You have to understand, back in the day the martial artist who first developed dual attribute fusion spent well over a decade perfecting it, and yet Su Hong. Not even a full month. Genius. No, genius doesn't even begin to describe him. He's a complete monster. Ha ha ha. I used to think Su Hong's talent was already outrageous, even called him a true dragon among men. But now, he's more than that. He's a 5-clawed golden dragon and emperor among dragons. Qin Tianlai was so excited that he trembled all over, barely able to contain himself. And he was a grandmaster, for heaven's sake, yet right now he was practically giddy, because he knew exactly what it meant for Su Hong to master attribute fusion in just 1 month. Back then, after that martial artist developed attribute fusion, even a first-tier warrior could steamroll second-tier opponents. That level of power was nearly unrivaled. The higher-ups among the human race couldn't help but be tempted, but later experiments found the process was far too difficult. Even with genius martial artists, forcing the multi-attribute path would most likely cripple someone or drive them mad. It just wasn't worth the risk. That's why eventually the path of multiple attributes was quietly suppressed by those in power. Hardly anyone talked about it anymore. But now, in his own training camp, Qin Tianlai had a freak of nature appear, a monster who could master dual attribute fusion in just 1 month. The reason that path was abandoned in the first place was because it was simply too difficult. No one but an absolute fiend of talent could even hope to succeed, and even then it would usually take them countless years. There was that martial artist from before who after more than a decade finally managed dual attribute fusion, but he was still only a first-tier warrior. His cultivation was just too low. But Su Hong, he got it in a month. That kind of talent and comprehension is practically unnatural. If this monster really manages to grow to his full potential and someday becomes one of humanity's greatest champions, imagine wielding 7 different attributes, fusing them all together. Just how terrifying would that power be? He could probably flatten an emperor of the myriad races with a single move. Just imagining it made Qin Tianli's mouth go dry. The talent of this freak. Absolutely shocking. After the initial faded hesitation started to creep onto Qin Tianli's face, he was deeply conflicted. If it were anyone else dabbling in multiple attribute techniques, he would have stopped them right away. But Su Hong, he had mastered dual attribute fusion in a single month. His talent was simply off the charts. Still, who knew if this would affect his growth down the road? Qin Tianlai furrowed his brow so tightly the lines formed a chuan on his forehead, letting out a heavy sigh. He had to think about the long term. Right now, Su Hong's progress, dual attribute fusion in under a month, was monstrous, no doubt about it. But what about in the future? What happens when he tries to fuse 3-4 attributes? Every extra attribute multiplies the difficulty exponentially. That's what the higher-ups concluded after all those experiments. If he just let Su Hong continue on this path and Su Hong ended up stuck, unable to break through for ages, then Qin Tianlai would become a sinner in the eyes of the entire human race. By Mu Linzai, what do you two think? Should Su Hong continue studying both disciplines? Qin Tianlai thought for a moment before finally voicing the question. The two of them were caught off guard. They hadn't expected the Grandmaster to actually seek their opinions. Clearly he was genuinely at an impasse. Bai Mu pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Grandmaster Qin, tomorrow's the first day of training, right? We were planning to test the students' actual combat ability anyway. If we put them in live combat, you'll see Su Hong's performance yourself. There's no rush to make a decision until then. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai mulled it over and then nodded. Let's do that. Just then Linzai's face shifted as he seemed to recall something important. He slapped his forehead. What is it? Qin Tianlai asked, puzzled. Linzai dropped his voice. Grandmaster Qin, when I was watching earlier I realized that Su Hong definitely has some sort of special constitution. His strength is unbelievable. Bu Jingfeng is at high-level stage 1 inch, and even when he attacked with all he had, he was completely overpowered by Su Hong, almost crushed. As the words sank into Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu both froze in shock. That's huge. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Qin Tianlai couldn't help but scold, his tone sharp. His eyes were now glued in the direction of the dormitory, full of astonishment. Su Hong is only at the beginner level of stage 1 inch with a blood vitality just over 120. Now you're telling me his strength actually surpasses Bu Jingfeng at high level stage 1, even to the point of crushing him? What kind of constitution does this kid have? Qin Tianli's expression grew increasingly complex as he muttered to himself. Even Wang Tiantua's barbarian god physique doesn't have such an exaggerated boost to strength. For context, Bu Jingfeng's blood vitality is over 400, and Su Hong's is just over 120. That's almost a threefold difference. Yet you're saying in terms of raw power he dominated Bu Jingfeng? Unbelievable. Qin Tianlai drew in a sharp breath, his expression serious. The combat challenge tomorrow needs to be revised. I want to do a full assessment of Su Hong's abilities, and of the other students too. Find all the strength testing devices, the combat power analyzers, everything we've got. First we'll run the tests, then the live combat, and at the end pull Wang Tiantua and the other 2 top students in for one-on-one bouts with Su Hong. I want to see just how a monster like him holds up against the 3 strongest geniuses in the camp. You two are in charge. Write up a detailed plan for me tonight. Yes, sir, they said in unison. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, after the battle with Bu Jingfeng, the dorm was a complete mess, but Su Hong couldn't care less about cleaning right now. He sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes shining with anticipation, already opening his personal panel. He poured all 17 of his martial arts points into his mental attribute. In an instant, his spirit reached 100%. Immediately, a wave of cool clarity swept over Su Hong's mind, an incredibly refreshing feeling. The sensation lasted nearly 10 minutes. When Su Hong finally opened his eyes again, he felt as if something miraculous had changed inside his brain. Have I really become a spirit adept? Su Hong looked around uncertainly. When his eyes landed on the pillow lying on the floor, suddenly a rush of inspiration surged through him, an unprecedented sensation deep inside. It felt as if a person had suddenly grown a third arm, unfamiliar and strange. Su Hong let himself quietly experience this feeling. Thanks to his unparalleled one-in-a-million talent, he adapted quickly. The next moment, he gazed again at the pillow on the floor. With a single thought, he sensed an invisible power sweeping out from his mind. The pillow slowly began to rise into the air. Huh? The sight made Su Hong lose all control of his excitement. He erupted in hearty laughter. He did it. He'd become a spirit adept. The sensation was so unique, so intoxicating it was almost addictive. While he commanded the pillow to zip around the room, Su Hong divided his focus, manipulating the blanket, the desk, the chairs and other objects as well. Soon, the entire room looked like something out of a dream. Everything hovered midair, gently floating and bobbing as though gravity no longer existed. After enjoying this for a while, Su Hong was sure he'd mastered the feeling of releasing his mental power. With a thought, he returned everything to its original place. Without lifting a finger, his once messy room was now spotless, tidied up effortlessly through mental strength alone. Open system panel. Su Hong summoned it with a thought. A translucent panel popped up before his eyes. Name: Su Hong. Talent: Peerless through the ages. Vitality: 135, plus. Spirit Adept: 100.2, plus. Constitution: Tyrant. Body Spirit level 1%, plus. Guiding Technique: Thunder Guiding Art. Martial Skill: Void Piercing Finger. Perfect. Martial value: 0. Now that his mind power had reached 100 points, the Spirit attribute had transformed into Spirit Adept. The Spirit Adept ranking was similar to that of a martial artist, and he was currently just at the entry level. Glancing quickly over the panel, Su Hong closed it. He walked over to the window, gazing out at the starlit sky and letting out a long breath. All the hard work of these days hadn't been in vain. He'd finally made it. From now on, he could stand alongside Xiaoyan. Just as the thought arose, Su Hong froze for an instant. Now that he was a Spirit Adept, didn't that mean he could also master the A-rank spiritual techniques Xiaoyan had learned? Not just Xiaoyan's, he'd have access to Wang Tiantua's A-rank techniques too. Rumor had it Wang Tiantua's skill was attack-based, though no one knew its attribute. Su Hong's mind spun with anticipation, his eyes full of hope. 6 a.m. Yesterday, the students had worn weighted vests all day, and during back-to-back training sessions in the Gravity Chamber, the Agility Hall and the Beast Room, they'd been exhausted beyond belief. And if that wasn't enough, they'd been ambushed by martial artists at night, leaving almost everyone without proper sleep. Right now, nearly every student was sprawled across their beds, snoring away. But just then, everyone assembled downstairs in 1 minute, late by even a second and you'll lose contribution points. A thunderous shout rang out from below, echoing through the entire dormitory building. The bark startled every student from their sleep. For a brief, bewildered moment, everyone was groggy, then snapped to attention, shivering with adrenaline as the meaning sank in. Without a second to lose, they rushed to get dressed. Meanwhile, Su Hong, who had been sitting cross-legged and quietly practicing the guiding energy technique, opened his eyes. He'd trained through the night, raising his blood vitality from 135 points to 137. Now that his guiding energy technique had advanced in level, his cultivation efficiency had improved considerably. It was already 3 in the morning when the martial artist raid took place. Factoring in the time spent assigning points and straightening up his room, actual training time had barely reached 2 hours. That meant he was improving his blood vitality by almost 1 point per hour, a terrifying rate of progress to say the least. Time to assemble. Su Hong stood, pushed open his door and headed downstairs with a calmness that seemed entirely out of place. In contrast, the other students were a frantic, chaotic mess, clattering about in a hurry. Moments later, outside the dormitory, the students had all gathered. As martial artists, a single minute was more than enough for them to get themselves presentable. Excellent. Not a single one of you is late. Lin Zhe let his gaze sweep across the crowd and chuckled lightly. Now let me tell you about your morning training assignments. At that, everyone's attention sharpened to focus, with even Wang Tiantua's trio standing at attention. Since this is the first day of training, we need to get a comprehensive understanding of every single one of your abilities: blood vitality, mental strength, physical strength, speed, combat power, martial technique proficiency. We'll test it all. As soon as he finished speaking, every student automatically glanced at the 3 standouts, Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions. Their eyes shimmered with envy and admiration. In tests like these, those 3 were guaranteed to steal the spotlight. And that's not all, Lin Zhe continued, noticing everyone's sidelong glances. After the basic assessments, there will be a final combat trial. Your performance will be ranked. The top 10 students, based on their rankings, will receive daily contribution points as rewards. With that, everyone's eyes lit up. Top 10 came with rewards. Sure, everyone respected Wang Tiantua's trio, but that didn't mean they'd meekly accept anyone else outranking them. Instantly, glances were exchanged throughout the group, the tension thickening in the air like gunpowder. Wang Tiantua and his friends exchanged looks as well. TSK, no wonder they call this a training camp. They go straight to pulling out the big guns. Lin Xing had chuckled softly and added, guess I'll just have to graciously accept first place then. Xiaoyan laughed dryly, looks like he'll be pretty safe in third too. Wang Tiantua simply crossed his arms, silent, but his haughty expression said everything. The 3 acted as if the rest of the group didn't exist, chatting among themselves, while the other students simmered with resentment. There was nothing they could do about it, the gap in strength was just too wide. Everyone knew the top 3 spots would go to those 3. The real competition would have to start from 4th place onwards. Alright, that's everything for today, Lindsay spoke up. Next, any student who successfully fought off a night raid martial artist last night will receive a certain amount of contribution points as a reward. The number of points you get depends on the strength of the opponent you defeated. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes lit up with excitement, others, meanwhile, looked distinctly uncomfortable. Suddenly someone shouted out in protest, "Assistant Lin, I could have taken down that night raid guy last night, but he ambushed me, didn't even give me time to put on my boxers, plus he kept aiming for it you know where, that's the only reason I lost." Clearly, this student was still upset about his loss. Lindsay glanced at him, replying coolly, "Don't complain, if last night's attacker had been one of the other races would you have asked them to wait while you put your boxers back on?" With that, the student who'd been caught without his boxers went silent, quietly slipping back into the ranks. Right then, Baimu, who had been tapping away on her smart wristband nearby, announced, "The contribution points have been distributed, please check your devices." No sooner had she finished speaking than a chorus of beeps and chimes sounded from the students' wristbands. "Ha, nice, I beat a mid-stage level 1 martial artist and got 50 contribution points, my opponent was only at early stage level 1 so I just got 20. Dang it, mine had just barely reached mid-stage level 1 and I only got 35 points. Not bad though, better than nothing. So how many points do you get for beating a high stage level 1? Meanwhile, those who hadn't managed to defeat their night raid opponents fidgeted awkwardly, digging their toes into the floor. The ones who had been successful after a round of excited chatter turned their attention to Wang Tiantua and his 2 friends. Lin Xing has snapped open his pink fan, the phrase "world's handsomest" flashing across it. He said lazily, "It's alright, I got 130 points. What a weakling," Wang Tiantua sneered. "I got 135. Lin Xing froze for a second, immediately casting a nervous glance at Xiaoyan. She grinned mischievously, "Don't bother looking, I got 140, then Xiaoyan added with a smirk, "Judging by those contribution points, looks like you're stuck in 3rd place. Seriously," Lin Xing protested, "it's just that the guy who attacked me was weak, otherwise I'd have gotten more points than you." Wang Tiantua nodded slightly. "It's true, if my opponent had been even a little stronger I'd have beaten him just as easily, the whole thing comes down to luck." Watching those 2 act all indignant, Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, but deep down she knew they weren't wrong. The rest of the students, seeing the trio treat 100+ contribution points like it was nothing, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Ding, Su Hong's wristband buzzed. He lifted his wrist for a look. 150 points. So, I beat the strongest night raid martial artist of the bunch last night. Looks like whoever organized the raids must have thought pretty highly of me, making me, a fresh level 1, go up against the toughest one. This went through Su Hong's mind as Lindsay cleared his throat, commanding instant silence. "Alright, no more chatter. Follow me, it's time to begin the test." With that, Lindsay and Baimu turned and walked away. The group of students immediately followed behind them. Before long, everyone arrived outside the gravity chamber. Unlike yesterday when the place was empty, today the grounds were crowded with all kinds of testing equipment. Standing there with his hands behind his back was Qin Tianlai. "Master Qin, Master Qin." Lindsay and Baimu called out respectfully, their tone full of deference. The other students quickly followed their example, greeting him obediently. Qin Tianlai gave a slight nod, standing with his hands clasped behind him, exuding the calm authority of a true master. The students couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. There was just something different about a real master. Only Su Hong seemed a bit puzzled. Ever since becoming a spiritual psychic, his senses had become much sharper. He kept feeling like Qin Tianlai's gaze was drifting over to him again and again, and what was strange was that Qin Tianlai wasn't really trying to hide it. "Is Master Qin looking at me? Could it be that he thinks highly of me?" Standing next to Su Hong, another student muttered quietly under his breath, his fists clenching, his face flushing with excitement. Even though he tried to keep his voice down, there was no way someone like Qin Tianlai would miss it. Master Qin glanced over at the student, a trace of exasperation flickering across his face. "He looked at me again." Master Qin looked at me again. That look sent a jolt through the student's whole body, and he hurried to stand up straight, his chest out and chin high. He understood immediately, this had to be Master Qin's silent way of showing his approval. "All right." Qin Tianlai withdrew his gaze and glanced around at everyone, his tone deep and commanding. The crowd fell instantly silent. "Let's skip the long speeches, the assessment begins now. First up, combat power test. Here are the rules: no martial techniques at first, just give it everything you've got with a single punch to test your raw physical strength. After that, you'll be allowed to use your martial skills and see what your maximum combat power is." The students all nodded excitedly at his words. Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions exchanged glances, sparks already starting to fly between them. "Oh, and one more thing." At this, Qin Tianlai suddenly grinned. "Almost forgot, whoever ranks first overall in combat power, vitality, speed, and the other categories combined will get their choice of an A-rank martial technique or body movement skill as a reward." This was a rule he'd just made up on the spot, his way of making sure Su Hong wouldn't hold back anything during the test. As soon as he said that, every student's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that's an A-rank martial skill, man, that's generous. Wang Tiantua and his crew are gonna go all out now, aren't they? Sure enough, after hearing Qin Tianlia's words, the eyes of Wang Tiantua's group lit up, their gazes turning blazing hot. Even though each of them came from pretty prominent backgrounds, A-rank martial skills weren't just handed out like candy, and here, they even got to choose which one they wanted. Back in their clans there were only a handful of A-rank skills available, and they didn't get any say in which ones they trained. But now, as long as you got first place overall in the assessment, you could take your pick. Just yesterday, they'd gone to check out the martial skill library. There were dozens of A-rank martial techniques in there, at the very least, every kind of attribute you could want, it's all here. I'm taking first place for myself. Wang Tiantua licked his lips and declared outright, it should be mine. Lin Xinghe wasn't going to back down, his voice full of determination. Xiaoyan clenched her fists silently, her eyes burning with fierce ambition. Watching the three-inch, the other students couldn't help but feel envious. This was an A-rank martial skill, most of them didn't even qualify to compete. No matter what happened, this A-rank skill was sure to end up in the hands of one of those three. The strong just keep getting stronger, huh? Someone whispered with a sigh, hearing that first place would be awarded an A-rank martial skill. Su Hong's heart leapt with joy. In reality, Qin Tianlai was worrying for nothing. From the beginning, Su Hong never had any intention of hiding his abilities. After all, he had come to the training camp. Why hold back when the better you performed, the more resources you got? Who would be foolish enough to downplay their skills now? A-rank martial skill. Su Hong clenched his fist, his face painted with resolve, determined to claim it for himself. Qin Tianlai, who'd been observing him quietly, nodded in approval, barely letting his satisfaction show. Not only that, his eyes flickered with a hint of intense anticipation. Let's see just how strong this insanely talented young man really is. With that, Qin Tianlai announced, the combat assessment begins now. Lin Xinghe, you're up first. He pointed directly at Lin Xinghe. At this point, he couldn't even be bothered to watch the other students and simply called the strongest three straight up. Xiaoyan, you're second. Wang Tiantua, you're third. He continued. The students couldn't help but click their tongues. Wow, right from the get-go, isn't this kind of intense? With the three of them going first, who'd even dare to get tested after that? Wonder who's fourth. Bet that person's sweating bullets right now, someone joked. Just then Qin Tianlai pointed at Su Hong and said with a light laugh, Su Hong, you're up fourth. Boom. The whole room froze, and then everyone's faces lit up with barely contained glee. Ah, it's him. Isn't that the guy who arrived dead last at the camp's entrance test? Qin the master really knows how to make a show of it. The top three first, then someone from the bottom rung. The contrast couldn't be starker. What a thrill. I guess Qin wants to use this to motivate the weaker students, to inspire them to work harder out of embarrassment. Amidst all the mocking glances and schadenfreude, Su Hong felt a moment of confusion. What on earth are they talking about? But as soon as he overheard someone talking, realization dawned on him and he couldn't help but look exasperated. So just because he'd spent too long racking up martial arts points during the entrance assessment and ended up arriving last, everyone just assumed he was the weakest. Su Hong's going fourth. Wang Tiantua and the other two glanced at him, then quickly looked away, not interested in him in the least. They'd been expecting the fourth spot to go to someone nearly as strong as themselves. Turns out they'd overestimated their competition. Master Qin clearly wanted to watch their performance, and the rest of the order was just random. Lin Xinghe grinned and idly fanned himself. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan couldn't even be bothered to say a word. Only Wang Dong and Chen Bei showed no trace of amusement. Instead, there was a look of genuine respect as they glanced at Su Hong. After all, they were the ones who had witnessed Su Hong's challenge in the Beast Chamber firsthand. Deep down, they already had a rough idea of Su Hong's strength. At the very least, he was on par with the likes of Wang Tiantua and the other top three. These idiots. Master Qin clearly arranged the testing order by strength, Chen Bei whispered, prompting Wang Dong to nod in agreement. Just then, Qin Tianlai finished reading out the entire testing order. Without any unnecessary delay, he called for Lin Xinghe to begin the test. It's time. Lin Xinghe stepped out of the lineup looking completely at ease. He flashed a relaxed smile and said, this kind of power test really isn't where I shine. Even so, there was unwavering confidence in his voice. After all, the final rankings would be based on overall capability, and when it came to speed, none of the other trainees could even come close to him. That was his overwhelming advantage. Standing in front of the strength testing machine, Lin Xinghe took a deep breath, then drove his fist forward in a sudden explosive punch. Boom. The numbers on the tester climbed rapidly as everyone stared transfixed. Finally, the screen read, Combat Strength, 4013. All the students were completely stunned. Holy crap, that was just a basic punch, no combat technique at all. Damn, Lin Xinghe actually claims power as his weakness. Just how fast is he when he uses his real strength? Didn't you see him in the movement exercises before? With that insane speed of his, regular combat power really is his weak point. In real combat, just relying on raw strength doesn't mean much. Take Lin Xinghe for example, when you add his terrifying speed into the mix, taking out opponents with equivalent power is as easy for him as mowing grass. While the students were all agape, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan remained calm and collected, as if nothing could surprise them. After a few seconds' rest, Lin Xing, his gaze hardened. It was time to use his combat technique. Seeing this, Su Hong immediately perked up, focusing intently on Lin Xing, his every move. With his privileged background, Lin Xingha had mastered an A-grade movement technique, so there was no way his combat technique could be anything less than B-grade. No matter what, being able to learn any new technique was a bonus. You never know what might come in handy, better to have more skills under your belt. Su Hong also guessed from Lin Xingha's style that he would probably use a wind-type technique. Su Hong didn't have any attribute-based techniques yet, so this was a chance to pick one up. Cloud-hidden Gale Fist. With a thunderous shout, Lin Xingha's fist shot out. Just as Su Hong expected, the attack carried the agile flowing quality of wind energy. This punch was blindingly fast, so much faster than the last that it left after images in the air and even whipped up a gust. Boom! The strength testing machine thundered in response, and the numbers on the display froze at 5642. Combat strength, 5642. The students were absolutely floored, their jaws practically on the ground. Holy crap, isn't that already at the level of a rank 2 fighter? With just 500 vitality required for rank 2, had Lin Xingha already made the breakthrough. Breakthrough my ass, Lin Xingha's vitality is only about 350. Holy crap, that combat power is insane. The scariest part is he actually thinks this isn't even his strength, it's his weakness. B-rank wind attribute martial technique, that's just terrifying. The rest of the students kept twitching at the corners of their mouths at Lin Xingha's earlier words. Only Su Hong's eyes flashed with thoughtful curiosity. Not bad, Master Qin praised. Lin Xingha chuckled to himself. Seeing how stunned the other students looked, he couldn't help but smirk a little, waving his fan with a flourish as he sauntered back to the group. It's nothing really, look at you so smug, Xiaoyan scoffed, curling her lip. Wang Tiantua only grunted, non-committal, tch. Lin Xingha sneered at them. Combat power is just brute force attack anyway, that's my weak point. If you've got guts, let's see you race me for speed. At his words, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan fell silent, as much as it pained them to admit Lin Xingha really did have them beat by quite a margin when it came to speed. At the same time, insight flickered in Su Hong's eyes. In the next instant, a new martial technique appeared in the martial arts section of his system panel. Martial technique, Wind Cloud Concealed Gale Fist Novice, plus, sure enough, it was a wind attribute martial technique. The wind prefix was clearly there. Glancing at his panels, Su Hong was secretly delighted. Next up was Xiaoyan's turn for the assessment. At the announcement, Xiaoyan stepped up to the combat tester. Su Hong quickly straightened and fixed an eager gaze on her. He'd been drooling over her psychic martial arts for ages. This test was basically a godsend. With the huge prize for first place and generous contribution points for the top 10, everyone would be going all out. That played right into his hands. Who knew how many martial arts he'd be able to learn today? And apart from Xiaoyan, Wang Tiantua also had a grade A offensive martial art up his sleeve. The thought made Su Hong's eyes light up with excitement. At that moment, Qin Tianlai looked at Xiaoyan and smiled lightly. You're the only psychic here at the training camp, so we'll skip the spirit power test. You can use your psychic martial technique directly. Thank you, master, Xiaoyan replied with a playful grin. Then she took a deep breath and punched the combat measuring device with all her strength. Boom! The students craned their necks, staring at the result on the screen. Combat power, 3253, nowhere near Lin Xingha. Nonsense. Xiaoyan's a psychic, of course her vitality is a bit lower. That's already super impressive. Seriously, did you guys notice something scary? Whether it's Lin Xingha or Xiaoyan, their raw physical strength is actually way stronger than most vitality-based martial artists. Well, duh, they come from wealthy clans showered with resources since they were kids. How can ordinary martial artists even compare to them physically? Xiaoyan exhaled, a little winded. She was pretty satisfied with her score. After all, her true edge lay in her psychic power. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's eyes sharpened with focus. Invisible spiritual power condensed in the air, materializing into a hammer almost as real as steel. With a sudden motion, the hammer smashed down onto the striking target. Boom! Combat power, 5,942. The students stared eyes wide with disbelief. That was over 300 points higher than Lin Xing had just now. So this is spiritual power. The explosiveness is insane. She was just over 3,200 in combat power before, but now that she's using her spiritual force, she nearly doubled it in an instant. This is the power of a mind master, the darling of the heavens. Damn, I'm so jealous. The most terrifying thing is spiritual power isn't just about brute force, it can control, manipulate, and do all sorts of miraculous things. A chorus of jealous howls erupted from the students, their envy reaching a fever pitch. They wished they could crawl back into the womb and start over from scratch. Standing at the rear of the group, Su Hong closed his eyes. The scene that had just unfolded replayed in his mind. His brain worked rapidly, analyzing every detail, peeling back the layers like untangling a skein of silk, breaking down Xiaoyan's martial technique. A moment later, when Qin Tianlai called out Wang Tiantua's name, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, the glimmer of newfound understanding shining within them. At the same time his stats panel updated, under martial techniques a new entry appeared, martial technique, spiritual art, weapon condensation novice, plus, Su Hong tried utilizing his spiritual power in his mind. He found that this weapon condensation technique was quite interesting. It could be used to condense anything, not just weapons, but even tables, chairs and wild beasts. However, the more tangible and solid the form, the more spiritual energy it consumed. Even Xiaoyan hadn't perfected this technique. Remembering the hammer Xiaoyan had just condensed, Su Hong felt sure of this. Right then, as Grandmaster Qin called out Wang Tiantua's name, everyone's attention shifted instantly. Su Hong was no exception, though his gaze held a different expectation compared to the others. It's here, the true king of combat power. Wang Tiantua has the barbarian god body. His strength is monstrous, giving him an overwhelming edge in combat power. He's practically guaranteed first place. I wonder how high his score will be. The standard for a second-tier martial artist is around 600 points of vital energy, and Xiaoyan almost reached that just now. 500 points is the baseline for early stage 2, 800 for mid-stage 2, 1000 for late stage 2. Oh my god, is Wang Tiantua about to hit 8000 combat power and reach the standard for mid-stage 2? Wang Tiantua stepped up to the martial power testing device. He didn't bother saying a word, not even a hint of preparation. Casually he raised his fist and smashed it down onto the target. A thunderous explosion echoed through the room. Combat power 5310. Just by relying on his physical strength alone, he'd already reached the threshold for stage 2. Huh, what? No way man, this can't be real. Holy crap, he just punched with pure physical force and he's only 300 behind Lin Xinghe using a martial technique. That's insane. Oh my god, is this the legendary barbarian god body, the one famous among all special physiques for its sheer strength? All the students were stunned. Even the two teaching assistants Lin Zhe and Bai Mu were clearly caught off guard for a moment. Not bad at all. Qin Tianlai nodded in satisfaction. Other than Su Hong, there really are some promising seedlings in this training camp. Lin Xinghe and those three, they're all incredibly talented. Heh. Grinning from ear to ear at the praise from Grandmaster Qin, Wang Tiantua couldn't hide his pride. Next, I'll use martial arts techniques. The instant he said this, the previously buzzing room fell completely silent. Every single person's eyes were glued to him, not daring to blink. Su Hong focused intently, determined not to miss a single detail. Crackling, Wang Tiantua raised his fist and pure white flames ignited across his knuckles, but the fire was unlike any ordinary flame. It gave off not a scorching heat but instead sent a piercing chill straight to the bone. Oh, the bone nether flame fist. Qin Tianlai immediately recognized the technique. Upon hearing this, Su Hong subconsciously licked his lips. He remembered that the martial arts pavilion also offered this technique, an A-ranked fire attribute martial art that cost a whopping 2,800 contribution points to redeem. At that moment a smile appeared on Qin Tianlia's face as he addressed Wang Tiantua. If I recall, Star City's lord specializes in wood-based techniques. He actually found you an A-ranked fire attribute martial art to train in. Clearly you're pretty special to him. Wang Tiantua grinned even wider, full of pride. What can I say, my dad did have a whole bunch of kids, but I'm the only one born with real martial talent. That's fair. Qin Tianlai chuckled, clearly amused, and expectation sparkled in his eyes. Come on, let's see what you're made of. Yes, sir, Wang Tiantua responded, his gaze instantly turning icy cold. Bone nether flame fist. With a thunderous roar his fist smashed down, sending a deafening boom echoing through the hall. The punching target was left with a charred blackened fist mark. Combat strength, 7534. When that number appeared, the hall was dead silent. The students were all in a daze, as if they had seen a ghost. 7534, just 500 more points and he'd hit the standard for a mid-stage tier 2 martial artist, they whispered. They all remembered Wang Tiantua's blood and energy had only measured around 350. Their jaws dropped open and closed in disbelief. They were completely at a loss for words. Even Lin Zhe and Bai Mu found their pupils contracting in shock. Excellent. With strength like that, your father's dream of raising a grandmaster might actually come true, Grandmaster Qin said, raising an eyebrow in genuine praise. I'll take that as a blessing from you. Grandmaster Wang Tiantua cupped his fists respectfully and returned to the lineup. Bull. Lin Xinghe pursed his lips, clearly feeling a little stung. Now that all three of them had tested, he was the weakest of the trio. He'd have to make up for it when it came time for the speed test. In his view, the real rivalry was always between the three of them for the top ranks. And while combat strength was his weak point, at least compared to Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan, among the rest of the training camp students, even his so-called weak point was an overwhelming advantage. Number 4, Su Hong, step up for your test, Qin Tianlai spoke up. In the next moment, all the students turned to look at Su Hong, their eyes filled with barely disguised schadenfreude. The top three had set the bar absurdly high at this point. Whoever's name was called next would only embarrass themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantua and his two friends didn't even bother glancing at Su Hong. The three of them huddled together, chatting and laughing among themselves. In their minds, the moment their tests had finished, the top three spots were firmly locked in. After all, the gap between them and the rest of the students was just too wide. There was nothing left worth watching. It was his turn. Here, Su Hong answered quietly, stepping slowly out from the line and approaching the combat power testing device. A crowd of students were joking and laughing, not taking Su Hong's test seriously at all. The contrast with the dead silence during Wang Tiantua and his friends' tests couldn't have been more obvious, but Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu were different. All three watched Su Hong intently, serious expressions on their faces. Bai Mu even flipped to a fresh page in his notebook, ready to record Su Hong's results separately. You can start, Qin Tianlai said, his voice filled with anticipation. For the first punch, just use your physical strength, no martial techniques, he reminded. All right. Behind him the students' rowdy chatter filled the air. Su Hong nodded, expressionless. When Wang Tiantua and his friends had tested, the hall had been so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Now, as Su Hong got ready, it was noisy and chaotic, on purpose it seemed. The blatant difference in how they treated him left a sour taste in Su Hong's mouth. He was determined to make them all shut up. With that thought, Su Hong faced the punching target on the test device. He bent his knees slightly, his spine arching like a coiled dragon, eyes sharpening until he looked like a fierce predator ready to strike. In that instant, he was the very picture of a tiger or leopard waiting to deal a lethal blow. The next second, Su Hong twisted his waist, pivoted his hips and let loose with a fierce punch. Boom! The deafening crack sounded like thunder exploding right beside their ears. The noisy grating banter cut off mid-sentence. Wang Tiantua and his two friends snapped their heads up, shock written all over their faces. At this moment everyone, including Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, fixed their gaze on the screen. Combat power, 6551 for a heartbeat. The entire room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop, one punch and all fell silent. Combat power, 6551. Even Su Hong's eyes flashed with surprise as he stared at the number on the screen. He hadn't expected this result, not even himself. So this is the Bawang physique, the legendary king's body, the very peak of physical strength among all special constitutions. Su Hong couldn't help but feel awed. The raw power truly was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the rowdy students behind him now stood frozen, their faces plastered with stunned disbelief. Their eyes darted between the combat power number and the back of Su Hong as if trying to make sense of what just happened. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What the hell? How is this possible? Over 6,000, without using any combat techniques. Is the test machine broken or something? Don't joke around, there are masters here. If the combat strength detector were broken, wouldn't they know? Damn, wasn't this guy struggling under 1.5 times gravity just yesterday? Today he's like some kind of monster. Damn it, I thought Wang Tiantua was unbeatable at the training camp, but it turns out there's someone even stronger? Staring at Su Hong's retreating figure, the group of students was utterly stunned. Gradually, awe and respect began to show in their eyes. Many of those who had laughed at Su Hong yesterday now felt nothing but awkwardness and shame. They'd pegged him as the bottom of the pack. Turns out, he's the ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, someone stammered, lips trembling. Holy shit, that was a punch without any martial techniques, and his combat power is higher than Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan even when they use martial skills. Goddamn, that's insane. If he actually unleashed a martial technique, how could Wang Tiantua even compete with him? There's no way his blood and energy levels are really at the first-rank beginner stage. That's impossible. He must have some method to hide it. A first-rank beginner can't hit that hard. Yeah, Su Hong is definitely just a few points away from being a second-rank martial artist, maybe only a few dozen points short. Judging by his combat strength, all the students were convinced at this moment. Su Hong must have been hiding his true abilities all along. Otherwise, none of this would make sense. After all, Wang Tiantua, who possesses the brutal god physique and is at the high stage of first rank, managed just 7,500 combat strength while using a martial technique. After the initial shock, many students couldn't help sneaking glances at Wang Tiantua and his two companions. Right now, the three of them stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the combat strength display, unable to come back to their senses. He actually managed to hit 6,551 combat strength. Bai Mu's tone was full of disbelief. She didn't even notice the notebook slipping from her hand and falling to the floor. As a fifth-rank martial artist, she'd seen her share of prodigies, but never once had she witnessed someone put up numbers like that without any martial techniques. Man, Su Hong is a straight-up monster. Lin Zhe's throat went dry in disbelief. Even Qin Tianlai felt his usual masterly composure slipping. As a grandmaster, he prided himself on his broad experience. He was familiar with plenty of geniuses from metropolis cities like Modu and Daijing. But as far as he knew, never had anyone at the first-rank beginner stage displayed such terrifying strength, and all this still without using any martial techniques. Watching Su Hong's calm expression, Qin Tianlai couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. By now, Wang Tiantua and his two friends had finally snapped out of their daze. Lin Xinghe said in a low voice, "There's no way that's first-rank beginner strength. His blood essence must be at least first-rank advanced, maybe not far from second-rank at all." With grandmasters watching over the test, there was no way to suspect Su Hong of cheating or blame a faulty combat strength detector. The results were real, but Lin Xinghe just couldn't believe Su Hong was only a first-rank beginner. You have to understand, when it comes to blood energy, anything between 100 and 200 points is considered the early stage of the first tier. Even if Su-hong has 199 blood energy points, his standard combat power should only be around 2000. But this guy, he just nearly quadrupled that. That's impossible, such an outrageous level of combat power. If he were to land a punch on me, I'd be seriously injured at the very least. Xiaoyan stared in astonishment. I was too arrogant, she thought, never expected a monster like this to be hiding in the training camp. A complicated look flashed in Wang Tiantuo's eyes, but then a fiery excitement quickly took over. Having an opponent this strong in the camp, that's what makes things interesting. I have to fight him in the afternoon sparring test. The anticipation surged in Wang Tiantuo's chest. After all, a martial artist's combat power is just numbers on paper. He believed that even if Su-hong's combat power surpassed his after using his martial skill, even breaking past 8,000, he'd still stand a decent chance. What's up with you two? Lin Xinghe asked, looking puzzled. Do you really think his blood energy is only at the early first tier? Of course not, Xiaoyan snapped, rolling her eyes. Wang Tiantuo, unable to hide his excitement, said his blood energy must be at least about the same as ours, maybe even much higher. With my barbarian god physique, if I don't use a martial skill, my punch has a combat power of just over 5,000. But look at Su-hong, he breaks 6,500 with a single punch. There's no way his blood energy isn't much higher than mine. It might even be more than 100 points higher, Lin Xinghe muttered thoughtfully. Just then, seeing that Master Qin hadn't spoken for a while, Su-hong asked Master Qin, should I continue? Ichim, oh yes, go on. Qin Tianlai coughed and nodded. While Su-hong took a moment to compose himself, Qin Tianlai eagerly turned to Bai Mu and Lin Zhe. What do you think his combat power will be when he uses a martial skill? He asked, anticipation clear on his face. Bai Mu cautious reminded him, Master Qin, don't forget Su-hong comes from an ordinary family. The martial skills he had access to probably aren't high grade, maybe just C rank at best. That stunned Qin Tianlai for a second, then he gave a wry smile and shook his head. Look at me, I was so shocked I forgot something that basic. Lin Zhe added, even so I think he'll surpass Wang Tiantuo, maybe even reach a combat power of 8,000. Well said, Qin Tianlai nodded approvingly. Even if he doesn't have an A-grade martial skill, it doesn't matter. As long as he gets first place, I'll have a perfect excuse to reward him with one myself. Meanwhile, Su-hong was about to begin his next test. The students immediately quieted down, no one dared speak a word. They held their breath, watching in respectful silence, a mark of reverence for true strength. The stillness now was a sharp contrast to the crowd's noisy chatter before Su-hong's first attempt. Even Wang Tiantuo and his companions stopped whispering, focusing solely on Su-hong, ready to witness him unleash his martial skill. Old Wang, if this isn't at least 8,000 combat power, I'll eat my shoes, someone muttered under his breath. No way you can match that. Lin Xinghe couldn't help but tease, no big deal, even if I get outshined, it's just a little. His power level's only a bit higher than mine anyway. Wang Tiantuo smiled faintly. For martial artists, actual combat skills are what really matter. Xiaoyan spoke up in a low, thoughtful tone. Sure, real combat skills matter, but that only applies when people's power levels are close. What if Su-hong pulls off a 9,000 point score? Would you still say the same thing? Wang Tiantuo was briefly stunned, then shook his head. 9,000? Do you realize what that even means? That's virtually the equivalent of a second-tier martial artist who's almost at third tier. Do you really think that's possible? At this moment, Su-hong stood before the power testing machine, the center of everyone's attention. The eyes of every single person in the room were locked tight on him. Not a single student dared blink, afraid they'd miss something crucial. Su-hong exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening as he stared at the striking pad. A moment later, he raised his fist. On his knuckles, pure white flames, emanating an eerie, icy chill, suddenly appeared. The moment everyone saw this, there was a collective gasp. Wait! Isn't that Wang Tiantuo's bone ghostfire fist? How the hell does Su-hong know this too? No way, if I remember right, that martial art is the only one of its kind in the martial arts pavilion. Did Su-hong exchange for it? Holy crap, that costs 2,800 contribution points. We only just arrived yesterday. How could he possibly have enough points? The students buzzed with shock and disbelief. No way. He actually redeemed an A-rank martial technique already. Lin Xinghe stared, utterly floored. He'd barely managed to earn 1,000 contribution points just yesterday. Somehow, Su-hong had racked up 2 or 3 times as much as he had? Xiaoyan, her face frozen in stunned disbelief, glanced at Lin Xinghe. The next moment they locked eyes and their expressions grew oddly complicated. Old Wang, you've got the worst luck, Lin Xinghe said gleefully, unable to hide his schadenfreude. Su-hong just happened to pick the exact same martial art as you. Now everyone can see who's better. Wang Tiantuo scowled. What the hell are you so happy about? My bone ghostfire fist is on the list, but isn't your flying phoenix cloud step on it too? Maybe in a few days, Su-hong will show off your signature skill right in front of you. No chance that'll ever happen, Lin Xinghe grinned, looking smug. I checked the martial arts pavilion list ages ago. Flying phoenix cloud step isn't on there, so don't even dream about it. There's zero chance Su Hong will ever be able to show it off to me. Wang Tiantua was left speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Tianlai and his two companions were having a very different reaction. Qin Tianlia's face instantly changed when he saw Su Hong using the bone ghost fire fist. As the chief instructor, he was well aware, since this training camp started, absolutely no one had ever exchanged for an A-rank martial technique. Where on earth did Su Hong get this skill? Qin Tianlai scowled deep and thought, a master Qin. Bai Mu started looking hesitant, clearly wanting to say something. You know something? Qin Tianlai looked at her in surprise and urged, if you know, spit it out. I'm just guessing here. Guessing is fine, stop stalling, just say it. Well. Isn't it possible? Bai Mu lowered his voice. Su Hong's talent is just so terrifying. Maybe he learned it just by watching Wang Tiantua demonstrate. Qin Tianlai froze, the instinct to reject that idea immediately bubbling up. After all, even if you threw an A-rank martial technique to the students in the training camp, almost none of them would be able to learn it. And here we were talking about picking it up with a single glance. That was absurd. If he'd never seen Su Hong before, Qin Tianlai would have laughed anyone out of the room for suggesting something so ridiculous. But this was Su Hong, a freak of nature with 100% affinity to all 7 elemental attributes. The words of denial hung at the tip of Qin Tianlia's tongue, but he swallowed them back down. This was an A-rank martial technique, for crying out loud. Not even he could believe it, no matter how much of a monster Su Hong was. Yet Qin Tianlai, mumbling in disbelief, realized that Bai Mu's speculation had already convinced him at least 80%. He just couldn't wrap his head around such an outrageous reality. A full-blown A-rank martial technique, even if Qin Tianlai personally taught these students, not many could master it, but for Su Hong a single glance was enough. What the hell is this guy, Kakashi or something? Just look and copy, like some kind of cheat code. Everyone had been dumbfounded by Su Hong's martial skills. All of this had flashed by in a split second, but Su Hong himself didn't hesitate for a moment. The instant his fist was enveloped in that pure white cold flame, he gathered all his strength and punched out hard at the target. Boom! With a thunderous crash, something black and charred went flying. Instinctively, the crowd turned to look and were shocked to realize it was the punch pad of the power detector. Earlier, Wang Tiantua had left a blackened fist mark on it, already stunning everyone there. But now, Su Hong had taken things to another level entirely. He punched it so hard that the whole pad flew off. Holy crap, he sent the punch pad flying. That's insane. Just how high is his power score? As the numbers on the screen shot up, a group of students stared without blinking. And then, a moment later, a jaw-dropping figure appeared on the display. Power level, 9013. What? Dude, no way, seriously, over 9,000, holy shit, over 9,000. Everyone knew 1,000 vitality points meant late-stage second tier. Even the minimum power level for a match was 10,000, and yet Su Hong, who was only first tier, managed a 9,000 power reading. Oh my god, he's just first tier. The students' eyes went wide as saucers, too shocked to even string a proper sentence together. What the Ji? Bai Mu and Lin Zhe were dumbstruck. Even these two fifth-tier martial artists were so astonished that their voices jumped an octave. Hiss. Qin Tianlia's eye twitched as he stared at the power reading on the screen. This kid, he really is a monster. Qin Tianlai could only mutter inwardly. Now he truly believed it. Su Hong really must have learned that A-rank martial technique simply from watching Wang Tiantua demonstrate it once. The power was just too outrageous for any other explanation. Someone like this, who could possibly not believe it? From what he knew, even those prodigies from cities like Modu and the imperial capital, kids hailed as top-tier martial arts geniuses across all of China, couldn't compare to Su Hong's outrageous combat power back when they were still first-rank warriors. Yet the principal of Xingqing No. 1 High seemed to be up to something strange, actually claiming that Su Hong's vital energy was only 123 points. Qin Tianlai suddenly recalled what was written in Su Hong's profile and couldn't help but curse under his breath. With this level of strength? If someone told him Su Hong was already a second-rank martial artist, he'd believe it without hesitation. Damn it. Lin Xinghao was so stunned his fan slipped out of his hand and clattered to the floor, but he didn't even react. He just gaped, jaw-slack, nearly dislocated from shock. Wang Tiantua was frozen too. Xiaoyan swallowed, glanced at Wang Tiantua and said in a low voice, "What did you just say? What exactly does a combat power of 9,000 mean again?" But right now Wang Tiantua seemed incapable of hearing anything. He just stared blankly at the screen, mumbling in disbelief. 9,000. 9,000. They had all used the same move, the Bone Nether Ghostfire Fist, yet Su Hong's combat power was a staggering 1,500 points higher than Wang Tiantua's. With such a glaring gap in strength, even with his barbarian god body, no matter how confident Wang Tiantua was, he couldn't bring himself to say things like, "Combat power is just a number on paper, I could win in a real fight." Not anymore. Before long, a new doubt crept into Wang Tiantua's mind. To put out a score of 9,000, could it be that Su Hong was already a second-rank warrior? Very possible. Xiaoyan nodded gravely. Lin Xinghao snorted. Who was it just now harping on how important vital energy is? He paused, then cracked a joke. Old Wang, do you still buy that Su Hong's just a low first-rank rookie? Wang Tiantua looked put out. Low first rank? I believe he's at the early stage of second rank at this point." His expression grew serious. "Even if he isn't quite there yet, Su Hong's vital energy must be pushing 500 points. How else could he have such insane strength? Who knows?" Lin Xinghe shrugged. "Anyway, when everyone finishes testing, the next round is vital energy measurement. We'll find out soon enough." Qin Tianlia's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was beyond curious about Su Hong's real stats too. Could he really already be a second-tier warrior? Right then Lin Xinghe couldn't hold back a sarcastic comment. 9,000 combat power, and there's still actual combat testing later. What's even the point? Just declare Su Hong number 1 already. Qin Tianlia's mouth twitched. Looks like he'd have to rethink the whole combat test phase. One-on-one matches would be pointless. Su Hong would annihilate everyone. What if he had Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xia Yin team up against Su Hong? Would even that be enough of a challenge? Or maybe just let all the trainees in the camp gang up on Su Hong at once. Qin Tianlai frowned deep in thought, feeling utterly stumped. Posting online, "Urgent help needed. One student in my training camp has totally busted the combat power scale. How am I supposed to run an actual combat test like this? Looks like I'll have to move up my plan to take Su Hong to the other training camps to show off to exchange techniques and spar." As this thought crossed Qin Tianlia's mind, he announced for the remaining students to continue their combat power assessments. Then he stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and opened the group chat for master instructors overseeing this round of training camps in Jiangnan province. Without hesitation, he tagged everyone in the chat and quickly typed a message. "Qin Tianlai, bunch of slackers. I'm bringing my people over to wipe the floor with your training camps. What about that wager we talked about before? Still remember it? Were you planning on backing out?" He was the first to throw down the gauntlet. Within seconds, the previously quiet group chat was bustling with notifications. The first reply came from a user whose profile picture was an old man with white hair. "Wang Qingshan, Xiaoqin, I gotta say, last time you made a bet and then went silent, everyone was nice enough to let it slide. Why do you insist on putting yourself out there just to get smacked down again, kid?" "Wang Qingshan, whatever. Go ahead and bring your crew over to my camp. I'll tell my students to go easy. I promise your kids will just be confused, not concussed. Ahem. And don't forget the wager stuff. If you don't bring it, don't bother showing up." Seeing Wang Qingshan's smug posturing, Qin Tianlai snorted and grinned. When his superiors had made a wager with all the master instructors, it was Wang Qingshan who'd fanned the flames most relentlessly. And as luck would have it, Wang Qingshan was in charge of the training camp in Hangcheng, the capital of Jiangnan province. Hangcheng was a hotbed of genius. Just among the prodigies Qin Tianlai knew of, over a dozen had already reached the second tier as martial artists. That was why until now he hadn't dared to speak up in the chat. The gap in strength between the students from Xinjiang and Hangcheng was simply too great. Realistically, there was no way he would have won, but now. Qin Tianlai glanced over at Su Hong and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His fingers flew over the keyboard. "Qin Tianlai," Wang Qingshan cut the old man routine. "You don't need to try and goad me. Just wait. I'll be knocking on your door before long." After sending that, he thought for a second and added, "Qin Tianlai, but Hangcheng's pretty far from Xinjiang. I'll bring my students to the closer camps first, flatten them one by one, and I'll save your squad of prodigies for last." Wang Qingshan replied instantly. "Wang Qingshan, if you're scared, just say so. Don't make excuses about coming to Hangcheng last, that's just weak." Qin Tianlai rolled his eyes at that. If it were up to him, he'd love nothing better than to take Su Hong straight to Hangcheng and settle things once and for all. But as the head instructor, he felt Su Hong needed more experience first. The current facilities and top talents, like Wang Tiantua, in the camp were good training for most students, but for Su Hong, after a month, he was definitely stronger, but it wasn't enough. No, nothing would compare to taking him out personally to face the best geniuses in actual combat at other training camps. That would be how Su Hong could really make a leap forward. After witnessing Su Hong's fighting prowess with his own eyes, Qin Tianlai felt that making Su Hong stay at the training camp for a whole month would be a complete waste of his martial talent, a real hindrance to his progress. At the same time, inside the office of the Hangzhou training camp, an elderly man with white hair was sprawled unceremoniously in his executive chair, laughing so hard he had snot bubbles coming out of his nose. He turned his phone toward the two assistant coaches beside him, barely managing to hold in his laughter. "Look at this, Qin Tianlai actually wants to bring Star City's rising star to challenge Hangzhou's best, can you believe it, huh?" The two assistant coaches exchanged amused smiles at his words. After all, Hangzhou was the top city in Jiangnan province, and its university was ranked first in the region as well. The student quality couldn't even be compared to Star City, which struggled to stay in the middle ranks. One of the assistants chuckled, "Master Wang, it's not just that Star City's students can't beat our Hangzhou trainees, they probably couldn't even win against Yang City's group, and that's just the neighboring city." Wang Qingshan paused, then slapped his thigh in delighted surprise. "Didn't expect you to have such a bite, kid, I like it." Without missing a beat, he grabbed his phone and started typing a message. "Wang Qingshan, this is killing me. Qin Tianlai, you actually dare talk about sweeping through the competition. Listen, forget about beating my Hangzhou elites. Even if you went up against Yang City's camp next door, your so-called Star City prodigies wouldn't stand a chance. Don't come crying and playing dead when you lose like last time. Immediately, others chimed in. Jiang Lin, preach old wine. Qing Tianlai, stop bragging for once. You know just how low Star City ranks, don't you? Why keep bluffing and making things worse for yourself? Why don't you bring your students over to Young City's camp first, see if you can even make it through that, unless of course you're too scared. Young City was the closest neighboring city to Star City, and Jiang Lin just so happened to be the head coach of Young City's training camp. As soon as Jiang Lin spoke, all the other master instructors across camps joined in, eager to egg things on. Some were just there to fan the flames, but others, remembering the wagers Qin Tianlai had made in the past, were openly provoking him, hoping he'd take the bait and show up to hand over his bets in person. These bastards. Qin Tianlai scrolled through the flood of messages in the group chat. Nearly 80% were relentless taunts and challenges from master instructors all across Jiangnan's training camps. The sheer volume made Qin Tianlia's anger twist into laughter. Fine, you want to play this game? You'll regret it. Just as he was about to hit send on a scathing retort, Qin Tianlia's eyes narrowed. An idea flashed in his mind. He erased what he'd written and started typing anew. A moment later, he sent out a new message. Deliberately acting enraged, Qin Tianlai put on a show in the group, demanding to know if any of them dared to raise the stakes. Did they have the guts to up the wager? The instant his message appeared, the scrolling chat went suddenly silent for a heartbeat. The next second, a flood of replies poured in, so many that it clocked 99 plus in mere moments. Every master instructor was teasing, mocking, demanding to know what kind of bet he had in mind. Seeing this, a sly smile curled at the corner of Qin Tianlia's lips. The fish had bitten the hook. He began to lay out the terms of the wager. Qin Tianlai said, "Up until now, it's been me making wagers with you all, but I think it's time the geniuses got something out of it as well. So here's my stake. If my student comes to your training camp and your students lose, then you have to teach my student an A-level elemental martial technique. Any element is fine, and if we lose, I'll do the same for your students, teach them an A-level elemental martial technique." For a split second, the group of grandmasters was stunned. Then all at once the chat exploded with excitement and messages pouring in. They all eagerly agreed to the bet. Some even started thanking Qin Tianlai ahead of time, promising they'd never forget his generosity. Here was a grandmaster actually delivering a gift to their doorstep, and not just any gift, but an A-level elemental technique. Talk about generous, Wang Qingshan joked. What a move, what a heart. Grandmaster Qin, honestly, why bother with the other training camps? Just come straight to my Hangzhou camp. On behalf of our geniuses here, let me thank you in advance. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, went a bit red-eyed when he heard Qin Tianlia's terms. Although Yangcheng outranked Xingqing in the national rankings, it was still only a mid-tier city with far fewer resources than somewhere like Hangzhou. Wang Qingshan was just being casually polite. His camp never lacked resources. But for Jiang Lin, it was a different story. The Yangcheng training camp did have its share of A-level techniques, but not many, certainly nowhere near Hangzhou's collection. Sure, compared to Xingqing, Yangcheng had the upper hand. But who would ever complain about having too many A-level techniques? Jiang Lin typed, "Brother Qin, it's been ages since we've seen you. Why not start your journey with a visit to Yangcheng? I promise our camp geniuses will go easy. They'd never hurt any of your students. If you come, just say the word. We'll give you first-class treatment, guaranteed." Gone was any hint of the former competitive banter. Jiang Lin's tone was practically pleading, suddenly warm and chummy. He wasn't the only one. The grandmasters from the other city camps started using every trick in the book. Some tried to provoke Qin Tianlai, hoping to spark his anger and lure him to their camp first. Others shamelessly promised to introduce him to lady grandmasters if he dropped by. It was like 36 strategies unfolding in a group chat, everyone showing off their ingenuity. Chucking at the messages, Qin Tianlai put down his phone, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed up at the sky, looking for all the world like a master quietly carrying the weight of his achievements. "Su Hong, my boy, I've wrangled every advantage I could for you," he mused silently. Qin Tianlai had put real thought into this bet. After all, Su Hong had a perfect 100% affinity with all 7 elements. In theory, any elemental martial technique was within his reach. But that also meant one thing: Su Hong's appetite for new martial techniques would be enormous. After all, most people only need to master martial arts techniques of a single element. But Su Hong, he had to learn techniques for all 7 elements, every single one of them. Even if he only planned on learning just one technique for each element, that alone would be nearly impossible. Not to mention, the training camp didn't even have a complete set of A-rank elemental techniques available. Then there was the cost in contribution points. It was right there in black and white. Even with Su Hong's current level of strength, collecting them all would be incredibly difficult, and that's just acquiring them. Even if he somehow got his hands on 7 different A-rank techniques, did people forget how long it would take to learn them all? Even the top 3 talents of the training camp, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan, had only trained 1 A-rank technique each despite their privileged backgrounds and access to resources. Why? Because mastering these skills was just too hard. It demanded an extraordinary gift for martial arts, the kind that appeared once in a century, and even then, there was no guarantee anyone could pull it off in a short period. In fact, if Qin Tianlai hadn't seen what had happened just now, Su Hong suddenly pulling off the bone netherfire fist technique apparently just by watching Wang Tiantua perform it, he never would have proposed a bet like this in the first place. The opportunity was there, whether Su Hong could seize it would depend entirely on his own talent and hard work. Qin Tianlai looked at Su Hong thinking to himself. Yet almost as soon as he felt satisfied with his plan, another thought hit him and his expression changed. He'd been so focused on getting Su Hong the best deal that he'd nearly forgotten what would he have to pay if Su Hong lost? He had planned to take Su Hong all over the training camps of Jiangnan province, challenging and defeating every contender. With Su Hong's strength, losing should be nearly impossible, but what if some dark horse monster came out of nowhere and wiped the floor with him? Just how many A-rank techniques would Qin Tianlai have to hand over? There were 49 cities in Jiangnan province, not counting Xingqing. The possible cost was staggering. If Su Hong lost only a few times, Qin Tianlai could cover the price, but if he lost too many, Qin Tianlai might as well call up a hospital and ask how much he could get for one of his kidneys. Wait a minute, why am I even worrying about this? Qin Tianlai slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing the absurdity of his concerns. A moment ago Su Hong had unleashed a battle power of 9,000, and he hadn't even used his lightning fire fusion ability yet. If he really let loose, his combat strength would soar even higher. Most advanced second-tier warriors wouldn't even know what hit them if he went all out, and here he was, stressing over whether Su Hong might lose. The only way he'd ever lose would be against someone whose level was way above his, at least a third-tier warrior. Qin Tianlia's face broke into a confident grin. As far as he knew, there wasn't a single genius in all of Jiangnan cities who had already reached the third tier. Even in Hangzhou the strongest were only advanced second-tier warriors. Against that kind of competition, Su Hong's lightning fire fusion would be more than enough for an easy victory. Qin Tianlai finally let out a breath, his heart no longer hanging in suspense. At that moment the combat strength testing for the last student ended. Master Qin, everything's been recorded by Mu and Lin Zhe walked over, with Lin Zhe lowering his voice. Other than Su Hong and Wang Tiantua's group of 3, the rest of the students' results are all within the normal range, just a bit above the standard, none more than double at most. That's more like it. There's no way there are that many prodigies in the world. Qin Tianlai nodded in approval. He glanced up at the blazing sun overhead, realizing it was already noon. Alright, everyone's dismissed for now. Go have lunch, he announced. Be back here at exactly 1 p.m. for the blood chi test and then the real combat evaluation. With that he beckoned Su Hong. Come with me. Yes, sir. Su Hong stepped out from the group and followed Qin Tianlai toward his office. Watching his retreating back, the students all wore expressions of envy or complicated emotion. There was admiration, but surprisingly no jealousy. This was the first time since coming to the training camp that Master Qin had called someone out individually, and it was obvious it meant some sort of reward, but everyone knew Su Hong had earned it with his own skill. Replaying that 9,000 combat strength score on the screen in their minds, the students felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. Chen Tian and Li Tu were still in shock. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't have imagined that Su Hong, who had arrived at camp with them, would turn out to be this powerful. If the principal found out about Su Hong's performance, she'd probably be over the moon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tiantua and his 2 friends wore slightly conflicted expressions. Before, in their eyes, the only real competition in the camp was amongst the 3 of them. Who could have guessed that a dark horse would suddenly burst onto the scene? No dark horse didn't even cut it. At least a dark horse was still someone in their league. Su Hong was more like a tiger. He'd crushed all 3 of them so thoroughly there was nothing left to say. Lin Xinghe let out a rueful sigh. Forget the combat test this afternoon. What's the point? If Su Hong can post 9,000 in combat strength, he's at least a high-rank level 1 martial artist, or maybe even level 2 already, said Wang Tiantua, dead serious. Even with my barbarian god physique, I only managed just over 7,000. Even if Su Hong has some rare talent, there's no way his raw power exceeds mine by that much. There's only one explanation: he's a level 2 martial artist. Xiaoyan nodded silently, her expression complicated. Before long, all the students were heading toward the cafeteria. As they walked, everyone was already buzzing with guesses about Su Hong's blood chi levels for the afternoon test. Who was that idiot who said Su Hong was just a rookie level 1? If I find out who it was, I'm gonna shove their face at that 9,000 score. Level 2 martial artist for sure. Just look at Wang Tiantua. He's got the barbarian god physique and peaked at just over 7,000 at the high end of level 1. TSK, I have to say Su Hong really keeps a low profile. With that kind of strength, after all the times we made fun of him, he never even seemed to care. Talk about a good temper. Good temper, Mayas. The truth is, to Su Hong we probably aren't even in the same league. Would a dragon ever care about an ant's jeers? Alright, let's not stand around guessing. Either Su Hong is already at the high end of the first tier and close to breaking through to second tier, or he's already a second tier martial artist. Yes, those are the only 2 possibilities. That's 9,000 combat power we're talking about. Just for reference, the standard for a high-ranked second-tier martial artist is only 10,000. Qin Tianlia's office. Have a seat, Qin Tianlai said with a smile. Once Su Hong sat down, Qin Tianlai got straight to the point. Su-hong, have you ever considered challenging the other provincial training camps in Jiangnan? Su-hong was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Qin Tianlai explained the wager he'd just made and what Su-hong could win by accepting the challenge. As he listened, Su-hong sat there gradually stunned. Truth be told, he'd been planning to turn the offer down at first. After all, here in the training camp he could keep challenging the beast room day after day. Not only could he earn martial arts points non-stop, but also rack up contribution points to exchange for A-rank attribute techniques at the martial arts pavilion. To him, this training camp was nothing short of paradise. But with just a few words, Qin Tianlai shattered his narrow perspective. He realized how small his world had been. He'd been like a frog at the bottom of a well, oblivious to the sky above. Think about it, a genuine A-rank attribute technique. All he had to do was win and he'd get it, and it wouldn't just be awarded to him, one of the grandmasters would personally teach him. On top of that, defeating geniuses from other camps would also reward him with martial arts points. Having spent some time with the system, Su-hong knew full well, the stronger the opponent he defeated, the more martial arts points he'd receive. He'd already confirmed this by fighting savage beasts. After all, even the most gifted students who made it into the training camp could easily take down wild beasts of their own level, which meant besting these fellow students would earn him way more martial arts points than fighting beasts of the same rank. Most importantly, there was one thing Qin Tianlai said that left him no room to refuse. His talent was simply off the charts. He was 100% compatible with all 7 attributes. There wasn't a single attribute skill he couldn't master, but there was a catch. Where was he supposed to get those skills from in the first place? Before today, this had been a real headache for Su-hong. Who would have thought that good fortune would come knocking so unexpectedly? Keep in mind, Jiangnan province has 50 cities, subtracting Xingqing, that's still 49. Each city has its own training camp. Granted, you have to take away cities ranked lower than Xingqing to make it fair, but even then the number left is considerable. Xingqing itself is only middle to low ranked in all of Jiangnan. You also have to discount the grandmasters from higher ranked cities who aren't interested in betting. But how many of those are there really? Grandmasters aren't saints after all. Sure, they'd fight and die for humanity, but they're still human beings, not martyrs. But that didn't mean they had lost the desires inherent to being human. In their eyes, Star City was just an average city somewhere in the middle or lower end of the rankings. Who wouldn't want to play a game with guaranteed profit and zero risk? The more Su-hong thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as he didn't lose, as long as he kept winning, once this round of training camp challenges was over, he'd have collected at least 2 full sets of A-rank martial techniques across his 7 attributes. That meant for every attribute he would have 2 A-rank techniques at his disposal. When that day came, he'd truly be an all-around invincible fighter, like a perfect 6-sided warrior, the ultimate champion. Of course, that was the ideal scenario. After all, which attribute would get which A-rank techniques would still depend on what the masters decided. So have you made up your mind? Qin Tianlai asked with a smile. I'm in. Su-hong nodded earnestly and stood to give Qin Tianlai a deep bow. Thank you, Master Qin. I promise I won't let you down. Even though Qin Tianlai had made it sound like this was all just higher-ups business, Su-hong understood clearly this was Qin Tianlai helping him out. If it was really just coming from above, Master Qin could have made private bets with the other masters himself. There'd be no need to involve students or give them benefits. "Ah, you're a sharp one," Qin Tianlai said, pointing at Su-hong with a grin. Su-hong didn't dodge the gesture, he accepted the praise head-on. "Alright, off you go. Get some lunch, rest up after the test this afternoon, and make your preparations. Tomorrow we set out." "Yes, sir," Su-hong replied a little excitedly and walked to the door. "Wait, about the actual combat test this afternoon," Qin Tianlai added. "I'm thinking of having one Tiantua and the other 2 attack you all at once. What do you think? If you feel it'd be too much, I'll stick to the regular one-on-one rules." "Master Qin, you're underestimating me." At those words, the young man paused in the doorway. Bathed in sunlight, his tall figure radiated a self-assured energy unique to youth. He turned, eyebrows raised in boundless confidence and pride. "Those 3 won't be enough to take me." "Oh," Qin Tianlai was momentarily stunned, then laughed and teased. "If you say even Wang Tiantua and the other 2 together aren't enough, do you want me to send the whole camp at you?" He was joking, of course. "Fine by me, send them all." Su-hong grinned with cocky bravado, every inch of him emanating razor-sharp confidence. "Even united, they still won't be my match." And Qin Tianlai could tell Su-hong wasn't joking in the slightest, he was dead serious. Take on all the geniuses in the training camp by himself. For a moment Qin Tianlai was genuinely speechless. It took him a while to snap out of it. By then Su-hong was already gone. Qin Tianlai stood silently at the doorway, as if the sharp-edged young man was still there, boasting an aura that said, "I don't care if you're a genius or a prodigy, before me you're nothing special." Qin Tianlai stood in a daze for a long time, a look of nostalgia passing through his eyes. In Su-hong, he sought his own younger self, the same fearless optimism, the same boundless ambition. He used to believe there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. He sought everyone else as ordinary, convinced he alone was the true protagonist of this world. He even thought that the billions of others existed solely as the green leaves to set off his brilliant blossom. The memory of his younger self gradually came into sharp focus until one moment he awoke as if from a dream. Qin Tianlai abruptly raised his head and glanced at the mirror. What stared back at him was a face lined with hardship and age. In that moment he was awash with a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. Who knew how much time passed before he finally let out a wistful sigh and said with deep nostalgia, "Man, youth really is a hell of a thing." After a while, Qin Tianlai picked up his phone. In the Grandmaster's chat group of Jiangnan province, he sent a message. "Qin Tianlai, starting tomorrow, I'll be taking my students straight through your training camps, city by city. We're kicking things off in Yangchang." The moment he sent it, a flood of replies poured in, hundreds of messages in just seconds. Even from just the words on the screen, he could practically hear the Grandmasters wailing. "Why not choose our city? Why pick crappy Yangchang? The discounted A-level martial technique is just going to fall right into Jiang Lin's lap now. Wang Qingshan, tisk tisk, Qin, you're really talking big, going on about blazing a trail through every camp, huh?" Qin Tianlai, zip it, old man. If you don't want your students getting steamrolled when we make it to Hangcheng, you'd better have them start training overtime now. Wang Qingshan, ha, you've got the toughest mouth I've ever seen, hard as SSS grade alloy. Fine, I'll be waiting in Hangcheng for your home delivery. Just don't get discouraged in Yangcheng and chicken out before you get here. Qin Tianlai, save your breath. Just get ready to have those martial techniques taught to you. Jiang Lin, brother Qin, I knew you still remembered your little bro. I'll go tell the training camp students the good news right now. And don't worry, if anyone dares lay a finger on your students, I'll knock every last tooth out of their mouth. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai let out a cold laugh and didn't bother to read anymore. He casually tossed his phone aside, at the same time in the Yangcheng training camp inside the Grandmaster's office. "Ha, Qin Tianlai, I'll be waiting for you to pay us a visit." A peal of exuberant laughter rang out. Jiang Lin, black-haired and rugged, exuding an air of authority, couldn't keep the corners of his mouth from curling into a grin so wide it was almost crooked. After a good long while he finally collected himself, stood up and prepared to go share the good news with the students. It was like a pie falling from the sky, an absolute windfall. He was over the moon. Knock knock knock. The door was rapped on. "Come in," Jiang Lin called out, his voice still tinged with mirth. The next moment the door swung open. A middle-aged man carrying a long spear on his back strode in, trailed by two young men bearing firearms. "Jiang Ming, you kid, you actually came to see me over these two disciples?" Jiang Lin's face was colored with surprise. The newcomer was Jiang Ming, accompanied by his two disciples, Li Yan and Li Ming. "Uncle Jiang," Jiang Ming greeted respectfully. Jiang Lin nodded and stepped over to the trio, his gaze settling on Li Yan and Li Ming. Both of them looked tense. After all, this was a grandmaster right in front of them. To be honest, Li Yan and Li Ming still felt like this was all a little too unreal. No matter how they tried to wrap their heads around it, they never could have imagined that their teacher Jiang Ming was actually related to this legendary master Jiang. "Uncle Jiang, I'll have to trouble you to look after these two disciples for me," Jiang Ming requested, a look of deep respect on his face. Deep down, though, he was quite helpless. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would never call in such an important favor. Even if they were related by blood, the connection between the families was thin. Every time you leaned on a relationship like this, it was one less time you could ask for help in the future. But he had no choice. Ever since what happened at Xingqing No. 1 High School, when Li Yan and Li Ming were both defeated by Su Hong, the two of them had been crushed. They'd practically given up on their training, their confidence shattered, and nothing Jiang Ming said could console or encourage them. In the end, all Jiang Ming could do was promise that he'd pull some strings and get them accepted into the training camp where they'd be able to train with a real master. That was the only thing that finally managed to lift their spirits. "Their talent's not bad," Jiang Lin observed after sizing them up for a while, speaking slowly. Upon hearing the praise from a grandmaster, Li Ming and Li Yan's faces lit up with joy. But before the moment could sink in, they immediately heard the next sentence. In the training camp, they'd probably be somewhere in the lower middle group. Li Ming and Li Yan froze. At that moment, Jiang Ming spoke up. "Don't worry, you two. The kids in Yangqing's training camp are all top-tier talents. There's nothing unusual if you can't keep up at first." He paused for a moment, then smiled. "But I can guarantee that after a month in this camp, you'll be more than ready to go back and settle the score with Su Hong. So you'd better put your heart into training and don't slack off." The mention of Su Hong's name instantly brought the fire back into Li Yan and Li Ming's eyes. They straightened up and responded earnestly. "Teacher, we promise, we'll train our hardest. At the end of this month, we'll go back and defeat Su Hong in front of Principal Li so you can finally hold your head high." Jiang Ming's face softened with relief and pride. "What's all this about?" Jiang Lin asked, unable to hide his curiosity. So it seemed that Jiang Ming had come to him for more than one reason. "It's like this." Jiang Ming quickly explained, recounting every detail of what had happened at Xingqing No. 1 High School. "A freshly promoted first-rank martial artist from Xingqing No. 1 High actually managed to beat both of your disciples." Jiang Lin was a little surprised after hearing the story. Sounds like that student from Xingqing really is a bit of a prodigy. Suddenly something seemed to click in Jiang Lin's mind, and a strange expression crossed his face. With Xingqing's usual student quality, a talent like that should have no trouble making it into the training camp, could it be? Is Qin Tianlai really going to bring this kind of student to challenge us? He wondered. A mere first-rank beginner, Zhang Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. If Qin Tianlai actually showed up with a first-rank rookie to challenge his camp, he might not be able to hold back his laughter. After all, in his Yangcheng training camp he had not one but two freshly advanced second-rank prodigies. There was a full major realm of difference between them. Still, Zhang Lin just entertained the thought. It was clearly impossible. No matter how weak the students from Xingqing were, they wouldn't send someone who was only at the very first level of the first tier. Hearing the surprise in Zhang Lin's voice, Li Yan and Li Ming looked a bit embarrassed. Noticing this, Zhang Lin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, after a month with me you'll have no trouble beating that student from number 1 high when you go back and settling the score for your teacher." His tone was casual, as if it were no big deal. After all, someone who was only at the beginner stage of the first tier, after a month of his boot camp, dealing with someone like that would be easy. "Yes, thank you, Master Jian." Li Yan and Li Ming grinned with delight and thanked him repeatedly, full of excitement now that they'd been reassured. Soon the two of them saw Jiang Ming off as he left the training camp. Before he left, Li Yan and Li Ming, brimming with newfound confidence, promised Jiang Ming, "Teacher, don't worry about a thing. In a month we'll storm back here in full force. Yeah, with Master Jiang personally training us. Just wait till we go back to number 1 high and take it out on them." They laughed. Of the two, Li Ming could hardly contain his grin, just picturing himself beating Su Hong a month from now. Watching Su Hong's face twist in utter disbelief, well, the feeling was as refreshing as drinking a cold soda on the hottest day of summer. Xingqing Training Camp, 1 p.m. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu showed up on time outside the student dorms, following behind Master Qin. "All students assemble here within 1 minute," Lin Zhe bellowed. Within seconds the students filed out of the building in an orderly rush, promptly grouping up outside. "This afternoon, the testing will be split into a vitality test and a combat test." Lin Zhe repeated the instructions briefly. "Alright, everyone, follow me to the testing grounds." As they made their way over, it was clear that things had changed since the morning's combat strength test. Where Su Hong had been at the very back of the group earlier, he was now up front, walking side by side with Wang Tiantu and two other top students. Other students kept sneaking glances at Su Hong's back. "I spent an hour at noon thinking this through. Su Hong must already be a second-tier martial artist. Otherwise, there's no way he could have scored 9,000 in the combat test. Obviously, that just goes without saying." Someone chimed in. "Even if Su Hong isn't technically at the second tier yet, his vitality must be nearly there by now." They whispered and debated in low voices, excitement bubbling in the group. The upcoming vitality test was all anyone could talk about. They were really curious to see Su Hong's actual level, since he'd managed to pull off a 9,000-point combat score. Some even got into heated arguments back in the dorms, and in the end, they started betting using contribution points. Nearly half of the students wagered that Su Hong was a second-tier martial artist, while the other half bet he was still in the upper end of the first tier with at least 450 points in vitality. As the bets were mentioned, a few students couldn't help glancing at Chen Shan and Li Tu. Someone snickered. "Chen Shan, Li Tu, there's no way you two are winning this time." "Yes, seriously, you guys actually bet that Su Hong's only at beginner first tier? That's hilarious. That kind of combat power is almost on par with a high-tier stage 2 fighter. How could he possibly still be just a stage 1 beginner?" Someone joked with a grin. "Don't worry about it. Chen Shan and Li Tu are rolling in contribution points. They're basically just handing them over to us." A bunch of students laughed and jeered at Chen Shan and Li Tu, but the two of them stayed completely calm. Instead of getting angry, they just grinned and joined in the laughter with everyone else. Seeing this, the other students couldn't help but shake their heads. In their eyes, Chen Shan and Li Tu were acting like total fools. Before long, everyone lost interest and stopped paying Chen Shan and Li Tu any attention, which was just how they liked it. Truth was, their laughter wasn't because they were agreeing, it was because they could barely keep their composure. As fellow students from First High, they knew perfectly well what realm Su Hong was actually in. Before they set off, he'd just barely broken through to stage 1 beginner, and yet everyone here was guessing he might be high-tier stage 1 or even stage 2. How could they not bet on this? These contribution points were falling from the sky. How could they possibly say no? Still, even though we're making a killing, I genuinely want to know how Su Hong managed to hit a battle power of 9,000. Li Tu said, his face full of confusion. Chen Shan shot him a speechless glance. "Bro, all you need to know is that he's Su Hong." He shrugged. "At this point, nothing Su Hong does will surprise me." Li Tu nodded wordlessly, agreeing. Chen Shan held out his hand and gestured dramatically. "Honestly, if Su Hong came out in a bit and said he wanted to challenge everyone in the training camp, I'd bet he could totally pull it off." This finally broke Li Tu's composure. He gave Chen Shan a playful punch and laughed. "Now you're going too far. If you said Su Hong could take on Wang Tiantua and his crew, I might actually believe it." Chen Shan grinned. "I'm just talking, man." Soon enough, with Lin Zhe and the others leading the way, everyone arrived at the testing site. Qin Tianlai cleared his throat and called out loudly, "No need to repeat the rules. As for the order, we'll stick with the same one from this morning. He pointed at Lin Xinghe. Lin Xinghe, you're up first. Yes, sir, Lin Xinghe replied, giving Su Hong a complex look before stepping up to the blood vitality tester and pressing his hand on it. A moment later, the results came out. Lin Xinghe blood vitality 335 points, 335, an impressive score. If it weren't for Su Hong's performance that morning, the students would have been shocked. But now only a smattering of applause could be heard. Most of the students were focused on Su Hong, barely glancing at Lin Xinghe's test. It was clear everyone was just waiting to see Su Hong's results. Damn, seeing how drastically different the reaction was compared to that morning, how he'd gone from being the center of attention to now being all but ignored. Lin Xinghe, who loved showing off, couldn't help but curse under his breath. So what if your combat power is amazing? If you can't beat me, what does it matter anyway? Strong resentment welled up in Lin Xinghe's heart. He decided that during the actual combat later he'd use his movement technique to run circles around Su Hong, just to vent the frustration from not getting to show off earlier. Next up was Xiaoyan. The results were out soon. Xiaoyan vitality 300. Most of the students just glanced at her result before all turning to look at Su Hong again. Xiaoyan could only purse her lips helplessly and return to the line. Very soon Wang Tiantua's results came up. Wang Tiantua vitality 370. This time, some of the students were genuinely shocked. Whoa, a 370, he must have used some contribution points to exchange for elixirs yesterday, he improved so fast. So what if it's fast, still can't beat Su Hong? Why do you keep comparing other people to other people? Why don't you try comparing yourself to Wang Tiantua for once? Hilarious. After his test, Wang Tiantua walked back toward the group, face expressionless. Next up, Su Hong. Hearing his name, Su Hong walked over to the vitality tester. As he brushed past Wang Tiantua, who was headed back to the line, Wang Tiantua lowered his voice and muttered, "Battle power is just numbers on paper. In real combat you're not guaranteed to beat me." His tone was thick with defiance and challenge. Su Hong didn't react at all, he simply walked right past him towards the testing machine. Watching his back, Wang Tiantua narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. "TCH, what's with the act? Isn't he just a second-tier martial artist?" Lin Xinghe had grumbled in irritation. "Second-tier, not qualified enough to put on airs," Xiaoyan drawled quietly. Lin Xinghe was immediately left speechless. By now Su Hong had reached the vitality detector and all three of them fixed their eyes on him. Around them, the other students stared wide-eyed, barely daring to blink. As soon as they saw Su Hong step up, Qin Tianlai, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, strode right over to the machine, eyes alight with curiosity. The information from the entrance assessment was long gone, he couldn't even remember which trash bin he'd tossed it in. After all, it was a load of nonsense. It claimed Su Hong had only just broken through to first tier. Seriously, what kind of first-tier martial artist could put up a battle power of 9,000? Those records might as well have been crap. "You can begin, just put your hand on the device." Qin Tianlia's voice was unusually gentle. The favoritism was almost laughable. Watching from the side, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Yes," Su Hong replied, putting his hand on the machine. At once Qin Tianlai leaned in, staring at the screen without blinking. The numbers on the screen started soaring, and then froze at a number nobody could have imagined. What? Qin Tianlai was stunned, completely caught off guard. The next second he snapped back to reality and shouted in disbelief, "Is this fucking vitality tester broken?" In vitality 137, he stared at that number in total shock. "Are you kidding me? Su Hong, the guy with 9,000 battle power, has a vitality of only 137? How many times over does this guy break the standards for battle power? This is insane." As everyone knows, the benchmark for a normal martial artist's combat power is their vitality multiplied by 10. But for a genius, thanks to their talent, physique or other factors, their combat power goes beyond this standard. The more gifted the martial artist, the greater the gap between their actual combat power and the baseline. Qin Tianlai, a grandmaster, was well aware of this. That's why when Su Hong managed to unleash a combat power of 9,000, Qin guessed his vitality must be somewhere in the mid-first stage. That was already an extremely generous estimate. Even the top geniuses from the capital or Magic City would fall short of this. Yet, what Qin Tianlai didn't expect was that he'd still underestimated just how much of a monster Su Hong was. A vitality of 137, how was that any different from just barely breaking into the first stage? And with just that much, he'd managed to pull off a combat power of 9,000, damn it. Qin Tianlai stared blankly at the screen, muttering the same three words over and over. He was so close to the screen his forehead was practically pressed against it. That meant Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, Wang Tiantua and the other students next to him could only watch with wide, anxious eyes. "What's going on? Come on, Qin Grandmaster, don't block the view." Wait, why are Qin Grandmaster's shoulders shaking? No way, could it be that Su Hong's vitality is even higher than he guessed? No way, could Su Hong be a mid-second stage martial artist? That would be insane. All the students erupted in a flurry of excited whispers, too curious for words about the results. But with Qin Tianlia's head in the way, no matter how they craned their necks or rearranged themselves, they just couldn't see. The mounting suspense was unbearable. Seeing Qin Tianli still standing there in a daze, Bai Mu nudged Lin Zhe and shot him a look. "You want me to go?" Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, but after hesitating for a few seconds, he mustered up his courage and stepped forward to gently tap Qin Tianli. "Grandmaster Qin, what's with this?" He hadn't finished his sentence when out of the corner of his eye Lin Zhe caught the number for Su Hong's vitality on the screen. Right then and there he gasped in utter disbelief as if he'd seen a ghost. His face froze mid-sentence, mimicking Qin Tianlia's own stunned expression almost perfectly. Standing behind them, Bai Mu rolled his eyes. As he strode forward, he grumbled under his breath seriously, "We all knew Su Hong's vitality would be sky-high, what's the big, holy crap?" As soon as Bai Mu got close enough to read the number, he too was struck dumb with shock, standing there as stiff as a statue. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room turned utterly bizarre, a grandmaster and two fifth-stage martial artists crowding around the vitality meter, gaping wordlessly at the results while the students in the back grew ever more desperate. Especially seeing just how flabbergasted all three were, the students were about ready to climb the walls with curiosity. Anyone wanted to tell them to move out of the way, but no one dared say a word. It wasn't until over 10 seconds had passed that Qin Tianli finally snapped out of it. Catching sight of the students nearly crossing their eyes in frustration, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. For a moment even his grandmaster's composure slipped, though in his defense it was only because Su Hong's vitality was just that outrageous, and not outrageously high but instead it was unbelievably low. Seeing his blood vitality and that 9,000 combat power side by side, if you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes, who would ever believe these numbers belonged to the same person? Ahem, Qin Tianli coughed, putting on a stern face and scolding Bai Mu. "Lin Zhe, what's going on with you two? How much longer are you planning to block the blood vitality machine?" Bai Mu and Lin Zhe were left utterly baffled by this move from Qin Tianli. Wasn't he the one hogging the machine all this time? His old face was practically pressed up against the screen. Now he had the nerve to act like he had the moral high ground and lecture them. Of course, all this grumbling only happened inside Bai Mu and Lin Zhe's heads. They absolutely didn't dare say any of it out loud. Instead, they hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir," and quickly stepped aside. Finally, the results on the screen were revealed for everyone to see. A group of impatient students immediately turned their heads in anticipation. Someone muttered, "Damn, they finally moved. I want to see Su Hong's blood vitality, holy shit." But when the students actually saw the result, their minds went blank, ringing as if a bomb had gone off inside their heads. The next moment a wave of stunned exclamations swept through the crowd. 137, no way, are you serious? 137? Are you sure it's not 1370? Did you forget a zero? Are you kidding me? Su Hong's only a first-level martial artist? No one could believe it. This was just too crazy. Now when the students looked at Su Hong, it was as though they were looking at some kind of freak. He was actually only a beginner first-level martial artist. The instant the result appeared, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan stood rooted in place as if they'd been struck by lightning. Lin Xinghe's flamboyant pink fan slipped from his hand and hit the ground. It didn't even register for him. 137. Lin Xinghe was so worked up his lips trembled trying to form words, but nothing coherent came out. This result wasn't just different from what he'd expected, it was the complete opposite. He's not even at mid-level 1. Wang Tiantua muttered hoarsely, his gaze growing rapidly more complicated. He remembered how he'd just been provoking Su Hong a moment ago and suddenly felt like a complete clown. His face flushed red with embarrassment, a mix of emotions welling up in his chest. Xiao Yan pressed her hands to her mouth, her wide eyes so round it seemed they'd pop out at any second. At that moment every eye in the room was on Su Hong. The boy stood quietly by the blood vitality machine, perfectly calm. On the way here he'd overheard all the speculation about whether he was a second-level martial artist, so he'd already predicted this reaction and wasn't surprised in the least. Even Chen Shan and Li Tu were shocked by Su Hong's blood vitality, but for a completely different reason. They didn't think it was too low, but rather, how the hell is it this high? Hadn't Su Hong just broken through to the first rank a few days ago, and now his blood vitality was already at 137? After a few stunned seconds, Chen Shan and Li Tu couldn't help but break into satisfied grins. Especially when they saw those few students who had mocked them earlier now standing there utterly dumbfounded. Their laughter grew even louder. This is a total win. Stop spacing out, all of you. Hurry up and transfer those contribution points over to me. Man, this round's made us rich. Chen Shan and Li Tu were grinning from ear to ear, shouting for the students who'd lost their bets to hand over their contribution points right away. The group of students who had placed their bets looked utterly miserable, their faces as dark as soot. Chen Shan snorted, "Weren't you all saying Su Hong was a second-tier martial artist?" He jabbed his finger at the screen and raised his voice. "Well, now tell me what Su Hong's chi and blood level." Halfway through he couldn't keep the smile off his face and burst out laughing. When they were placing their bets earlier, these guys had mocked them for ages. They'd been holding back their frustration. Now, there was no way they'd pass up the chance to get even. The faces of the students who bet turned even darker, almost looking green with envy and annoyance. Right then Li Tu jumped in with his own round of mockery, imitating their earlier tone with exaggerated sarcasm. Oh, are you guys just plain stupid or what? How could Su Hong possibly be just a first-tier new martial artist? Love giving money away that much to you. Heck, turns out you two first tiers don't even have enough contribution points between you. He even mimicked their forced laughter perfectly, making the whole thing even more infuriating. The students' faces went from black to an unmistakable shade of green. Seeing this, Li Tu pretended to mutter to himself but made sure everyone could hear him loud and clear. Man, suddenly making all these contribution points. I've got no idea how I'm gonna spend them. Man, suddenly making all these contribution points. I've got no idea how I'm gonna spend them. That line just shattered what little composure the losing students had left. They stood their faces green with regret, looking like they'd just lost a fortune. After seeing Su Hong's combat power that morning, everyone thought he was at least a high-level first-tier or even a second-tier martial artist. It seemed like a sure thing. That's why they'd bet almost all their contribution points on it. But lo and behold, Su Hong's chi and blood was only 137. It took them right back to square one, their contribution points cleaned out, overnight pockets entirely emptied. Alright, next students, step up for your chi and blood test. Qin Tianlia's voice rang out. Once we finish testing, we'll get started with the actual combat trials and rank the top 10 martial artists. Don't forget, first place gets to choose an A-rank attribute martial technique. At this, many of the students exchanged strange looks. Did they even have to guess who'd win first place? That A-rank technique, wasn't it already Su's for the taking? Seriously, who could possibly beat Su Hong in a one-on-one fight? 9,000 combat power. Even Wang Tiantua with his barbarian god physique only had a little over 7,000. However, unlike the rest of the students' resigned attitudes, Wang Tiantua and his two friends, after getting over their shock at Su Hong's low chi and blood score, began to see things differently. Who would have thought Su Hong's chi and blood was so low? This might not be impossible after all. Lin Xinghe murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After witnessing Su Hong's terrifying combat strength earlier that morning, he had already given up on trying to claim first place. In his mind, he'd assumed, like everyone else, that with power like Su Hong's, his vital energy must be just as formidable. If he went up against Su Hong, his only hope would have been to rely on his speed to keep Su Hong running in circles, but he'd end up exhausting himself first and get eliminated. After all, the higher one's vital energy, the greater one's stamina in a drawn-out fight. But who could have guessed that someone as powerful as Su Hong would have such a low level of vital energy? I can totally wear him down with my footwork, he thought. No matter how strong someone is, it doesn't matter if they can't even hit me. The more Lin Xinghe thought about it, the more excited he got. After all, he was the one blessed with the A-rank movement technique, soaring crane steps. No one in the entire training camp could match his speed. What's more, Su Hong was fire attribute and specialized in the bone nether flame fist technique. At that, a bright, confident grin spread across Lin Xinghe's face. He was the master of wind, he specialized in speed. Suddenly he realized fighting Su Hong, as long as he avoided a direct confrontation, would be a piece of cake. Victory was practically in the bag. The advantage is mine. At that moment, Lin Xinghe wasn't the only one thinking along those lines. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan also had the same thought, both of their eyes lit up with excitement. Not long after, the last of the students finished their vital energy test. Next up was the combat trial. As Qin Tianli announced the next phase, all the students turned their eyes to Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan, only to freeze with surprise. They'd expected the previous top three to look discouraged, maybe even resigned. But contrary to all expectations, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan were all wearing confident smiles, looking as if they had the championship firmly in their grasp. The other students were puzzled. Soon, under Qin Tianlia's guidance, everyone arrived at a wide-open sparring ground. Master Qin, I want to fight Su Hong. Before Qin could even speak, Lin Xinghe stepped forward, his face alight with excitement, volunteering himself. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan both froze, cursing his slyness in their minds. On the way here, Lin Zaibai and the others had explained the rules. Rankings would be based on total scores. The more powerful your opponent in the combat trial, the higher your overall ranking would climb. And on this field, whose combat power was highest, there was no doubt it was Su Hong with his score of 9,000. If anyone could take Su Hong down, first place was almost guaranteed. After the vital energy tests just now, they had identified Su Hong's greatest weakness, his poor stamina due to low vital energy. Maybe they couldn't take him head-on, but with their own superior stamina they could outlast him. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan had both hoped they would be the first to challenge Su Hong, eager to take advantage of this loophole, but in the end Lin Xinghe had jumped ahead, shamelessly volunteering before the rules were even fully explained. They both shot urgent looks to Master Qin, silently praying that he would refuse Lin Xinghe's request. Oh, you want to fight Su Hong? Qin Tianli was genuinely shocked this time. He shot Lin Xinghe a surprised look. Yes, faced with Lin Xinghe's definitive answer, Qin Tianli found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was someone really volunteering to get beaten up these days? No way. Qin Tianlai shook his head and refused. Both Wang Tiantua and Xia Yan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Xingha's face was full of disappointment, clearly unwilling to give up. He wanted to say more and argue his case. But before he could, Qin Tianlai smiled and spoke up, cutting him off. If we were sticking to the original rules, that might have been possible, but after seeing the combat test this morning, we're going to switch things up a bit. All the students froze, caught off guard. Lin Xingha quickly asked, how are the rules changing? Qin Tianlai just kept smiling and beckoned Su Hong over with a wave. Su Hong, since this was your idea, why don't you come over and explain it yourself? Su Hong came up with the new rules? Everyone, including Lin Xingha and the other two, was stunned. Right after they saw Su Hong walk over to Qin Tianlai's side, turning to face the entire group. Under the gaze of all the students, a flicker of excitement flashed in Su Hong's eyes. His motivation for suggesting to take on everyone at once wasn't just to look cool. Usually a real combat assessment would use a random draw or something similar, 64 into 32, 32 into 16. That way, even if he advanced a few rounds, he'd only have a handful of matches. How many martial points could he really rack up that way? But there were dozens of students in this training camp, and tomorrow he was heading off with Qin Tianlai to challenge another camp. Their return date was uncertain. That's why Su Hong wanted to challenge everyone. He didn't want to miss a single target who could boost his martial points. The next moment, Su Hong announced, the rules are simple. All of you come at me together, I'll take all of you on by myself. His tone was steady, so casual it was as if he were running into a friend on the street and just greeting them in passing. But hearing this, everyone else felt as if a bomb had gone off in the room. What the hell? Su Hong wanted to take on Wang Tiantua's group of 3 by himself. Bro, are you deaf? Su Hong just said he's going to fight all of us alone. Holy crap, is he out of his mind? No matter how tough he is, nobody brags like that. Damn it, there are dozens of us here. If we all so much as spit at him once, we could drown him. Is he really so full of himself? Does he really think he's already a stage 2 martial artist? The place erupted into chaos. The students were fired up, their voices rising. Bro, do you seriously not see any of us as a threat? No matter how strong you are, you can't seriously think you can take on all of us alone. Heh. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xingha and Xia Yan finally understood what was happening and actually burst out laughing madly, but with anger brewing behind their smiles. The look they gave Su Hong was anything but friendly now. Did he actually think he had this in the bag? Wang Tiantua crossed his arms over his chest, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He's so full of himself, and he even challenged all of us at once. I could toy with him all by myself. Watching Su Hong, Lin Xingha wore a look of utter disdain, jealousy practically radiating from him. That kind of showy bravado, that should be his line. Xia Yan let out a mocking chuckle, but stayed silent. Alright, you can all go at him together now, Qin Tianlai announced, signaling the start. A roomful of students exchanged hesitant glances, not a single one moved. Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions looked a bit sour. It was outrageous enough for Su Hong to suggest this ridiculous rule, but Master Qin hadn't stopped him. Instead, he'd gone right along and initiated the challenge. It was obvious he thought Su Hong could take on every single one of them. Did he not see them as worthy opponents at all? Besides, they were each confident they could wear Su Hong down even in a one-on-one fight. Ganging up on him, that would just make them look pitiful. It was then that Qin Tianlai smiled and added, anyone who participates in beating Su Hong and helps bring him down gets 100 contribution points. The one who finally defeats him will receive 1,000 contribution points. Such a rich reward. Wang Tiantua and his friends froze in shock. The rest of the students, who'd been waiting for a show, suddenly had their eyes light up with greed. Join the fight and get 100 contribution points, take Su Hong down and get a whole 1,000? Master Qin, are you that desperate to see us stomp Su Hong into the ground? Unable to sit still any longer, the students surged forward in a rush, but someone was even faster. The moment Qin Tianlai finished speaking, Wang Tiantua and his friends immediately charged at Su Hong. Lin Xingha, who had mastered the swift cloud step, was fastest. He reached Su Hong first, boldly launching a cloud shadow gale fist at him before quickly leaping backward. He was supremely confident in his speed. This hit-and-run tactic, stringing his opponents along like flying a kite, was his specialty. Even martial artists at his own level couldn't lay a finger on him, let alone someone like Su Hong, who was still at the very beginning of the first level. After darting back several dozen meters, Lin Xingha had just managed to steady himself and was about to turn to check on Su Hong when he saw the students who'd rushed forward stop in their tracks, faces filled with shock as if they'd witnessed something unbelievable. What's going on? Lin Xingha frowned, bewildered. Watch out, Lin Xingha. Dodge! Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan shouted in turn, their voices brimming with astonishment. Lin Xingha's face changed instantly. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a large hand reaching over his shoulder from behind. Without a single moment's hesitation, Lin Xingha launched into swift cloud step again, darting to the side. But then the terrifying thing happened. No matter how he dodged, that big hand never left his line of sight, always just behind him, shadowing his every move, and that hand was closing in on his shoulder at a slow, deliberate pace like a cat toying with a mouse. How is this possible? Lin Xinghe let out a roar of incredulous rage, eyes filled with shock and anger. Just then, the hand suddenly accelerated and clamped down hard on his shoulder. Lin Xinghe's fingers tightened ever so slightly, the terrifying force making anguish flash across his face. But right now he had no time to worry about pain. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to turn around only to meet a pair of cold, unfathomable eyes as calm as ancient wells. You. How can you be this fast? Lin Xinghe's voice trembled with disbelief, the question rising straight from the depths of his soul. How could you move even faster than me? Su Hong didn't bother to answer. She simply raised her fist and, with ruthless efficiency, sent it crashing straight toward Lin Xinghe's face. But just as her fist was about to connect, it seemed as if some mysterious power intervened. Her blow froze mid-air, suspended for a heartbeat. At the exact same moment, the gripping force on Lin Xinghe's shoulder weakened ever so slightly. Sensing his chance, he flashed away in a blur and broke free. Mental energy, so this is what it feels like to be restrained. No wonder people hated Lin Xinghe thought, struggling to adjust to the disquieting sensation, but Su Hong didn't spare the fleeing Lin Xinghe even a glance. She clenched her fist tightly, muttering under her breath, "Looks like I'll have to take care of you first." All at once Su Hong swung around to face Xiaoyan in the distance. The look she sent her way felt like the gaze of a stalking tiger. Xiaoyan's whole body stiffened, a primal fear locking her in place. In the next instant, Su Hong blurred forward at a terrifying speed, slicing through the air toward Xiaoyan, flying swan lightning step. Lin Xinghe's face twisted in shock. How is that even possible? He gaped at Su Hong's technique. Her footwork was almost spectral, moving faster than his eyes could follow. She knows the flying swan lightning step too, and she's even faster than I am. It was obvious. Su Hong hadn't just mastered the flying swan lightning step, she'd fully surpassed him in skill and cultivation. But then Lin Xinghe's eyes widened even further, sheer horror creeping into his gaze as he caught sight of something unfathomable. He let out a sharp, disbelieving cry. Wind affinity. He'd just seen it, wind elemental energy swirling around Su Hong as she lunged for Xiaoyan. Lin Xinghe's mind reeled. Isn't Su Hong supposed to be a fire affinity user? How is she wind now? Could it be? Damn it, she's one of those incredibly rare dual affinity martial artists. Suppressing the shock that thumped in his chest, Lin Xinghe shouted out a desperate warning. Watch out. At the very same moment, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan both caught sight of the wind aura enveloping Su Hong. Their faces blanched as the realization hit. All around, the students stared slack-jawed with astonishment. Holy shit, Su Hong's a dual affinity martial artist? No freaking way, that's pure genius. Most people only ever cultivate the elemental skill that resonates most with them, but Su Hong is mastering two at once. That means her compatibility with both fire and wind must be insanely high. But that's not even the craziest part. There are a handful of people with high compatibility for multiple elements, but actually cultivating more than one, that's on a whole other level. Dual cultivation, it's something only absolute prodigies could ever hope to achieve. Raising two kinds of elemental energy is 10 times as hard as just focusing on one. I remember even the most exceptional talents back in Imperial Capital gave up on dual cultivation and stuck to a single path. That alone says everything. If even they couldn't pull it off, just how monstrous is Su Hong's talent? Damn it, now I finally understand why Su Hong only has 137 points of vitality. How could his progress not be slow with dual cultivation? Hearing these words, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, who were both familiar with Su Hong's background, couldn't help but exchange strange looks. They were already this shocked just knowing he practiced two attributes. If they ever found out Su Hong didn't just practice 2-inch but actually cultivated 7 different attributes, wouldn't their minds just shut down from the sheer disbelief? At that moment, Su Hong unleashed his soaring swan dispersing clouds technique, charging at them with a speed far beyond Lin Xinghe's. Seeing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly shouted, "Stop him." There was a shiver of panic in her voice. Su Hong's combat power was already frightening. At a solid 9,000, she knew full well she couldn't take even a single punch from him. She'd originally thought she could simply wear Su Hong down thanks to her superior vitality, but who would have guessed he was a wind-type martial artist too? If this had been a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't stand a chance. She realized belatedly just how naive she'd been. At Su Hong's speed, there was no way anyone could outlast him through attrition, and it wasn't just her. Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe were in the same boat. None of them were a match for Su Hong in a solo fight. No wonder Master Qin had actually agreed to Su Hong's proposed rules. Wang Tiantua's heart was pounding, his expression as grave as ever. After seeing Su Hong's speed with his own eyes, he knew a one-on-one match would be hopeless. They'd have to join forces, all three of them, just to stand a chance. "I'll block him, use your mental power to restrain him," Wang Tiantua shouted, stepping in front of Xiaoyan. Staring down the approaching Su Hong, he summoned his bone netherworld flame fist, but no sooner had the white flame shimmered on his knuckles than Su Hong was already upon him. Wang Tiantua's pupils contracted sharply, and he threw a punch with all his strength. No hesitation, Su Hong mirrored him, unleashing his own bone netherworld flame fist. The chilling white fire radiated an aura more terrifying than anything Wang Tiantua could conjure. It was vastly more powerful. Wang Tiantua was shocked to his core. He hadn't noticed during their earlier test, but only now did it hit him. Su Hong's mastery of the Bone Netherworld Flame Fist was leagues above his own. No wonder Su Hong could put out a combat power of 9,000. Damn it, is this already the mastered rank or even perfected? Wang Tiantua went pale watching that fist come crashing in. He was over 1,000 points lower in combat strength than Su Hong. If Xiaoyan didn't help him, he'd be crushed in a direct clash. Frantically he yelled, Xiaoyan, now hold him down. Xiaoyan's eyes sharpened, unleashing her mental power in an instant and pinned Su Hong in place. His motion froze. It was as if someone had pressed his personal pause button. Xiaoyan's heart settled. Now that Su Hong was trapped by her psychic power, he was completely at their mercy. As long as she didn't let up, she was confident she could hold Su Hong for at least 10 seconds, and in a fight decided in mere moments 10 seconds was more than enough to tip the scale. Phew, this monster. Wang Tiantua let out a long breath, relief washing over him. With his fist wreathed in white flame, he unleashed it toward the immobilized Su Hong. You're strong, but taking on all of us at once, that's just wishful thinking. Monster Su, eat my fist. At that moment Lin Xingha appeared behind Su Hong, his cloud shadow gale fist instantly smashing toward Su Hong's back. It's over. Su Hong really is a monster. This is the strongest trio in the whole training camp, and it still took all three of them working together to take him down. He's got every right to be cocky. If it hadn't been for Xiaoyan's psychic control, Wang Tiantua facing off against Su Hong head-on probably would have had his hand broken. The crowd of students watching gasped in awe, their eyes filled with shock and respect for Su Hong's strength. Still came up just a bit short. Bai Mu shook his head, a touch of regret in his voice. Lin Zhe grumbled, Su Hong did great. You have to realize the three of them together could have easily taken down even a second-tier martial artist. It's a shame, Qin Tianlai added, stroking his chin with some disappointment. Su Hong's just too young after all. Taking out the interfering psychic first was the right move, but he didn't realize he'd end up shackled by someone else's psychic power. A bit reckless, really. Qin Tianlai shook his head. Once you're caught by a psychic, breaking free is incredibly tough. Either you rely on pure physical strength to forcefully shatter the psychic hold, counter it with your own mental power, or you've got someone lending a hand. But the last two options obviously don't work here. Su Hong isn't a psychic himself, so he doesn't have that kind of mental force, and he's fighting all alone. Who could possibly help him? That leaves him with just one option, breaking through the psychic hold by raw physical power. But he's only at the first tier, just at the entry stage. Trying to break free from a high-level first-tier psychic is basically a pipe dream. But before Qin Tianlai could finish his thought, a sudden change caught his attention. His eyes snapped wide open. Back in the arena, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xingha had Su Hong surrounded, one in front and one behind. Just as both of their fists were about to land, Su Hong, who had seemed frozen by the psychic hold, suddenly trembled violently. Xiaoyan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face draining of all color. Her expression was one of absolute disbelief. The next instant she shouted anxiously at the still attacking Wang Tiantua and Lin Xingha, my psychic powers have been shattered. Su Hong can move again, fall back now. Wang Tiantua and Lin Xingha's faces changed dramatically at her words, but their fists were already halfway through their swings. How could they possibly pull back now? So what if he's moving again? Hit him. Don't retreat. Take advantage of the moment before he can react, land the blow. The decision made, the two gritted their teeth and powered up, throwing everything they had into the strike, determined to take Su Hong down in one go. Just then, faced with two fists flying at him from front and back, Su Hong, having just regained his mobility, looked cool and collected. He shifted his stance, both arms shooting out in opposite directions, each hand reaching for one of the incoming fists. The next second, hand met fist. Boom, boom, two deep muffled crashes exploded through the air. The gathered students' eyes popped wide as they stared at the scene. Those standing in the back grew so anxious to see what was happening, they started bouncing on their toes, craning desperately for a better look. The next moment, the entire crowd of students was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Su Hong, without using any martial arts techniques, was single-handedly blocking all of Wang Tiantua and Lin Xingha's attacks with nothing but the sheer strength of his body. Holy crap, he actually blocked them. Wait, are you serious? Isn't that insane? I feel like even savage beasts aren't as strong as Su Hong. He's like a humanoid monster. That's not even the scariest part. Did nobody notice? With just his physical powers, Su Hong shattered a psychic attack. Xiaoyan started coughing up blood. Are you kidding me? Is this even a fair fight anymore? Could Su Hong actually win? Even teamed up Wang Tiantua and the others can't take him down. Gasps and shouts rippled through the students, leaving everyone's scalp tingling with disbelief. Even Lin Zhe and Bai Mu watched in amazement. This strength is unreal. Bai Mu blurted out, his face registering utter shock. Lin Zhe shook his head in awe. If Wang Tiantua is a raging bull, then Su Hong is a rampaging dragon. Wang Tiantua, who possessed the body of a barbaric god, had unleashed his bone inferno fist, yet Su Hong had withstood it with his bare hands. Their physical powers weren't even in the same league. This kid, Qin Tianlai was visibly rattled. Su Hong's physique is even stronger than I thought. he scattered the psychic energy of a high-stage Tier 1 spirit master using only his body. That's just nuts. Su-Hong's special constitution must be far more powerful than the barbaric god physique. Qin Tianlai stroked his chin thoughtfully. The barbaric god physique ranked 500-something among all special constitutions known worldwide. If we're talking raw power alone, it could break into the top 300, which is outrageous on a global scale. Judging by Su-Hong's strength, his special physique should place at least within the top 200 if not higher, Qin Tianlai speculated silently. Meanwhile, back in the arena, if the onlooking students only felt shocked and awed, Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe were bordering on terror. He blocked it. The two of them stared in disbelief at Su-Hong's hand, still keeping their fists at bay, their minds thrown into utter chaos. But Su-Hong didn't give them any time to process what had just happened. His hand, the one holding their fists, suddenly tightened, fingers like iron claws locking around their knuckles. Crap! Dread washed over Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe as their expressions changed dramatically. They strained with all their might, their faces flush with effort, but Su-Hong's grip didn't budge an inch. No matter how they struggled, they simply couldn't break free. Screw it, if we can't get away, just fight, Wang Tiantuo bellowed in fury, swinging his other fist up to strike Su-Hong head-on. Seeing this, Lin Xinghe's resolve hardened as well. He lunged with his free hand, throwing another punch. But before either of their blows could land, Su-Hong yanked forcefully on their captured fists, pulling them off balance instantly. Damn it! Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe had gritted their teeth, desperately trying to stay on their feet, searching for a way to attack. But Su-Hong? He wasn't about to give them a chance. At that moment, Su-Hong, gripping the two of them tightly, started smashing them into the ground just like the Hulk swung Loki around. Boom! The two had their first up-close and personal encounter with the ground. Web-like cracks instantly spread across the surface. Boom! The second slam. The ground caved in, leaving a small crater. Boom! The third slam, then the fourth. Watching Su-Hong as if he'd been possessed by the Hulk, the onlooking students felt their scalps tingle with fear. Damn, that's brutal. Honestly, if I'm exaggerating a little, how is this any different from a dad spanking his kids? He completely overpowered them, no contest at all. Who could take a beating like that from Su-Hong? Amid the shocked whispers of the crowd, boom, Su-Hong slammed them down one last time before finally letting go. By now, there were two massive dents in the ground. Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe lay flat in the centers of the craters, faces smeared with dirt, looking utterly dazed. Despite their numb expressions, there was even a trace of serenity, almost like corpses lying peacefully in their coffins. The two of them had been beaten senseless, completely surrendered, with every ounce of fight knocked out of them. Phew, Su-Hong exhaled, almost relieved. That was a close call. Xiaoyan's mental power was even stronger than he'd expected. Even going in headfirst with brute force had taken him 2 whole seconds. If my own mental strength wasn't just at 100 points, this would have been much easier, he thought privately. His mental strength had just reached 100 points, barely at stage 1. And unlike his ridiculously powerful body, his mental strength was just that of an average psychic at this level. Up against Xiaoyan, who was already advanced within stage 1, he had no chance of overpowering her mentally. Almost forgot about her. Scanning the area, Su-Hong strode over to Xiaoyan. Lying on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, Xiaoyan's face shifted, from shock straight to pure terror, as she saw Su-Hong walking her way, terrified, absolutely terrified. Don't come any closer, either admit defeat or I'll make you the third crater, Su-Hong said, giving her a fair, if terrifying, choice. He always respected women, at least enough to give her a chance. That said, even as he spoke, his hand was already reaching for Xiaoyan's ankle. Clearly, if she didn't surrender, he'd give her the same treatment as the other two. No, I give up, I surrender. Xiaoyan's face instantly went deathly pale, far whiter than when she'd spit up blood. Honestly, it wasn't the pain, she was just plain terrified. No way did she want to end up like Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe lying there so peacefully. At that moment, with Xiaoyan's surrender, it was officially decided. The camp's strongest trio had actually been taken down single-handedly by Su-Hong. Once everyone realized this, the students erupted into amazed chatter. Holy crap, he really won. I don't even know what to say, legendary. I never would have guessed. That was brutal. Wait, hold up, Su-Hong, why are you coming straight at us? Hey man, no need, we're not fighting, whoa, WHOA. As the students chatted among themselves, a strange feeling began to creep over them. Their voices gradually faded, unease settling in. They noticed Su-Hong slowly walking toward them, eyeing them up and down as he approached. He started counting aloud, 7, 1938, getting closer with each step. The students, now within earshot, could faintly make out Su-Hong's mutterings. Wait, is this guy actually counting us out loud? A ripple of dread spread through the group, every eyelid twitching with anxiety as a sense of foreboding grew in their chest. 65. When Su-Hong finished his count, his eyes practically sparkled with excitement. The next moment, he lunged at the group, looking for all the world like he was about to start a massacre. Holy crap, he's not joking. All color drained from the students' faces. Seriously, dude, when you said you'd take on all of us at once, you weren't just showing off, you really meant it? You even counted the numbers, what, to make sure no one slipped away? What do we do? What do we do? I'm here for a training camp, not a street brawl. My scrawny self can't take even one punch from this guy. I don't want to go down like Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe lying there peaceful and all. I beg you, not me, man. The group descended into chaos, panic spreading like wildfire, but then someone with more guts clenched his teeth and shouted, "There's 70 of us. No matter how strong Su Hong is, he can't possibly take down all of us." The words left everyone stunned for a second, but then a handful of them started to get fired up as well. Hell yeah, he thinks we're pushovers, Wang Tiantua and those guys are strong, sure, but Su Hong fighting 70 of us by himself? No way, we'll beat him black and blue. Exactly, there's only one Su Hong after all. Guys, let's get him. Don't even think about running, there's 70 of us. If we let Su Hong chase all of us around the camp by himself, we'll be a laughingstock. Fight back, a few ringleaders roared at the top of their lungs. The students who had already started running stopped dead in their tracks. Come to think of it, running away would be seriously embarrassing. If everyone else stood their ground and you ran, how could you ever show your face here again? Charge! Leading the way, a few students rushed at Su Hong, yelling at the top of their lungs. The rest of them worked up into a frenzy, followed suit. The very next moment, bang, 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 Su Hong floored the ringleaders with a single punch each, knocking them flat onto the ground, their faces untroubled and honestly, a little eerily peaceful. Seeing this, the students' frantic shouts snapped off instantly as if someone had flipped a switch. Their hot-blooded enthusiasm lasted all of 3 seconds. Suddenly everyone's mind cleared and turned ice cold. One punch per person, what is this, a street market beatdown? Are we kids compared to him? I'm done, someone else can step up this time. I'm not going up there to get pummeled. Crap, he's coming, run for it. What are you waiting for? As Su Hong charged at them again, someone let out a desperate yell and took off first. Shit, run, why are you pushing me? Hey, who's grabbing my pants? Have you no shame? Damn, I'm not even wearing boxers underneath. Su Hong, it's me, Chin Shan, hold your fire, man. Damn, we all came from number 1 high together, there's no need to go this hard, alright? The group of fleeing students didn't stand a chance. They were no match for Su Hong's speed, especially with the power of his Fei Hong Jingyan footwork. He darted forward like lightning, catching up to them in a flash and knocking each one out with a single punch. Even Chen Tian and Li Tu, 2 of his old classmates, weren't spared. They got knocked out cold just like the rest. But with over 60 students scattering in every direction, even Su Hong had to spend a good deal of time. 1 punch per student, it still added up. 20 minutes later, the last one, cornering the final trembling student, Su Hong ignored the terror in his eyes and finished the job with a single punch. He finally let out a long breath. It was over. Su Hong gulped down air, chest heaving, his sweat poured down from his face, dripping onto the ground. Even with his king's body, 20 minutes of all-out sprinting had nearly emptied his tank. I really need to work on raising my chi and blood. To think that I could only last this long at full power, Su Hong muttered to himself. Jin Tianlai and Lin Zhe happened to walk by and caught his words. Both of them twitched with disbelief. Most first-rank novice martial artists could only sustain full power output for a few minutes, no resting in between. Even among prodigies with a chi and blood foundation as strong as Su Hong's, none could hope to match this kind of stamina. Yet here was Su Hong drenched in sweat but still looking like he had plenty left in the tank, and he was actually complaining that he hadn't lasted long enough. Straight up monster, Lin Zhe marveled. He really did knock every single one of them out. It's like he's some kind of humanoid beast, Bai Mu said, glancing around at all the battered students sprawled across the ground. She couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her eyes. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, you two handle cleanup duty with these students, Qin Tianlai said with a smile, turning to Su Hong. First place, you're with me. Let's go collect your reward. Pick an A-rank attribute, martial technique. Su Hong's eyes instantly lit up. He followed Qin Tianlai straight to the martial techniques hall. Master Qin, the martial artist lounging on a recliner, shot to his feet in a panic. Bring me the list, right away. In no time, Su Hong was handed the martial technique list. After looking it over for a bit, he said thoughtfully, Master Qin, which attribute do you think I should choose for my martial technique at this stage? What in the world? The martial artist beside him was completely baffled. Pick an attribute, isn't the answer obvious? You just choose the one you're most compatible with. What is he, an idiot? So which attributes do you have martial techniques in already? Qin Tianlai asked, his curiosity piqued. The martial artist stared in shock at Qin Tianlai. What was going on today? Was Master Qin losing his mind too? He couldn't help but blurt out, Master Qin, what does any of this mean? Picking an attribute, why would someone need to do that? Qin Tianlai shot him a look and remarked, exactly as it sounds. Kid, you've been slacking off too long, can't even understand plain words. The martial artist looked even more confused. But don't you always pick the martial technique that best matches your attribute? Oh, you mean that? Qin Tianlai replied casually, ordinary martial artists are like that, but Su Hong's a little different. All 7 of his attribute affinities are at 100%, so he actually gets to choose. Huh? The martial artist stiffened, as if struck by lightning. 7 affinities each at 100%? What kind of monster is this? Wait, he suddenly snapped to his senses. Dual cultivation. Isn't dual cultivation known to be taboo? He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something but hesitated at the last moment. The attribute arts I'm currently cultivating are Bone-Chilling Shadow Fist, Soaring Crane, Misstep, Cloud Conceal, Gale Fist, and there's also a B-rank Void Piercing Finger. The rest are of lower grade. As Su Hong spoke, he casually demonstrated several of his attribute techniques. The martial artist was instantly dumbstruck. All the questions that had rushed to the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. In his eyes, shock and disbelief were written plainly. Cloud Conceal, Gale Fist. Qin Tianlai froze for a split second. The next moment he gathered his wits and looked at Su Hong with a complicated expression that was hard to put into words. Back when he first saw Su Hong use Bone-Chilling Shadow Fist, he had already suspected that Su Hong might have simply picked up the technique after watching someone else perform it. That suspicion strengthened when he saw Su Hong skillfully use Soaring Crane Misstep afterwards. But now he was absolutely sure. Cloud Conceal, Gale Fist, this wasn't even one of the techniques available in the martial arts pavilion. In fact, in all the time Lin Xinghe had been at the training camp, he'd only used it once, and that was during the power assessment this morning. You only watched that punch once this morning and you already mastered it. Though Qin Tianlai knew this had to be the case, he still found it almost impossible to believe. Yeah, Su Hong nodded calmly. Hiss. The martial artist, who had just come to his senses, drew in a sharp breath, staring at Su Hong as if he was staring at something inhuman. Qin Tianlai was left speechless as well. Good grief, even for an A-rank technique, geniuses like Wang Tiantuo and the others had to struggle and toil over it before barely managing to learn one. You Su Hong only need a glance to pick it up. Freak of nature. In the end, monster was all Qin Tianlai could think. After a while, he snapped back and began seriously considering what technique to recommend to Su Hong. You've got an attack technique and a movement technique now. You should learn a control type next. He thought for a moment, then pointed at something high up on the list. This one's not bad. Su Hong followed his finger with his eyes. For large characters came into view: Flame Prison Cage Grade, Attribute, Fire Type, Control Effect, Condense fire spiritual energy into a prison of flames, trapping the enemy within. Su Hong had barely finished reading when Qin Tianlai spoke up, his face serious. Control type arts are the hardest of all. They require an extraordinary mastery of spiritual energy. You're only at early stage tier 1 right now, so honestly, I shouldn't be recommending this one to you. At the end, even Qin Tianlai sounded uncertain. With your talent, you should be able to learn it. At the very least, you shouldn't have any trouble getting started. Unlike offensive martial techniques, which only require channeling spiritual energy into your weapon or parts of your body, control type techniques are different. They require you to project spiritual energy outside your body. The vast majority of second-rank warriors can't manage that. If I hadn't just been so impressed by your abilities, Su Hong, I definitely wouldn't be recommending a control type technique at this stage. Coincidentally, my spiritual energy is fire attributed, and I also know this technique. I'll demonstrate it for you first, then you can decide if you want to pick it. Upon hearing this, Su Hong immediately focused all his attention on Qin Tianlai, his eyes fixed, not missing a single detail. Qin Tianlai stretched out his hand and aimed it at a nearby warrior who looked utterly bewildered. Whoa, Master Qin, don't test it on me. The warrior's expression changed and he tried to run, but he had barely taken a step when Qin Tianlai's hand tightened slightly. A surge of roaring flames appeared out of nowhere beside the warrior. In an instant, the fire transformed into pillars, forming a blazing cage that trapped the warrior inside. That's what you get for slacking off. Think of this as a little lesson, Qin Tianlai said with a grin. The trapped warrior looked embarrassed, standing still inside the fiery cage, not daring to make the slightest move. Su Hong, don't be fooled by the term control type. These techniques can be just as powerful as offensive ones, Qin Tianlai explained. The difference is offensive techniques are direct attacks, while something like this flame prison only unleashes its power when an enemy tries to break free and touches the pillars. It's more of a restrictive technique. Of course, once they're trapped you could choose to launch an attack, but maintaining the prison and attacking simultaneously, that's a whole new level of difficulty. Right now, even for you, that's practically impossible. Let me show you. As he spoke, a small fire flickered at Qin Tianlai's fingertip. He shot it at the trapped warrior. Whoa, Master Qin, I swear I won't slack off again, the warrior yelped in panic. The next second, both the little flame and the fiery cage vanished. If I catch you slacking next time, you won't get off this easy, Qin Tianlai said with a smirk. The warrior could only laugh awkwardly. So Su Hong, what do you think? Want to give it a try? I'll remind you again though, the difficulty is really high. With your ability you could probably manage the restrictive part, but attacking at the same time, that's way too advanced. Even I only mastered it after becoming a third-rank warrior, Qin Tianlai said as he looked at Su Hong. To his surprise, Su Hong didn't reply right away. It was as if he were lost in thought. Qin Tianlai was puzzled, so he patiently repeated himself. This time, Su Hong seemed to finally snap out of it. He blinked, then shook his head quickly and said, forget it, if you're saying it's this tough, I'd better pick something else. I'll skip the control technique for now. Haha, smart choice, Qin Tianlai said, shaking his head with a laugh. His appreciation for Su Hong only deepened. Geniuses tend to be cocky, especially freakish talents like Su Hong, yet here he was able to listen to advice. People like that are truly rare. At this moment, Qin Tianlai studied the list in his hand, deep in thought. Offensive martial skills, check. Movement techniques, check. Control type skills didn't really suit the current needs. Wait, defense. Qin Tianlai's eyes lit up. Pointing at a particular martial art on the list, he said with confidence, "This one is perfect for you. Earth armor grade, attribute, earth type, defensive effect. Condenses earth spiritual energy on the surface of your body to form armor." Don't underestimate how plain that description sounds, Qin Tianlai continued. This armor is incredibly sturdy, and with how durable your body already is, the combination will be impressive. Su Hong withdrew his gaze from the list and nodded. All right, I'll go with your recommendation, Master Qin. Good, shall we fetch the manual? Qin Tianlai instructed. Yes, sir. While waiting for Shali to retrieve the martial art, Qin Tianlai looked at Su Hong with curiosity. Speaking of your tough body, I've been wondering. Su Hong, what exactly is your special constitution? Overlord physique, Su Hong answered straightforwardly. He had nothing to hide. In fact, he'd been hoping Qin Tianlai would be so stunned that he'd just dump a whole trove of A-grade martial arts on him, but his hopes were quickly dashed. Overlord physique? Qin Tianlai frowned in surprise. Did you come up with that name yourself? As far as Qin Tianlai knew, among all the special constitutions officially listed in the world today, none were called Overlord physique. Su Hong felt a bit disappointed but replied, you could say that. So it's a previously unrecorded constitution, Qin Tianlai commented, his tone easy. He'd seen plenty of strange cases, nothing new under the sun. With a hint of admiration he said, based on what I saw, your overlord physique must boost your strength, right? Even Wang Tiantua with his savage god physique couldn't do more than throw a full-strength punch at you, and you still easily blocked it. Your strength amplification is incredible, incredible indeed. Among the 3,000 constitutions, this one had the greatest boost to raw power, Su Hong thought to himself. Qin Tianlai continued, so by how many times do you think your strength has increased? Su Hong paused, then shook his head. I'm not really sure. He was genuinely uncertain about the multiplier. All he knew was that ever since his overlord physique awakened, his combat power had shot up from 2,000 or 3,000 to a full 9,000. You don't know? Why not give me a punch and see for yourself? Qin Tianlai tapped his own chest, signaling for Su Hong to hit him without worry. All right, Su Hong nodded. Even with all his confidence, he didn't think he could possibly injure a grandmaster. He threw a full-strength punch at Qin Tianlai. It felt like slamming his fist into an indestructible city wall. Su Hong grimaced, clutching his aching knuckles. Qin Tianlai meanwhile didn't so much as budge. So this is what a grandmaster is like. Su Hong was quietly in awe. Qin Tianlai, still and composed, had closed his eyes to sense Su Hong's power. A moment later he opened them, his gaze filled with absolute shock. Almost under his breath, he muttered, holy, he'd just realized that Su Hong's strength was already brushing up against the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. Qin Tianlai was utterly rattled. He had thought this morning's combat test, when Su Hong scored a power level of 9,000, was already his absolute limit. Now Qin Tianlai realized he couldn't have been more wrong. Su Hong's overlord body had pushed his strength to an absolutely outrageous level. He was certain, if it weren't for his low blood and energy dragging him down, the fighting power he could unleash would be far more than just 9,000, he might even break the 10,000 mark, and he was only at the very beginning of the first rank. Qin Tianlai's mouth twitched involuntarily at that thought. At just that moment Su Hong turned to him with a hint of curiosity. Grandmaster Qin, what do you think of my strength? Not bad, right? Could I compare with those top geniuses from the capital or the Magic City? Not bad. Not bad isn't even the half of it. You're incredible. Qin Tianlai couldn't help but complain in his mind, out loud though he sighed with genuine emotion. I've never seen a first-rank martial artist with strength like yours, Su Hong. I can guarantee you, among all the first-rank fighters there isn't a single one who could withstand a punch from you head-on. Even those so-called top geniuses from the capital, if they were still first-rank and took a punch from you, at best they'd be crippled, at worst they'd be dead. Su Hong nodded, taking his measure of the situation. Just then literally another martial artist returned with a manual describing the thick earth armor technique. Su Hong immediately accepted it, unable to wait, and began to read right away. He flipped through the pages at lightning speed, as if he were just skimming rather than really reading. Qin Tianlai couldn't help but be amused at the sight. He shook his head, chuckling. Su Hong, there's no need to be in such a hurry. At least wait until we get back to start training. Come on, let's go. He spoke as he headed for the door, expecting Su Hong to follow. But Su Hong didn't respond. Puzzled, Qin Tianlai turned around and froze. Su Hong had finished speed reading the manual, paused to think for only a few seconds, and then before their eyes streams of earthy spiritual energy began rising from his skin. In the blink of an eye, the energy solidified into a heavy pitch-black suit of armor around him. Qin Tianlai, in the martial technique pavilion, the atmosphere froze, the air was so still you could hear a pin drop. Qin Tianlai stared blankly at the thick earth armor on Su Hong's body, completely stupefied. It took him over 10 seconds to recover. You You already learned it. Qin Tianlai could barely believe it, a grandmaster himself, his voice even trembled with shock. It's just that I've barely gotten the basics, Su Hong replied modestly, just the basics, only the basics. Qin Tianlai heard those words and felt his eyelid twitch, his mouth opened and closed several times, but he truly didn't know what to say. Beside them, little Li was utterly dumbfounded. His mind couldn't help but scream, this is an A-level martial technique. And you just flipped through it once, didn't even spend 15 seconds, and now you've learned it. He remembered how long it took him to get the hang of a B-level technique, a whole month of hard work before that first rush of joy. Now little Li felt completely crushed, his spirits plummeting. So this is what a genius is like. How can there be such a huge gap between people? Ding, Qin Tianli's phone chimed with a new message. He gave Su Hong a complicated look before picking up the phone. It was a video from Bai Mu. Qin Tianlai watched the video in silence, then said nothing for a long time. The footage was from yesterday, showing Su Hong inside the ferocious beast chamber, dozens of high-level tier 1 ferocious beasts utterly one-sided slaughtered. If Su Hong hadn't gotten tired at the end, the training camp's entire beast stock would probably have been wiped out by him on the very first day. Bai Mu messaged, Master Qin, I just saw when Su Hong was fighting he seemed to be wearing a weighted vest. Another message came in and Qin Tianli's pupils contracted. He looked up at Su Hong, voice hoarse. You were wearing a weighted vest just now. Su Hong blinked in surprise, then nodded. Yeah. Qin Tianli's expression was complicated. Why wear that during real combat? Su Hong looked at him strangely. If I take it off I wouldn't earn contribution points. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai was completely lost for words. He realized he'd underestimated Su Hong yet again. When he'd seen Su Hong out of breath after defeating all the other trainees, he'd thought that was Su Hong's limit, but it turned out the whole time the kid had been wearing a weighted vest. Qin Tianlai was completely stunned now. That vest obviously affected real combat, anyone would agree, but he couldn't say much after all. Su Hong had still won. This kid really broke the mold. I shouldn't try to judge him by normal standards. Now Qin Tianlai finally understood. After a moment he grumbled, forget about those contribution points. As long as you succeed in challenging the camp there'll be plenty of martial skills for you. Go on, take that thing off now. Su Hong thought about it and agreed, so he started taking off the vest. I'll help you, just hand it over when you're done. Martial artist Xiaoli eagerly came over to help. It's a bit heavy, Su Hong reminded him. A bit heavy? Come on, a tier 1 martial artist like you wore it for so long and fought all those matches, how heavy can it really be? Besides, I may not be top-notch, but I am a tier 2 martial artist. Xiaoli didn't take Su Hong's words seriously at all, but the moment Su Hong shrugged the weighted vest off and handed it to him, Xiaoli instantly realized something was off. His expression changed, he wanted to brace himself, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoli dropped straight to his knees, the vest hit the floor with a huge clang. Xiaoli scrambled up, his face visibly reddening with shame. He, a dignified tier 2 martial artist, was just brought down by Su Hong's weighted vest. Just how heavy was this thing? This time, Xiaoli knew better. He gripped the vest with all his strength, and the moment he lifted it, his eyes popped wide. Holy crap, 5 tons. On the side, Qin Tianli's face had already darkened at the sight of Xiaoli's embarrassing blunder. He'd just opened his mouth to reprimand him when Xiaoli blurted out in shock, how much? Qin Tianlai stepped up to take the vest, and to his amazement it really was 5 tons. The weight itself wasn't out of his expectations, but what truly shocked him was something else entirely. Qin Tianlai stared wide-eyed, looking at Su Hong as if he were staring at some wild beast. Kid, you were carrying 5 tons in the first stage and you lasted through over 20 minutes of full combat. Su Hong felt a bit uneasy under the stares of the two men, so he gave an awkward laugh but said nothing. Qin Tianlai clicked his tongue in disbelief. Su Hong, this overlord body of yours really couldn't have picked a better name. Judging by your sheer strength alone, you're worthy of the title overlord. He paused for a moment, then went on in amazement. As far as I know, among the special body constitutions out there, barely any can match your overlord body in raw power. As he spoke, he handed the weighted vest to Xiaoli. Alright, that's enough for now. Go back and get yourself ready. Tomorrow morning we set off for Yang City. Su Hong nodded. Okay. He was about to turn and head back to his dorm when Qin Tianlai suddenly seemed to remember something and called him back. All right, I remember you use a spear, don't you? Su Hong was caught off guard but nodded yes. While the master in Yang City Jianglin specializes in the spear, immediately Su Hong's eyes lit up. And not just that, he's also a lightning element martial artist. Word is, he's mastered an A-rank thunder spear technique, one of the strongest A-level skills out there. Seeing how excited Su Hong looked, Qin Tianlai grinned. If you beat him in the challenge, it's really up to him whether he's willing to teach you his skills. But I'll put in a word on your behalf. If you win, I'll make sure he teaches you that thunder spear. Thank you, Master Qin, Su Hong said gratefully, bowing his head over and over. Alright, go on and get yourself ready. Qin Tianlai waved him off. At that moment, however, Su Hong's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He stayed rooted to the spot. Qin Tianlai looked at him with surprise. What's wrong? Su Hong hesitated a moment but still came clean. Master Qin, when I saw you using the flame prison just now, I felt like I understood something, but I also wanted to learn a new martial art, so I didn't mention it. You gained some insight. Shin Tianlai was caught off guard but waved it off as nothing. That's hardly a big deal. You're talented, it's normal to have an idea or two after seeing something once. Now off you go and get ready. Actually, it's not just a little insight. Su Hong still sounded unsure. Shin Tianlai didn't let him finish, just laughed and waved again. Enough with the fussing. Where's that fearless attitude of yours from earlier? If you really feel guilty for keeping something from me, just show what you're made of at the training camp and help me win that bet. I've got a lot riding on you, you know. Hearing that, Su Hong didn't argue anymore. He looked serious as he replied, you might as well tell the other masters to get their bets ready. I won't let you down. Shin Tianlai burst out laughing. Now that's the spirit. Young people should be bold. Go on, get out of here. Soon Su Hong turned and left, making his way back to his dorm room. Once he was sitting on his bed, he thought to himself, Master Chin's been so good to him, he couldn't let him down. When the time for the training camp challenges came, he couldn't lose a single match, though it did seem like Master Chin hadn't really caught on to the meaning he was trying to convey. Su Hong reached his hand out to the air. The next moment fierce flames materialized out of thin air, instantly forming a blazing prison around him. Compared to Bone Nether Frost Fist and Soaring Swan Steps, this control-type martial skill was undoubtedly much more difficult to master. Su Hong muttered to himself, it actually took me 7 or 8 seconds just to figure it out. If any martial arts master had seen this scene, their jaw would have hit the floor. Manipulating spiritual energy outside the body, a sophisticated technique that most martial artists only begin to dabble in at the 2nd rank and generally can't really handle until the 3rd rank, yet here it was wielded with effortless ease by a low-level 1st-rank novice. Soon Su Hong waved his hand casually and the fiery cage disappeared in a wisp of smoke. Let's see how many martial arts points all the students in today's training camp contributed to me, Su Hong thought expectantly as he opened his system panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, Peerless through the ages. Vitality, 137, plus, Mental Power, 100.2, plus, Constitution, Overlord Body Spirit Tier 1%, plus, Guiding Technique, 7 Attribute Guiding Technique LV.5, plus, Martial Skills, Mental, Weapon Manifestation Art Novice, plus, Wind. Hidden Tempest Fist Novice, plus, Fire, Bone Nether Frost Fist Perfect Wind, Soaring Swan Steps Perfect Earth, Earthen Battle Armor Novice, plus, Fire, Flame Prison Expert, plus, Space Piercing Finger Perfect Martial Arts Points, 860 points. Seeing that number, Su Hong's face lit up with excitement. This was the largest haul of martial arts points he'd ever earned, and then there was the martial skill column. Su Hong glanced over it, a wave of quiet satisfaction rising within him. Since arriving at the training camp, he could finally say he'd traded a musket for a cannon. His martial skills had gotten a complete upgrade. Skills like Thunderclap Fist or Raging Sea Spear Technique, both Class C, just couldn't keep up anymore. Now even his weakest ones were Class B, like the Space Piercing Finger. Using that skill unexpectedly in a fight always got great results. Time to power up, then get Weapon Manifestation Art and the 2 new martial skills up to perfection, Su Hong thought to himself with determination. He looked at the panel for a moment, weighing his options, then decided to pour all 860 martial arts points into Vitality. If his Vitality had been high enough before, he wouldn't have felt so exhausted after defeating all the students in the camp. Foundation comes first. If you don't strengthen the basics, nothing else matters. He started adding the points all in one go rather than piecemeal, trusting his body to withstand it thanks to the Overlord Body Awakening. As the total hit 0, his Vitality shot from 137 straight up to 223. Immediately, a torrent of warmth surged through his entire body, radiating to every muscle and bone, leaving him tingling and relaxed as though he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. With the Overlord body, his muscles no longer bulged awkwardly like some bodybuilder. Instead, incredible power hid within his slender form. A few moments later, everything settled down. He'd reached the peak of the 1st rank, stepping into the mid-tier. Su Hong clenched his fists, excitement flashing in his eyes. He could feel his strength soaring once again as his energy and vitality improved. The power of the Overlord body was far from its limits, just as Master Chin had said. It was his own blood and chi that had been holding him back all along. Su Hong quietly felt the power surging through him. If he had to face Wang Tiantua and the other 2 again now, he was confident that just one punch, without using any martial techniques, would be enough to take Wang Tiantua down instantly. And with his physical body growing even stronger, there was no way Xiaoyan's spiritual power could control him like before. Now all it would take was a single shake of his body to completely shatter Xiaoyan's influence in a flash. He'd reached the mid-stage of the 1st realm, but compared to other geniuses his age, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. He needed to keep working hard. After thinking for a while, Su Hong stared at his status panel, an urgent sense of being broke welling up inside him. His martial points were still far from enough. His spiritual power had only just reached the initial stage of the 1st realm. His blood and chi were at the mid-stage, and the Overlord body still had room to grow. No matter which area he focused on, upgrades would greatly boost his combat power, but they all required a huge amount of martial points. Just thinking about it gave Su-hong a headache. Luckily, the next step was to challenge the other training camp's geniuses. According to Master Qin, he'd probably be fighting duels. But even if he defeated one person, no matter how high their level, how many martial points could he actually earn? If he was going to fight, he might as well challenge all of the training camp geniuses in one go. While thinking too much was pointless, he'd just have to play it by ear. Su-hong shook his head and began to focus on training his martial techniques. Meanwhile, in the Grandmaster's office, Qin Tianlai sat in his chair, picked up his phone, and typed out a text to Jiang Lin, the Grandmaster at the Yangqing training camp. Qin Tianlai, Jiang Lin, get your Thunder Spear technique ready. I'm bringing my student over tomorrow, teach it to him when we arrive. Jiang Lin, hey old Qin, are you playing dirty now? This wasn't the deal, we agreed you'd have to win first. Only then would I teach your student. Qin Tianlai, of course he has to win first. I'm just saying when the time comes, teach him the Thunder Spear, don't go teaching all sorts of weird martial techniques. Jiang Lin, well, as long as that's clear, no problem. Qin Tianlai, great, that's settled then. Yangqing training camp, Grandmaster's office. Tisk, old Qin really thinks he can win it, huh? Maybe if this were next year he'd stand a chance. Jiang Lin put down his phone, shaking his head with a chuckle. This year my Yangqing camp has something special, a student with a wood spirit body. With that thought, Jiang Lin looked up. Ahead of him, a slender boy was practicing martial techniques, his every move emanating a dark green spiritual energy brimming with the breath of life. The green plants in the office visibly grew taller wherever that energy touched them. The wood prison. The skinny teenager's eyes narrowed and spiritual energy condensed out of thin air into countless thick vines shooting forward to surround the chair ahead. But just as the vines stretched a meter outward, they vanished into nothingness, failed again. The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself as if he was used to this outcome. Lin Chunfeng, I've told you before, control-type martial arts aren't something you can just master because you want to, Jiang Lin said irritably. This Lin Chunfeng was the most gifted student at this year's training camp. Not only was he already a second-tier beginner martial artist, but he also had a wood spirit body. His compatibility with the wood attribute was as high as 99%. His talent was truly monstrous. After Jiang Lin had taught him wooden prison, a control-type martial technique, Lin Chunfeng had managed to separate spiritual energy from his body within just 2 days of practice. Although he was still far from successfully casting wooden prison, this level of progress was already astonishing. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Lin Chunfeng's eyes shone with confidence. Give me at most a month. I'll be able to cast it for real. Jiang Lin swallowed back the words that almost came to his lips, something along the lines of don't aim too high. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, what a freak. With talent like this, it was almost unbelievable. Only 2 days into practicing a control-type martial skill, and now claiming he'd master it in a month. Did this kid even hear himself? Back in his own day, Jiang Lin had taken nearly 3 months just to get the basics down, and he'd already been called a genius by countless people. And here Lin Chunfeng was saying he'd need just 1 month, 3 times as fast, and that was the maximum time he'd need. For all he knew, he could have it down in 2 or 3 weeks. Right, Jiang Lin said, changing the subject. When Grandmaster Qin brings his students over, make sure you don't defeat them too easily, give them some face. Got it. Lin Chunfeng nodded carelessly, as if he couldn't care less. He grinned. For the sake of that grade A attribute martial technique, I'll definitely give Grandmaster Qin some face. I'll spar with the student he brings for a couple dozen rounds, then struggle to beat him. Seeing Lin Chunfeng's cockiness, Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Careful, what if their student is fire attributed? Fire beats wood, after all, they're your natural counter. If a fire-type martial artist shows up, I'm not worried, Lin Chunfeng replied confidently. I mean, odds are he'll only be tier 1, even if he's tier 2 with my wood spirit body's recovery, he can't beat me. Well, you're right about that, the wood spirit body's healing abilities really are insane. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Just remember not to make the win look too easy. Don't worry, coach. Lin Chunfeng gave himself a thumbs up with a wide grin. My acting skills are top-notch, you can count on me. The next morning, at 7 a.m., in the dormitory, Su-hong, who had been cultivating all night, slowly opened his eyes. As expected of an A-rank martial skill, the flame prison in particular was no easy feat. Perfecting it had taken him the whole night. Su-hong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the longest he'd ever spent training since gaining his peerless ancient talent. It had actually taken him almost an hour just to push flame prison from beginner level to perfection. No wonder Master Qin had always said that it was still too early for him to touch control-type techniques. But at least it was done now, Su-hong thought to himself with satisfaction. He'd already perfected A-rank martial skills in attack, control, defense and movement. With this there was no way he'd fail when he challenged the training camp. Assemble, Lin Zhe's loud voice suddenly boomed from downstairs. Moments later, Su-hong heard the noise from other dorms and hurried footsteps started echoing through the corridor. Time to assemble. Su-hong got up and went into the hallway. The instant he stepped out, the group of students who were also heading to assemble couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their gazes filled with a complicated mix of awe and respect. This monster had actually defeated everyone single-handedly yesterday. Many students had been knocked out by Su Hong early on. When they woke up in their dorms and heard what had happened from others, they could hardly believe it. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan were all silent at that moment. The dark circles under their eyes made it clear they hadn't slept all night, still shaken from being defeated 3-on-1 by Su Hong. Facing all these looks, Su Hong's expression remained calm. He turned and walked downstairs. Instantly, the students blocking the corridor shifted to the sides, making way for him. Once his back finally disappeared from view, a deep sigh echoed in the hallway. To run into a monster like this right after arriving at the training camp. I don't know whether to call us lucky or unlucky, don't dwell on it. Comparing yourself to Su Hong is just asking for trouble. It's dangerous to meet someone this extraordinary when you're young. Damn, people used to say that about me. Can't believe the days come when I'm saying it myself. With a string of complicated feelings, the students soon headed downstairs. It wasn't long before all the students had assembled outside the dorm building, except for Su Hong, who wasn't standing in line with the others. He stood next to Qin Tianlai. Seeing the confusion in the students' eyes, Qin Tianlai smiled to himself. He'd deliberately waited here just to give these kids a little push. Are you all wondering why Su Hong isn't standing with the group? Qin Tianlai asked coolly. The students froze, caught off guard. It's because, in terms of both strength and talent, Su Hong is far beyond any of you. That's why I've decided to personally take him for special training. At that, the students' faces showed all kinds of emotions: envy, jealousy, even resignation. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan all clenched their jaws, their fists tight with frustration. Taking in all the students' reactions, Qin Tianlai grinned. Of course, just because I'll be personally overseeing Su Hong's special training doesn't mean his progress will definitely outpace yours here in the training camp, he declared. As he spoke, he cast a calm glance at Wang Tiantua and his two companions. Yesterday's defeat, for you all and especially for those who've never lost before, is actually a good thing. At the very least, now you realize there's always someone stronger out there. I hope you use this setback as motivation, he continued. And I want you to remember why this training camp exists. It's to cultivate true talent, the kind of geniuses who one day can compete on the grand battlefields of the universe against the world's most formidable foes. If a little defeat leaves you crushed and hopeless, I won't bother to console you. Frankly, I'll just toss you out. In martial arts, if you can't handle a single failure, then no matter how gifted you are, you'll never be anything but a waste of potential. Hearing these words was like a bucket of cold water over the students' heads. Many who had been on the verge of giving up now looked ashamed of themselves. Wang Tiantua and his two friends sparkled with new determination. That's more like it, Wang thought. That moping from before, what was I even thinking? Qin Tianlai chuckled lightly. While I'm gone, Lin Zhe and Baimu will put you through hellish training. When the camp is nearing its end, I'll bring Su Hong back. When that time comes, we'll arrange a rematch. He suddenly shouted, will you have the confidence to beat Su Hong then? Yes, the students roared in unison. Qin Tianlai's gaze swept over them unimpressed. Too quiet. Well, will you have the confidence or not? Yes. Even Wang Tiantua and his friends bellowed until their voices were hoarse, veins standing out on their necks. Su Hong, Wang Tiantua locked eyes with him, face serious. When your special training is over, I want a one-on-one fight. I might not beat you yet, but I won't stop trying. Someday I know I'll surpass you. Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan also stepped forward, challenging Su Hong to another match when he returned. Seeing this, the other students worked up their courage and called out one by one, Su Hong, I want to fight you too. I won't go down in one punch like yesterday. Me too, next time I'll last at least 2 punches. Come on, aren't you aiming too low? What do you know, if I can take 2 next time, then 3 the time after, and for the one after that, that's called making steady progress, you get it now? Amid the rising energy in the room, Su Hong flashed everyone a bright, confident smile. Then I'll see you all in a month, he announced. In a month, the students echoed back, voices booming. Soon after, Su Hong and Qin Tianlai took their leave. As their figures disappeared, all eyes instantly turned to Lin Zhe and Baimu, burning with anticipation. Coach Lin, Coach Bai, let's start training. Hurry, hurry, I'm totally fired up. Bring on whatever hellish training you've got. I swear I won't even make a peep. Lin Zhe and Baimu exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. The older you are, the craftier you get. Master Qin really knows how to get everyone's blood pumping with that pep talk. Well, if that's the case, then everyone gather at the gravity chamber now, Lin Zhe called out, giving a wave of his hand. The first ones there get contribution point rewards. As for the last ones, there'll be a punishment. Baimu suddenly shouted, let's go now, let's see who moves fastest. At his words, the students dashed toward the gravity chamber like a stampede of wild horses. Star City High-Speed Rail Station. The moment Qin Tianlai scanned his pass, a booming announcement welcomed the arrival of the Grandmaster. Suddenly, all eyes were on Qin Tianlai and Su Hong, who followed just behind him. Every gaze was filled with deep respect. Everyone living in today's world understood. The reason they could lead peaceful, safe lives at home was because there were people like these quietly carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders. Watching the scene, Su Hong's heart raced with emotion. What are you dawdling for? Keep up! Qin Tianlia's voice snapped him back to reality. Coming, Su Hong jogged to catch up. Soon the high-speed train set off heading toward Yangcheng training camp. Under the blazing sun, the students on the practice field were drenched in sweat. Li Ming and Li Yan, who had only just arrived, stood at the very back of the line, already soaked from head to toe. Man, senior, this training camp is no joke, Li Ming gasped. You're telling me? Li Yan nodded. They traded glances, both feeling a whirlwind of emotions. After only a single day here, they realized just how small their world had been before. As if they'd been frogs living at the bottom of a well, they'd actually thought Su Hong was some prodigy with sky-high talent. Looking back now, they could only laugh at how naive they'd been. Here, the weakest students had already reached stage 1 early level by age 18, pretty much the same as Su Hong, and that was just the baseline. Plenty of students were already at stage 1 mid-level, and there were even stage 1 high-level students, not to mention at least one stage 2 martial artist. Compared to these monsters, Su Hong was nothing special at all. We really were seeing the sky through a well, Li Ming said, excitement firing in his voice as he trained. We shouldn't have set our sights on Su Hong. These geniuses here, they should be the ones we aim to catch up with. Li Yan nodded. Yeah. Then Li Ming suddenly lowered his voice as if struck by a thought. I wonder what level of genius Star City will send to challenge us this time. If it's not a stage 1 high level, it'll be a stage 2 martial artist for sure, Li Yan replied confidently. Even if Star City's not on Yangcheng's level, they wouldn't dream of challenging us unless they had a trump card. He shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but forget about Su Hong, he's only stage 1 early level. Star City must have plenty of geniuses even stronger than him. Just look around here, stage 1 early level is the weakest group. Let's just focus on our training. No matter what level the genius from Star City is, they're way beyond what we can handle for now. Yep, you're right, Li Ming nodded and put his thoughts aside, focusing on his cultivation. Just then, everyone hold on a moment, I have an announcement to make. Jiang Lin strode over. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the prodigies from Xingqing will be coming to challenge us. When the time comes, I want all of you to gather and watch. Use this as a learning opportunity. The group of students looked surprised at first, but soon started chatting and joking among themselves, not taking it too seriously. If they really show up, tisk Lin Xuanfeng's gonna be loving it. He's about to get a top-tier martial skill passed down personally by a grandmaster. I heard that Master Qin's fire element, right, and Lin Chunfeng is wood element. Their techniques shouldn't really be compatible. Oh come on, a grandmaster doesn't have more than one skill up his sleeve. I bet he's got tons stashed away. Lin Chunfeng stood at the very front, arms crossed, unfazed by all the admiring looks cast his way. For him, the fight at 3 o'clock wasn't even a real challenge. He figured it'd just be a friendly spar enough to give both sides some face, then he'd collect his new martial skill and call it a day. At that moment, the only other person standing beside Lin Chunfeng, a burly teen, suddenly spoke up. Master Jiang, this afternoon I want to spar with the challenger, too. His words surprised the other students. No way, Bango, our number 2 ranked fighter, wants to jump in too? Please, he just wants a shot at that practically free A-rank martial skill. Bango's only a few dozen points of chi and blood away from breaking through to a tier 2 warrior, and he's fire element just like Master Qin. There's no way Master Jiang will agree. No one's handing out 2 martial arts skills. Yeah, if that were allowed, I'd totally go too. These Xingqing students are nothing. I could take him with one hand tied behind my back. Seeing Bango looking at him with such anticipation, Jiang Lin paused a moment and then turned to Lin Chunfeng. Lin Chunfeng, what do you think? I don't mind, Lin Chunfeng replied with a relaxed smile. In his view, any student qualified to come challenge under Master Qin's banner had to be at least a high-level tier 1 warrior. Whether Bango could win wasn't certain. Still, whatever the challenger's strength, he was sure he himself had nothing to fear. All right. In that case, Bango, you're up first. Yes, sir, Bango answered eagerly, his excitement clear as if the top-grade martial skill was already in his hands. Lin Chunfeng, don't you try and snatch it from me this time. Bango shot Lin a wary look as he returned to the group. Let's see if you can win first. I doubt anyone sent to challenge us would be a pushover, Lin Chunfeng replied with a shrug. Alright, back to training, Jiang Lin called out, then left the 2 assistant instructors in charge and headed back to his office for a rest. At 2:50 that afternoon, all the students at the Yangcheng training camp gathered on the field, watching as Master Jiang went to receive the visitors. They whispered among themselves, curiosity bubbling up. I wonder how strong the students from Xingqing really are? At the very least, they had to be high-tier stage 1. If their level was any lower, it would really be too embarrassing to show their face. But hey, you never know, it is Star City after all. Lin Ming and Li Yan both had a look of anticipation in their eyes. They didn't really care who Star City was sending. There was no chance it'd just be some low-level stage 1 rookie. What they were looking forward to was the coming head-to-head clash of geniuses, a showdown that would soon play out right before their eyes. Outside the training camp, Zhang Lin waited patiently for a while. Soon a black car slowly pulled up and two people stepped out. One was a burly middle-aged man, none other than Qin Tianlai. The other was a strikingly handsome young man. This must be the student Qin Tianlai had brought to challenge them, Zhang Lin thought to himself as he sized the boy up from head to toe. Just then, the young man looked up and met Zhang Lin's gaze staring him right in the eye. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. As a master, even without deliberately exerting pressure, his gaze held a natural subtle air of authority, yet the boy seemed utterly unfazed. Interesting, Zhang Lin felt a hint of caution rising in his heart. Don't tell me I might lose this one. Could it be that Qin Tianlai managed to dig up some kind of monster? Hey old Jiang, got your thunder spear technique ready? Qin Tianlai greeted him with his usual swagger. Zhang Lin's heart skipped a beat at the man's confidence. Did he just walk right into a trap? Old Qin, your student here, his strength isn't ordinary, is it? Zhang Lin probed, trying to feel him out. What level is he at? A stage 2 martial artist. Qin Tianlai grinned mischievously. Stage 1 entry level. He knew very well how impressive Su Hong's level sounded. He was saying it on purpose. He wanted Zhang Lin to doubt him, better yet to mock him, so he could savor the look on Zhang Lin's face once he got completely proven wrong. But Zhang Lin just looked utterly unconvinced. Stage 1 entry level? No way. At this moment Su Hong chimed in, Master Qin, I've actually broken through to mid-level stage 1. Zhang Lin froze, clearly taken aback. Seriously, just stage 1? Mid-level? Why would Qin Tianlai bring someone like that here? But to his surprise, Qin Tianlia's eyes lit up with delight when he heard this. Really? He exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. Really? Su Hong replied. To break through to stage 1 mid-level so soon? You really are a natural-born genius, Su Hong. Qin Tianlai laughed heartily, making no effort to hide his appreciation. At mere entry-level stage 1, Su Hong could wipe the floor with the entire Star City training camp. Now he was mid-level. Even without using his elemental fusion technique, he could probably beat stage 2 martial artists into the ground. Old Qin, you're not messing with me, are you? Seeing Qin Tianlia's genuine joy, Zhang Lin found himself wavering. Why would I lie about his level? Qin Tianlai said, chuckling. Honestly, I didn't even expect him to break through to mid-level so fast. He gave Zhang Lin a sly grin. Seriously, old Jiang, you'd better get the psychologist over here now. If you wait until after your geniuses start questioning their entire existence, it might just be too late. Zhang Lin's expression grew increasingly odd. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed the words back down, unable to find anything to say. In the end, he could only shake his head in speechless disbelief. He never would have imagined that the student Qin Tianlai brought along would turn out to be just a middle-stage first-rank martial artist. And from the looks of it, this advancement only happened last night. That would mean that, until yesterday, he was still just an early-stage first rank. How could someone like that come here to issue a challenge? All that fuss he made earlier telling Lin Chunfeng not to win too easily, what was the point? Good grief, a second-rank fighter against a middle-stage first rank, isn't that going to be a total rout? How on earth were they supposed to put on a show and make it look like an even match, like they were struggling? Lin Chunfeng. This is really going to put your acting skills to the test, kid. Zhang Lin thought this to himself. At that moment, he saw that Qin Tianlai was still going on and on, praising Su Hong, talking about how he'd managed to break through to the middle stage so quickly and what a great achievement it was. Zhang Lin was utterly at a loss for words. Could this student actually be Qin Tianlia's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why else would he go on and on about a breakthrough to middle stage first rank like it was something earth-shattering? At best, that could make him a minor prodigy. In Zhang Lin's own training camp, saying he was middle or even bottom tier would have been generous. He'd be right at the very bottom with the weakest of the weak. This is going to be a mess. All that's left is to see whether Lin Chunfeng can act well enough, Zhang Lin thought, sighing inwardly. Just then he looked up and saw Qin Tianlai still showering Su Hong with praise. Zhang Lin really couldn't take it anymore. Alright, stop standing at the door. My students are still waiting for me over there, Zhang Lin said impatiently. What's the rush? Did you call the therapists already? But Qin Tianlai grinned, clearly unbothered. Zhang Lin couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned around and walked off, tossing a sentence over his shoulder. Follow me. Amused, Qin Tianlai patted Su Hong on the shoulder. Come on, Su Hong. Then he walked ahead to catch up with Zhang Lin. Seeing this, Su Hong also stepped forward and walked through the training camp gates. As he walked ahead, Zhang Lin shot Qin Tianlai a look of pure sympathy. Is something wrong with you? Qin Tianlai was caught off guard by the look. Zhang Lin sighed and patted his shoulder. Old Qin, getting assigned to Star City really is some lousy luck. Since when did a middle stage first rank become such a treasure to you? Zhang Lin looked at him as if he genuinely pitied him. At that, Qin Tianlia's lips twitched, his expression becoming bizarre. Bad luck, huh? The only two lucky things I'd had in my whole life are breaking through to Grandmaster rank and getting assigned to lead the Star City training camp this time. Old Jiang, let me give you a bit of advice. Seriously, you'd better call a few therapists ahead of time, Qin Tianlai said, stifling a laugh. You really won't give up until you're faced with reality, huh? Just keep talking tough, Zhang Lin said, shaking his head. Out in the open area of the training camp, the assembled students all craned their necks, staring eagerly towards the entrance. Soon they saw a few figures walking slowly their way. They're here, they're here. I wonder what kind of talent this so-called Star City genius actually has. Heck, I just hope he's not weaker than me. A group of students whispered quietly among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Li Ming and Li Yin crowded together, eyes wide, staring intently at the approaching figures as they gradually drew closer. When they finally got a good look at the youth trailing behind the two masters and saw his strikingly handsome face, Li Ming and Li Yin both froze in place. What the hell, Su Hong? Li Ming yelped in disbelief. How could it be him? Li Yin stared completely stunned. No matter how they thought about it, they could never have imagined the genius from Xing City who'd come to challenge them was actually Su Hong, the same Su Hong who just a few days ago had barely managed to break through the first stage of cultivation. No wait, seriously? Xing City must be out of people if they're sending a rookie like Su Hong who's barely at the first stage. After the initial shock, Li Ming and Li Yin exchanged glances, then both couldn't help but snicker. They could already picture exactly how things would play out. I can't wait to see how badly Su Hong gets destroyed by Lin Chunfeng in Mangu. Li Ming rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Li Yin, equally excited, licked his lips subconsciously. They had both lost to Su Hong before and it still stung, especially since after beating them, Su Hong hadn't even spared them a second look that had stung more than the defeat itself. But now with Su Hong about to face off against Mangu and Lin Chunfeng, there was no way he could win. They both could hardly wait for the moment to come, even if they weren't the ones to defeat Su Hong themselves. Just getting to see him lose, picturing the look of dejection on his face already filled them with glee. Soon, the three newcomers drew closer. Every student's attention was now fixed on Su Hong, eyes filled with curiosity. Let me introduce him, Jiang Lin announced, gesturing towards Su Hong. This is Su Hong, the genius from Xing City, here to challenge us. His cultivation level. Jiang Lin paused deliberately, shooting a meaningful look at Lin Chunfeng in Mangu before continuing. He's at the mid-level of the first stage. The moment he said this, all the students were stunned silent. What? Only mid-level of the first stage? Are you kidding me? He's coming to challenge us with that level? This is unbelievable. Feels like he's just handing himself over to us. Lin Chunfeng is a second stage fighter. Even if he didn't have the wood spirit body, he could beat a first stage guy with his eyes closed, not to mention Mangu. Honestly, forget those two. I'm at mid-level first stage too. I could take him myself. Once everyone realized Su Hong was only at the mid-level first stage, the students practically erupted. No way, Su Hong's only mid-level first stage. Wasn't he just getting into the first stage a short while ago? Wait, the monthly exams weren't even that long ago. Unlike the shocked crowd, the expressions on Li Ming and Li Yan's faces became even more fascinating. Their eyes grew so wide it seemed they might pop out of their sockets. Damn, I can't accept this. How did he progress so fast? They had to admit it, he really was a genius, still going up against Lin Chunfeng in Mangu. Well, luck clearly wasn't on his side this time. In just a few days, they themselves had barely managed to improve at all. Meanwhile, Su Hong's vital energy had skyrocketed by at least 100 points. That difference left them so frustrated they couldn't even find words. Mid-level first stage, Lin Chunfeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking both helpless and irritated. Now he finally understood what the look in Jiang Lin's eyes just now had meant. Obviously, Jiang Lin was telling him, it's time to put your acting skills to the test. Thinking back to Jiang Lin's advice about not winning too easily, Lin Chunfeng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Mid-stage first realm, how the hell am I supposed to act that out? Lin Chunfeng felt both helpless and frustrated. Even an ordinary second realm martial artist fighting a mid-stage first realm would be an absolute beatdown, a complete mismatch. And that's not even considering the fact that he possessed a wood spirit body. Honestly, would Su Hong even be able to break through his defenses? That was a real question. But we already agreed I'd go first. Just then Mangu blurted out in excitement and immediately started moving forward. Whoa, hold on. Lin Chunfeng's expression changed. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Mangu. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're going back on your word, Mangu complained, clearly disgruntled. Lin Chunfeng felt like crying. How the hell was I supposed to know the guy was only mid-stage first realm? He'd agreed to let Mangu go first because he figured, this Star City genius, even if he's weaker than expected, he couldn't possibly be lower than late-stage first realm, right? If he's at the same level as Mangu, the fight could go either way, so he had generously offered to let Mangu have the first round. But now, damn, mid-stage first realm, if Mangu went up, it'd be a total slaughter. And if that happened, there'd be no chance for him to learn the A-rank martial skill from Master Qin. I'm changing my mind, I'm going first. Lin Chunfeng was getting anxious now, his face turned red as he yanked Mangu back and started moving to the front himself. What the hell, you're really backing out after we already agreed? Mangu snapped, getting aggravated as he pulled Lin Chunfeng back in return. Any martial artist could see, Su Hong was only at mid-stage first realm. Beat him and you could get Master Qin to teach you an A-rank martial skill. That's basically a prize from the heavens. Neither was willing to give in, and soon they were shoving and jostling, drawing plenty of attention. Jiang Lin's eye couldn't help but twitch at the sight. What's going on? Qin Tianlai asked, surprised. It's like this. Jiang Lin said, forcing a somewhat embarrassed smile as he explained the situation. After listening, Qin Tianli's eyes gleamed. With a soft chuckle he said, that's easy, if both of your students can beat Su Hong I'll teach you 2 A-rank martial skills instead of 1. How about that? Jiang Lin froze for a moment. Since when was Qin Tianli this agreeable? Quite a surprise. But just as he was thinking this, Qin Tianli flashed a sly fox-like grin. However, if Su Hong loses and I teach you 2 martial skills, then if Su Hong beats both of them, Jiang Lin, aside from that thunder spear technique you'll have to learn 1 more A-rank martial skill, and I get to choose which one. Jiang Lin was caught off guard. Was there really such a good deal here? Deal, he agreed instantly, not hesitating for a second. Qin Tianli was the one surprised this time. Jiang Lin had agreed so readily. Jiang Lin just smiled, saying nothing. Who'd hesitate at a deal like this? He'd have to be an idiot. Sure, on the surface it looked like he might be getting the short end of the stick, especially with Qin Tianli picking the extra technique. But come on, what was the real key here? The real key was Su Hong actually had to win. Even if Su Hong was really as strong as they said, much stronger than a typical mid-stage first-tier fighter, at best he could only beat a top-stage first-tier like Mangu. Facing someone at the second tier like Lin Chunfeng, there was simply no way he'd win. So it would be just like before. Teach one agreed upon thunder spear technique, they'd exchange techniques and no one would lose out. But did Su Hong, who was only at the mid-stage of the first tier, really have what it took to beat Mangu? If Su Hong lost both battles in a row, then Qin Tianli wouldn't have to teach any martial techniques at all. Instead, Jiang Lin would have to teach 2 A-grade martial techniques. That'd be a total steal. Looks like you're feeling pretty confident, huh? Qin Tianli chuckled when he caught Jiang Lin's expression. Jiang Lin shrugged. Based on the numbers alone, it's hard not to be confident. Then I'll go ahead and pick the other A-grade martial technique? Pick whichever you want. Jiang Lin smiled lightly. It didn't matter with Lin Chunfeng around, even if they picked, they weren't going to get it. The fish has taken the bait. The corners of Qin Tianli's mouth curled up. In that case, I want you to teach Su Hong the palm thunder. Knew it. Jiang Lin pursed his lips. Of all the A-grade martial techniques, he knew palm thunder packed the most punch. It was the strongest one he had. No problem. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. But he added, that's only if Su Hong beats Lin Chunfeng. Agreed. Qin Tianli nodded as well. Deal? Jiang Lin asked. Deal, Qin Tianli replied. They locked eyes and grinned at each other. Both felt like they'd just struck pay dirt. With their agreement settled, Jiang Lin looked over to where Lin Chunfeng and Mangu were still bickering and barked, that's enough. Stop embarrassing yourselves. At his words, the two finally separated, both glaring heatedly at each other. No need to fight anymore, Jiang Lin announced. Grandmaster Qin is being generous. As long as either of you beats Su Hong, you'll each get an A-grade technique taught to you personally. Mangu and Lin Chunfeng both froze, then their faces lit up with pure delight. The rest of the students looked on green with envy. Damn, beat a mid-stage first tier and you get a personally taught A-grade martial technique from a grandmaster? Why couldn't such an amazing opportunity have fallen on them, especially those at the mid-first tier and a few at the upper first tier? Their faces twisted with jealousy. When Mangu first said he wanted to fight Su Hong, everyone thought he was just bored and looking for trouble. Wasn't the A-grade technique just going to go to Lin Chunfeng anyway? Who could have guessed that Grandmaster Qin would be so generous and agree to teach both of them? Every top student here was now regretting endlessly. Alright Mangu, you're up first. Yes, Mangu stepped forward, his face brimming with excitement as he beckoned Su Hong over. You go first. The lure of an A-grade technique had him on his best behavior. Sure, Su Hong nodded. The next instant his body flickered and he appeared right in front of Mangu. That speed, Mangu's expression shifted slightly, then a thunderous crack split the air as a fist, moving blindingly fast, zoomed large in his pupils. Cloud concealment gale fist. Bam! Mangu didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by that punch, crashing hard onto the ground some distance away. He sat there dazed, his face blank with shock, unable to come back to himself for a long while. Wait, is that it? No way, is this guy really just a mid-tier first-rank martial artist? One punch. Mangu got knocked clear across the ring with one punch. Damn, he must have some insanely powerful special physique. All the students around were stunned into silence. A few who had been grumbling earlier about their own bad luck snapped their mouths shut instantly. In that moment, any trace of envy in their eyes disappeared, replaced by pure relief. Thank goodness, Mangu got KO'd in a single punch. If any of us went up there, we'd be dropped just as fast. What? Su Hong is that strong? That was Mangu, a top-tier first-rank fighter in second place in the entire training camp. Li Ming and Li Yan were completely dumbstruck. This scene was so far from anything they'd expected. They'd pictured a total smackdown, sure, but it was Mangu getting crushed, not the other way around. Ridiculous, looks like we seriously underestimated Su Hong's talent. Li Yan and Li Ming glanced at one another, both falling silent. The relaxed smile on Jiang Lin's face froze instantly, a look of shock flickering in his eyes. Mangu, the number 2 in his training camp, knocked out in a single punch, and by someone who was only a mid-tier first-rank fighter. Jiang Lin instinctively looked over at Qin Tianli only to see the latter grinning from ear to ear. Old Jiang, a promise is a promise, remember? Jiang Lin's jaw clenched in frustration. Qin Tianlai, so this is what you've been waiting for. No wonder you've been so confident this whole time. Turns out Star City lucked into a genius with a special physique too. Qin Tianlai replied with a slight smile. You'd better start thinking about how you'll teach the thunder palm technique later. Jiang Lin snorted. It's just a win over Mangu. Sure, your student's a real freak of nature, but brute strength alone won't be enough to beat Lin Chunfeng. He's already advanced to the second rank, a gap in level Su Hong simply can't overcome. Qin Tianlai just smiled, saying nothing. His confidence unsettled Jiang Lin even further. No, Jiang Lin told himself, both have special physiques, but Lin Chunfeng is way ahead in cultivation. There's no way he'll lose. With his wood spirit body, Lin Chunfeng recovers incredibly fast. As long as he isn't taken out in an instant, even the briefest chance to breathe will let him slowly wear his opponent down. Su Hong might be strong, but at the end of the day he's still just mid-ranking. First rank. Even with a special physique, he can't possibly beat Lin Chunfeng. That thought steadied Jiang Lin's nerves. Watching Mangu get flattened by a single blow, Lin Chunfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lin Chunfeng, you're up, Jiang Lin called. I'm ready, Lin Chunfeng replied, striding out with unshakable confidence. Though he was surprised by Su Hong's strength, he didn't feel even for a moment that he would lose. Now all the students, no longer as nonchalant as before, fixed their attention on the two of them. All right, begin whenever you're ready. At those words, Lin Chunfeng's eyes sharpened and his aura surged forth, the vigor and might of a second-rank martial artist flooding from his body. The oppressive force weighed down on the students, making it hard for many to breathe. Some of the weaker students went pale and quickly backed away several steps. Clang! The ring of steel echoed as Lin Chunfeng drew his ally saber from its sheath. Though he was certain of victory, he spared Su Hong no arrogance. The stakes, after all, were an A-rank martial technique, asterisk second-rank martial artist. Asterisk Su Hong's gaze narrowed, his demeanor turning serious. You're not going to use your spear? Lin Chunfeng glanced at the long spear strapped to Su Hong's back. When the time comes you'll see it, Su Hong replied calmly. The truth was, Su Hong wasn't deliberately avoiding the use of his spear, he only knew the C-rank Raging Sea spear technique for now. Although he was confident in his skill, the rank difference was too great. Using the spear here would put him at a disadvantage. The power simply couldn't compare to his higher grade A-rank martial punches like the Bone Nether Cold Ghost Fist. I have to beat him quickly, then I'll get to learn Master Zhang's A-rank Thunder Spear technique, Su Hong resolved inwardly. Across from him, Lin Chunfeng's expression grew colder after hearing Su Hong's words. Quite arrogant, aren't you? Lin Chunfeng gave a chilling laugh. If you're not using your spear now, you won't get the chance later. Before he'd even finished speaking, Lin Chunfeng moved, closing the distance to Su Hong in a flash. In the next instant, the saber came swinging down hard, splitting the air with a deafening crack. The blade sliced straight for Su Hong's brow. Su Hong's expression didn't shift. With his flying swan cloud step, he appeared a dozen meters away in an instant. A-grade movement technique, and wind affinity too. Lin Chunfeng's blade struck nothing and surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately spun on his heel and attacked again. Seeing that Su Hong seemed intent on dodging, Lin Chunfeng's lips curled into a slight grin. He stretched a hand forward, clenching it in Su Hong's direction, and invisible energy whipped forth. Just as Su Hong was about to dodge again, he suddenly felt his legs bound fast. Looking down, he saw several thick vines woven from condensed spiritual force winding around his feet, a control-type martial technique. Su Hong tensed, but wasn't alarmed. He prepared to break free with brute strength, but suddenly the vines dissolved and fell away, the spiritual force unraveling after barely a second. That's all it takes to break it. After a brief daze, Su Hong's expression turned oddly amused. Is that it? Damn, was that really a control technique? The students all stared in shock, eyes wide. Was that wooden prison? Qin Tianlai blurted out when he saw the thick vines, surprise on his face. I bet you didn't expect that, Jiang Lin said with a grin, his tone filled with admiration. Lin Chunfeng's talent is nuts. He's only been learning wooden prison for a few days, but he can already hold it for a full second. He paused, then smiling teased, Old Qin, do you need me to get a psychologist for your student? This is the first time I've met such a genius. I'm worried he'll be devastated if he loses. Really, you'd better call someone for your student, Qin Tianlai shot back, clearly annoyed. He was just surprised by Lin Chunfeng's extraordinary talent. Never for a moment did he doubt that Su Hong would lose. Meanwhile in the ring, Lin Chunfeng was momentarily stalled by Mu Yu's move for a split second before once again leaping in front of Su Hong. The alloy blade in his hand glinted coldly as he slashed down viciously. This time, Su Hong wasn't planning to dodge. After a round of probing, he'd more or less figured out Lin Chunfeng's strength. As the blade swung toward him, Su Hong's eyes narrowed and he raised his fist, driving it forward with a fierce punch. An explosive shockwave burst through the air with a deafening crack. Lin Chunfeng immediately sensed that something was off. For the first time, a strong sense of danger radiated from the incoming punch. Wood element, as his sword chopped toward Su Hong, Lin Chunfeng let out a low shout. The next instant, wood energy surged in front of him, forming a massive solid shield. You've lost, Lin Chunfeng declared, a confident smile on his face. But that smile froze almost immediately. His sword hadn't even reached Su Hong before Su Hong's fist struck first, slamming straight into the shield. With a thunderous boom, a wave of force knocked Lin Chunfeng back several steps, instantly breaking his attack. What power! Lin Chunfeng's face was filled with shock. His wood element technique was an A-rank skill capable of withstanding extremely powerful blows, yet a single punch from Su Hong, not even the direct hit, just the impact, forced him back. It was unbelievable. Lin Chunfeng couldn't even imagine the sheer strength Su Hong possessed. In that instant, a series of cracking sounds rang out. Lin Chunfeng's eyes flicked up, momentarily stunned. He watched as fractures snaked across the wood shield he'd conjured before it collapsed in a shattering explosion. What the hell? This was an A-rank defensive technique cast by a second-tier practitioner like Lin Chunfeng. That guy was only at mid-first tier, yet his strength was more monstrous than a wild beast. Every student around them was stunned speechless. That strength. Jiang Lin's self-satisfied smirk froze in place, his eyes filling with shock. Now it was Qin Tianlia's turn to laugh. He beamed with pride and said, "Old Jiang, what do you think? Your student's basically a humanoid beast." Jiang Lin bristled a bit at Qin Tianlia's smugness, but had to admit the truth. Still, he shook his head and replied, "But just being strong isn't enough to beat Lin Chunfeng. Are you forgetting the wood spirit body's regenerative power?" Qin Tianli rolled his eyes and said offhandedly, "So what, he's just a punching bag with better healing?" With Su Hong's power, one punch and Lin Chunfeng will be coughing up last night's dinner on the spot. Jiang Lin chuckled. "Easy for you to say. I'll admit your student's strength is impressive, but Lin Chunfeng isn't a sandbag. You think he doesn't know how to defend himself or dodge?" As he spoke, Jiang Lin said coolly, "You're not the only one in the student council with an A-rank movement technique." Qin Tianli was taken aback and quickly looked back toward the arena. At that moment, Su Hong had just shattered wood release with a punch and was already darting toward Lin Chunfeng at lightning speed. He threw a fierce punch straight at Lin Chunfeng, but it passed right through him. A mere afterimage. Su Hong frowned slightly, suddenly sensing a chill at his back. Without thinking, he dodged to the side. In the spot where he had stood a moment earlier, a long alloy blade slammed down, carving a massive crater into the ground. A-rank movement technique? You're not the only one who's mastered it, Lin Chunfeng said flatly. Su Hong let out a short laugh and charged at him again. "It's pointless. Even if your movement technique realm is far beyond mine, I'm a second-order martial artist. I still have the advantage in speed." Lin Chunfeng sidestepped Su Hong's attack with ease as he spoke calmly. "Admit defeat. For a mid-stage first-order fighter to push me this far, you're already impressive. If we were of the same rank, I wouldn't be your match." Su Hong acted like he hadn't heard a word, relentlessly pressing his attack. Lin Chunfeng's frown deepened, his tone growing harsher. "If you won't quit while you're ahead, don't blame me for what happens next." Boom, a punch sliced through the air. Lin Chunfeng dodged effortlessly. He was just about to rush forward with his blade when suddenly he saw Su Hong reach out a hand toward him, clenching it lightly. That gesture, a bad feeling rose sharply in Lin Chunfeng's heart. He instinctively tried to leap away, but before he could move, boom, 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 scorching flames erupted out of nowhere all around him, instantly forming blazing pillars that locked him in. Flame prison. Lin Chunfeng was momentarily stunned. A control-type martial technique. Lin Chunfeng's voice sharpened with disbelief. Through the gaps between the pillars of fire, he stared at the slowly approaching Su Hong, his gaze filled with a complicated mix of shock and awe. He never would have thought that a mere first-order mid-stage fighter was already learning control-type martial techniques. And the craziest part, he'd actually managed to pull it off. No panic, no panic. Once the initial shock passed, Lin Chunfeng exhaled slowly, deciding to wait for the spiritual energy fueling the flame prison to collapse. Even he, a second-order martial artist, could only hold it for a second. How long could Su Hong last? All things considered, Lin Chunfeng kept himself fairly composed. The students at the edge of the arena, on the other hand, were utterly dumbfounded. Their gasps filled the air. What the hell, is Su Hong even human? Li Ming and Li Yan both swallowed hard. The moment they saw the flame prison, any thoughts they'd had about challenging Su Hong next month were killed stone dead. Flame prison? Jiang Lin's eyes bulged in disbelief. "No way, old Qin, your student's talent is insane. He's already mastered flame prison at mid-first order." Stunned, Jiang Lin turned to look at Qin Tianli, only to freeze. Qin's mouth was hanging open in shock, just as stunned as he was. "Wait a minute, old Qin, isn't that your martial technique?" Jiang Lin was completely at a loss. However, at this moment Qin Tianli was so shocked that he couldn't even hear what was being said to him. Staring at the blazing fire cage, he stuttered, completely lost for words. He never taught him this. How did Su Hong? "Wait a second," Qin Tianli suddenly froze as a memory surfaced. Back in the martial skill pavilion, Su Hong had mentioned something after watching him use the flame cage. He'd said he'd learned a little from it. Qin Tianli's scalp tingled instantly. Learned a little? Was this what he called a little? 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The fire cage still hadn't collapsed. Jiang Lin was counting the seconds out loud, and with every passing moment his face grew more and more incredulous. What was going on? Why hadn't it collapsed yet? His voice was starting to tremble. "Isn't he only at the mid-stage of the first rank? How can he manipulate spiritual energy outside his body so skillfully? Suddenly Jiang Lin froze, then drew in a sharp breath as something terrifying registered. Wait a minute, old Qin, isn't your student supposed to have a wind affinity? Where the hell did this fire come from? It was only now that Jiang Lin realized the full absurdity of the situation. Just as Qin Tianlai was about to respond, a furious roar erupted from the center of the arena. Why hasn't this fire cage broken yet? Lin Chunfeng was on the verge of a breakdown. Wasn't Su Hong only first rank middle stage? How the hell was he sustaining the flame cage for so long? 15 seconds, and it still hadn't collapsed. For comparison, Lin Chunfeng himself had only managed to keep it up for 1 second. At that moment, Su Hong approached the fire cage, slowly raising his fist. An icy white flame flickered around his knuckles. Lin Chunfeng was stunned as soon as he saw it. His shoulder gave a nervous twitch. Don't tell me you're about to attack while still maintaining the fire cage. Su Hong's response was simple. He threw a powerful punch. Bone-chilling netherfist. Shit. You can really attack while keeping the cage up. Lin Chunfeng felt his scalp crawl, cursing under his breath. Trapped inside the fire cage, he had nowhere to dodge. Forced to face the overwhelming force of the punch, Lin Chunfeng had no choice but to brace himself and take the hit head-on. Fine, let's see who lasts longer, your stamina or my wood spirit body's healing. A hint of madness flashed across Lin Xuanfeng's face. Would release, just as his wood spiritual energy formed a shield. Su Hong's fist shattered it instantly. The force sent Lin Chunfeng flying, his back slamming into a pillar of fire. Sizzle, the sound was like meat being seared. In an instant, the clothes on Lin Xuanfeng's back turned to ash while his skin was scorched black, but as he staggered back to the center, a surge of dense wood spiritual energy appeared behind him. The blackened skin began to heal rapidly like dead wood coming to life in spring. A special physique. Su Hong's eyes narrowed. What impressive recovery. But if one punch isn't enough, then he'd just have to land a few more. He didn't believe Lin Chunfeng could keep healing forever. Boom, boom, boom. Su Hong sprang into action, his fists flying like the wind in a relentless assault. Under the onslaught that crashed down like a raging storm, Lin Chunfeng was hammered so hard that blood kept pouring from his mouth. Even though he frantically unleashed wood style after wood style, every single one was shattered by a single punch. Before long, Lin Xuanfeng's feet were no longer touching the ground. He was pinned against the blazing pillar of fire, unable to come down. Holy crap. The students watching were all stunned. Lin Chunfeng, ranking first in the entire training camp and a second-rank martial artist, was actually getting beaten down like this by a mere first-rank martial artist. But even as Su Hong pressed his furious assault, his brow creased. Given how ruthless and overwhelming his attacks were, any ordinary second-rank martial artist would have been beaten to death by now. Yet Lin Chunfeng showed no sign of fatigue. His recovery was downright monstrous, worthless. Inside the fiery cage, Lin Chunfeng kept coughing up blood. His back was continually scorched by the pillar of fire, the endless pain pushing him close to madness. He stared fiercely at Su Hong, gritting his teeth and forcing out each word. I want to see for myself. Can you really keep this flame prison going forever? The moment the fire cage faltered, the tide of battle would instantly turn. Su Hong, still throwing punch after punch, furrowed his brow even deeper. He could feel his own spiritual energy running low. Moments later, cracks began to appear in the blazing prison. It started to collapse. Seeing this, Lin Chunfeng broke into a wild, almost crazed laugh. Su Hong, you really are a monster, but too bad for you, you're up against someone with a wood spirit body. Su Hong gradually slowed his attacks. What, giving up already? Lin Chunfeng smirked, eyeing the collapsing fire cage. After taking such a brutal beating, he was itching for payback. His chance was finally here. Sigh. At that moment, Su Hong sighed, sounding almost exasperated. Lin Xuanfeng's lips curled upward. He was just about to speak when he heard Su Hong mumble as if to himself, that really burns through energy. Burns through energy. Lin Chunfeng froze, and in the next instant, his pupils shrank sharply. He watched as Su Hong lifted his fist again. This time, it wasn't that cold white flame. Instead, spiritual energy surged. A mixture of lightning and fire fused together. Lin Xuanfeng's hair stood on end. He could sense a bone-deep danger radiating from this lightning fire energy. What the hell is that? Is this something a first-rank martial artist can pull off? Lin Chunfeng was on the verge of panic. Every cell in his body screamed that if he took that hit, he'd be finished. Monster. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chunfeng desperately squeezed out every drop of wood spiritual energy he had left, rapidly stacking up wood-style defenses. In the blink of an eye, 10 thick layered shields appeared before him. That has to hold, right? But even as he thought it, his heart quaked with doubt. At that moment, Su Hong threw his punch. His fist carried the terrifying power of lightning and fire. With a deafening boom, the not yet collapsed flame cage exploded apart the instant Su Hong's fist struck it. The 10 wooden shields conjured by the wood-style technique shattered into nothing in an instant. Are you freaking kidding me with that power? Are you even human? Lin Xuanfeng's eyes were wide with terror. He only had time to let out a roar before, in the next heartbeat, that punch sent his eyes rolling back, body flying through the air, blood pouring from his mouth. He crashed down hard in the distance with a thunderous thud and slipped straight into unconsciousness. The entire arena fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. the only sounds were ragged breaths, getting heavier and heavier. No way, Lin Chunfeng lost. Not just lost, he got knocked out cold in a single punch. He's a wood spirit body, for crying out loud. How freakishly strong was that punch? Holy crap, this is a level 1 mid-stage fighter doing this. What kind of move even was that? That's almost as powerful as an S-rank martial skill. 10 consecutive wood-style moves, gone just like that. How is that even possible? The shock and fear were thick in the air. Every student was staring at Su Hong as if he were some kind of monster. This. What the hell is that? Zhang Lin's breath was ragged, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He stared fixedly at Su Hong, disbelief clouding his face. Old Qin, did you see that? Zhang Lin nearly lost it, muttering under his breath in a hiss. That's elemental fusion, damn it, elemental fusion. A level 1 mid-stage fighter, a freaking teenager, managing to pull off elemental fusion. Do you have any idea what that means? Zhang Lin was practically trembling with excitement. Of course I do, Qin Tianlai replied offhandedly. Zhang Lin froze, stunned by the casual tone. Then he heard Qin Tianlai mutter that Lin Xuanfeng's tough actually forced Su Hong to use that move. Zhang Lin, what are you doing? Zhang Lin had grabbed Qin Tianlai by the collar, his eyes wild. Well, Qin, so you knew all along? You lucky bastard. How did this kind of monster end up at Xingqing's training camp? There was a green tinge of jealousy to his words. He's alright, I guess, Qin Tianlai replied, feigning modesty. What's the big deal about dual element fusion? You don't have to freak out so much. Zhang Lin was speechless. And I definitely won't tell you it only took Su Hong at most a month to master dual element fusion, Qin Tianlai said slyly. Zhang Lin looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He loosened his grip on Qin Tianlai's collar, not even noticing his own movement. Seriously, that's all it takes to leave you dumbstruck. Qin Tianlai gave Zhang Lin a pitying pat on the shoulder, rolling his eyes as if Zhang Lin had never seen anything remotely impressive. Zhang Lin stared blankly. Dual element fusion in under a month, and that wasn't amazing enough. Right then, Qin Tianlai nonchalantly added, if you knew that Su Hong has 100% affinity with 7 different elements and is simultaneously mastering 7 separate focus techniques, would you just drop dead on the spot from shock? Say, Qin Tianlai suddenly smacked his own thigh. Shoot, let that one slip. Shouldn't have said that. Even though he said all that, there wasn't the slightest hint of regret on Qin Tianlai's face. On the contrary, a mischievous smile danced at the corners of his lips. The very next moment, he looked at Zhang Lin with an expression you'd reserve for admiring a priceless work of art. Zhang Lin, for his part, stood rooted to the spot as if he'd been thunderstruck. He looked like he could barely keep his balance. Right then, he was so out of it he didn't even notice the crafty look Qin Tianlai shot his way. The same few phrases kept echoing in Zhang Lin's mind. Dual attribute fusion, completed in less than a month. 100% compatibility with all 7 attributes. Simultaneous mastery of 7 attribute guiding techniques. Seeing Zhang Lin so dumbfounded, Qin Tianlai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Only he knew how shocked he'd been the first time he realized Su Hong's talents. Now seeing Zhang Lin just as staggered, he finally felt things were balanced out. Come on, old Zhang, quit standing there slack-jawed, Qin Tianlai teased, clapping Zhang Lin on the shoulder. If someone saw you like this, they'd think a grandmaster like you had never seen the world. But Zhang Lin was still reeling from what he just heard. Qin Tianlai's voice was barely sinking in. Besides, Su Hong's already won. It's your turn to cough up your end of the bargain. An A-grade thunder spear technique. Not just any A-grade move, but even among thunder-class martial arts, this one packs a hell of a punch. Palm surge lightning. Now get teaching. Inside the training hall, Zhang Lin faced Su Hong, still trying to collect himself. Qin Tianlai's recent words were still ringing in his ears. What a freak of nature, Zhang Lin cursed silently. 60+ years I've been alive, and I've never met anyone like this. 100% compatibility with 7 attributes, even that would be enough, but he actually went ahead and mastered them all. Most outrageous of all, he really made it work. Hey old Zhang, stop staring into space and get on with it. Qin Tianlai urged, unable to hide his impatience. Zhang Lin snorted, you're more anxious than I am, and you're not even the one learning here. But Qin Tianlai's interruption was enough to clear away his mental fog. Zhang Lin walked over to the weapons rack and fetched an alloy spear. The moment his hands wrapped around the spear, his whole demeanor shifted drastically. The A-grade thunder spear technique I'm about to teach you, he began, is called heaven-shattering 9 strikes. As he spoke, a surge of powerful, crackling thunder leapt from him, completely enveloping the alloy spear. The lightning was so dense and brilliant that it almost seemed to turn the weapon itself into a spear forged from pure thunder. The heaven-shattering 9 strikes are divided into 3 sequences, 3 moves each. Each sequence is stronger than the last, though of course the difficulty ramps up as well. If you were any ordinary martial artist, I wouldn't even consider teaching you unless you'd reached the 4th stage, but with your talent, Su Hong, you shouldn't have any trouble mastering the first sequence. Zhang Lin's face grew solemn. If he was going to teach, he wasn't going to hold anything back. I'll demonstrate each move for you first. The first move, Surging River, the second, Appending the Sea, and the third, Heaven Breaker. With each name, thunder roared forth, wild and overwhelming, crashing like monstrous waves. In an instant, the spacious training hall was transformed into a sea of unbridled lightning. Jiang Lin swung his long spear, each movement overwhelming and fierce. With every sweep of the weapon, thunder boomed all around, echoing with terrifying force. Su Hong's eyes widened in awe, his grip tightening around his alloy spear. This was his first time witnessing a grandmaster personally demonstrate a martial technique. The sheer power was astonishing. He felt as if he were a lone boat adrift on the ocean, any single bolt of lightning or crash of thunder enough to overturn him completely, break the heavens. Jiang Lin called out as he delivered the final thrust. All the surging thunder gathered at the spear's tip. With a precise strike, the air itself exploded with a deafening clap. Yet under Jiang Lin's masterful control, the devastating energy didn't cause a single scratch anywhere in the room. Still, even with his power deliberately restrained, the aftershock of this move, just its lingering force, whipped through the training hall and instantly stirred up a violent tornado. As soon as the tornado appeared, the entire building began to shake as if it might collapse at any moment. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Lin dispelled the whirlwind and calm returned. This is the strength of a grandmaster. Su Hong licked his lips, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Compared to Jiang Lin, his own strength was like that of an ant, insignificant. Forget taking that attack head-on. Even the residual shockwave alone, that raging tornado, might be more than his so-called invincible physique could withstand. Alright, your turn, try it out for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me, Jiang Lin said, casually tossing the alloy spear back to its rack with pinpoint accuracy. Thank you, Master Jiang, Su Hong said gratefully. Hey, a bet's a bet, Jiang Lin replied with a wave of his hand. Once you've mastered the first move, overturning waves, I'll teach you the next technique, palms of thunder. Jiang Lin's lips curled with a trace of pride. The power of break the heaven, 9 spears was already one of the strongest among A-rank techniques, but compared to palms of thunder, it still fell short. Hearing this, Su Hong's breathing grew a little heavier. Palms of thunder is even stronger than break the heaven, 9 spears. I have to master this spear technique first. Shutting his eyes, Su Hong replayed every detail of Jiang Lin's demonstration in his mind. With his extraordinary one-of-a-kind talent, he caught every nuance, not missing a single detail. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin wandered over to Qin Tianlai. Why are you timing? Jiang Lin asked in surprise, seeing Qin Tianlai tapping at a stopwatch. Qin Tianlai just grinned without answering. Suddenly realization dawned on Jiang Lin and his expression changed. Wait, don't tell me you're timing how long Su Hong takes to master break the heaven, 9 spears. Bingo, Qin Tianlai grinned wider. The corner of Jiang Lin's eye twitched, then he noticed exactly what Qin Tianlai was doing and burst out laughing. Really, old Qin? Timing him is one thing, but why use a stopwatch? Jiang Lin craned his neck for a better look, unable to help himself from laughing again. And you only set it for 10 minutes, really? As he spoke, Jiang Lin suddenly seemed to realize something. The words caught in his throat, and the next instant his eyes flew wide open. Old Qin, don't tell me you actually think Su Hong can learn the first form of my heaven-shattering 9 spears in just 10 minutes? Qin Tianlai just smiled and kept quiet. Seeing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel his eye twitch. I know Su Hong's talent is monstrous, but you're really underestimating this martial technique. Jiang Lin felt a bit annoyed. It was one thing for Qin Tianlai to be ready with a stopwatch, but he'd even set a 10-minute countdown. The meaning behind that couldn't have been clearer. After all, when he himself learned the first form of the heaven-shattering 9 spears, it took him a full week just to get the hang of it. Jiang Lin knew that Su Hong was gifted. It was why he'd just suggested to Qin Tianlai that a 2-hour countdown would be fair. That was already a testament to how highly he valued Su Hong's potential, but look at Qin Tianlai, 10 minutes, get ready to teach Palm Thunder next at this rate, Jiang Lin said, half irritated, half resigned. To Jiang Lin's dismay, Qin Tianlai just gave a soft chuckle. In his heart he thought, old Jiang, if you knew Su Hong mastered the flame prison in a matter of seconds, you'd be holding a stopwatch too. Teach Palm Thunder next? Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment, then fell speechless. Heaven-shattering 9 spears was a notoriously difficult technique. He himself had spent a week just to learn the first move, but everything is relative. Compared to Palm Thunder, heaven-shattering 9 spears was child's play. Old Qin, do you even know how long it took me to get the basics of Palm Thunder? 3 whole months. Jiang Lin shook his head, completely at a loss. Don't get me wrong, I fully believe Su Hong can pull off the first form of heaven-shattering 9 spears today, but then there's the second form and the third, each one is harder than the last. Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh out of sheer exasperation. So now you want me to get ready, as if Su Hong's going to. He hadn't even finished his sentence when suddenly from behind came the sound of a spear cutting through the air, accompanied by the crackling roar of thunder. Jiang Lin froze, then spun around in shock. He saw Su Hong wielding a long spear, arcs of lightning coiling around the shaft. The momentum and presence couldn't compare with Jiang Lin's own display of the technique, not yet, but Jiang Lin could tell at just a glance. Su Hong was performing the first form, turning the river. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt hit Jiang Lin's mind. He stood there stunned, everything suddenly seeming unreal. he actually already learned the first form, Jiang Lin murmured, utterly dazed, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just then the click of a stopwatch being stopped sounded. Jiang Lin was jolted from his stupor and looked to the side. Qin Tianlai gazed at him in open amazement and announced 55 seconds. Jiang Lin was utterly speechless. 55 seconds. He didn't even need a full minute to master the first form of the heaven-shattering 9 spears. Jiang Lin gaped in shock, blurting out a curse he couldn't hold in. Just then Qin Tianlai pointed behind him and said quietly, "Why don't you take a closer look? Are you sure that's just the first form?" Hearing that, Jiang Lin's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant he whipped around. His expression instantly became indescribably dramatic. Su Hong had entered a state of complete absorption, utterly lost in the moment as he wielded his spear with full concentration. Inside the entire training hall, only the whoosh of the spear cutting through the air could be heard, mingling with the crackle of thunder and Jiang Lin's increasingly ragged breathing. Su Hong didn't stop until he had performed the full sequence of the sky-breaking 9 spears from start to finish, each move flowing into the next as smoothly as running water. "Holy crap!" a roar burst from Jiang Lin's mouth, his face flushed bright red, stuttering with excitement. While shoving Qin Tianlai repeatedly, he pointed at Su Hong with a trembling finger as if to say, "Did you see that?" "Don't make such a fuss." Qin Tianlai's flat response immediately rendered Jiang Lin speechless. "Don't make a fuss? Are you kidding me? How the hell can you call this not making a fuss? Qin Tianlai, dude, can you try and be a little less smug?" Jiang Lin exploded. He was so excited he couldn't even string words together. 55 seconds, man. It took him only 55 seconds to grasp the sky-breaking 9 spears. The kind of talent is just, holy crap. Jiang Lin slapped his own thigh hard, at a loss for words. Just then Su Hong approached. "Grandmaster Jiang, there are still some parts one don't quite understand." Although Su Hong could easily reach new heights if he just practiced a few more times with a grandmaster in front of him ready to offer guidance, why bother wasting effort? However, when Jiang Lin heard Su Hong's words, he was struck dumb on the spot. "Still some parts you don't quite understand? Brother, it's only been 55 seconds. You've only been practicing for 55 seconds. How do you already have some things you don't understand? Shouldn't it be like 99% that you don't understand?" Jiang Lin opened his mouth, but no words came out. Now he finally understood why Qin Tianlai had been so calm while timing everything. That sly old fox, he must have seen this kind of thing before, which is why he took it all in stride. Jiang Lin grumbled inwardly, then forced himself to put on an incredibly gentle smile as he began to explain things to Su Hong. But just a few minutes into his explanation, "I get it now. Thank you, Grandmaster Jiang." Su Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately dashed off to the side to practice the sky-breaking 9 spears again. "Jiang Lin, what did you get exactly?" "I was only halfway through explaining the details of the first move." "Su Hong, don't be in such a rush," Jiang Lin began, but his words were cut short as he fell silent once again. Because this time, as Su Hong practiced the first move of the sky-breaking 9 spears, every detail, both the points Jiang Lin had mentioned and the issues he hadn't even had a chance to talk about, had already been perfected. Su Hong had corrected it all in a single go. So this is what a genius looks like. At that moment, the Grandmaster Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a tinge of depression in his eyes, but that feeling was quickly replaced by shock as he watched Su Hong, after flawlessly executing the first move, transition effortlessly to the second and third moves, without the slightest pause or misstep. When Su Hong finished the sequence, Jiang Lin just stood there utterly stunned. "He's reached minute mastery already?" Jiang Lin muttered in disbelief. "No way, how is this possible? How?" Qin Tianlai chuckled softly from the side, because his talent is on a whole different level. As he spoke, he patted Jiang Lin on the shoulder. "Well, Jiang, there's really no need to keep teaching the heaven-shattering 9 spears. Honestly, I think if Su Hong practices it a couple more times, he'll master it on his own." There was a pause, then Qin Tianlai said, "Let's start teaching him Palm Thunder next." Jiang Lin nodded blankly. This time he no longer mentioned how unfathomably difficult Palm Thunder was. He called Su Hong over again and demonstrated Palm Thunder once. "Figure it out for yourself," he said, tossing out the words and heading over to a chair by the wall. From that moment on, his movements mirrored Qin Tianlai's exactly. Both of them pressed the buttons on their stopwatches with a synchronized beep. TSK, starting to get it now," Qin Tianlai teased when he saw Jiang Lin's behavior. Jiang Lin didn't respond. His eyes stayed glued to Su Hong, who was deep in thought. When Jiang Lin had learned the first form of the heaven-shattering 9 spears years ago, it took him a whole week. Su Hong, 55 seconds. Now Jiang Lin only wanted to see how long Su Hong would take to grasp Palm Thunder, something that had taken him 3 months just to get the basics down. At this moment, every second seemed to drag on, each one feeling stretched and heavy to Jiang Lin. In reality, it hadn't been long at all. Su Hong stood there quietly, eyes closed, clearly mulling things over. Seeing this, Jiang Lin let out a faint sigh of relief. Good, he thought. Looks like Palm Thunder is, at least for now, enough to stump this little monster. Honestly, if Su Hong picked up Palm Thunder as easily as he had the heaven-shattering 9 spears, Jiang Lin felt his entire worldview might collapse. He'd seriously start to wonder if the 60-plus years he'd lived amounted to nothing. But right then, Su-hong, who'd been standing motionless with his eyes closed, suddenly moved. He raised his hand, lightning crackled and gathered in his palm, erratic streaks surging and threatening to break free from his grasp at any second. Condensed, Su-hong uttered a single word. Instantly, the unruly lightning calmed, as docile as a lamb, weaving in on itself within his palm. Finally, a sphere of lightning, the size of a basketball, formed in his hand. Even with no intent to attack, the energy it radiated was terrifying. Palm Thunder mastered. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tianlai just shook his head, used to such scenes by now. As for Jiang Lin, he'd been through this before. His expression had turned numb, as if he was slowly growing used to it too. Beep. They both stopped their stopwatches at the same time. 90 seconds. Seeing that number, Qin Tianlai felt strangely calm. Jiang Lin, though, just looked even more numb. He muttered blankly, 90 seconds. A minute and a half to pick it up. It took me 3 months back then. Jiang Lin vaguely remembered when he'd finally mastered Palm Thunder in 3 months. All his professors at Martial University called him a genius, said he had the makings of a grandmaster. To be fair, the professors were right, he had become a grandmaster. But what kind of future awaits someone who could get it done in 90 seconds? Jiang Lin spoke to himself in a half-crying, half-laughing voice. 9th rank? Far from it. Kingly glory. Jiang Lin didn't let his thoughts wander any further. There was only one thing he knew for certain. The boy standing before him had boundless potential. Su-hong, since you're not going to eat, then get some rest. At the entrance to the training camp, Qin Tianlai and Jiang Lin got into a car and headed off for dinner. Su-hong watched them leave before turning toward the temporary dormitory the camp assistant had arranged for him. Compared to eating, he'd much rather spend his time practicing his guiding technique. Besides, he hadn't even distributed the martial arts points he'd earned from defeating Lin Chunfeng in manga yet. It was a pity he'd only managed to win points from those two today without getting a chance to challenge any of the other students. Su-hong felt a little regretful about that. Just then, as he arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building, a rowdy group of students came tumbling out, roughhousing and laughing. The moment they spotted Su-hong, the group instantly froze, their eyes filling with respect and awe. "Hey man, don't block the doorway, you're in the way," one student quietly whispered to another. The student standing in the doorway quickly stepped aside to clear the path. "Thanks," Su-hong said as he passed. Once inside the temporary dorm, Su-hong muttered to himself, surprised. He hadn't expected the temporary housing to be shared with the other training camp students.